Chapter 1. The Robert Family Warehouse. As the girl opened the door to the warehouse, she was compelled to wave her hand in an attempt to disperse the dust that assaulted her senses. Ugh, cough, cough, what an immense cloud of dust. How long has it been since anyone tended to this place? She voiced her inquiry. It was only natural to wonder, for since the passing of her father and mother, the household staff had gradually resigned one after another. Now, the entire Robert barony was left with only the elderly butler, Kavy. Kavy, being advanced in years, had his hands full managing the affairs of the barony and caring for Lena, leaving him with little energy to attend to the warehouse. Lena hastily tied a coarse cloth around her face to shield herself from the dust. She placed the oil lamp she held atop a wooden crate and began her search. As she rummaged, Lena muttered to herself, "I hope I can find something of value in here, otherwise we truly won't even be able to afford black bread." Black bread, which could be purchased for a mere copper coin, was notoriously tough without water. One would struggle to swallow it. Speaking of black bread, Lena's stomach let out a low growl. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise she would have been tempted to dig a hole with her toes and bury herself in it. Though they had fallen on hard times, the etiquette and grace of nobility were ingrained within Lena. She scolded her stomach, "You lack ambition." After berating herself, she added, "Once I find something to sell, I must insist that Kavy buy soft bread. Otherwise, my stomach and teeth will suffer terribly." Lena lamented, for she was still a growing girl. Eating black bread daily would surely ruin her teeth. With renewed vigor, she began to scour through the wooden crates in the warehouse. Cups, clay figurines, and even my childhood toys. What a mishmash of items. After a prolonged search, Lena found nothing particularly valuable. Of course, anything of worth was likely sold off by Kavy long ago, otherwise we wouldn't be in this predicament. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lena acknowledged that while cups and figurines could be sold, their quality was unlikely to fetch a decent price. Just as she was about to conclude her sell-off mission, a glimmer at the bottom of a crate caught her eye. Huh, what is this? Lena reached out to clear away the obstruction from the shining object and revealed its form. A magic stone. With that realization, her tone brightened with excitement. For a magic stone held a market value of 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin could be traded for 100 copper coins. In essence, Lena now possessed the equivalent of 1,000 pieces of black bread, or rather, 1,000 copper coins. Previously, she might not have felt particularly thrilled by the prospect of 1,000 copper coins, but circumstances had changed dramatically. This magic stone was nothing short of her lifeline. Ooh, magic stone, I adore you. Lena had never loved a magic stone as she did now. In a moment of exuberance, she even lifted the coarse cloth from her face and pressed a kiss upon the stone. Who splashed water on my face? An untimely voice startled Lena, causing her to jump. Who? Is anyone here? Lena clutched the magic stone tightly, fearing it might be snatched away at any moment. Peering around with the dim light of the oil lamp, she discerned no one present. In the shadowy surroundings, her heart raced with anxiety as she nervously muttered, "Could it be that this warehouse is haunted? Oh, spirit, please have mercy and do not covet my magic stone. And do not even think about targeting me. No, wait, why did I extinguish the lamp as soon as I woke up?" The voice came again, and this time Lena recognized it. In disbelief, she looked down at her hand, tightly grasping the magic stone. She opened her hand, gazing at the diamond-shaped gem. "Was it you speaking?" Lena questioned. Charlotte had not anticipated that he would ever be awakened. When he first crossed over, he had assumed he would remain trapped in this dark warehouse for eternity. Indeed, Charlotte was a transmigrator, but unlike others, he had unluckily found himself inhabiting a magic stone. While his golden finger had also activated, the limitations of being a stone confined Charlotte's movements, leaving him trapped within the Robert family's warehouse. As Lena opened her hand, Charlotte once again beheld the outside world. Indeed, it was I who spoke. Charlotte longed to nod, yet he found himself unable to do so. Lena curiously poked at Charlotte. A talking magic stone would surely fetch a much higher price. Upon realizing this, Lena's spirits soared. Cradling Charlotte, she began to dance with joy. Yes, that's right. A talking stone. Wait, what did you just say?" To sell it. It dawned on Charlotte only afterward what Lena had implied. Yes, to sell it. Sell who? Me? Charlotte reiterated, seeking confirmation from Lena. Yes, are you suggesting I sell myself? Lena wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. Stop, stop, beautiful lady. Human trafficking is illegal. Charlotte attempted to dissuade Lena. Lena replied, illegal? Indeed, the law does state that one cannot buy or sell a non-slave individual. However, selling a magic stone poses no issue. Charlotte. Ah, yes. He was no longer human, just a magic stone. Moreover, he was someone else's property. The owner could sell him as they pleased. May I inquire if I'm truly non-negotiable? Charlotte continued to struggle. Having just awakened, he did not wish to be sold. Besides, as a magic stone, he could very well be drained of his magical energy. In a bid to preserve his own life, Charlotte resolved to charm the girl before him. 17 or 18 years old, she should be easy to persuade, right? Charlotte mused as he observed Lena. Lena nodded. Yes, if I don't sell you, I might just starve. Alas, who would have thought that I, the daughter of the esteemed Robert Barony, would find herself in such dire straits that I cannot afford a meal. Life is indeed unpredictable. All right, I shall sell you tomorrow. I apologize, dear Magic Stone, for today marks our first acquaintance and also our last. Though Lena uttered her apologies, her face bore a cheerful smile, clearly elated by her fortune. Listening to her, Charlotte felt a surge of anxiety while his mind raced to devise a means of escape. Charlotte thought, starving, the daughter of a baroness, is the classic tale of a fallen noble. Suddenly enlightened, he seized upon an idea. Charlotte hastily exclaimed, No, don't sell me. I can help you restore your family's former glory. Please don't sell me. I can help you restore your family's former glory. Charlotte urgently spoke, fearing that the girl before him was resolute in her decision to sell him. Upon hearing this, Lena scrutinized Charlotte from head to toe. You? A mere magic stone? What can you possibly do? Charlotte understood that to persuade Lena, he needed to present her with a compelling reason for his value. Fortunately, his golden finger was perfectly suited to the task. I can summon talents from other worlds, so... No, I mean people. He corrected himself, swapping cattle for people. Lena gazed at Charlotte with intrigue. Summon talents from another world? Indeed, that is my ability. You can offer me tributes to obtain the number of summons. Charlotte explained, revealing his golden finger's ability to transport individuals from other worlds. Regrettably, he could not transport himself back. Lena remained skeptical, for Charlotte, aside from being able to speak, looked no different from any ordinary magic stone. Is that truly the case? A magic stone possessing such extraordinary abilities? How had she not known? Upon hearing Charlotte's assertion, Lena found herself torn. Should she sell Charlotte, or should she take a chance on his proposal to revive the Robert family? Could summoning truly be reliable? Kaiwei, the young lady is quite a slow-witted child, so please do not tease her. Charlotte sensed Lena's interest and continued, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. All you need to do is give a try. Lena pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Charlotte's words. You may have a point. Perhaps I shall inquire with Kaiwei tomorrow. He might possess the knowledge we seek. Lena changed her mind. Who is Kaiwei? Charlotte exhaled softly, relieved that there seemed to be a possibility of turning things around. Then Charlotte inquired about Kaiwei, encountering yet another unfamiliar name. I am the butler of Baron Robert's estate. Lena spoke of Kaiwei with a sense of pride upon mentioning his name. Regardless of the current financial struggles facing Baron Robert's household, Kaiwei had no thoughts of resigning from his position. He had dedicated the majority of his life to this family, and Lena could be said to have been raised under his care. Thus, he felt a profound sense of belonging to the Robert family. The butler? I see. And what is your name? Charlotte finally remembered to ask for Lena's name. Me? I am Lena of the Robert family. Robert Lena. Lena introduced herself with a flourish. Robert Lena, noted. I shall remember it. Charlotte thought to herself. Upon seeing Lena, I realized that her appearance was not that of an Eastern individual. Now, considering both her surname and given name, it seems I am indeed in a Western-inspired otherworld. As for why Charlotte could communicate with Lena so fluently, the phenomenon of her transmigration would elucidate the matter. Charlotte, My name is Charlotte. You may simply call me by my name. Charlotte? So you do have a name. Do you possess a surname as well? Lena inquired. Charlotte, no. How could he explain to Lena that Charlotte is a combination of both a first name and a surname? In truth, it was rather convenient, as the name Charlotte would not appear particularly strange in the current context. Very well, Charlotte. The following day, at Baron Robert's estate, Charlotte was placed upon the table, while Lena and Kaiwei stood before it, observing her intently. Charlotte, too, was scrutinizing Kaiwei, an elderly man with a short beard and graying hair. He appeared quite advanced in years. Kaiwei, do you know anything regarding Charlotte? Lena pointed at Charlotte as she asked Kaiwei. Kaiwei shook his head. No, I have never heard of speaking magical stone. It is indeed perplexing. According to him, he claims he can summon individuals from another world? Kaiwei retorted. Lena nodded. He stated as much. Kaiwei turned his gaze back to Charlotte. Charlotte, indeed, as long as you can offer me tributes or provide me with magical energy, I can summon individuals from another realm to assist you in revitalizing your family. A spark of intrigue flickered in Kaiwei's murky eyes. Tributes? What kind of tributes? Upon hearing the term tribute, Kaiwei became somewhat wary. If Charlotte's subsequent words were to suggest any connection to demons, he would promptly destroy and discard her. In this land, it was not uncommon for demons to demand tributes from humans. The outcomes of such dealings were often far from satisfactory. Charlotte, any quality items would suffice. Lena, such as? Charlotte sensed a moment and replied, for instance, that silk scarf in your sleeve pocket, its quality barely meets the standard. Lena retrieved the scarf from her sleeve pocket. Is this what you mean? Charlotte nodded affirmatively, stating, yes, while it may not be exceedingly rare, its quality is acceptable. In Charlotte's perception, the scarf was known as the Noble Young Lattice Scarf. Quality, excellent. Transformable magical energy, 100 pascals. Lena felt troubled, as this was her last remaining scarf. When venturing out, a noble lady ought to maintain a certain level of decorum. One cannot simply resort to coarse fabric as she had done yesterday. Can she? However, Lena reconsidered, realizing this could be a turning point for the Robert family. She could not afford to hesitate. She would take the plunge. Just as Lena was about to hand the scarf to Charlotte, Kaiwei grasped her hand. What is it, Kaiwei? Lena inquired. Kaiwei, young lady, please hold on. I have a few more questions for Mr. Charlotte. Charlotte. Kaiwei, what further inquiries do you have? Charlotte mused. Wait, he calls me Mr. Isn't this the butler of a noble estate? Kaiwei asked, Mr. Charlotte, after summoning individuals from another world, how can you ensure they will be of service to the Robert family? Charlotte smiled. It turned out that Kevin was worried about this. There was no need for concern, for I have long had a plan in place. Moreover, should the individuals I summon engage in actions detrimental to your interests, I can promptly send them back at any moment. Charlotte spoke with a sense of confidence regarding her strategy to ensure that the fourth calamity, namely the players, would willingly labor for her and Lena in this otherworldly realm. Yes, you heard correctly. Players. Charlotte intended to package her summoning ability as a game. A virtual reality game. She believed that those players on Earth would undoubtedly find it particularly intriguing upon hearing Charlotte's assurances. Kevin released Lena's hand. Then I have no objections. Please proceed, my lady. Lena replied, Afterward, she placed the silk scarf she held atop Charlotte's. In an instant, Charlotte absorbed the scarf. Once she had finished, she remarked, due to the exceptional circumstances, I shall make an exception this time. Normally, the magical power provided by this scarf would not suffice for a long summoning. This time, it shall be overlooked, but next time, you must prepare items of higher quality. 100 units of magical energy could summon 100 individuals for 1 hour. Fortunately, Charlotte had not spent her nearly year-long slumber in vain. She had continuously absorbed external magical energy during that time. Now, her magical reserve stood at 15,219 units. For 100 individuals, a single day would require 2,400 units of magical energy, meaning Charlotte's current reserves could sustain summoning for a week. Of course, players would not be online at all times. So the actual duration would extend beyond the theoretical estimates. Lena interjected, Enough of this. Hurry and summon the people. Having offered the scarf, there ought to be some results, right? Charlotte responded, There's no rush, First, why don't you discuss your preliminary plans once the individuals are summoned? Lena hesitated and glanced at Kevin. In this regard, her experience and knowledge were still lacking. She was unsure of what needed immediate attention. After some contemplation, Kevin stated, "We must first restore the Robert family's enterprises. Only then can we amass sufficient financial resources to revitalize the family." Lena's eyes widened in realization. Yes. Charlotte affirmed. "Well said. What specific enterprises does the Robert family possess?" Kevin replied, "Baron Robert owns a mine, but it has been rendered inoperable since a collapse occurred several years ago." Lena added, "Indeed, Baron Shetland even wished to purchase the mine from me at a low price." "Humph. Does he truly believe he could get such a deal?" "No way would I sell it to him." Charlotte concluded. "Understood. So the first order of business is to facilitate the mine's reopening." Kevin responded, "That sounds simple, but the collapse within a mine remains unresolved, requiring significant financial, human, and material resources." Charlotte reassured him, "You needn't worry. Even the most challenging tasks will be effectively managed by the individuals I summon." Lena urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly summon them." Charlotte affirmed, "Very well. I shall summon them now." Magical energy began to emanate from Charlotte. Kevin narrowed his eyes, pondering, could this magic stone truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Meanwhile, on Earth, numerous players active online received a letter. The correspondents introduced an enticing prospect, a game, specifically a virtual reality game. Clicking the link in the letter redirected them to a website. The site published its inaugural article announcing the imminent closed beta test of the world's first virtual reality MMORPG. Seeking to recruit a limited number of 100 players, the content of the article was entirely crafted by Charlotte. Prior to her arrival in this world, she had been quite fond of gaming. Thus, she understood how to write in a manner that would maximize player engagement for this beta test. Within mere minutes of sending out the letters, comments began flooding in on the official website. One user remarked, "Great territory? Never heard of it. Could it be a gimmick from some third-rate studio?" Another chimed in, "This looks interesting. Virtual reality MMORPG. Just look at the promotional images and the graphics. If the actual gameplay matches this quality, I am definitely in." A third added, "I've already signed up. I hope I get in. You all better not try to steal my spot." With such enticing hype, comments continued to pour in, and Charlotte noticed the number of applicants for the beta test rising sharply. In just a matter of minutes, over 100 individuals had registered. Charlotte meticulously filtered through the applicants, knowing that summoning individuals required magical energy, and she needed to ensure that the slots were filled by those who would be beneficial. After completing the selection, she compiled a list of 100 names and mailed a game pod to each of their addresses. Those who entered the pod would be summoned to the other world through Charlotte as a conduit. The testing time announced on the website was set for noon the following day. Merely a short while from now, recipients of the game pods lay eagerly within, awaiting Charlotte's summons. Some even left comments on the website, offering tens of thousands of dollars for a chance to participate in the closed beta. However, Charlotte had anticipated this phenomenon and explicitly noted that the game pods were bound and non-transferable. Does this magic stone truly possess such remarkable abilities? As Kevin contemplated this, a flash of magical energy appeared in the clearing before Baron Robert's estate. Once the brilliance faded, however, the area remained devoid of any figures. Both Kevin and Lena sensed the magical fluctuations and hastened to the balcony to observe the empty space below. Their expressions mirrored that of someone constipated upon realizing the absence of any summoned individuals. Lena stormed to the table, seizing Charlotte in frustration and dragging her to the balcony. With exasperation, she demanded, "Where are they? Where are the individuals you summoned? There isn't a single person here. Give me back my scarf." Tears threatened to spill as she lamented trusting this dubious magic stone. It seemed she had lost both her investment and her hope. Charlotte had not anticipated that the players on Earth would remain so unchangeable in their habits. She consoled Lena, "Do not fret, Lena. They are simply customizing their appearances. Individuals from this other world often place great importance on trivial matters, such as their looks, attire, and accessories. You must understand, that is simply how it is in this realm." Customizing their appearances? Lena appeared momentarily dazed. Indeed, customizing. Hearing Charlotte's words, Kevin nodded in agreement. This is not unusual. Among the nobility, Great emphasis is placed on one's appearance and attire as a matter of etiquette. They likely wish to make a favorable impression on you, my lady Dada. So that was it. Upon hearing Kevin's explanation, Lena calmed her impatience and waited. Only Charlotte perceived things differently. Fortunately, her expressions remained inscrutable. Otherwise, Kevin and Lena would surely have grown suspicious. Charlotte was acutely aware of the player's tendencies on Earth. All right, a favorable impression? I hope Kevin and Lena won't be too surprised when they finally arrive. In truth, Kevin and Lena did not wait long. Just a few minutes later, one figure finally emerged from the clearing in front of the estate. The first individual to appear was exceptionally tall, nearly the absolute height limit for a normal human. He was clad in a simple, coarse cloth garment. Upon appearing in the open space, he stood in a daze for a few seconds, then gazed around in sheer astonishment. Goodness, has technology advanced to such a degree now? Virtual reality online games? I initially thought it was merely a gimmick. I never imagined it could be so incredibly lifelike. Oh my heavens, the game modeling the tactile sensation of the skin and the pain felt. It's all astonishingly realistic. The first summoned individual fervently muttered to himself. However, this behavior seemed somewhat deranged to Lena and Kai Wei, who observed from above. Lena looked down at Charlotte and inquired, "Should I say something now?" Charlotte responded, "No rush. Only one person has emerged so far. Wait until everyone has arrived before you speak. What should I say then?" "Don't worry, I'll guide you on what to say. It will be flawless." Charlotte had an impeccable grasp of the player's psychology. He understood precisely what they desired. The first summoned individual continued to babble excitedly. "Incredible. Simply incredible. I must rave about this game on the forums later." Kai Wei scrutinized the individual and remarked, "He's quite tall, but his appearance is rather unkempt." The old butler pondered for a long time before finally articulating the word unkempt. Charlotte interjected. Just as Kai Wei was making his observation, an increasing number of individuals began to materialize in the open area before the estate. Without exception, they were all clad in coarse garments, and, astonishingly, they were all quite unattractive. Lena and Kai Wei swore they had never encountered so many scruffy-looking individuals. How on earth had they grown up and lived to this point? It wasn't that Lena and Kai Wei were judging by appearances. It was simply the nature of the players. Not one of them was particularly robust, nor were they exceptionally petite. Rather, they all embodied their own peculiarities. As the players emerged one after another, they began to engage in conversation. "This game isn't a scam. It's astonishingly real." "Huh, I scored a spot in the closed beta. What a steal." "Hello. Hey, can't we use expressions in this game?" A female human exclaimed. "Probably not. This is a virtual reality game, right? It's supposed to be a game that frees us from the mouse and keyboard." That said, "My body feels incredibly agile, just like in reality." "So what are we supposed to do now? Is there a tutorial for beginners?" The female human, known as Xiao Xiong Yingtang, posed this question. "Yeah, is there really no tutorial? Just free exploration?" "Wait, look at the balcony of the house. There's someone up there." Where? "Oh, I see. Wow. The NPC modeling is so exquisite. It looks just like a real person. What a beautiful girl. Are we supposed to wait for the plot to trigger? Perhaps as more and more individuals gathered." Lena's anxiety grew. Speaking before such a large audience was quite a challenge for a sheltered young lady. Lena quietly asked, "Are all the people not here yet?" Charlotte glanced and replied, "We're almost there. One or two may arrive later, so can I speak now?" "Yes, just follow my lead, and don't be nervous." All right, Lena clenched her small fists, steeling herself for the task ahead. Then, under Charlotte's guidance, all the players chatting in the open space involuntarily ceased their activities. Their gazes shifting to Lena, the players realized they could not move at all. They had entered a cutscene mode. "What's going on?" "I can't move. Me neither. I can't budge." "Don't panic. Look, we must have triggered a scene transition." "I see." The players were momentarily confused, but quickly regained their composure. Under Charlotte's direction, Lena slowly began to speak. "Citizens from another world, I am your lord and the head of the Robert family, Lena Robert. From this day forth, you shall be the inhabitants of the Robert territory, and your mission is to construct the most prosperous and powerful territory in history. Now, go to Butler Kai Wei and receive your tasks. Then commence the development of our territory." After Lena concluded, she thought, Was it really all right to say such assertive words? Her emotions were somewhat unsettled. This was not the first time she had felt such tension. After Lena finished speaking, Charlotte issued the prearranged tasks to the players. Upon receiving their tasks, the players were presented with a taskbar interface, followed by a prompt to accept their assignments. Please go to Butler Kaiway of the Robert family to receive your tasks. Here it comes. Tasks are here. So, that old man over there is Butler Kaiway? Yes, that's him, the players exclaimed one after another. Realizing the situation, Kaiway understood what he needed to do. After bowing to Lena, he stepped back. Kaiway approached the front of the estate, facing the multitude of players. The players lined up orderly before Kaiway. He assigned different tasks based on the players' sizes. You will be responsible for clearing the blocked passage. You will handle the removal of debris. Before long, the players had received their respective tasks. Clearing the blockage, removing debris. Is this really our beginner's task? The players exchanged glances. Hey, what's the reward for your blockage clearing task? 10 points of Robert family reputation, a bit of Lena Roberts' favor, and 10 territory coins. How about you? The same, but we only get 8 territory coins. I guess there a difference in treatment. It might be due to the different tasks. Someone speculated. The territory coins were a special currency created by Charlotte T. present. The entire Robert family was financially challenged and could not offer real money. This currency would only circulate between the players and the Robert family. So there was no risk of it being discovered. We were told to clear blockages and remove debris. What about tools? Surely, we must be provided with tools. Upon hearing the player's inquiry, Kaiway slightly bowed. As for tools, we have them. Please follow me to the warehouse to collect them. Kaiway still had mining tools reserved, perhaps anticipating a day like this. After speaking, he led the way to the warehouse. With the other players following behind, the player's mindset was simple. With tasks to undertake, they might as well proceed rather than flounder aimlessly on their own. However, one player's thoughts diverged from the rest. He stealthily slipped away from the group of players and made his way into the forest outside the Robert estate. Lena, standing on the balcony, observed everything clearly. Lena asked Charlotte, that person ran away. Charlotte merely glanced and replied nonchalantly, it's fine. He just wants to see if he can explore this world ahead of others. He will return. Once again, Charlotte could largely predict what the players were thinking, as for what he could not anticipate. It was the players' increasingly reckless tendencies. Lena asked, should we follow and check the mine? Charlotte affirmed, yes, absolutely. As their lord, your presence at the mine will encourage them to work harder. Is that so? Indeed. All right, I'll follow your advice. Lena, influenced by Charlotte's words, felt increasingly convinced that revitalizing the Robert family was no longer mere folly. After acquiring their tools, the players needed to trek several kilometers to the mine. Some players displayed expressions of discontent. We have to walk all that way. Is there no teleportation point or anything? It seemed there was none. The map merely indicated the location and name of the mine. What can we do then? Let us just walk, came the resigned reply. It'll take at least half an hour. 1T it, stop complaining. If you walk faster, it 1T take as long. The players grumbled, yet their bodies obediently followed the directions laid out on the map. Charlotte listened intently to their chatter. A smile forming on his lips, he knew all too well that this group of players would always find a way to convince themselves, and no matter how much they complained, they would still see their tasks through. There were no more useful laborers in the world than players. As for Charlotte and Lena, they traveled in a carriage, driven by Cave. He and T sold the carriage, as it represented a certain nobility. However, it had not been maintained in quite some time, making the ride rather bumpy. Lena, sitting inside the carriage, felt as if her backside might be jolted apart. Cave, could you drive a bit more smoothly? Lena remarked, I apologize, my lady. My skills have waned, Cave replied. Lena understood that the issue lay not with Cave, but with the carriage itself. With this thought, she muttered, once we're better settled, I must replace this carriage. The journey from Robert's estate to the mine would take over half an hour on foot, but only 10 minutes by carriage. Soon enough, Charlotte and the others arrived at the mine. Charlotte took a cursory glance at the state of the mine. Confirming Cave's words, it appeared to have been abandoned for years. This mine is rich in iron ore, with a small amount of mithril as well, which can be used to craft exquisite weapons and equipment. Cave explained, thus the Shetland family has always coveted this mine. Lena added, Cave nodded in agreement. However, he harbored a suspicion that he had never shared with Lena. The collapse of the mine years ago was likely not an accident, but a deliberate act aimed at seizing the mine from Lena's grasp without incurring significant costs. Charlotte, upon hearing this, understood. I see. The trio waited for more than 20 minutes at the mine until they finally spotted the players approaching. Finally, they arrived. This mine is quite far. It took ages to get here. Indeed. Hey, look! The Lord and that steward are already here to course their NPCs. ISNT that expected. Some players, eager to engage, approached Lena and Cave, attempting to trigger a storyline. Greetings, my lord and steward. Lena feigned calmness as she nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, my loyal subjects, Cave replied. Please begin your tasks promptly, he added, echoing the NPC-like dialogue Charlotte had taught them. There was no response. They would only utter these lines. Well then, let us get to work. Perhaps that is how we'll trigger the storyline. Indeed, the players tried to glean more information from Lena and Cave, but ultimately failed and turned to their own tasks. Under Charlotte's guidance, the players perceived that tools also had attributes. Worn pickaxe quality, worn attack power. 13A pickaxe used for mining. It is ill-advised to attempt using it as a weapon. Wagon quality, worn a vehicle for transportation. Seeing the players diligently at work brought a sigh of relief from Lena. Should we prepare some food for them? What if they run out of stamina? She inquired. We could provide food for them, but actually, if they get hungry, they return to eat. Log off, Charlotte replied. Lena was astonished. Is that really true? They come here to work and don't even need to provide their own currency or food? That is unbelievable. That is how beings from other worlds operate. You'll get used to it. Lena struggled to contain her amusement, her lips curling upwards. The it was Cave's discreet cough that reminded her to maintain her composure. Instantly, Lena regained her serious demeanor, unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, a player who had strayed from the main group ventured into the forest. Charlotte, after reading the thread about players who had logged in for 3 days, felt a headache coming on. If more players noticed this, there would undoubtedly be reckless individuals among them. The number of players dying would surely exceed just those who hadn't logged in for 3 days. Wouldn't this delay progress at the mine? A slowdown in the mine as progress equated to a diminishment of Charlotte's usefulness, that a reduction in Charlotte's utility meant he could be sold off. Realizing this, Charlotte snapped to attention. No, I absolutely cannot be sold. If he fell into the hands of the foolishly naive Lena, he might still survive. However, if he were to fall into the clutches of someone more malicious, his fate could be worse than death. Charlotte once again resolved to bide his time within the Robert family. Living off their largesse, he needed to be proactive. Thus, Charlotte composed a new announcement on the official website. Regarding the Whispering Woods, dear players, it has come to our attention that there have been instances of player deaths in the Whispering Woods that we would like to inform you that dangerous beasts and magical creatures reside within. Until the storyline permits players to venture into the Whispering Woods, please approach with caution and act within your limits. The Whispering Woods will be opened in a future storyline. Satisfied with his announcement, Charlotte nodded to himself. This should alleviate any issues. Returning to the game, the player who had logged in for 3 days made the decision to go to the mine after much deliberation. Exploring the unknown world was his desire, but he also wished to partake in the progression of the storyline. Weighing the two, he ultimately chose to prioritize the latter, the mine. After nearly 100 players worked diligently, 1/3 of the collapsed passage had been cleared, and evening had fallen. Lena glanced at the sky and deemed it time to return. Unlike some greedy capitalists, she did not wish for the players to toil day and night. She instructed Cave to cease assigning tasks, allowing everyone to take a break. Cave bowed in compliance. The players soon realized they could no longer accept tasks from Cave. Hey, why can't we receive tasks anymore? Has this storyline point been completed? Not quite. Look at the passage. It's still not fully cleared. Could it be that the NPCs are leaving and thus no longer assigning tasks? The player who had not logged in for 3 days pointed at Lena, who was boarding the carriage, and suggested. The players were taken aback. Wait, do NPCs really have working hours now? ISNT, this supposed to be a virtual reality game. If the NPCs leave, you can't even accept tasks. Actually, that is not quite right. Look, I haven't submitted my tasks yet. But if I continue moving waste, my task progress will keep rising, even surpassing the percentage. Wow, I hadn't realized that. Is it really possible? I just wonder if the rewards will be richer when we finally submit the tasks that I think they will, came the reply. Crap. If I had known this, I wouldn't have submitted my tasks yet. You all keep going? I need to log off and grab a bite to eat before I continue. All right, I'll log off for a meal too, after a player led the way by logging off. An increasing number of players followed suit to take a meal. After all, they were not made of iron. Having played for such an extended period, it was only natural to feel ravenous. Nevertheless, there were still some players intensely engaged online. Some opted to continue completing quests, while others chose to explore the mine site, eager to uncover hidden elements within the game. Their numbers were few, perhaps around 17 or 18, including a player known as 3 Days No Play. After observing for a while, 3 Days No Play finally settled on a few players. He approached them and nervously inquired, "Have any of you died in this game?" The player selected by 3 Days No Play responded with confusion. "Is something the matter?" 3 Days No Play did not approach them aimlessly. His intention was to form a small team. The composition of a team would enhance the gaming experience. For instance, if he had had someone by his side during his time in the Whispering Grove. Perhaps he could have survived longer and uncovered more useful information, such as the appearance of the man-faced spider. He shared his experiences in the Whispering Grove with the chosen players. Little Bear Hard Candy. Illness Without Remedy, I Wash Socks, and Song Yuan Ming Qing. You mean you ventured into the Whispering Grove on the map and encountered monsters there? Little Bear Hard Candy asked. 3 Days No Play nodded. Yes, I was instantly killed by a monster, barely catching a glimpse of its form. Illness Without Remedy remarked, that's normal. After all, we are still in the novice phase, lacking even a single piece of armor or a weapon. I Wash Socks added, indeed, it seems like there hasn't even been a clarification on class designations yet. Song Yuan Ming Qing analyzed, these elements will likely be updated once the mine reopens. The game developers wouldn't neglect such arrangements. We can only proceed with the storyline. 3 Days No Play acknowledged. Song Yuan Ming Qing makes a valid point. Little Bear Hard Candy turned to 3 Days No Play. So, what is your aim in coming to us and sharing this? Upon hearing this, 3 Days No Play chuckled. I was thinking that when more content becomes available, and we need to form a team, it would be beneficial to have a fixed group. What do you all think? The seasoned players present quickly grasped 3 Days No Play's intention. After a moment of contemplation, I Wash Socks was the first to respond. I have no objections. Subsequently, Little Bear Hard Candy and Illness Without Remedy expressed their willingness to form a team as well. Song Yuan Ming Qing was the last to agree. Great. It's settled then. As soon as the combat system is updated, we'll venture into the Whispering Grove. Vowed 3 Days No Play, determined to reclaim his honor against the man-faced spider. The group made a verbal pact. For these players, the thrill of the unknown and the prospect of challenges were the most exhilarating aspects. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Charlotte. Not only that, but Charlotte also designated 3 Days No Play and his companions as special subjects of interest. Listening promptly to player suggestions was a hallmark of a good official. Charlotte felt quite proud of her performance in this regard. She murmured, "It seems that every player is indeed focused on the combat system. It's high time to arrange this aspect. However, given the current capabilities of the Robert family, how to implement this combat system posed a significant challenge." The following morning, when Lena and Covey returned to the mine, they were both taken aback. The previous day's cleaning progress had barely reached 1/3, yet now it was nearing half completion. Lena pointed at the group of diligently working players and exclaimed, "Don't they need a rest?" "That's how it is." Charlotte attempted to shrug, though her current state made such a human gesture impossible. Covey remarked, "At this pace, we should be able to clear the passage by tomorrow. Once that happens, the mine will reopen, and the Robert family will regain its source of income. Revitalizing the family will no longer be mere empty talk." The arrival of Lena and Covey caught the attention of the players. "Hey, the girl and the steward are here. Quests, quests. Hurry up and give us quests. Let's get through this storyline," a player shouted. After logging off the previous day, many players had noted the post made by 3 Days No Play, including analytical players like Song Yuan Ming Qing. They unanimously believed that the combat system would only be available after the storyline progressed. Consequently, the players' enthusiasm surged even higher than the day before. Covey diligently assumed the role of a facilitator, assigning quests and distributing rewards. For those whose task progress exceeded a certain percentage, more substantial rewards were granted. Once players realized this, they refrained from frequently seeking Covey for task exchanges, opting instead to accumulate their progress before approaching him to submit tasks and claim rewards. The blocked passage in the mine was gradually being cleared thanks to the players' efforts. Suddenly, one player engaged in excavation exclaimed in surprise. He felt his pickaxe strike something solid, producing a crisp sound. "What is this?" he wondered as he bent down to pick up the object, which prompted a notification to appear before him. "You have obtained mithril, which can be exchanged with Steward Covey for rewards." Upon seeing this notification, the player, thinking of shoe but not of shoe, was initially stunned, then erupted in joy. "This is a stroke of luck. Mithril, that sounds like a precious item." Thinking of shoe but not of shoe hurriedly approached Covey. Clutching the mithril, "Steward, look what I've found." Upon hearing this, Covey glanced at the item and thinking of shoe but not of shoe's hand, his expression turning to one of surprise. Mithril. This was somewhat unexpected for Covey. He hadn't anticipated that simply clearing the collapsed passage would yield mithril, which had been mixed in during the collapse. Regardless, discovering mithril was indeed a pleasant surprise. The value of mithril was considerable, and this particular piece was about the size of a fist. On the market, it could fetch at least a dozen gold coins. When used in armor, it enhances magical resistance. When used in weapons, it amplifies magical potency. This moment, Charlotte communicated telepathically with Covey, instructing him to reward thinking of shoe but not of shoe appropriately. "Indeed, this is a remarkable discovery. I will reward you." Covey took the mithril from thinking of shoe but not of shoe and provided a generous reward, which was actually from Charlotte. "You have lost the item mithril. You have gained 1,000 points of prestige with the Robert family and 1,000 territory coins." Exchanging a piece of mithril for such virtual assets was a tremendous bargain. Both parties were elated. Thinking of shoe but not of shoe beamed at his newfound wealth, grinning widely. "Haha, I've suddenly become rich. Once the shop opens, I'll be able to buy the best items." Other players looked on enviously, their determination to excavate even harder, hoping to unearth their own piece of mithril. Covey handed the mithril to Lena, who was equally astonished. "You found mithril?" Lena felt as though she were dreaming. Charlotte, unsure of mithril's value, asked, "How much can this piece of mithril be sold for?" Covey replied, "At least several dozen gold coins." Lena excitedly pinched Charlotte. "This is fantastic. Finally, we won't have to subsist on black bread anymore." "Hey, that hurts." "Please let go," Charlotte exclaimed in pain. Realizing her overzealousness, Lena quickly released her grip, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away." "Charlotte, it seems that we are truly destitute. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the town and sell this mithril. The implementation of the combat system requires us to purchase equipment," Charlotte stated. Lena, "Combat system? What combat system?" Charlotte recounted the players' demands to Lena. Upon hearing this, Lena suddenly realized, so they're quite passionate about adventure. Buying equipment must require quite a sum, right? Lena began to feel a pang of concern for their finances once more. "Charlotte, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the kid." Covey also encouraged, "Young miss, this is a crucial step towards the revitalization of the Robert family. We must not be timid. Charlotte, if you want these labors to work for you, you must meet some of their demands. Not only equipment, but also provisions must be prepared. In the game, players do not experience hunger, but when they do feel hungry, they will log off to eat." Lena nodded. "All right, then let us proceed to the town within the territory of Baron Shetland and sell the mithril." Charlotte was somewhat perplexed. "Why must we go to that Baron's territory? Do we not have a town in Robert's territory?" Charlotte inquired. Upon mentioning this, Lena shyly scratched her chin. Well, the explanation was rather vague. In the end, it was Covey who spoke up to clarify. "Let me explain. Almost everything in Robert's territory has been absorbed by Shetland and a few other families, leaving only some private properties of the Robert family. Currently, even the inhabitants of Robert's territory have mostly relocated to other lands. If it were not for Charlotte's sudden appearance, the Robert family would have faded from the aristocracy in no time. Charlotte, I had anticipated the family's decline, but I did not expect it to be this severe, almost stripped bare to their undergarments." This also indirectly explains why Lena thought of selling Charlotte upon their first meeting. Lena interrupted. "All right, enough of that. Covey, prepare the carriage. We shall depart for Azure Town." Covey bowed. "Yes, young Mississippi, even while riding in the carriage. It took Lena and the others nearly an hour to reach AzureTown.as for the mine. It would not cause any major trouble in the meantime. Lena had a clear objective. She paid no mind to the dazzling array of consumer points in Azuretown and headed straight for the marketplace. The marketplace was bustling with vendors setting up stalls and a variety of shops. Lena waited in place for Covey to park the carriage, and once parked, Covey would need to tip the person watching over the carriage. Charlotte asked, "Where do you plan to sell the mithril?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lena replied, "The Hiley's Trading Company." Covey approached and added, "The Hiley's Trading Company is a major merchant guild with a presence in multiple locations. Only a large trading company can casually purchase valuable materials like mithril. Of course, young Miss could also sell the mithril at the most renowned smelting shop here. A smelting shop, as the name suggests, is a place for forging armor and weapons. Charlotte, is there a significant price difference between selling mithril at the Hiley's Trading Company and the smelting shop?" Covey pondered for a moment and replied, "The smelting shop may offer a slightly higher price." Covey's reasoning was not unfounded. The trading company would also adjust their prices based on the person. Given the current decline of the Robert family, the Hiley's Trading Company would likely offer a lower price for the mithril. Covey had dealt with the Hiley's Trading Company frequently when liquidating items in the past. After all, one must bow their head when under someone else's roof. Upon hearing this, Lena reacted the most. "What? Selling at the smelting shop yields a higher price? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go to the smelting shop." "Covey, lead the way," Lena exclaimed softly, mindful of her surroundings. "Covey?" "Yes," young Mississippi under Covey's guidance. The three of them entered a shop called Copper Strength Smelting Shop. The proprietor of Copper Strength was a tall, middle-aged man hammering away at the forge. Upon noticing customers, he immediately set down his hammer. The middle-aged man asked, "What can I assist you with, esteemed guests?" Lena responded with her head held high. "We are not certain yet. But do you buy mithril here?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "Mithril? Do you have mithril in your possession?" "What? Does it not seem so?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lena and Covey. This combination clearly indicated nobility. It is not surprising for nobles to possess mithril. "I misspoke. Please have a seat." The middle-aged man's name was Gur, the owner of the Copper Strength Smelting Shop. Gur poured a cup of tea for Lena. "Esteemed miss, may I first see the size of the mithril?" Of course, Lena produced the mithril for Gur to inspect. After confirming its quality, he offered his price. "For this size, I can offer 55 gold coins." Hearing this price, Lena felt a surge of joy and was about to agree. But Covey cleared his throat behind her. Ahem. The sound instantly pulled Lena back to reality. She feigned composure and said, "I believe this price is still negotiable, but in the end," with Covey's subtle hints. Gur and Lena settled on the transaction price for the mithril. 61 gold coins and 5 silver coins. The exchange was completed, with money changing hands alongside the goods. Lena felt ecstatic. "Lena, we are rich. No more black bread for me." Poor child, truly driven to despair by black bread. Gur also carefully stored the mithril. Charlotte reminded Lena through her thoughts. "Lena, do not forget about the armor and weapons." Lena, "Oh, right, we still need to buy those." Lena inquired. "Gur, what are the prices for armor and weapons here?" Gur's face immediately broke into a smile, sensing business. "The weapons and armor forged at Copper Strength Smelting Shop are surely among the finest in all of Azuretown. Excellent armor and weapons are not expensive. An entire set only costs 15 gold coins." Hiss. Upon hearing this price, Lena gasped. Goodness, an entire set for 15 gold coins? Why not just rob them? She had only sold one piece of mithril for 61 gold coins. This could only afford her at most 4 sets. Seeing Lena's silence, Gur assumed she was dissatisfied with the price. Gur added, "I can offer you a slight discount, 14 gold coins per set. That is the best price I can provide. Any lower is impossible." Lena, with a serious expression, stated, "What I need is not the best." Gur doubted his hearing. What? This was Charlotte's intention. Armor and weapons, even if they are of inferior quality, would still find buyers among the players. Who doesn't start a game with white gear? This was Charlotte's exact sentiment, though Lena struggled to grasp it. "Lena, do you have any defective products? I will take 100 sets." Gear. Truly an eccentric individual. In the end, Lena procured 100 sets of inferior goods from Gear at the price of 5 silver coins per set. Such a price, of course, promised nothing of quality. The assortment of weapons was varied. including daggers, short swords, long swords, and axes, altogether costing 50 gold coins. The gold coins, freshly acquired, seemed to evaporate almost instantaneously. Lena was on the verge of tears. With so many armors and weapons, a single cart could not possibly transport them all. Lacking any storage tools, Lena had no choice but to arrange for gear to deliver the goods. Consequently, she paid an additional gold coin for the service. After agreeing on a delivery date with gear, Lena departed from his sorrowful place. Once outside the copper forge, she clutched her coin pouch tightly. "Woe is me, Charlotte. My money has vanished in an instant." Charlotte, with a resigned demeanor, viewed this as a necessary investment. Moreover, with the presence of those players, was there any fear of not earning a profit? Absurdity. Kyvie was as reliable as ever. Kyvie consoled Lena, saying, "Lady, our next step should be to procure food. Have you not longed for soft bread? Let us go and buy some." Lena gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded in agreement. "Yes." Charlotte added, "We must also purchase some black bread. Individuals from other worlds are not picky eaters." To this, the oblivious players responded, "Thank you." Moments later, all the necessary items were acquired, and it was time to return to the territory. On the way back, Lena's expression resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. Lena mused, "We should buy a cart. We must not skimp on necessary expenses, just a little more effort, and this plot point will soon conclude." Players echoed sentiments such as, "Shop. I demand the game to open the shop." It was now the third day since the game had launched. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the players, the collapsed passage in the mine was nearly cleared. Even Kyvie couldn't help but marvel at the industriousness of this group. An announcement was made. The passage of the abandoned mine has been cleared, and the mine map is now accessible. Charlotte proclaimed this announcement before all the players. As the passage was reopened, jubilation erupted among the players. "Oh, the progress bar has reached 100%. This is the result of their united efforts." Lena could hardly believe that a problem that had plagued her for so many years was resolved in just 3 days. That a player approached Lena and said, "Beautiful Lady Lord, we have successfully cleared the passage." The speaker was someone who had been dormant for 3 days, attempting to trigger a plot event. Lena nodded. "Yes, I have observed your hard work, my subjects. You have performed exceptionally well. Show my appreciation. My family has procured numerous items for you to exchange using territory coins with the steward." Lena's words sparked contemplation among the players. "Exchange? Has the shop been opened?" No sooner had she spoken than it became a reality. "Oh, official, I love you. Me. I want to be the first to exchange." The speaker was none other than Sishu, whose 4-digit territory coins were in desperate need of utility. Sishu hurriedly approached Kyvie, exclaiming, "Steward, I wish to exchange." Kyvie replied, "Please do not rush. The items have not yet arrived at the territory. Kindly wait patiently." Sishu's head was adorned with a large question mark. When will we be able to exchange, then?" Just as Sishu posed this inquiry, the ground trembled beneath them. What was happening? An earthquake? Is it a plot event or mere coincidence? Sensing the tremor, Charlotte, Lena, and Kyvie spoke in unison. "It's here." The trio gazed towards the source of the vibration, drawing the players' attention as well. On the road leading to the mine, clouds of dust billowed. A tall woman, with a physique surpassing that of an ordinary woman, expertly guided several sturdy horses through the dust. The horses were pulling a cart laden with goods. These horses, known for their remarkable endurance, were commonly employed for transporting cargo. The tall woman did not pause until she reached Lena's side. With strikingly bright red short hair, she leapt down from the cart. Standing beside Lena, the tall woman towered over her by at least 2 heads. "Are you Miss Robert, Lena?" she inquired. Maintaining her noble demeanor, Lena nodded. "Indeed, I am Robert, Lena. Well, this is the armor and weapons you purchased from the copper forge. I have delivered them to you. My name is Pira, Gears Jr. Pira only remembered to introduce herself at the end. "Thank you for your hard work," Lena replied nonchalantly, gesturing to Kyvie to present a tip, although the delivery fee had been settled. This was simply a matter of noble etiquette. Lena felt an overwhelming disdain for the unspoken rules of nobility. "It's all about money." Kyvie handed Pira a silver coin as a tip, and the distant players erupted into lively discussion. "Goodness, This cart is filled with armor and weapons. Does this plot mean we can now purchase equipment from the shop? Fantastic. I can hardly wait to showcase my skills. The dormant player was becoming restless. Kyvie asked, Miss Pira, may I inquire why the delivery was made here instead of at the Robert family's estate? Pira scratched her head. But Miss Robert Lena specifically provided the mine as the delivery location. I merely followed the address on the order. Kyvie then turned to Lena. Lena, with an air of nonchalance, stated, I am here, so it must be delivered here. Otherwise, who would sign for it? Upon hearing this, even Charlotte couldn't help but cover her head in exasperation. Astute, truly astute. Kyvie nodded, somewhat unconvinced. Very well. The lady must have a plan to transport all these goods back to the estate, considering the mine lacks the facilities for storing armor and weapons. Charlotte silently applauded Kyvie's insightful remark. Truly commendable. Lena, Kyvie, you have a solution, right? It was evident that this young lady had not contemplated the matter. With a sigh, Kyvie addressed Pira. Miss Pira, I must trouble you to deliver these armors and weapons back to the Robert family estate. Pira nodded. That is not a problem. But I have a question to ask. What is it, Miss Pira? Pira pointed toward the eager players and asked, Are you intending to arm that group of individuals with these armors and weapons? It was not that Pira found Lena and Kyvie's actions peculiar. Rather, the players' behavior struck her as extraordinarily strange. The excitement reflected in the players' eyes was unparalleled. Should only one or two individuals exhibit such enthusiasm? Pira could dismiss it as a mere oddity. However, nearly 100 individuals gathered at the mine all shared the same fervent gaze. This was rather unsettling. This was not an assembly of armed forces. This resembled a gathering of terrorists, Kyvie affirmed. Yes, it is indeed for them. Did you hear that? The steward has confirmed it, the players exclaimed, eager to learn more, as they overheard Pira and Kyvie's exchange. Pira, truly. Subsequently, Pira added, I wonder if there is a blacksmith in the Robert family's territory. Given the varying sizes of these armors, adjustments will be necessary to accommodate the different physiques of the users. Upon hearing this, Charlotte and the other two were momentarily taken aback. This particular issue had never crossed their minds. Lena, in her bewilderment, posed a rather morbid question. Will the equipment need to be reshaped? Fortunately, her inquiry was muted enough not to be overheard by the players. Otherwise, the title of Lady Lena would have been prefixed with an unfortunate moniker. The notion of needing to reshape equipment had slipped from Lena's mind. But she soon regained her composure, silencing herself. Pira nodded affirmatively, declaring, Of course, if the equipment does not fit properly, it poses a significant risk during combat. Lena, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. After Pira's explanation, the necessity of reshaping the equipment became apparent. However, a pressing question arose. Where would they find a blacksmith? In Robert's territory, apart from this herd of players, only she and Kaiwei remained, with perhaps Charlotte to join them. In Lena's understanding, Charlotte belonged to the Robert family. Even if she was merely a magical stone, she was still a part of that lineage. Pira noted the troubled expression on Lena's face and, with a sudden flash of insight, grasped the crux of the matter. I've heard that the Robert family has fallen on hard times. Could it be that there isn't even a blacksmith left in their territory? With this thought, Pira's eyes sparkled with realization. She took Lena's hands in hers and exclaimed, Miss Lena Robert, is your family's territory still in need of a blacksmith? I am, if I may say so, a skilled intermediate blacksmith. Moreover, my salary requirements are modest. Just 3 gold coins and 5 silver coins a month. Pira's eagerness was understandable given the dire employment situation. Various industries were embroiled in fierce competition. Although Pira was a junior to Gel and occasionally assisted him with orders, this was not a sustainable arrangement. Coincidentally, with Robert's territory lacking a blacksmith, Pira volunteered for the role as, what if Robert was in decline? As long as she was offered her wage, she could manage if they could afford 100 sets of equipment. Surely they could hire a few workers. Pira believed she could make a living here if Robert could no longer pay her. She could simply change jobs. Life, after all, is about adapting to circumstances. Pira's enthusiasm left Charlotte and Lena somewhat flustered. Charlotte quipped, Is there really employment anxiety, even in another world now? Lena interjected, Miss Pira, could you please let go of my hands? Realizing her mistake, Pira quickly released Lena.my apologies. I got a bit too carried away. Haha, it's quite all right, Lena reassured her, straightening her attire. Clearing her throat, Lena stated, if Miss Pira is willing to serve as a blacksmith for Robert, I would be most delighted. Then it's settled, Pira replied, her excitement palpable. Thus, Lena successfully recruited an intermediate blacksmith for a salary of 3 gold coins and 5 silver coins. However, Pira would need to establish a forge to commence her work. Regarding this matter, neither Lena nor Charlotte was concerned. The players would lend their efforts. Once Lena and Pira concluded their discussion, the players were practically on tenterhooks. I Shu Bu, Si Shu eagerly inquired of Kaiwei, Butler, can I now exchange for the equipment? You know, the ones on the cart. Kaiwei responded, this matter has been entrusted to Miss Pira, that if you have any requests, feel free to consult her. He then proceeded to introduce Pira. This is Miss Pira, our territory's newly arrived blacksmith. Pira greeted the group of miners warmly. Hello, I am intermediate blacksmith Wylan Pira. Oh wow, a blacksmith. Some players exclaimed excitedly that I knew we couldn't be without a blacksmith. It turns out we need to progress the plot. They urged, quick, ask how much the equipment costs. In every adventure game, blacksmiths are indispensable. Not only do they facilitate the purchase and repair of equipment, but they also play a crucial role in enchanting and enhancing gear, an essential aspect for those willing to invest. As the wealthiest player, Si felt particularly empowered to open the shop. Si addressed Pira. I wish to purchase equipment. Pira, puzzled, replied, purchase equipment. Wasn't that what Miss Lena had acquired for them? At that moment, Charlotte's voice echoed in Pira's mind. Pira, don't speak just yet. I am the guardian spirit of the Robert family. Simply follow the script I provide you to interact with them. Charlotte struggled to convey her identity. Resorting to claiming she was the Robert family's guardian spirit, Pira was momentarily stunned. Guardian spirit? She glanced back at Lena, who subtly nodded in encouragement, confirming Charlotte's assertion. With this validation, Pira questioned, how do I converse with them? Charlotte instructed, start by saying this. She imparted the general dialogue expected from an NPC to Pira. Pira, somewhat confused, attempted to process Charlotte's guidance. Why was everything so convoluted? Furthermore, what exactly were territory coins? Could they be exchanged for gold? Si Shu waved a hand before Pira. Hello, Miss Blacksmith, are you listening? Pira snapped back to attention. Oh yes, I'm here to I Shu remarked. Why did you seem to freeze for a moment? Did the optimization algorithm malfunction? Well, it's only natural for new technology like virtual reality. He reiterated, I wish to purchase equipment. Recalling Charlotte's teachings, Pira began to list the prices. A flawed iron helmet for 200 territory coins. A flawed iron breastplate for 500 territory coins. A flawed iron leg guard for 350 territory coins. And a flawed. Upon hearing Pira's prices, disbelief spread across the faces of the surrounding players. 3 days no fight exclaimed, goodness, the equipment is so expensive. Right? Who can afford that? Echoed another illness no medicine, that I've completed tasks for 2 days and barely have 300 territory coins in my backpack. I can only afford a leg guard and I want to even have enough for a weapon. Song Yuan Mingqing chimed in, there are many types of weapons, short swords, daggers, long swords, axes, but where are the bows and arrows? It seems the game great territory is sent strict with class divisions. It's quite flexible that I wash socks remarked. Let's not even talk about armor. Weapons should be a priority, right? Otherwise, we won't have any means of attack. This sentiment resonated with many players. Highlighting a crucial point. Without any means of offense, venturing into the dense forest would be perilously unwise. 3 days no fight analyzed. But what of defense? It's equally dangerous without any armor. Last time, they had witnessed 3 days no fight being swiftly dispatched by a spider without any protective gear. Another illness no medicine lamented. You all make valid points, but we simply lack territory coins. This stark reality underscored their predicament. Thus, they could only accumulate territory coins through task completion. The only player likely to afford a full set of equipment is probably Song Yuan Mingqing speculated. To which 3 days no fight and the others knew precisely whom he referred to. The exceptionally lucky player. Before Pira, Si Shu contemplated, indeed, this equipment is quite pricey. If I purchase an entire set of armor, I won't have enough territory coins left for a weapon. Should I forego the helmet or the boots? At the moment of indecision, caught in a dilemma regarding Sishu Busi Lena approached. She inquired of Sishu Busi "What is your name?" Initially taken aback, Sishu Busi soon realized that he might have triggered a special event. Was it due to his submission of the mithril? With excitement radiating from his countenance, Sishu Busi declared, "Beautiful lord, I am your most loyal subject. My name is Sishu Busi." Effusively flattering Lena, Sishu Busi was in his element. Lena nodded, indicating her acknowledgement. Then she turned to Pila and said, "I remember, Pila, he is eligible to receive a set of equipment and weapons. It is this individual who has presented the mithril. Speaking of which, he is quite the lucky charm. Gifting him a set of equipment is hardly a loss. After all, 5 silver coins and a piece of mithril the size of a fist are truly insignificant in comparison." Upon hearing Lena's words, the surrounding players exhibited expressions of envy. Wow! To receive a full set of equipment and weapons for free. How many territory coins would that cost? This transcended mere territory coins. The beautiful lord has taken note of Sishu Busishu's name. What does this signify? It is a privilege. Was it solely because Sishu Busishu discovered the mithril? It must be, in a way. I must also venture to mine. The players grew restless. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the conversation, Sishu Busishu, was utterly taken aback by this overwhelming surprise. "Congratulations! You have captured the attention of Lord Robert Lena. Due to your accumulated prestige, the Robert family has now taken notice of you." A prompt flashed before Sishu Busishu's eyes. Immediately, he knelt on one knee, placing a hand over his heart. "I pledge my loyalty to you." "My lady," Lena nodded nonchalantly. A lesson she learned from Charlotte and Kyvie about winning the hearts of these players. Once Sishu Busishu expressed his sentiments, Pila pulled him aside, scrutinizing his physique. Your build is acceptable. I shall select a set of equipment for you. However, the equipment may not fit you perfectly. Once my forge is established, you will need to reshape the equipment there to ensure a better fit. Do you understand?" Pila stated to Sishu Busishu. Sishu Busishu replied, bewildered. "The equipment requires reshaping." Pila, not in the mood for frivolity, playfully struck Sishu Busishu. "I asked if you understood." The blow nearly knocked Sishu Busishu off balance. Pila was a skilled blacksmith, and her strength was undoubtedly formidable. "I understand," Sishu Busishu hastily replied, fearing another playful jab. Pila nodded in satisfaction. "Good, as long as you comprehend." After selecting the equipment for Sishu Busishu, Pila inquired about the type of weapon he desired. Sishu Busishu expressed a wish for a longsword, and Pila retrieved one from the cart. Though it bore imperfections from Gel's forging, it was adequate for a novice. Currently, the only purchasable items were equipment, so once Sishu Busishu acquired a complete set, he had no territory coins left to spend. Pila then asked the others, "Is there anyone else who wishes to exchange for equipment?" Very few responded. Most players were short on territory coins, and aside from Sishu Busishu, not many could afford more than 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Only a few opted to purchase weapons, such as daggers and short swords. The players had read the post about the wind-whispering forest, all eager to venture into its depths. Even if they couldn't defeat the monsters, experiencing battle beforehand was worthwhile. What if by sheer luck they emerged victorious? During the novice phase, surely the game wouldn't unleash particularly dreadful monsters in the novice village. Some players lingered, opting to complete quests to accumulate territory coins. A few, after deliberation, resolved to buy weapons. Did you all hear? Right now, purchasing armor is futile. We must wait for the blacksmith's forge to become operational before it can serve its purpose. Then we only have the option of buying weapons. Only taking weapons into the wind-whispering forest. I like that. In fact, the most prudent approach would be to accumulate territory coins, though I do not despise adventure. There are currently 2 quests available. First, mine at the quarry. Upon reaching a certain quantity of iron, ore, or other minerals, you may redeem a quest reward. Second, assist Pila in constructing the forge. The first is a long-term quest, available at any time, while the second is a narrative quest, a fact well understood by the players. Once everyone had completed their purchases, Pila shouted from the cart, "Those willing to help me build the forge, follow me." This was the condition to undertake the quest. Immediately, a majority followed Pira as a throng of players marched towards the Robert estate. Do not be mistaken. The forge will not be built within the Robert estate. But rather, the carts laden with equipment and weapons must be returned to the estate for safekeeping. A few, including the trio of 3 days without a fight, were also in the procession, but their destination was not the Robert estate. Rather, it was the wind-whispering forest. The walking players, of course, could not match the pace of Pila's cart. Enviously, they gazed at the sturdy horses pulling the cart. Does this game feature a mount system? It should, given its high degree of freedom. I too wish to ride a horse. I tire of walking. Who wouldn't want to ride? For now, let us remain prudent and walk. Sishu Busishu was the only player with a complete set of equipment. Prompting others to inquire, "Big shot, what attributes does your equipment possess? Could you show us?" Yes, please show us. Under the demands of the players, Sishu Busishu graciously displayed the attributes of his equipment. Here, these are the attributes: flawed longsword, flawed quality, attack power, 0-10 durability, 100-100 description, a failed creation by a certain blacksmith. Yet quite economical for novice adventurers. Flawed iron chestplate, flawed quality, defense power, 10. Wow, this longsword has 10 points of attack power, exclaimed one player. Another regarded as battered pickaxe, lamenting, this wretched pickaxe only has 13 points of attack power. The disparity is immense. Of course, that pickaxe isn't meant to be used as a weapon. So nice. You should go exchange for one as well. It's not as if you can't afford it. I'll save up a bit longer. I fear that once I have weapons, I won't be able to resist the urge to fight monsters, and I currently have no equipment whatsoever. Such comments typically came from the cautious observers. The post by 3 days without a fight clearly outlined the dangers of the wind-whispering forest. Even the official website articles noted that the wind-whispering forest is a high-risk area, particularly unfriendly to novices. Yet this did not deter players eager to challenge or doom themselves, such as the trio of 3 days without a fight. Outside the wind-whispering forest, 3 days without a fight brandished his dagger. Flawed dagger, flawed quality, attack power, 0-7. Now that everyone has weapons, right? 3 days without a fight queried. The other 4 responded in unison yes. Their hastily formed team boasted a long sword, dagger, short sword, axe, and spear, encompassing every weapon type. Song Yuan Ming Qing held the spear, lamenting, "It is a pity we lack ranged options like bows. This team has its shortcomings." The support role is also absent, added Little Bear Hard Candy, for those well-versed in online games. The classic trio of warrior, mage, and priest is inescapable. And within this grand territory, the currently available combat system is remarkably flexible. However, without a system of spells, the notion of a healer class, such as a priest, is simply unattainable. 3 days without a fight stated. Let us wait a little longer. This game is still in beta testing, and there might be numerous tests to conduct. As the storyline progresses, I believe everything will fall into place. Despite the fact that this game is somewhat of a work in progress, the players involved in the beta testing are thoroughly engrossed in this game. There is no other reason for this. It is solely because the experience it offers is truly unparalleled. After articulating these thoughts, 3 days without a fight rose to his feet, that he gazed into the whispering forest, his eyes shining with a resolve to redeem past failures. Let us set forth. The group, including Little Bear Hard Candy, responded in unison. The team led by 3 days without a fight began to venture into the whispering forest. There are a few players like him, and their actions are all under Charlotte's perspective. Charlotte watched with keen interest. Oh dear, it seems I too need to update the game content. I wonder who will prevail when the 4th calamity encounters creatures from another world. Once the 5 entered the whispering forest, they remained on high alert. After unanimous discussion, they established their formation. The one wielding the axe, sick and helpless, took the lead, flanked by 3 days without a fight and Little Bear Hard Candy. In the center was I Wash Socks, followed by Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. 3 days without a fight cautioned, watch the trees. It was around here that I was ambushed by a face spider. Understood. The 5 moved cautiously through the whispering forest, inevitably attracting the attention of the lurking monsters. Soon, a face spider materialized before them. This time, 3 days without a fight finally got a good look at the creature that had previously killed him. True to its name, The face spider had a grotesque human visage for a head, while its body resembled that of a spider, roughly the size of an adult dog. Upon spotting the face spider, Sick and Helpless immediately grew wary. "Careful, a monster has appeared," exclaimed Sick and Helpless. "Goodness, it's enormous." The face spider, upon noticing the humans, wasted no time in launching an attack against 3 days without a fight and his companions. In the midst of the battle, the drawbacks of experiencing a virtual reality game for the first time became apparent. The group, lacking experience, floundered in confusion. Faced with the face spider's assault, their instinctive reaction was to retreat. The first to adapt was 3 days without a fight, that he stepped forward and plunged his dagger into the face spider's eye. "A direct hit? Nice, I got it." 3 days without a fight shouted in excitement. A seasoned player indeed, he had swiftly reclaimed his earlier defeat. The face spider, writhing in pain, attempted to retreat, but Sick and Helpless would not let this golden opportunity slip away. With a mighty swing, he struck at one of the face spider's limbs, but alas, he failed to sever it. Instead, the face spider retaliated, delivering a fatal blow to Sick and Helpless. "Goodness, that was a one-hit kill. I'm down." "A wash socks cover for me," commanded 3 days without a fight. "Okay." A wash socks promptly took Sick and Helpless' place. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing also stepped forward from the rear, encircling the face spider. Thus commenced the righteous brawl. The four disregarded any tactical finesse, wielding their weapons against the face spider with fervor. Given the stakes, their strategy hinged primarily on evasion, with offense as a secondary concern, following Sick and Helpless' demise. Both Little Bear Hard Candy and I Wash Socks also fell valiantly in battle. It was only after the tragic sacrifice of 3 comrades that 3 days without a fight finally succeeded in vanquishing the face spider. His heart raced, the adrenaline from the combat surging through him. Standing before the face spider-esque corpse, he wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Goodness, it was merely a monster, yet we barely managed to handle it with 5 people." The difficulty level for newcomers in this game is exceedingly high. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing replied, "It's just that we're still adjusting." After some time and with better equipment, it won't be this challenging. 3 days without a fight nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you make a valid point." The two paused to recover their stamina. Meanwhile, Charlotte observed the entirety of their battle with keen interest. Internally, she applauded. I didn't expect them to perform so well. In their first battle, they managed to defeat a monster. It seems the 4th calamity is indeed formidable. However, unbeknownst to them, the face spider is a social creature. Charlotte gleefully added this note. She watched with an amused mindset as 3 days without a fight navigated through the encounter. The appearance of one face spider signified that there was surely more lurking nearby. Just as 3 days without a fight and Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing planned to gather materials from the face spider-s, remains to return to Little Bear Hard Candy and the others. A rustling sound echoed from the surroundings. What is that noise? 3 days without a fight and Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing exchanged wary glances, their expressions frozen in shock. After regaining their composure, they looked at each other, resigned to their fate. Suddenly, 3 or 4 more face spiders surged forth, overwhelming 3 days without a fight and Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing in an instant. This battle marked a victory for the creatures from another world. The player's first exploration of the Whispering Forest ended in total annihilation. Before long, the 5 members of 3 days without a fight reunited at the resurrection point. Sick and Helpless posed a rather impolite question. How did you all perish as well? 3 days without a fight replied. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing covered his face in frustration. It's simply a lack of information. Who could have anticipated that the face spider was a social creature? What? A monster that, difficult to defeat, is also social. What is the point of playing? Exclaimed I Wash Socks, unable to contain his exasperation. Meanwhile, Little Bear Hard Candy timidly raised a hand. There is something else I'm not sure if you've noticed. What is it? Hard Candy. The 4 turned their attention to Little Bear Hard Candy. Our weapons seemed to have dropped. Upon hearing this, the 4 simultaneously glanced at their hands. Soon, for cries of despair erupted. No. After about an incense stick's worth of time, 3 days without a fight, and the others finally accepted the harsh reality of their lost weapons. Will our weapons respawn, or will they remain where they fell, waiting for us to retrieve them? Our wash socks remain a bit hopeful. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing sighed. Let it go. Even if we go back now, we still meet our demise. 3 days without a fight concluded. For our second attempt at exploration, we either need to gather more players or wait until we have a full set of equipment. Little Bear Hard Candy suggested. The old mining pick in my backpack wasn't he lost. Perhaps in this game, death only causes the loss of the equipped gear. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing nodded. That's a plausible theory. Sick and helpless proposed, so if we store our equipment in our backpacks before dying, it won't drop? This remains to be tested. Least it provides a new approach. The five reviewed their recent expedition in the Whispering Forest. Subsequently, 3 days without a fight summarized, it's now evident that our primary task is to grind for resources. Once we accumulate enough territory currency, we can purchase equipment. Undertaking exploration in the Whispering Forest without gear is exceedingly challenging. That is utterly unrealistic. The others nodded in agreement. In the short term, there was no better plan. Suddenly, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing remarked, actually, we don't necessarily have to grind. The group turned their gazes towards Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. That he spoke clearly. In the game, spending real money can bypass many steps. The others instantly grasped the implication. What you mean is that the players are diligently contributing to the construction of Robert's territory. Only a handful remain uninvolved in the task of building the smelting workshop. Thanks to the enthusiastic assistance of the players, Pira merely expended some vague territorial coins and swiftly erected a smelting facility, astonishing Pira with the rapidity of the endeavor. Pira murmured to herself, the efficiency of this group is truly remarkable. Where did the Lord recruit them? The smelting workshop is situated a few kilometers from Robert's estate, a distance that is neither too far nor too near. The semi-open workshop is approximately the size of half a basketball court. In simple terms, although small, it is fully equipped. For intermediate blacksmiths, the most vital elements are their smelting platform and furnace. As long as there is sufficient space to accommodate their tools, that suffices. To the left of the workshop, one can see numerous piles of iron ore unearthed during the past 3 days of clearing landslides, which must be refined by the blacksmith before they can be transformed into raw materials for crafting equipment. After the establishment of the smelting workshop, the players remained fervently engaged. Pira, do you have any tasks for us? I am willing to assist with anything. The players are currently quite eager for equipment. For them, laboring is a routine affair, a mere trifle. You know about Offline City and the Weekend Warriors? They're seasoned laborers. It is not uncommon for them to toil for days and nights in pursuit of a single piece of equipment. Pira pondered for a moment and replied, I require iron ore for forging equipment, and materials from the monsters can also serve as forging components. If you can bring me these materials, I can offer you a reward. The guardian spirit of the Robert family mentioned that she could freely command this group, provided they were compensated with territorial coins. Pira found it hard to comprehend that there were such foolish individuals in the world. Yet again, reality confounded Pira's understanding. The players readily accepted the task. All right, no problem. In the end, it all comes down to mining and laboring. As for slaying monsters, it will depend on the first few who venture forth. Shirchu, who had been pondering, approached Pira and said, Pira, now that the smelting workshop is completed, can you reshape my equipment? Shirchu's tone was filled with excitement. Had it not been for equipment restrictions, he would have long since embarked on an adventure in the Whispering Forest. Pira nodded, yes, hand over your equipment, and I will reshape it for you. All right, Shirchu complied, removing his equipment and handing it to Pira. Just as Pira was reshaping Shirchu's gear, the group known as the 3 days without fighting arrived. Found him! He is here! I Wash Socks exclaimed brightly upon spotting Shirchu, then called out to gather the others. Shirchu, taken aback by this sudden outburst, quickly found himself encircled by the 3 days without fighting. Their gazes were fervent, fixated on Shirchu, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Did you come looking for me for some reason? Shirchu timidly inquired, pondering inwardly. In this game, does being piked count as robbery? The group appeared quite menacing, suggesting ill intent. Just as Shirchu was lost in his thoughts, one of the 3 days without fighting spoke up. Brother, I would like to purchase the territorial coins you possess, 1,000 coins for $10,000. Is that sufficient? Ah, Shirchu had braced himself for a robbery, but was momentarily stunned by the unexpected request. Nearby, a wash Sox chimed in. If that's not enough, we can negotiate for more. You have no medicine, also shouted among the players. Buying territorial coins, 1 coin for 10 RMB. Add me, and payment can be made in advance. Indeed, the suggestion from Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing was to procure territorial coins from the players. Spending money often allows one to avoid unnecessary detours. Charlotte was also taken aback by this unexpected maneuver. Well, I underestimated you all. Noticing that Shirchu remained silent, the 3 days without fighting continued. Brother Shirchu, you now possess a complete set of equipment and weapons. And since you have no immediate use for your territorial coins, why not convert them into cash and sell them to us? The 3 days without fighting spoke earnestly. Just then, Pila intervened. Wait, there will be people delivering bread and other food items this afternoon. You can use your territorial coins to buy bread and such. Bread? It must be a consumable for restoring health. Upon hearing this news, the players' expressions brightened considerably. The abundance of goods indicated that the game was on the right track. Only the 3 days without fighting wore a complex expression, as he had hoped to exchange territorial coins with Shirchu, and Pila's announcement was clearly unfavorable for him, just as Shirchu was about to suggest negotiations. The 3 days without fighting jumped in first point 11,000. 11,000, we only need 900 territorial coins. The 3 days without fighting made a concession. Deal. Shirchu promptly agreed. The 3 days without fighting was indeed correct. He already had a complete set of equipment and weapons, and selling them 900 territorial coins would leave him with a surplus. The transaction proceeded amicably, and both parties logged off simultaneously to make the payment. By the time the two completed their transaction, Shirchu's equipment had also been reshaped. Pila returned Shirchu's armor to him. Here, your armor now fits your physique perfectly. Okay. Shirchu tried it on and found it indeed conformed better than before. Shirchu marveled, incredible. This game is so detailed that even equipment requires reshaping to wear it. Such attention to detail is truly impressive. Some observant players had previously taken note of the 3 days without fighting, realizing they were among those challenging the Whispering Forest. Hey, weren't you supposed to be in the Whispering Forest? Why are you back so soon? Indeed, when did you return? I didn't even notice. Ultimately, it was little Bear Hard Candy who spoke the truth. Actually, we died and came back. Sorry. The 5 of them all died. A complete wipe. Yes, that man-faced spider is truly ruthless. They swarmed together. A wash Socks complained. You have no medicine, nodded in agreement. Exactly. And my weapon was destroyed too. What? Death can destroy weapons. Why are you surprised? You've experienced this mechanism before. The equipment destruction mechanism is indeed both loved and hated. Other games might be manageable, but the early stages of this game make acquiring equipment exceedingly challenging. One can only exchange labor for gear in the real world. One might toil like a beast of burden, and in the game, it's the same. Stop talking about it, or I might just cry. Hey look, another brave soul returning from the Whispering Forest. Brother, did you also die and come back? How does it feel to revive? A player challenging the Whispering Forest approached. The player's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Don't even mention it. I encountered a blue wolf and hardly got in a few hits before it bit me to death. Now, my hard-earned weapon is gone. The 3 days without fighting placed a comforting hand on the player's shoulder. Their expression, one of understanding. Brother, empathize with you, a wash Socks remarked. You faced a blue wolf? What does it look like? Is it handsome? The man-faced spider we encountered looked utterly grotesque. It was truly an affront to the audience. The player pondered, stroking his chin, and remarked, quite dashing and imposing. I wonder if it would be possible to capture it as a mount. Little Bear Hard Candy counted on his fingers, inquiring what kind of monsters reside in the forest of whispering wolves and the man-faced spider. Surely, they cannot all be that formidable. I have no idea. The official website hasn't updated this section either. Another player responded. Perhaps we were being too impatient, that I hope the developers can adjust the strength of the monsters. Otherwise, the novice period will be exceedingly challenging. But a voice rose from the crowd as one player raised his hand, saying, Actually, I believe you are heading in the wrong direction. There is a place where only slimes reside at the outskirts. As long as we don't venture too deep, we won't encounter any man-faced spiders or whispering wolves. That it seems slimes are the designated novice monsters for us. He then produced a vial of slime essence he had obtained after defeating a slime. The slime's viscous liquid resembled a blob of mucus.ew. How disgusting. It looks just like snot. He's right. Just hearing the name slime indicates it's a novice monster, someone remarked. Perhaps that's what the developers intended. After 3 days without a fight. The group pondered the implications that there are indeed other monsters. Does that mean the man-faced spider is considered a higher-tier challenge? No wonder it was tough for 5 of us to defeat it. As Little Bear Hard Candy observed the slime essence, he stepped forward and said, "This is useful. It can be employed in forging. For every 10 vials of slime essence, I can exchange them for a quest reward." This statement was prompted by Charlotte, who gestured for him to speak. The monotonous grind of gathering resources would inevitably bore the players. Allowing them to engage in combat was the best way to maintain their enthusiasm. Call him summer capitalist Charlotte. Oh, here it comes. Combat quests. The players erupted into exhilaration. Those who had been watching no longer hesitated, swiftly procuring territory coins to purchase equipment from Little Bear. Successful examples had proven that even without gear, one could still defeat slimes with just weapons. Weapons were in high demand, but this also posed a problem. There were not enough weapons brought by Little Bear. Lena and Charlotte had calculated a 1-piece per person purchase, totaling 100 sets of equipment. However, at that moment, Charlotte had not considered a pressing issue. There would always be reckless players who might lose their gear. For instance, after 3 days without a fight. When those players returned to purchase weapons with their territory coins, Little Bear could only regretfully inform them, "I'm sorry, but all the weapons I brought are sold out. There's not a single weapon left in the entire forge. However, we still have armor. Do you need any?" Upon hearing this, the players who had died and lost their weapons were left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Is this some sort of hunger marketing? 3 days without a fight, exclaimed in despair. Observing everything, Charlotte merely smirked. This is unfortunate. I hadn't anticipated this issue. Yet the solution was simple. It all depended on whether they could figure it out. What now? Are we to face slimes barehanded? Little Bear Hard Candy posed this thought-provoking question. The others exchanged glances, while only Song Yuan Ming Qing remained unfazed. Noticing his demeanor, 3 days without a fight knew he must have a plan. "Ming Qing, you must have thought of something that don't hold back." "Speak up," Song Yuan Ming Qing chuckled. "Let me ask you all, how does one acquire weapons?" "I wash socks," Ever Blunt replied. "You buy them from the shop." "How else could it be? Surely monsters don't drop equipment in this game, or could they?" As it stood, the only means to acquire equipment was through the forge's shop, but the idea of monsters dropping gear was deeply ingrained in their minds. Before the shop, how were weapons obtained? Song Yuan Ming Qing continued his inquiry. This time, understanding dawned upon the group. "You're suggesting we can ask Little Bear to forge us a weapon?" 3 days without a fight, exclaimed. Song Yuan Ming Qing snapped his fingers. "Bingo! Congratulations, you got it right." He then proceeded to the forge.at this point in the game's narrative. Why had Little Bear suddenly appeared as an NPC and established a blacksmith shop? This was clearly meant to inform players about how to obtain equipment and weapons. Due to personal habits, players like Song Yuan Ming Qing prefer to refer to the forge as the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, Little Bear chose to ignore Song Yuan Ming Qing's ramblings. The guardian spirit of the Robert family had already informed her that these people had peculiar minds and could sometimes speak nonsensically. Now Little Bear fully understood. The signs indicated that this group was indeed a bit off-kilter. After Song Yuan Ming Qing's analysis, even I Wash Socks, who was a bit slow on the uptake, finally comprehended. "Little Bear, please forge me a Fire of Joy. I want one with an attack power of 999. I Wash Socks exclaimed as he stepped before her. In response, Little Bear rolled her eyes. "You want me to forge you a weapon? Fine, but you need to provide the materials. As long as you have ample and rare materials, I can forge you whatever weapon you desire, be it Fire of Joy or Frostmourne." The name Frostmourne had just been mentioned by Charlotte. "Wait, you know about Frostmourne?" I Wash Socks gasped in astonishment. Perhaps it's just the developer's wicked sense of humor. 3 days without a fight, speculated. Little Bear, unfazed, was asked by 3 days without a fight what materials are needed to forge a dagger. Without lifting her eyelids, she replied, 100 pounds of iron or 10 vials of slime essence and 10 bundles of oiler grass. You can gather oiler grass at the outskirts of the Whispering Forest. She informed them of the gathering location for oiler grass, 100 pounds of iron, or would yield less than 10 pounds of iron after refining. barely sufficient for crafting a dagger. The surplus materials would naturally be deposited into the guild's treasury. Slime essence and oiler grass still held some value in the marketplace. The Robert family was still in a stage of financial strain. They needed to practice frugality. Different weapons required varying amounts of iron. A detailed materials list was already posted in front of the forge for them to peruse. Let it be known, the equipment I forge is not defective. No complaints allowed. After stating this, Little Bear moved to the anvil, taking her seat. Did you hear that? The gear Little Bear forges is not the flawed merchandise sold in the shop. A Wash Socks exclaimed excitedly. A player who had been slain by the Whispering Wolves remarked, I heard. This is indeed the correct approach to the forge. They had inadvertently found a silver lining. Come, take a look at these outrageous material requirements. Someone shouted from the front of the forge. Iron chest plate, 600 pounds of iron ore. How long will it take me to mine that much? A player had previously tested, discovering that one could mine approximately 50 pounds of iron ore in an hour. 50 pounds of iron ore could be submitted for 5 tasks, yielding around 60 reputation points and 120 territory coins. This calculation revealed that the cost of forging would indeed be quite high. Of course, higher quality comes with higher costs. Someone reasoned. How many territory coins do you all have on hand? 3 days without a fight inquired. Suddenly, the appearance of slimes disrupted their plans. Players had exchanged their territory coins for weapons, resulting in a diminished capacity to acquire more. That I've only received 100 territory coins. The Little Bear Candy remarked, I haven't received even 100. In a slightly disgruntled tone, why should everything be prioritized for Little Bear Candy? Just because she is a girl? I am not incapable either. Song Yuanminking shrugged. Don't look at me. I never complained. After 3 days without action, he proposed, all right, let us return to the mine to gather resources and forge our weapons. Then we can use the territorial coins we have to equip everyone with armor and gradually assemble our gear. With this plan set, the group marched proudly towards the mine, while only Song Yuanminking turned back to the blacksmith shop. Since players discovered that the slimes in the Whispering Forest were easy to handle, these slimes had suffered greatly. Players eagerly turned the slimes into practice targets, attacking them with the fervor of starving wolves spotting their prey. Unlike the blue wolves and the human-faced spiders, even solo players could easily defeat a slime. As players relentlessly ravaged the slimes, Charlotte updated the official website with information regarding the Whispering Forest. Monster, human-faced spider description. One of the creatures inhabiting the Whispering Forest, it has a grotesque appearance and virtually no intelligence, initiating attacks on most living beings. If you lack sufficient strength, it is advisable to flee upon encountering one. As they are social creatures, danger rating, level 3 drops, spider legs, spider eyes, spider silk, and more. Monster, blue wolf description. A wolf-like creature found in the Whispering Forest, characterized by its bluish-gray FUR.IT possesses a certain level of intelligence, often attacking most living beings. Danger rating, level 2 drops, blue wolf pelts, blue wolf fangs, blue wolf claws, and more. Monster, slime description. The most common type of creature capable of existing in any region. With low intelligence and a cute, bouncy appearance, they are favored by novice adventurers and are considered the weakest monsters. Danger rating, level 1 drops, slime goo. After completing these monster compendiums, Charlotte admired her work. All right, this is a job well done. Let us upload it to the official website. Soon after, a new article titled Monster Compendium of the Whispering Forest appeared on the Grand Territorial website. Upon publication, the comment section was flooded with responses. Finally, the Monster Compendium is out. Didn't someone post about entering the Whispering Forest earlier? While they did enter, the storyline had not yet progressed to the combat phase at that time, resulting in the original poster being swiftly defeated upon entry, as they had no weapons or equipment. Are there any beta players here to clarify what the danger ratings in this Monster Compendium actually signify? At this moment, one such beta player spoke up. I just logged out of the game, and I see the website has been updated. Report, we have captured a beta player. Quick, don't let them escape. Received, engaging with 10086. Hey, there's no need to catch me. I'm not running I just need a break. The intensity of continuous play is a bit much. Please have a seat, esteemed player. Ahem, I must state that I am not well versed in the specifics of the human-faced spider and blue wolf's abilities, as I have only ever hunted slimes. However, Slimes are no longer easy to defeat, given the competition from other players. The danger rating of a slime is level 1, making it a rather weak monster. Right? Indeed, they are quite weak. With some basic maneuvering, a single player can easily handle slime. However, the human-faced spider and blue wolf are a different story that I am eager to hear more, that I have not personally challenged them, as dying results in the loss of equipment. Yet, other players have attempted it. A party of 5 faced a single human-faced spider and lost 3 members before finally overcoming it. Isn't it mentioned that the human-faced spider is a social creature? Yes, indeed. Thus, the 5-player party returned intact, though not alive. What about the blue wolf? The blue wolf is not social, but is still formidable. One player attempted to take it on solo and was swiftly defeated. Oh, how I long to dive back into the game. When will the officials open more testing slots? Same here. Meanwhile, in the game, after 3 days without action, the 5-person team had secured new weapons. However, I, washing socks, gazed in astonishment at the weapon in Song Yuanming's hands, nearly having my eyes pop out. Where on earth did you acquire that, Mingqing? It's not even on the blacksmith's list. Song Yuanming replied nonchalantly. It may not be on the list, but Pila can craft it. Little Bear Candy made a small request. May I give it a try? Sure. Even Song Yuanming would not refuse a request from a girl. Little Bear Candy took the ironwood bow from Song Yuanming's hands. Examining it closely, did I ask that why you returned to the blacksmith shop? To ask Pila if she could make you a bow. Song Yuanming nodded. Exactly, it has been proven possible. This game has many hidden details. With careful observation, one can glean valuable information. Pila is a mid-level blacksmith. There is no reason she couldn't craft the simplest of bows. What about the materials? The materials are similar to yours, just with 2 additional items. Oak from the Whispering Forest and buffalo tendons. I see now why you ventured into the Whispering Forest, to chop wood and butcher buffalo. Not only is oak necessary for crafting the bow itself, but arrows require it as well, and that incurs additional costs. Charlotte commented, a territorial coin recovery plan? I, washing socks, gazed enviously at the ironwood bow. This must be the first bow in the game, right? It looks absolutely stunning. Mingqing, can I borrow it for a bit? No. Song Yuanming promptly refused my request. I, washing socks, protested, is there a hint of gender discrimination here? Ignoring my outburst, Song Yuanming continued. However, while the ironwood is indeed convenient, there are many limitations to its use. First, the durability of buffalo tendons is finite. They must be replaced after extensive use. Second, this is a virtual reality game. Differing from the online games we previously played, I have tested it. Using bows and arrows in this game does not provide any aim assistance or error correction. In other words, the user's skill level determines the effectiveness of the bow and arrow, that if one skill is lacking, it is entirely possible to accidentally hit you. Song Yuanming casually uttered this rather alarming statement. Mingqing, may I ask, have you ever handled a bow and arrow in real life? No. Song Yuanming candidly admitted this fact. The other 4 members fell into an eerie silence. Oh no, we have a traitor among us. Ahem, let us skip this topic. After a light cough, 3 days without action chose to move past the question that I end this game. Characters possess no attributes or levels. Currently, the only means to enhance combat power lies in equipment. Our objective now is to hunt slimes, complete tasks to earn territorial coins, and then exchange them for gear. Once the gear is acquired, we can venture back to the human-faced spider's territory. Alright, the team members united in determination and set off on their slime hunting journey. Suddenly, I felt a chilling sensation on my head. Have a sickness, no medicine reached up to touch his head only to find an arrow. Song Yuanming stepped forward and retrieved his arrow. My apologies. I'm still practicing. Please bear with me. Have a sickness, no medicine. His equipment has dropped again. In a tone feigning innocence, Song Yuanming uttered those words. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Lena were busily arranging the bread delivered from a bakery. The initial orders stipulated that a cartload of bread would be delivered daily to Robert's residence. Lena gazed at the soft, fluffy loaves with delight, and unable to resist, she picked up a piece and took a bite. This is the sensation, so soft and tender. I haven't tasted this in ages, Lena exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion. Charlotte, now thoroughly acquainted with the young girl's character, remained unfazed. However, a question arose. Lena, Who do you intend to assign the responsibility of selling this bread to? Lena responded, bewildered, clearly having not considered this matter. Charlotte, with no other option, restated her inquiry. Who do you plan to have handle the sale of this bread? Pira is occupied with forging and trading equipment at the smithy. Do you intend to entrust this task to KV? Frankly, without KV, it seems improbable that you could manage the Robert estate alone. Charlotte was acutely aware of KV's significance. Lena was merely a mascot in this context. Lena said, we'll recruit someone to sell the bread. Just like Pira. Charlotte remarked with mild surprise, I didn't expect you to be so astute. That is, wait, Charlotte. What do you mean? Are you implying that I cannot think of it myself? Not at all. Really. The girl pressed. Uncertain? Absolutely. Charlotte declared emphatically, adding silently to herself. Just kidding. Where do you plan to recruit from? Perhaps Blue Town? Yes, Blue Town is relatively close. Since we are recruiting, why not hire several at once? Selling bread doesn't require many hands. Does it? I am not merely referring to the bread sales. I also mean skill instructors for the players. Under Charlotte's influence, Lena understood that players referred to individuals summoned from another world by Charlotte. Skill instructors? Precisely, skill instructors. Are you suggesting that I seek individuals to teach them combat techniques? You grasp my meaning correctly. That is indeed what I propose. Lena did not truly comprehend. She struggled to understand the necessity of finding skill instructors for the players. Wouldn't it be more favorable for them to obediently mine and serve as the black girls? However, Lena recognized that Charlotte's suggestions were advantageous, and though she couldn't fathom certain aspects, she trusted Charlotte had his reasoning. Charlotte was slightly taken aback. He had prepared an array of arguments to persuade Lena, yet she readily acquiesced. Aren't you going to ask anything? What is there to inquire? Since you say so, there must be some rationale behind it. I believe KV would not object either. KV nodded in agreement. For the Robert family to thrive, mere financial prosperity would not suffice. They required their own armed forces. Nonetheless, there remained one significant issue. Their remaining gold coins were dwindling. Lena opened her meager purse, revealing only a few scattered gold and silver coins. Charlotte sighed. Truly, it is difficult to find a hero with a mere penny. Let us first visit Pira. The black players should have submitted a considerable amount of materials. We can sell those to acquire some gold. Upon mentioning money, Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Blue Town, Talent Market. The Talent Market, true to its name, serve as a place to recruit individuals of various professions. Esteemed Miss, we boast the richest pool of talent at our market. May I inquire what type of talent you wish to recruit? A well-dressed intermediary approached Lena, providing a brief introduction. Lena remained silent. KV interjected, we need to recruit a lady knowledgeable in cooking, as well as someone proficient in combat skills. One skill instructor is already the limit. The materials gathered by the players would barely fetch a single gold coin. Time was of the essence. Had they more time, their choices would have been broader. What salary are you willing to offer? The intermediary inquired. For the lady cook, 1 silver coin per month. For the combat expert, 1 gold coin per month. Pira, as a mid-level blacksmith, earned merely 2 gold coins and 5 silver coins monthly. 1 gold coin was already Lena's utmost concession. Yet, a salary of 1 gold coin was not without potential candidates. The intermediary pondered, noting that Lena and KV appeared to be affluent nobles, yet their offered salaries were only slightly above average. The intermediary began to guide Lena and KV. However, after interviewing several candidates, neither was particularly satisfactory. As the sun began to set, Lena and KV had yet to recruit a single individual. Isn't it sufficient? At a salary of 1 gold coin, do you expect to hire a high-ranking warrior? The intermediary internally lamented that, of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. After all, no one wished to offend a noble without cause. Right? With a smile, the intermediary suggested to Lena, esteemed miss, since you're dissatisfied with the registered candidates, how about I draft a recruitment advertisement for you? This way, suitable individuals can reach out to you. Lena nodded. That works. In any case, don't expect her to part with another copper coin. In the following days, few candidates arrived at Robert's residence for interviews. Those who did were individuals that neither Lena, Charlotte, nor KV found appealing. This led Lena to complain, wondering if the intermediary had neglected to properly post the recruitment information. Such a lack of professionalism was intolerable. Charlotte, reclining against Lena's chest, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given the salary offered by the young lady, it was a miracle anyone would be willing to come. Yet, Charlotte, too, was unimpressed by the applicants to provide the players with the finest gaming experience. This was Charlotte's professional creed. Oh, and why was Charlotte reclining against Lena's chest? Lena found it inconvenient to carry Charlotte around constantly, so she had Pira craft a necklace to string Charlotte along. Thus, wherever Lena went, Charlotte followed. Indeed, regardless of the time or situation, Charlotte remained by Lena's side. Fortunately, Charlotte was currently a magical stone, so no reactions were provoked. After venting her frustrations, Lena took a bite of the freshly baked bread. The exquisite flavor blossomed in her mouth, eliciting a look of sheer delight. Oh, Mino's skills are truly unparalleled. Freshly baked bread is the most delectable, Lena declared after swallowing. While they had failed to recruit a skill instructor, they had successfully acquired a female cook. The applicant was Mino, who now took on the roles of bread seller and head chef. Hearing Lena's praise, Mino bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Miss, I merely studied under the master baker for a while." "Mino, you are far too modest. Lena's palate is quite discerning." Charlotte spoke up. Upon hearing her voice, Mino did not display much surprise, for she had already been astonished 2 days prior. As for why Mino was willing to come to this dilapidated Robert estate, it was because the Robert family offered not only a monthly salary of a silver coin, but also provided meals and lodging. With no home to return to, Mino was instantly captivated and agreed to come aboard this pirate ship of the Robert territory. The inexperienced lord, the elderly butler, a talking magic stone, and a peculiar assortment of vassals. Only Pira from the smelting shop appeared somewhat normal. Mino reflected that in just 2 days, she had completely assimilated into this environment. The vassals who came to bother her daily were genuinely enthusiastic. Is this a new NPC lady? Such pure black hair, quite rare." "Right, miss, what is your name? What do you do? Are you married?" "Go away, is it appropriate to harass an NPC like this? I just turned 18 this year." "You two leave?" On Mino's very first day, players flocked to her for dialogue, eager to trigger quests and storylines. Following Charlotte's instructions, Mino issued several tasks for the players to undertake, such as gathering ingredients and assisting in baking bread, which could enhance their cooking skills in Charlotte's expectations. Mino was also to serve as a mentor for life skills. After all, it was a fledgling operation, and those capable had to bear more responsibility. Nowadays, slimes were becoming increasingly difficult to capture. Hiding in the bushes, remarked while washing socks. "Little bear candy. Yes, perhaps there are just too many players, not enough to go around. Medicine for illness. But I feel like the number of monsters has decreased. Has the official set limits on their respawn time?" Hearing this, Charlotte exclaimed, "Why would I impose such restrictions? It is precisely your reckless group that charges at slimes without restraint. At this rate, the slimes will relocate. The rate at which slimes respawn cannot keep up with your slaughtering speed." 3 days without fighting had not engaged in combat for 3 days and was now tallying today's achievements: 77 slimes and 86 portions of slime goo. This allowed for the submission of 8 tasks, equating to 800 territory coins. After a day, even 2 pieces of iron armor were insufficient, I stated while washing socks. Song Yuanminking stepped into the battlefield. Retrieving his arrows, they were consumables that needed to be recycled and not wasted. As expected, the arrows were lodged in trees and the ground. Song Yuanminking, unembarrassed, remarked, "That's about it. Our team is now only lacking iron armor." After several days of accumulation, the team that had not fought for 3 days could be said to have upgraded significantly. Aside from weapons personally crafted by Pira, all 5 members were equipped with helmets, greaves, and shoes, except for the chest armor. Let us call it a day. Tomorrow we will return to Whispering Woods Area 1 to hunt some slimes, and we will be able to gather all our equipment. 3 days without fighting declared as he suggested disbanding. Whispering Woods Area 1 was a name decided by the players, indicating a region frequented by slimes, distinguishing it from Areas 2 and 3, where blue wolves and man-faced spiders roamed. Upon hearing this, Charlotte found the name quite agreeable and adopted it. "Okay," the others responded, then logged out from their original location. Currently, There were no inns within the game, so logging out from any place made no difference. However, logging out in the wilderness required caution, as one might find themselves amidst a horde of monsters upon logging back in the next day. After 3 days without fighting logged out, he habitually checked the Great Territory official website for updates. He had immersed himself fully in this game. Now, 3 days without fighting had garnered some renown on the official forum as a notable player. This was due to his frequent creation of strategy posts to assist other beta players and satiate the curiosity of those who were not qualified to enter the game. This endeared him to the community, accumulating a following in a recent strategy post. He revealed that Pira could craft equipment, stating that Pira's creations were of significantly better quality than the flawed items sold in stores. 3 days without fighting. Weapons forged by Pira are vastly superior to those sold in shops. Although the material costs are slightly higher than outright purchases, I have included screenshots of the equipment attributes below. You can judge for yourselves whether it's worth it. Flawed dagger, flawed quality, attack power, 0.7 durability, 100 description, a failed creation of certain blacksmith, yet quite affordable for novice adventurers. Ordinary dagger, ordinary quality, attack power, 0.12 durability, 100 description, a weapon personally forged by Pira, the mid-tier blacksmith of Robert Territory, with quality significantly better than some flawed items that in response. Gur remarked, "Are you even polite?" This strategy post by 3 days without fighting gained considerable traction, and Charlotte even pinned it for visibility. While the ordinary quality dagger surpasses the flawed quality dagger by 6 points in attack power. And this is just for daggers. The attack power for longswords and axes should be even higher. Pira, or my deity. 3 days without fighting. There is also a hidden event, but I did not discover it myself. It was my companion's song Yuaminking who did that. I only included it in this post with his consent. What? A hidden event? Please tell us quickly. I take back my previous statement. You are truly my deity. 3 days without fighting. That is, Pira can craft bows and arrows, but this option requires direct communication with Pira to trigger. The materials for bow and arrow crafting are somewhat different, so feel free to research it yourselves. Note, arrows are consumable items, and there is no assisted aiming or error correction in the game. Players lacking a solid foundation should choose carefully, or they might inadvertently become a danger to their allies. What? Bows and arrows. They're my favorite. I wondered why there were no ranged weapons. It turns out one needs to trigger it themselves. Bows and arrows. Got it. Haha, I have secured this insider information. By the way, who among you has mined any mithril? I've been mining for several days, but all I've found are iron ores and some worthless stones that no, I've only found iron ore as well. Perhaps only the lucky ones can find mithril. For us non-lucky ones, it's better not to dream. Luck be with you. Sacrifice 10 years of the lucky one's lifespan for me to mine mithril. I truly envy you players with beta access. When will the officials open up more testing slots? If I can't play this game soon, I might just go mad. Yes, I spend every day on the forum watching you discuss strategies. My eyes are nearly bloodshot. Yet I can't resist opening the forum, even if I have to buy a game card. Just give me a chance. In response, Charlotte stated that he had no surplus magic. Currently, Lena had not provided him with even a trace of magic. He relied solely on the magic he had previously absorbed and accumulated. Thinking of this, Charlotte exited the forum and returned to his own perspective. He addressed the resting Lena. Lena, you have yet to offer me any tribute. If you continue to withhold it, my magic will dwindle. Nearly 10 days had passed since the game's launch, and Charlotte's magic had been considerably depleted. Lena drowsily opened her eyes. Tribute? What tribute, Charlotte? Oh dear, it seems this young lady has completely forgotten about it. However, Lena was not truly oblivious. She quickly recalled that, oh right, the tribute, Lena exclaimed, coming to a realization. Charlotte, I'm glad you remembered. Lena sat up and pondered before asking. But what kind of tribute do you need? Just so you know, it can't be too expensive. I need these coins for my regular expenses. Lena tightly wrapped her precarious pouch of coins. Charlotte covered her head. Well, it seems that persuading this young girl to spend money on herself is rather unlikely. However, the meager offerings provide hardly any magical power. At this rate, she would inevitably fall victim to the fate of being drained dry. Deep in thought, Charlotte suddenly recalled that the player's abilities had vastly improved since last time, especially after not having played for 3 days. An epiphany struck her. I've got it. Lena stepped out onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air. Have you decided what offerings you want? Yes, I have. What is it? Lena inquired. The corpses of 10 magical beasts, blue wolves or man-faced spiders, Charlotte replied. Wait, what? At that moment, players still engaged in the game, whether hunting slimes or mining for resources, received a new notification. The weekly territory task has commenced. They can now collect tasks from Butler Coveted. As soon as this message popped up, those players online were momentarily stunned, some even allowing slimes to escape. Upon logging back in after 3 days, they received this notification. Weekly territory tasks? What kind of gameplay is this? I have no idea, someone responded. However, a bit more gameplay is welcome. It means more territory coins to collect. Let's go see Butler Covey. After receiving the notification, the players abandoned their current tasks and headed to the Robert family estate. So did the one who had not played for 3 days. At the Robert estate, Covey was tirelessly explaining the contents of the weekly territory tasks to each player. Magical creatures often roam near family territory, which is a sign of weakness for any domain. Brave and wise citizens, wield your weapons and safeguard the safety of our family territory. Task requirements. All citizens must submit 10 magical beast corpses to me, Butler Covey. Task rewards, dependent on the contributions of the citizens. Total rewards, 10,000 territory coins, 5,000 points of Robert family prestige. Current progress, 0-10. After understanding the weekly territory tasks, the one who had not played for 3 days realized. This is the only competitive task. The rewards are substantial, but the competition is fierce. This task is shared among all players. For every completion by other players, a portion of the task reward will be divided among them. Goodness gracious. Am I dreaming? I must be mistaken. 10,000 territory coins and 5,000 prestige points. A player stared in disbelief, only to be punched by a nearby player. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Of course. If I punch you, see if it hurts. It hurts, which means you're not dreaming. This is real. 10,000 territory coins. How many loaves of bread and equipment can I buy with that? You're only thinking about the task rewards. You haven't mentioned the task content at all? Blue wolves and man-faced spiders. Has anyone killed these 2 types of magical beasts yet? Previously, the team that had not played for 3 days managed to kill a man-faced spider, but was wiped out in the process. ISNT that right. The difficulty of this task is considerable. It's a collective task, but it's also a competitive one. In brief exchanges, everyone confirmed the nature and completion method of this task. Team up. With their current equipment and honed skills, they still have a chance of defeating blue wolves and man-faced spiders. Meanwhile, Song, Yuanminking, and others who had just received the information hurriedly logged in. The group rushed to the estate. A wash socks. What is going on? I logged out for just an hour, and the game is big news. What is going on? A wash socks inquired. The one who had not played for 3 days shook their head, saying, I just logged in not long ago. Song Yuanminking speculated, is this the official intent to push us through the Whispering Forest? Given the current situation, the player's equipment is nearly at par. Little Bear Hard Candy. The rewards are quite generous. There should be many challengers, right? A wash socks suddenly shivered as if coming to a realization that I don't know about the blue wolves. But the man-faced spiders tend to swarm. If they all rush at once, what should we do? The one who had not played for 3 days. The man-faced spider is challenging precisely because it is a social creature. While the blue wolf is solitary, its strength should be comparable to a single man-faced spider. Right? Song Yuanminking. Perhaps slightly stronger to as they spoke. Several players had already formed teams and began heading towards the second area of the Whispering Forest. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. They aimed to kill blue wolves, not man-faced spiders. Everything has its own progression. Yes. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let us go hunt blue wolves, a wash socks declared. If everyone else is going, and we don't go, the task will be snatched away. There was a hint of excitement in our wash socks tone. Such competitive tasks easily ignite the player's competitive spirit and sense of honor. This is precisely what Charlotte hoped to see. The players were joyful, and she could absorb the magical energy from their offerings, a win-win. But let us not rush. We need to resupply first, Song Yuanminking calmly stated. The one who had not played for 3 days nodded. Exactly, the bread in our bags is nearly depleted. We need to buy some from Mino. Bread restores stamina and HP, of course. This is the effect in the game. In reality, It is Charlotte using magic to heal the players' bodies, leading them to mistakenly believe in such a mechanism. Little Bear Hard Candy. I've been learning cooking as a life skill. I can make bread myself later. Hard Candy, you're amazing. I wash socks praise it. No medicine for a disease. What about the chest plates? The territory coins we have on hand are only enough to exchange for 3 sets of chest plates. Song Yunminking raised the ironwood bow in his hand, saying, I'll be in the back. You frontliners go first. Upon hearing that Song Yunminking would be shooting arrows from behind, the 3 who had not played for 3 days felt a chill run down their spines. They feared not just falling victim to the wolves, but also to Song Yunminking's arrows. Little Bear Hard Candy quickly followed suit, offering the chest plates to the 3 who had not played for 3 days. Then I'll take the rear, keeping an eye on you. This keeping an eye on the rear is not meant literally. It refers to watching the back of the team, a term in the game. Little Bear Hard Candy also wanted to avoid friendly fire. Song Yunminking noticed the lack of trust from the others, but merely shrugged in response, saying nothing. One day, they would realize how indispensable he is. Geniuses are often misunderstood and unappreciated. All right then, let us have me, socks, and no medicine equip the chest plates first to shield against attacks while you all wait for an opportune moment to strike from the rear. Okay, everyone agreed to this arrangement without objection. The group first went to Mino to purchase plenty of bread, then proceeded to Pila for some equipment repairs. Finally, the team that had not played for 3 days set forth towards the second area of the Whispering Forest, where the blue wolves lurked. Meanwhile, in the Robert estate, Lena watched as groups of players rushed towards the Whispering Forest. Although she knew that the players' deaths were not permanent, she still worriedly asked, are they truly all right? After all, this group of players has undergone no combat training. They are essentially novices. Charlotte, however, remained calm and reassured her. Lena, rest assured, no one is more suited for such endeavors than they are. From nothing to something. Exploring ways to overcome challenges is what players excel at. Even for hellish tasks, there will always be persistent players. Lena, very well. The arrival of the players has indeed brought about a remarkable transformation for the Robert family. After 3 days of relentless exploration in the Whispering Forest Zone 2, a signal from the foremost member, illness without cure, prompted the group to halt. Hush, everyone, stay silent. There's movement. Upon hearing this alert, the team immediately fell into a state of heightened vigilance. Cautiously lowering their bodies, they advanced stealthily forward. Before long, they spotted 2 azure wolves emerging from the thicket. 2 of them? A Wash Socks whispered, struggling to contain the astonishment in my voice. What is going on? Is the intel flawed? Are azure wolves also pack creatures? Song Yunminking pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, that shouldn't be the case. The official information didn't classify azure wolves as social beings. So what is the situation now? Perhaps there is simply a couple. What harm is there in that? He jested. Stop fooling around. Little Bear Hard Candy interjected. What do we do now? Engage them or retreat and switch targets. Lacking experience in battling azure wolves, they were particularly cautious. Hearing Little Bear Hard Candy's question, all eyes turned to the de facto leader of their small team. 3 days no fight. Sensing their gaze upon him, he gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. Engage 2 azure wolves. If we handle this well, victory is not out of reach. Moreover, if we win this battle, we could claim the corpses of both azure wolves, gaining a significant lead over the other players. All right, we shall fight. Socks, you and illness without cure draw the attention of 1 azure wolf and hold its aggro. Hard Candy and Ming Qing, come with me to take down the other. 3 days no fight, commanded the team. Okay, leave it to me. With that, I Wash Socks and illness without cure charged forward. The 2 suddenly emerged, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 azure wolves. The wolves let out low, guttural growls, as if warning or preparing to attack. I approached 1 azure wolf. I leaped and struck swiftly at its eyes with my sword. There was no hesitation. I Wash Socks was no longer the naive novice he had been when facing the human-faced spider. The sword cut through, leaving a wound. Though shallow, it had inflicted damage. Blood oozed from the injury. Nice. Success, I exclaimed in delight, with illness without cure cheering me on. Aru. The azure wolf howled in pain, immediately retaliating with a swipe of its claws. Clang. However, the counterattack was deftly intercepted by Illness without cure, who had rushed to support. Good teamwork. The other Azure Wolf, witnessing its companion being assaulted, did not remain passive and attempted to flank from the side, only to be intercepted by 3 days no fight. Hey, your opponent is here. 3 days no fight's attack disrupted the male Azure Wolf's attempt to assist. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, striking the male Azure Wolf squarely in the eye. Aru! The arrow penetrated deep into its eye socket. Blood gushing forth. I can't believe I hit it. 3 days no fight, exclaimed in surprise. Impressive. Little Bear Hard Candy was equally astonished. For once, Song Yuanminking had not faltered. He swiftly knocked another arrow. After all these days, I've become quite familiar with archery. It's not difficult, is it? He quickly loosed a second arrow. Swish! Little Bear Hard Candy tilted her head, then plucked an arrow from her helmet. Turning back, she glared reproachfully at Song Yuanminking. He averted his gaze. An accident. 3 days, no fight, chose not to dwell on their brief squabble, focusing entirely on the male Azure Wolf before him. Just as he prepared for a second assault, the male Azure Wolf raised its forepaw, the sharp claws shimmering with wind elemental magic. 3 days, no fight's expression sharpened as he called out, "It's using a skill." He swiftly retreated, trying to evade the impending attack. A blade of wind erupted from the Azure Wolf's claw, launched with its strike. Sizzle! The wind blade struck 3 days no fight's chest armor, tearing through the flawed piece of equipment. Puffed! He fell to the ground, spitting out blood. 3 days. Are you all right? Little Bear Hard Candy inquired with concern as she took over the battlefield. 3 days, no fight wiped the blood from his lips. I can still hold on. He grimaced in pain. In pursuit of a realistic gaming experience, he had set his pain sensitivity to 80%. Internally, he lamented, "Damn, this really hurts. I should have lowered it." After a moment of grumbling, 3 days no fight rejoined the fray. He could not allow Little Bear Hard Candy, lacking proper armor, to serve as the frontline tank, which would lead to casualties in battle. As for Wash Socks and Illness without cure, they took turns managing aggro, maintaining control over the female Azure Wolf with finesse. Managing aggro is a fundamental skill for every player. Having lost one eye, the male Azure Wolf's accuracy diminished significantly, and it was nearing its limit. Seizing the opportunity during the wolf's attack recovery, 3 days no fight leaped onto its back and plunged a dagger into its skull. The male Azure Wolf let out one final howl before collapsing. Lifeless, the male Azure Wolf had drawn its last breath. Nice. Seeing this, 3 days no fight was overjoyed. That we did it. Little Bear Hard Candy beamed. Stop celebrating over there and come help. This one has gone berserk, unleashing skills all over the place. On the other side, a Wash Sock signaled for assistance. The female Azure Wolf, upon witnessing her mate's death, entered a frenzied state, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that left Wash Socks and Illness without cure struggling to defend themselves. Oh no, here it comes. Mingxing, put down your bow. Tisich, Song Yuanminking muttered under his breath, yet complied, stowing away his bow and arrows. The 5 of them temporarily avoided the onslaught of the rampaging female Azure Wolf, waiting for it to tire before launching a coordinated attack. After enduring their assault, the female Azure Wolf, too, could not escape the fate of being slain, lying motionless alongside her mate. Phew, although the battle was somewhat challenging. We did win, didn't we? 3 days no fight remarked, gazing at the 2 Azure Wolf carcasses with a smile. Wash Socks and Illness without cure collapsed to the ground. We'll take down 2 on our first encounter. Perhaps extreme scent, so extreme after all? Well, winning is what matters. Now our progress surpasses that of others. What should we do next? Continue hunting Azure Wolves or submit our quest first? Let us submit the quest. We wouldn't want any unforeseen mishaps. We can hunt Azure Wolves after. I concur. Then let us go. Here, take the bread. 3 days no fight stowed the Azure Wolves' remains in his backpack, and the group chatted merrily as they made their way toward the Robert estate. Charlotte had been observing them since the battle commenced. Pleased with the achievements of 3 days no fight and his companions, she thought, excellent. The players now possess the capability to engage with Tier 2 magical beasts. It seems the offerings need not be a concern. The carcass of a blue wolf could potentially provide Charlotte with approximately 1,000 points of magical power. I shall check on the status of the other players. After 3 days of absence, their party has returned safely. bringing back 2 blue wolf carcasses. This prompted exclamations of astonishment from the players still at the estate. Goodness, they dispatched 2 blue wolves so swiftly? Such speed is remarkable. This must be the first team to submit their quest, right? I recognize the captain of this team. It is the one known as 3 days without fighting from the forum. So it is him. No wonder. 3 days without fighting, and his companions approach Kaiwei. Butler, we have come to submit the carcasses of the magical beasts. 3 days without fighting, informed Kaiwei. Kaiwei cast a glance at the 2 blue wolf carcasses, his face betraying satisfaction. Excellent. You have done well. You have successfully upheld the dignity of Lord Robert's territory and ensured the safety of the citizens. These accomplishments will be remembered by the Lord, Kaiwei remarked, before instructing 2 players to assist him in transporting the carcasses into the storage room. This is a blue wolf. It's my first time encountering one up close. How magnificent. During the transportation, the 2 players could not help but affectionately stroke the wolf's fur. The texture of the wolf's coat was smooth and pleasant to the touch. Is this considered a successful submission? Awash Socks inquired, scratching my head. Indeed, we should be the earliest team to submit the quest. The final rewards will likely be distributed once the quest progress reaches 100%, replied 3 days without fighting. Your analysis is quite valid. Shall we take this opportunity to hunt another blue wolf? After all, the reward for the quest are quite generous. That is precisely my intention. Let us go. The party of 3 days without fighting set off once more. Hurry! Move quickly! In the second area of the Whispering Forest, a heavily wounded man, wrapped in layers of bandages, spoke to a young girl. As he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before him stood a little girl in a red robe, emanating a gentle, green magical energy as she treated his wounds. Tears glistened in the corners of the girl's eyes, yet she bravely declared, "No, I will not leave. If I go, we shall go together." The man's abdomen bore a claw mark, indicative of an attack by the blue wolf's wind blade. What a fool you are! What can you accomplish by staying? Are you merely here to accompany me to my demise? The man scolded, though he refrained from insisting that the girl leave. Not far away, an elite blue wolf, significantly larger than an ordinary one, slowly emerged from the thicket. This was the very beast that had been pursuing the man and the girl. The elite blue wolf bore wounds from a long sword on its face and back, blood seeping from its injuries. The pain only heightened the wolf's rage and impatience, intensifying its desire to devour the 2 humans before it. The man, initially perceived as an easy target due to his injuries, now revealed an unexpected strength. As he beheld the approaching elite blue wolf, a bitter smile crept across his face, gripping his long sword tightly. He understood that the elite blue wolf remained wary of his desperate struggle. Is it due to my injuries that I am unable to contend with even a single blue wolf? He self-deprecatingly mused. Upon hearing this, tears fell. If you wish to heal your injuries, you may accompany us back to the territory. Perhaps the Lord may have a solution. The man murmured, Robert, that noble who has fallen into decline in recent years? It seems he has not completely vanished. Upon hearing about the healing, a young girl behind him tugged at his garment. Injuries need to heal. Rest is essential, she stated earnestly, her expression grave. Ultimately, the man could not refuse the girl and agreed to return with the group to Robert's territory. Observing this, the others wore expressions of triumph, as if to say, "Nice, we succeeded." Due to the man's severe injuries, the journey back was a collaborative effort, with 3 days not hitting, the ailing one, and I washing socks taking turns to support him. The others remained vigilant, ready to fend off any sudden monster attacks. 3 days not hitting asserted that their lives were inconsequential, but they could not let Idle and Ivy perish. Idle was the man's name, his full name being Levi Idle, while Ivy was simply Ivy. Their names were gleaned by 3 days not hitting during their conversations with them. Who is the current head of Robert's household? Idle inquired what is the name of the beautiful lord? A washing socks asked the others. Lena, Robert Lena. Song Yuan Ming Ching replied with a look of exasperation. This fool only knows to call her the beautiful lord. But is Lena a woman? Idle was taken aback. Indeed, what of it? Do NPCs harbor gender biases? What is an NPC? Furthermore, I harbor no discriminatory sentiments towards women. Meanwhile, within Robert's estate, Charlotte had set the weekly task of gathering 10 beast corpses. And now they had reached the 7th. Lena and Charlotte entered the warehouse where the beast corpses were stored. Charlotte expressed her satisfaction. The players are truly impressive. It's only the first day of the task. And they have already hunted 7 blue wolves. Charlotte had been monitoring the players' battles. Although there had been some casualties among the player teams, with members perishing in combat with the blue wolves and equipment scattered about. Thankfully, the teammates had returned with the fallen players' gear, minimizing losses. That Lena's eyes sparkled with greed. If we sell these at the market, how many gold coins could we make? The corpses of blue wolves, be it their fangs, claws, or pelts, were all premium materials, fetching a decent price. The market value of a single blue wolf corpse ranged from 1 to 3 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Charlotte immediately retorted, "Don't even think about it. These are my offerings. I need them to restore my magical energy." Lena contemplated arguing, but ultimately refrained, reasoning that she would obtain supplies for Pila later and have KV sell them. "As long as you understand," she replied. "Hey," Charlotte and Lena bantered when KV's voice broke through. "Knock, knock. Miss, could you please step out? A guest has arrived." A guest. Both Charlotte and Lena looked puzzled, eyeing this decrepit territory of Robert. Not even birds would deign to visit, so who could possibly be a guest? With curiosity, Lena stepped outside the estate. "KV, who has arrived?" Lena inquired. KV stepped aside, revealing 3 days not hitting alongside Idol and Ivy. "Miss, these two are Idol and Ivy." Idol gazed at the surprisingly youthful lord with astonishment, but bowed respectfully with Ivy beside him. "I have met the Lord of Robert, and offer my highest respect to the master of this territory. My name is Idol, Levi Idol, and this is Ivy." Ivy, feeling uncomfortable, echoed, "Greetings, Lord." Lena nodded, as she was well-versed in noble etiquette. No need for formalities. As Lena assessed Idol and Ivy, she noticed the severe injuries that Idol bore. "Idol, you are injured?" "Yes." Idol began to respond, but 3 days not hitting interjected. "Beautiful Lord, we discovered Idol and Ivy in the Whispering Woods. They were under attack by an enormous blue wolf. Idol's injuries must have been incurred during that encounter. However, when the beast saw us approaching, it fled. Otherwise, we could have slain it and brought it back. 3 days not hitting boasted this, primarily to enhance their team's standing in Lena's eyes. And our team consists of 3 days not hitting. Little Bear Hard Candy, I Washing Socks, The Ailing One, and Song Yuan Ming Qing. Do you remember us, beautiful Lord?" Idol thought, such an impolite subject. How can subjects interrupt a noble's discourse? Such behavior invites punishment from the gentry. He wondered how this young lord would address her subject's rudeness. Moreover, only a fraction of his injuries had been inflicted by that beast. Had he been at his peak, that elite blue wolf would have met its demise. Unexpectedly, Lena displayed no intention of reprimanding 3 days not hitting. She merely regarded him and the others. "Very well, I understand. Your contributions are evident, and Robert's territory shall remember you." Ding! Upon Lena's declaration, a notification window appeared before 3 days not hitting and his companions. Indeed, this was the work of Charlotte. "Congratulations, you have attracted the attention of Lord Robert, Lena. Due to your accumulated reputation, the Robert family now holds a slightly favorable view of you." Nice. 3 days not hitting, and the others exuberantly waved their arms. They had left an impression. This was akin to the unique notification triggered previously, but now they had achieved it too. Idol was somewhat dumbfounded by this outcome. "Lord, will you not address their behavior?" he asked, for they had offended the dignity of nobility. Lena understood Idol's implications, but could not explain that these players were not from this world and were unaware of the rules governing nobility and commoners here. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Lena steeled herself and replied, "Noble dignity is not manifested through the punishment of subjects, but rather through the commitment to foster prosperity and harmony within the territory, as well as the smiles on the faces of the subjects." Her words were delivered with grace. Upon hearing this, 3 days not hitting immediately grasped the meaning. The sycophantic 3 days not hitting was the first to shout, "Long live the beautiful Lord! Long live Robert's territory!" The other players followed suit, their cheers rising like a tide, crashing one after another. This left Idol even more astonished. mistakenly believing he had stumbled into a scene of some sort of pyramid scheme. Lena feigned calmness, accepting the player's adulation while pondering that her words had likely been appropriate. As the players cheered, Charlotte scrutinized Idle and Ivy. Charlotte was also amazed. 3 days not hitting had ventured into the Whispering Woods and returned with 2 individuals. Had they come to offer assistance, knowing Robert's territory was short-handed? What a stroke of fortune! Let me see what talents you two possess. Charlotte eagerly examined Idle and Ivy's information. Indeed, Charlotte intended to deceive Idle and Ivy into remaining in Robert's territory to work for herself and Lena. There was no choice. The lack of manpower was dire, and Charlotte wished she could clone herself. Idle, novice. What? As soon as the scanning results emerged, Charlotte could not help but exclaim in astonishment, startling Lena in the process. While Lena maintained a stoic expression on her face, her heart was filled with indignation directed towards Charlotte. Charlotte, what are you yelling about? You've scared me, she exclaimed. This is in front of everyone. If you behave in a manner that lacks decorum, I will find a place to bury myself. Charlotte disregarded Lena's irate reaction and urged, Lena, you must keep this man here. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Lena temporarily suppressed her anger, curiosity piqued. What is so special about this person? To Lena, Eder merely appeared to be an injured adventurer. Charlotte, however, did not keep her in suspense and candidly replied, This Eder is a high-ranking warrior. What? A high-ranking warrior. Even Lena's expression shifted slightly upon learning that the injured man before her was of such stature. A high-ranking warrior possesses enough strength to serve as a captain in the palace guard in the capital. How could someone of such caliber be injured by a mere wolf? This is inconceivable. Lena expressed her confusion but did not doubt Charlotte's judgment. Charlotte continued, Yes, a high-ranking warrior. However, there is something peculiar about this one, huh? Lena was even more perplexed. Please clarify. Charlotte examined the scanning results closely. Eder, junior warrior, severely injured. Full-strength high-ranking warrior. Note, severely injured by an unknown means, suppressing the subject's inherent strength, making it difficult to eradicate. He has been gravely wounded by someone, currently in a suppressed state, which is why he only exhibits the abilities of a junior warrior. But it matters not. I can use magical energy to heal his injuries and restore him to full strength. The 2 exclamations about bore distinctly different meanings, the latter clearly infused with surprise. You mean you can heal his injuries? Lena reiterated, seeking confirmation. Yes, Charlotte replied confidently, as a traveler, specifically one who had transmigrated into the realm of magic stones. Her abilities were yet to be fully harnessed. I understand. Lena's eyes suddenly brimmed with determination. This is an opportunity for the Robber territory to acquire a high-ranking warrior at a minimal cost. It must not be missed. Lena gazed at Eder and declared, Since you are injured, you shall recuperate in Robert's territory before departing. There are vacant rooms in the mansion. You can stay there. Coincidentally, the Robert family possesses items capable of healing injuries. Lena did not immediately extend an olive branch. She intended to proceed gradually. As for the healing items, she was referring to Charlotte. Eder did not expect Lena to invite him to reside within the mansion, although he had also contemplated finding a place to stay in Robert's territory. He said, my lord, I'm truly humbled. I only require a rented room and do not need to occupy your mansion. Eder mused to himself about how overly amiable the lord seemed. Such a lord. Does he truly command respect? Meanwhile, Ivy, standing beside Eder, felt that Lena exuded an approachable aura. Indeed, it was akin to that of a harmless, naive fawn in the forest. Ivy's intuition had always been keen. However, Robert's territory currently lacks any residential houses. There are only Pila's smithy and Mino's bakery. There are hardly any common folk, let alone normal residents. The players do not require housing either. They log off when tired. The sky serves as their blanket, and the ground is their bed. I can't believe it. Just as Lena was about to explain, Charlotte let out another peculiar cry. Lena could no longer contain herself. Charlotte, what is wrong with you? After her scream, Charlotte exclaimed, Lena, we've truly hit the jackpot. No wonder Eder was indifferent to the healing items. It turns out this way. Charlotte displayed Ivy's information to Lena. Upon viewing it, Lena resolutely told Eder and Ivy. No, you shall reside in my mansion with the encouragement of everyone present. Eder and Ivy ultimately moved into the Robert mansion. Eder felt it would be disrespectful to repeatedly decline Lena's kindness, as it would also be an affront to the nobility. In the room, Ivy sat at the edge of the bed, swinging her short legs. She surveyed the room's decor and remarked, "Humans' rooms are quite strange." Eder replied, "You will need to get used to it unless you wish to return to the forest." Upon hearing Eder's words, Ivy shook her head. No, I did not want to go back to the forest. After saying this, Ivy jumped off the bed and tugged at Eder's clothing. Her pitiful demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. Eder gently stroked Ivy's head. As long as Ivy does not wish to return, no one can force you to go back. Ivy released Eder's clothing and then looked at his injuries. Eder, heal. Well, I must trouble you again. Eder lay down on the bed to allow Ivy to heal his wounds. A gentle, pale green magical energy ignited in Ivy's hands, enveloping Eder's injuries. Under the influence of the healing magic, Eder's wounds began to mend gradually. Though the healing process was slow, it was indeed effective. Charlotte scanned Ivy's information. Ivy, apprentice druid. Note, unable to transform into an animal, resulting in ostracization from her kin. Charlotte withdrew her gaze from observing Eder and Ivy and said to Lena, "Indeed, that little girl is a druid. She possesses healing abilities. Though not comparable to mine, it is genuine healing magic. Druid, it has been long since I last heard that name," Lena remarked slowly after listening to Charlotte. Druids are a race that dwells in the forest. While not entirely isolated from the world, druids are seldom seen in the vicinity of Robert's territory. Druids can harness the power of nature, and their magic possesses healing properties. Miss Lena, Charlotte is correct. We should indeed strive to retain Eder and Ivy in Robert's territory, suggested Covey from the side. Lena nodded. Yes, I will do my utmost. If the two of them could stay, we would have a skills instructor and a healer. This is incredible fortune. Charlotte could not help but exclaim. The next morning, Mino brought warm bread to Eder and Ivy. Mr. Levi, Miss Ivy, this is breakfast prepared for you by Lady Lena. Please enjoy, Eder replied. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Eder was not surprised that Lena would send Mino with breakfast, as it is a basic courtesy for nobles to extend to their guests. What astonished Eder was that in the vast Robert mansion, Mino was the only maid. He had seen many residents, players, yesterday. Had Lena not intended to select any servants from among them? Ivy accepted the bread from Mino and thanked her. After Mino bowed and departed, Ivy took a gentle bite of the bread, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. So soft and delicious. This was the first piece of bread Ivy had eaten since leaving the forest. After finishing breakfast, Eder and Ivy exited the Robert mansion. Eder intended to observe this reputedly declining noble territory, while Ivy was simply curious about human lands. Hey look, it's those two NPCs from yesterday. A sharp-eyed player immediately spotted Eder and Ivy. Indeed. Let us go over. Perhaps there is some hidden plot. Please, no pushing. As the words left their lips, players surged towards Edel and Ivy like sharks catching the scent of blood. Hello there, little sister. I have lollipops here. Would you like to have one? One player attempted to entice them. Offering a lollipop made from honey he had gathered in the Whispering Woods, that tea held no significant effect. Rather, it was merely a means to satisfy his own cravings. Edel, are you an adventurer? Do you have any tasks for me? Another inquired, or perhaps you possess any hidden secrets or legendary equipment. I can assist you with anything if you have gear. The players clamored, their excitement nearly overwhelming Edel and Ivy. Edel remained composed. After years of traveling across various lands, he had encountered far worse situations. However, Ivy appeared somewhat frightened by the multitude surrounding them. The incessant chatter from the players gave Edel a headache. Enough, stop. I have no tasks for you. I appreciate your goodwill, but I merely stepped out for some fresh air, he declared to the crowd. Seeing his firm response, the players relented, realizing that without a quest, it was likely that the storyline had not progressed sufficiently. They began to disperse, tending to their own affairs. The weekly territory quests still required 2 monster carcasses. Yesterday's interruption by Edel and Ivy had hindered their progress, and they had only managed to hunt a single young wolf afterward. The team that had succeeded in hunting the young wolf was none other than the 3 days no fight group. following their motto of not engaging in battles for 3 days. They had crafted a bow. With the newfound weaponry, they found it relatively easy to deal with the young wolf. Indeed, 3 days no fight exhibited slightly superior skills compared to the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing team. Although they occasionally harmed their own teammates, the blacksmith shop in Pira, the members of 3 days no fight were busy repairing their gear. After yesterday's battle with 2 young wolves, all 5 members had sustained damage to their equipment. Particularly, the armor of 3 days no fight, which had borne the brunt of the frontline assaults, was severely worn from the wind blades of the wolves. Pira, feeling exasperated, began mending their gear while grumbling. "What is the point of repairing this defective armor? You'd be better off having me forge new pieces. It's such a hassle." The members of 3 days no fight broke into a sweat. Well aware of the truth in her words, they wished they could replace their gear, but the cost of forging new equipment was higher than simply buying it. So for now, they opted to make do. They planned to reconsider their equipment after the rewards from the weekly territory quest were distributed. Little Bear Candy sensed something unusual among the players. It seems there is some commotion over there. She pointed towards the direction of the Robert estate, where Edel and Ivy were. Could it be that a storyline is advancing? Pondered 3 days no fight. Unclear, Pira replied as she handed back the repaired armor. "Here you go. Just don't bring me any more defective pieces to fix next time. Repairing such flawed items is a waste of my skills." "Thank you, Pira." The group rejoiced at their freshly mended armor. "Since our gear is ready, let us head over and see if we missed anything important." Agreed, they all concurred as they made their way towards the Robert estate. "Hey, Lena, how do you plan to attract Edel and Ivy?" Charlotte inquired from her study. Lena, holding a quill, was learning to manage territorial affairs alongside Kiwi. Upon hearing Charlotte's question, she replied, "No rush. It won't take long. Edel and Ivy will willingly remain in the Robert territory." "Oh," Charlotte was taken aback by Lena's confidence. "Please, share your insightful reasoning." Charlotte nearly misphrased her inquiry. "Firstly, Edel is currently injured, and finding a quiet place to recuperate would be the wisest choice. Secondly, the only nearby noble families are the Robert and Shetland families. If Edel wishes to keep Ivy's druid identity hidden, he won't consider the crowded Shetland territory." Lena articulated her analysis clearly. Charlotte was genuinely surprised. Lena's thoughts aligned almost perfectly with his own. Although there were some gaps, it was still quite impressive for her. Charlotte tentatively asked, "Lena, have you taken some strange medicine today, or did Mino's bread not bake properly?" "What do you mean, Charlotte? Can't I have a moment of brilliance?" "No, wait, you're being very disrespectful," Lena retorted, bending her fingers to flick Charlotte on the forehead. "Ouch!" Charlotte yelped in exaggerated pain. When 3 days no fight arrived at the Robert estate, the players had already dispersed. "Excuse me, could you tell me what just happened?" 3 days no fight asked a nearby player. The player recognized him, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. Well, it's nothing much. Those 2 new NPCs just stepped out for some fresh air. And we went over to ask if they had any quest at IC. And what happened next? Edel said he didn't require anything from us, so we disperse at Understood. Thank you. No problem. By the way, does your team still need members?" "I could join as a substitute." The player inquired. "No, we're all set. You might want to ask other players about forming a team." 3 days no fight replied, shaking his head. "All right then." The player, feeling somewhat dejected, wandered off. "Yes, that's so." A wash socks kicked a small stone along the path, bored. "Should we head back to the Whispering Woods, Area 2? We still need 2 monster carcasses for the weekly territory quest. Perhaps we could submit a 3 days no fight." And Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing both shook their heads at no. "We're going to find Edel and Ivy," they said in unison, exchanging glances. Wash socks was puzzled. "But didn't that player just say there are no quests? Why are we looking for Edel and Ivy?" 3 days no fight explained, "There may not be tasks, but as newly introduced NPCs. Edel and Ivy must have something that triggers the storyline." Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing nodded in agreement, sharing the same thought. "Let us interact with them. We might stumble upon something unexpected." "All right, I'll follow your lead." A wash socks conceded, relinquishing his thoughts. The advantage of being in a team became apparent. At crucial moments, one could simply let go of their own thoughts and follow the lead of their companions. The group of 3 days no fight began searching for Edel and Ivy around the Robert estate, soon finding them at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Edel was leaning against a tree while Ivy was picking fruits. For a druid, being in a natural environment was more conducive to restoring magical energy. There they are. 3 days no fight, exclaimed as they spotted them. Hearing the familiar voice, Edel opened his eyes. Is it you? He recognized this peculiar group of residents, the leader's name being 3 days no fight. Was that a name from Solar Continent? Yes, it's us. Edel, are you out here for some fresh air? Is your injury all right? 3 days no fight approached Edel and inquired. Edel felt a greater fondness towards 3 days no fight than other players. That I'm fine. Just a minor injury to You seem quite accustomed to it. Have you been injured often? Not exactly accustomed. You may as well understand it that way. 3 days without a word, and then a conversation began between Edel and the others, observing their lively exchange. The remaining 4 refrained from interrupting and sought out Ivy instead. Ivy remembered those who had rescued her and Edel. It's you, the ones with peculiar names. Upon seeing the group, she remarked, Is it true that we bear such an odd image in the eyes of NPCs? Of course, what did you expect? Replied the one known as Little Bear Gummy to him. Why name is Little Bear Gummy? Hello, Ivy. Little Bear Gummy introduced herself. Sister Little Bear Gummy? Ivy mused, noting that the girl appeared older than herself. Hearing Ivy softly call her sister sent Little Bear Gummy's heart aflutter, causing her insides to blossom with delight. I am called I Wash Socks. You may call me Brother Socks. You go away, don't scare the child. Ivy interjected, I am Brother Medicinal Herb. I am simply sawing you and minking. Little Bear Gummy inquired, Ivy, what are you doing? Ivy displayed the fruits in her hands, saying, I'm picking fruits. They are edible. Little Bear Gummy tasted one, only to grimace in dismay. Oh, how sour. Ivy, these fruits are very sour and unpalatable. A sharp tang lingered in her mouth. Yet, Ivy remained unfazed. I in the forest. These are all we have to eat, I Wash Socks said. Ivy, Haven tea you had any bread? Mino's bread is delicious. Although it is pricier than dark bread, its restorative properties surpass those of dark bread. Ivy nodded. I've had some, but we don't have bread every day. Why not? I don't know if Edel will stay here. Perhaps once his injuries heal, we will have to leave. Are you all going on an adventure? I cannot say no. I say to him, then why not stay in Robert's territory? That way, you can have Mino's bread every day. The mere thought of daily baked bread caused ripples of excitement in Ivy's eyes. Indeed, Mino bakes bread daily for the beautiful Lord and for us. However, the quantity is limited. Sometimes it's not guaranteed that one can secure a loaf. Among 100 players, Mino cannot attend to everyone's needs. Furthermore, I have learned cooking skills from Mino. She can make pastries. We could turn these sour fruits into delectable treats. Pastries? Yes, pastries. They taste sweet and tangy. I've never had them. We can ask Mino to make pastries from these fruits. She will not refuse. Is it really possible? Thus, they continued their conversation with Edel and Ivy until noon, when they departed for lunch. Edel approached Ivy, reaching for a fruit, only to be halted by her. You cannot eat that, Ivy said with utmost seriousness. Edel was puzzled, as Ivy had never acted this way before. These are meant for pastries. We'll ask Sister Mino to make them. Ivy explained. Oh, Edel understood. Did that group of people tell you this? They said pastries are sweet and tangy and quite delicious. Edel paused for a moment before asking, Ivy, do you wish to stay here? Ivy tilted her head. Are we not leaving? In truth, staying in Robert's territory was not out of the question. Edel conveyed this to Ivy's. Soon as he finished speaking, Ivy grasped the hem of Edel's garment tightly. Really? Her tone was filled with anticipation. Perhaps even Ivy herself was unaware of the hope she harbored. Indeed, Edel affirmed, continuously bringing Ivy along was not a sustainable plan. Robert's territory was sparsely populated, and Ivy's identity should remain concealed. Moreover, Ivy appeared quite fond of this place. Upon hearing Edel's resolute affirmation, Ivy's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. I want to stay here. I want to stay here. Charlotte, who had been secretly observing Edel and Ivy, felt her jaw nearly drop to the ground. Is this truly how we successfully keep both Edel and Ivy? Charlotte questioned, filled with disbelief. She and Lena had yet to do anything. And these two had already been won over by the efforts of those who had gone 3 days without a word. It seems that whoever brings them is responsible for their conquest. Lena inquired, startled. Charlotte relayed the scene she had witnessed to Lena, who was equally taken aback. After hearing Ivy's response, Edel gently patted her head, smiling. "All right, we shall return shortly. I will speak with the Lord and request that we be allowed to join this territory." The two did not linger long and quickly returned to the Robert estate. Upon arriving, Edel approached Lena and said, "My lord, I wish to join Robert's territory, and Ivy feels the same." Lena, having anticipated this, wore a calm demeanor. She nodded, "Very well. I agree. Robert's territory welcomes you both." Edel was taken aback. He had not expected Lena to so readily accept their request. He had assumed he would need to demonstrate his worth to gain acceptance from her in the territory. Lena clarified, "Yes, you wish to join Robert's territory, and Robert wishes to keep you. It is a mutual desire, so why not agree?" Lena's words were clear and straightforward. Edel replied, That seems to be the case." However, he could not shake the feeling that something crucial was missing from the process. Lena stood, patting Edel's shoulder. "I understand you are a skilled warrior. However, due to your injuries, you cannot fully utilize your abilities. You should consider it a stroke of luck that you are willing to join Robert's territory. The honor is ours." Upon hearing Lena's words, Edel's eyes widened in astonishment. "How does she know of my capabilities?" "An unassuming lord. Surely, there should be no one in this territory who could discern his strength. My lord, how did you perceive this?" "It wasn't her. It was me," Charlotte interjected, answering the question on Lena's behalf. Edel and Ivy's gazes shifted to Charlotte simultaneously. "A talking stone?" Ivy tilted her head adorably. "My name is Charlotte. You may call me that, Ivy." When Edel realized that a magical stone was speaking, his expression morphed into one of utter shock. He covered his head. "Wait, let me think for a moment. A talking magical stone. What on earth is this territory about? Everything here seems extraordinarily peculiar." Charlotte continued, "I am Charlotte, the guardian spirit of the Robert family. I discerned both your identities, so rest assured, aside from me, Lena, and Kawe, no one knows that Ivy is a druid." Edel's astonishment continued to mount. "You can tell that Ivy is a druid?" Charlotte puffed out her chest, declaring, "It's simple. I can even heal your injuries more quickly than Ivy. In just a few months, I can restore you to your prime." "Are you saying, Charlotte, that you are a holy stone? In the legends of the druids, there exists a sacred stone capable of healing any wound, though no one has ever laid eyes upon it." Charlotte remarked, "Not quite." Although she was uncertain about the reasons for her transposition into this realm, Charlotte was resolute in her identity as a magical stone, specifically a magical stone endowed with extraordinary abilities. She possessed the capacity to amplify magical power 100-fold. Lena explained, "This is the situation. Charlotte is the guardian spirit of our family, endowed with remarkable powers, and healing Edel's injuries will be a mere trifling matter." After a moment of astonishment, Edel accepted the current circumstances. The land of Solo was rife with peculiar occurrences, and he had simply encountered one of them. Placing his hand upon his chest, he declared, "I, Levi Edel, pledge to contribute to the Robert territory and its lord, Robert Lena." Was the Robert territory truly a declining noble estate? Not necessarily. With Charlotte's ability to heal such injuries, Robert's resurgence was an inevitable reality. Lena cautioned, "However, it is important to clarify. Charlotte's healing services are not complimentary. You shall need to earn them through labor." Edel nodded. "That is only natural if there is any way I can be of assistance." "My lady Lena, please do not hesitate to inform me." Lena continued, "I require you to serve as a guardian for the Robert estate and to instruct the inhabitants of the territory in the art of combat. Your remuneration will be 1 gold coin per month, as originally established for the recruitment of skill instructors." Edel replied, "That is perfectly acceptable. Guiding them in their techniques is quite an uncomplicated task." Charlotte interjected, "However, when you instruct them, you must collect a form of currency known as territory coins. Let us settle on 100 territory coins per session." Charlotte's scheme for collecting territory coins had never faltered. From Pira's smithy to Mino's bakery, and now to Edel's skill instruction, she felt like a genius. Truly, she was astounded by her own brilliance. Edel, on the other hand, appeared perplexed. Yes, there's such a currency as territory coins? Lena took a moment to elucidate the nature of territory coins to Edel, who nodded in a manner that suggested he was only partially enlightened. Ivy chimed in. May I use some fruit to ask Mino to make pastries? I have copper coins. She produced several copper coins that Edel had given her. Lena bent down to gently caress Ivy's cheek. It's quite all right. Simply tell Mino that I desire to indulge. All right. Ivy then added, if there is nothing else, my lady Lena, I shall take my leave with Ivy. Indeed, when Ivy tends to your injuries this evening, bring Charlotte along. He will be able to assist you. Understood. Thank you, my lady Lena. Farewell. Ivy and Lena waved goodbye before departing with Edel. After their exit, Charlotte snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Skill instructor, get! The game content has been updated. Following this proclamation, Charlotte mentally accessed the Grand Territory's official website and published a new article. Major update. Players can now learn combat skills from skill instructors. New NPCs added, Edel and Ivy. Edel serves as a skill instructor. Players may spend territory coins to learn combat skills and techniques from Edel. Note, Edel is solely responsible for instruction if you do not master the techniques. Please practice several times. Some players with lower aptitude may need to attempt learning Edel's combat techniques multiple times. Thus, Charlotte took the precaution of forewarning players in the article. Upon the article's release, it instantly incited a tremendous response on the official forum. Wait, what did I just see? This game finally has skills. Let me speak. Edel is a man in his 30s, while Ivy is an adorable little girl. Hey, you there, shut it. Combat skills, what can we learn? Can we learn magic? Probably not. Edel seems to be a warrior, not someone who wields magic. Regardless of what he teaches, at least we won't have to rely solely on basic attacks anymore. I'm logging to learn skills, but what does that note mean? If you do not master it, please practice several times. Is there a probability involved? Have you all forgotten that the Grand Territory is a virtual reality game? The skills here must differ from traditional online games. They cannot be learned just by trying. It depends on one's aptitude. The analysis from above was sound. That evening, Ivy received Charlotte from Lena's hands. Lena, somewhat uneasy, cautioned, Ivy, remember to return him once you are done. Although Lena wished to project an image of trust, ever since discovering Charlotte, he had remained by her side without deviation. The sudden prospect of him being borrowed by Ivy and Edel for a night left her feeling unsettled. Ivy nodded, yes. I shall return him once I have treated Edel. Charlotte reassured, it is but a brief separation. Lena, you need not dwell on me. Get lost? Who would think of you? Truly. After uttering this retort her mind, Lena bid farewell to Ivy and Charlotte before closing the door. Ivy gazed curiously at Charlotte in her hands, prodding him gently. Don't poke. It tickles. Ivy held Charlotte up to her eyes. I apologize, but you are Charlotte. And you can speak. How marvelous. Ivy was once again astounded by Charlotte's abilities. Charlotte replied, there is nothing extraordinary about it. Now, let us proceed to heal Edel. Ivy nodded. She led Charlotte back to the room she shared with Edel. Being new to this environment, Ivy felt a sense of security being with Edel. With Charlotte's assistance, Ivy's healing abilities saw a significant enhancement, allowing Edel's wounds to mend at a pace far swifter than when Ivy had treated him alone. Edel, sensing the rapid recovery of his injuries, was equally astonished. Indeed, my lady Lena spoke the truth. What a remarkable ability! Ivy exclaimed, Charlotte, this is wonderful. In stark contrast to the invigorated Edel, Charlotte felt as though his essence had been drained. The healing process for Edel had consumed over 100 points of magical energy, even with the amplification of 100-fold. Without such enhancement, the treatment would have required a minimum expenditure of 1,000 points of magical energy. Charlotte could not help but inquire, Edel, who was responsible for your injuries and the imposition of such a binding? It appears quite tenacious. Edel's expression faltered for a moment before he hesitantly shifted the topic. My lady Charlotte, do you have any further instructions regarding the training of the inhabitants? Sensing Edel's reluctance to discuss the matter, Charlotte shrugged. Very well, I shall not press. Regarding the training of players. Oh, players refer to those inhabitants. Remember to start with simpler, easily learnable techniques to give them the impression that combat skills are uncomplicated and only then introduce them to more challenging techniques. Thus, Charlotte commenced his employee NPC training. The following day, a throng gathered before the Robert estate. Undoubtedly, these individuals had come to learn skills from Edel. When will Edel emerge? I am positively eager to learn skills. Have you prepared your territory coins? Of course, the official site mentioned the possibility of not mastering them. So I brought extra territory coins. Me too. When Edel finally appeared, he momentarily stood in disbelief at the scene before him. Are the people of Robert territory truly so eager to learn? This thought floated through his mind. As soon as Edel and Ivy made their appearance, the players surged forward. Edel, I've come to learn skills, surrounded by the eager crowd. Edel felt a sense of deja vu. This feels so familiar. Wasn't it just like this yesterday? Yesterday, players surrounded him to request quests, but now they pursued him for the opportunity to learn combat techniques. Edel placed Ivy on his shoulder to shield her from the throng of players. He called out loudly, "Those eager to learn combat skills, please form a line, one by one." At his command, the players swiftly organized themselves into an orderly queue, transforming chaos into structure. Ivy watched this with delight. Edel turned to the first player and inquired, "What weapon do you wield?" "A longsword." "Very well," he then asked the second player, "And you?" "A spear." "And you?" "I also wield a longsword." Upon reaching the sixth player, Edel finally recognized the inefficiency of this method. Consequently, he decided to alter his approach. Clapping his hands, he addressed the players. "All right, I shall now outline the combat techniques I will teach in this first session. Focused on the longsword. Those with a longsword, please step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, a portion of the crowd stepped out from the line. Observing these players, Edel's next statement was a fee of 100 territory coins. "Please," the players responded with silence. Though they longed to voice their grievances, they dutifully paid the 100 territory coins for the lesson. Charlotte's currency recovery plan was a success. Edel led these players to an open area outside the estate. Adjacent to Pira's forge, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that the spacious terrain was ideal for training. Gently placing Ivy down, he allowed her to find a comfortable spot to sit. Ivy obediently settled beneath a tree, enjoying the shade. Once Ivy was situated, Edel unsheathed his longsword from behind him and addressed the assembled players. "Now, I shall demonstrate the combat techniques associated with the longsword. Pay close attention to my movements." True to his reputation as a seasoned adventurer, Edel's demonstration of longsword techniques was devoid of convoluted actions or intricate maneuvers, consisting instead of straightforward and effective techniques. This was a carefully crafted set of movements he had devised for teaching the players, effectively fulfilling Charlotte's plan to profit from them. The players, standing before him like obedient students, marveled. "So this is how skills are taught. I had imagined it would be akin to the martial arts novels, where one simply learns with a swift motion. Your expectations are rather fanciful, to be honest. I had similar thoughts. Enough idle chatter. Did you remember the techniques? Darn, why can't this game record my screen? It's already a miracle that it allows screenshots. Have you forgotten this game is still in beta? Ugh, why isn't this game launching already?" The murmurs of a few players caught Edel's attention. Assess the effectiveness of my teaching. I shall invite a few of you to spar with me." "Yes." "You there," he said, pointing with the hilt of his sword at several players. "Thus." The players, still incredulous, pointed at themselves. Among them was a player named Wash Socks. Wash Socks' face lit up with surprise. "Am I encountering a special scenario? Battling the skill instructor? Wow, I never expected to have a protagonist fate." Excitedly, Wash Socks and the others stepped forward to face Edel. Edel inquired, "How many techniques did you manage to remember?" "About half, I suppose. Learning just once is a bit overwhelming." "Impressive. I only recalled the latter few movements. I forgot the earlier ones entirely. I didn't retain much. Perhaps you could demonstrate again?" Upon hearing this, a vein twitched on Edel's forehead. He gently caressed his longsword, saying with a gentle tone, "In my personal opinion, hands-on practice, getting hit, is the fastest way to learn combat." Pointing at Wash Socks, he declared, "You first." Overjoyed, Wash Socks approached with his longsword, preparing himself. Then, as the word "begin" echoed, Wash Socks felt a flash before his eyes and found himself crouching on the ground, Edel's longsword resting against his neck. The icy touch of the blade sent chills down Wash Socks' spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Wash Socks' brow, splattering onto the ground. Edel retracted his sword and stated simply, "You lost." Next, his words were succinct yet commanded the respect of the onlookers. Edel had proven with his prowess that he was more than capable of fulfilling the role of skill instructor. Impressive. He was defeated in an instant. How did he achieve that? Did you all see it clearly? Edel summoned the second player to step forward for a duel, and the result was no surprise. Within mere seconds, the second player also fell, meeting the same fate as Wash Socks, after toppling the remaining players. Edel proclaimed, "Your foundational skills are utterly lacking. You resemble individuals who have never engaged in combat. Can you truly call yourselves adventurers? Even a farmer would surpass your abilities. At this point, you don't even qualify as apprentice warriors." Edel delivered these words without mercy. Ivy, seated beneath the tree, glanced up at Edel, noticing the difference in his demeanor. Before lowering her gaze once more, she understood that Edel's intentions were for their benefit. Combat was never to be taken lightly. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Ivy was well aware of the scars Edel bore from his experiences. Having joined Robert's territory, Edel felt it was his duty to contribute. Training these residents for Lena and Charlotte, equipping them with combat skills, was paramount. Additionally, Edel wished to prevent players from perishing easily in battles. Unbeknownst to him, players could respawn, which contributed to his frustration with their lackadaisical attitude. Wasn't it akin to playing with their lives? After reprimanding them, Edel gathered another group of players. This time, the combat techniques to be taught would focus on the spear, an experienced adventurer and high-level warrior. Edel was proficient with numerous weapons. He approached Pila's forge to borrow a spear. Pila obliged, having received word from Charlotte that Edel was her new colleague, and the expenses would be accounted for. The longsword players inquired, "What about us? We haven't even finished learning yet." Edel glanced at the questioning players and replied, "You'll have to wait for the second round. It's time for the spear now." Having witnessed Edel's scolding demeanor, the players preparing to learn spear techniques appeared noticeably more earnest than the previous group learning longsword techniques. When Wash Socks returned to the group, waiting for 3 days. 3 days no-hit jested. "So, how does it feel to be taken down? Looks rather painful." "Quite so," chimed Song Yuan Ming Qing, adding a sarcastic comment. Wash Socks waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, please, all you do is mock me. Why don't you step up to challenge him?" "I foolish. Battling an NPC skill instructor is clearly a scripted event," replied Have Illness No Medicine. Wash Socks scanned the group, noting everyone was present. "Does our team have no spear users?" 3 days no-hit pointed at Song Yuan Ming Qing. "Hey, Ming Qing used to play with a spear but has switched to archery now." And with that bow, "She might not even hit the enemy, but rather her own teammates. Why don't you switch back to the spear?" "Sure thing." The others nodded in agreement. Song Yuan Ming Qing retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. After I train with Edel for a while, I won't hit any of you. Let's hope so. 3 days without a beating." They rolled their eyes at Song Yuan Ming Qing. Shortly thereafter, 3 days without a beating checked their backpack, stating, "There is still a corpse of a blue wolf in the backpack, and we can no longer submit our weekly territory task. Let us go to Pila to hand in the task." Yesterday, after hunting their third blue wolf and bringing back its corpse, the progress for their weekly territory task had already been completed. 3 days without a beating was still a step behind. The team submitted 2 blue wolf corpses, while the remaining 8 were submitted by other players. Among them, the Sishu team also submitted 2 beast corpses, identical to those submitted by 3 days without a beating. Aside from the weekly territory task, Pila currently has the most tasks. The Oar's Mind and the beast corpses slain can be exchanged for task rewards at Pila AS for Mino. It consists of daily gathering and cooking tasks. Edel, the skill instructor, performed his duties commendably. At least this morning, the players who came to learn combat skills found it quite fulfilling. Naturally, Edel did not neglect to collect the territory currency from them. The players' combat skills were indeed improving. They no longer appeared as novice as they did before, at least not at first glance. Considering it was just one morning to BY noon, Mino came over to call away Ivy and Edel. "Mino, Ivy, and Mr. Edel, it is time for lunch." Upon hearing Mino's call, Edel casually struck down a player in front of him. "All right, I understand. The skill training for this morning ends here. For those who wish to learn combat techniques, please return in the afternoon." After saying this, Edel waved his hand, signaling the players to disperse. The combat guidance for the morning concluded. Mino also called for Pila. Miss Pila, let us head to the mansion for lunch. Lady Lena always complains that there are too few people, making lunch feel rather desolate. Pila politely declined, saying, No, I'm still not accustomed to having lunch in the mansion. I brought my own lunch. Please relay this to Lady Lena. All right, I understand. Edel walked over with Ivy. Ivy inquired, Sister Mino, will there be pastries today? Mino nodded, indicating that the fruits Ivy had gathered had already been turned into pastries. Yes. You can enjoy the pastries during afternoon tea. A smile spread across Ivy's small face in the following days, the players diligently honed their combat skills under Edel's guidance. Those without territory currency took on tasks. And when they finally acquired some, they returned to learn techniques. Although the learning process was arduous, the players showed no signs of giving up, aside from a few complaints. This surprised Edel. He had expected some to drop out. But the players' determination seemed more steadfast than he had anticipated. Another day of training came to a close. The team of 3 days without a beating regrouped once more. I washed socks, sporting a bruised face. Lamented that he had faced off against Edel the most during training. Did I offend Edel in some way? Why do I feel like he always targets me? He merely required Ivy to call him Brother Socks. And he did nothing else. 3 days without a beating patted I wash socks on the shoulder. Well, this is also a form of training. Others would be eager for such an opportunity. Is that supposed to be comforting? Of course it is. Little Bear Hard Candy remarked. However, Edel's training is genuinely effective. I feel I have made significant progress compared to before. Now, when facing 2 blue wolves, they no longer hesitated as they did during their first encounter. Their strength had increased enough to handle 2 blue wolves without appearing to be pushed to their limits. Song Yuan Ming Qing commented, but the cost is also substantial, and it seems Edel does not teach archery. I see that Sishu Bu Sishu is learning quite well. Song Yuan Ming Qing feigned ignorance. After all, it was certainly not his problem. Absolutely not. 3 days without a beating suggested. Let us also go to the Wind Whispering Forest Zone 2 to hunt blue wolves today. It is time to gather materials and territory currency to upgrade our equipment. Equipment of subpar quality can be useful, but only to a certain extent. According to Pila, once their strength increases a little more, this equipment will become outdated. Higher-tier equipment consists of armor forged from blue wolf pelts and weapons crafted from blue wolf fangs and claws. Indeed, the team of 3 days without a beating entered Wind Whispering Forest Zone 2. Everyone, be cautious. There is movement ahead, instructed Yu Bing Mei Yao, the tank of the group. The others held their breath and cautiously peered out from the bushes to assess the situation. In a mere instant, they were met with astonishment and delight. It was the large blue wolf that had previously attacked Edel and Ivy. 3 days without a beating recognized the elite blue wolf, not only due to its massive size, but also because it bore the scars left by Edel. The wounds had scabbed over after several days, appearing quite menacing. Such a large creature must be an elite monster. The equipment crafted from its materials will undoubtedly be superior. I wash socks exclaimed. Song Yuan Ming Qing retorted. That is a lovely thought, but even Edel might not be able to defeat this blue wolf. Are you certain we won't be wiped out by it? I wash socks replied sagely. Edel is but one person, and he must protect Ivy. We are different. We have 5 people. Socks has a point. It is worth a try. 3 days without a beating agreed with I wash socks notion. Song Yuan Ming Qing drew out his bow and arrows. Do as you please. I will accompany you. Then what are we waiting for? Let us fight. I wash socks yelled and charged ahead to the forging workshop. Pila gazed in astonishment at the elite blue wolf's corpse before her. Pila exclaimed in admiration. Wow. It seems that ever since Edel taught you combat techniques, your fighting prowess has skyrocketed to the extent that you can even slay an elite blue wolf. The combat power of an elite blue wolf is certainly not comparable to that of an ordinary blue wolf. The only survivor, Little Bear Hard Candy, smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. Their team had only her left alive after defeating this elite blue wolf. The rest had all returned to the city at lightning speed. Their equipment remained in her backpack. The resurrected 3 days without a beating and a few others gathered at the forging workshop with Little Bear Hard Candy. How did it go, Pila? Can we craft super powerful equipment from the materials of this monster? Exclamation point. I wash socks, eagerly inquired. Pira nodded. You are correct. The pelt, claws, and teeth of this elite blue wolf are all excellent forging materials. However, to forge them into equipment and weapons, you will need higher-grade ores. Ordinary iron ore will not suffice. At the very least, you will require golden ore. Pira added this final remark. Golden ore? 3 days without a beating, and the others were puzzled. Pira explained. Yes, golden ore. There's a mine near Robert's mansion, but it requires digging deeper to find it. Otherwise, you won't be able to unearth it. Moreover, it greatly depends on luck. While golden ore is not as rare as mithril, unless there are veins of golden ore in the mine, it is generally not obtainable. 3 days without a beating concluded. I see. It seems we will need to find time to undertake some tasks at the mine. So far, I have not heard of any players mining ores other than iron and mithril. Meanwhile, Edel passed by the forging workshop and curiously glanced in. Upon seeing the elite blue wolf's corpse, Edel could not help but widen his eyes. Oh no! How did they bring back the corpse of the elite blue wolf? Edel thought to himself. Did you all slay this elite blue wolf? Edder's demeanor was characterized more by a sense of panic than by shock or surprise. He would not admit to being wrong. This elite blue wolf was indeed the very one that had attacked him in Ivy. The evidence of their encounter remained etched upon the creature's body in the form of scars he had inflicted. Upon seeing Edder approach to inquire, I, who had been favorably treated by him, felt a surge of pride as I washed socks. I touched my nose and declared with satisfaction, yes, we 5 managed to take it down together. Impressive, isn't it? Pira corroborated, stating, Edder, your teachings have proven quite effective. Yet, Edder paid them no heed and hastened directly to Robert's estate. His reaction left those present in a state of bewilderment. What is wrong with Edder? We have slain this elite blue wolf. Shouldn't he be pleased? Someone mused. Surely this counts as avenging him, doesn't it? Why does he appear so flustered? I shrugged, who knows? Meanwhile, Pira gazed thoughtfully at the corpse of the elite blue wolf. Could it be? At Robert's estate, in the study, Charlotte urged. Turn the page quickly. Why haven't you finished this one yet? Lena retorted, oh, do not rush me. Am I reading, or are you? Knock, knock. Edder rapped at Lena's study door. Lady Lena, it is I. Edder, startled Lena, who had been hiding inside, engrossed in a novel, paused. Edder, is he here for something? She carefully set her book aside, concealing it from view, before inviting him into Edder, please come in. Miss Edder entered. Lena inquired, is there something amiss? Dinner has scarcely concluded. Moreover, why did Edder's face betray such agitation? Edder addressed Lena. Lady Lena, we must prepare ourselves. Prepare for what? Lena was at a loss, puzzled by Edder's sudden urgency. Charlotte was equally bewildered. Prepare to face the wolf pack. Edder proclaimed solemnly. A significant update in the game revealed that a player had slain the Blue Wolf King's mate, the elite Blue Wolf, and had brought its body back to Robert's territory. Inciting the Blue Wolf King's wrath and hostility, the Blue Wolf King was poised to launch an assault on Robert's estate, prompting players to ready themselves for the impending wolf pack. Indeed, the elite Blue Wolf that had been slain by the group known as 3 Days Without Fighting was none other than the mate of the Blue Wolf King. Edder was acutely aware of the elite Blue Wolf's identity, which explained his panicked expression upon witnessing its body being returned by 3 days without fighting. Wolves possess a keen sense of vengeance, and as magical beasts, blue wolves boast a significantly higher intelligence than ordinary coyotes. Edder assessed that, given the current defensive capabilities of Robert's estate, confronting the wolf pack led by the Blue Wolf King would present an arduous challenge. The player's combat skills were still far too rudimentary. While Edder was uncertain how 3 days without fighting had managed to slay the elite Blue Wolf and escape unscathed, which in truth they had not, he remained pessimistic about the situation. The only course of action left was to bolster the defenses of Robert's estate. What? The game has only just launched, and already we are facing a monster siege event? A monster siege? Everyone, I'm so excited. Did you see the announcement? It states that someone has slain the elite Blue Wolf, the mate of the Blue Wolf King. What a fearsome title. Who is it? The Blue Wolf King is even more formidable. Isn't he, the King of Wolves, a grand boss? What loot will the boss drop? I am dying to know. Are you not worried we might not prevail? Come now, how could we possibly lose? If we did, how would the story progress? The plot hinges on the development of the territory. If the Blue Wolf Pack breaches our defenses, wouldn't that spell the end for the game? Exactly, there would surely be a plot twist. Perhaps the steward is a hidden powerhouse who will defeat the Blue Wolf King in a single blow. Hold on, I want to experience the thrill of battling a boss too. Are you not curious about who managed to slay the elite Blue Wolf? The player community began to inquire among themselves who had taken down the elite Blue Wolf. The question stemmed not from a desire to assign blame, but from a thirst for knowledge. They wished to uncover which brave soul had ignited this chain of events. Meanwhile, 3 days without fighting war expressions of astonishment and delight, did we inadvertently progress the plot? One of them mused that I clenched my fist and exclaimed, "That must be it. 3 days, you were absolutely right. Eder and Ivy are indeed pivotal to advancing the narrative, yet the driving force behind this progression lies not within them, but in the elite Blue Wolf that attacked them." Song Yuan Mingqing remarked, "A monster siege and defense battle, perhaps." Little Bear Hard Candy interjected, "Hey look, a new quest has appeared." With that cry, the crowd's attention was drawn back. Indeed, a new quest had been issued. Invasion of the Blue Wolf Pack. The citizens of Robert's territory have slain the Blue Wolf King's mate, the elite Blue Wolf, and brought its remains back. Inciting the Blue Wolf King's displeasure and animosity, he is about to launch an assault on Robert's estate. Citizens are to follow the directives of Lord Robert, Lady Lena, and Captain Levi Eder to prepare for the impending wolf pack. Specific task details. Ensure the defenses are in place. Time remaining until the Blue Wolf Pack's invasion. 23:08. 11 this time frame was Eder's estimation. Though not entirely precise, it was close enough. I, while washing socks, wore a foolish grin and said, "The citizen who defeated the elite Blue Wolf must be us, right? Have you lost your mind?" Someone slapped my back. "Stop grinning and let us go find Eder to undertake our task." "Oh, right. Coming." The group hurried towards Robert's estate. T. Robert's estate. Lena stood on the balcony of the second floor. She needed not utter any stirring words. Her mere presence sufficed. Moreover, Charlotte had remarked that these players required no motivational speeches. They were, by nature, a band of adventurous thrill seekers. Eder was responsible for assigning tasks to the players. "You lot, head to the Whispering Grove and fell some oak trees to bring back. You all, hurry to the mines and gather iron ore before nightfall to assist Pira in forging equipment. The rest of you, follow me to dig traps at the border between the territory and the Whispering Grove." Eder continuously issued directives to the players. The oaks and iron could be fashioned into obstacles to hinder the Blue Wolves, constraining their charge and confining the battle to a specific area. Given the flat terrain at the border, more sophisticated traps could not be constructed, so they resorted to digging pits. They would then place sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom, achieving the effect of ensnaring and injuring the wolves. Of course, the rewards for these tasks were territorial currency and family reputation. Upon receiving their assignments, the players radiated excitement and enthusiasm, eager for the wolf pack to arrive at any moment. They approached their tasks with fervor. "What is your task?" "Mining. And yours?" "Digging traps. How wonderful. I wish to dig traps too. Mining is rather dull." Eder, observing this, felt a renewed sense of astonishment and bolstered confidence, knowing that the Blue Wolf Pack intends to assault the territory. Not a single citizen seems afraid. Not one person has even considered fleeing the estate. Even if there are those who choose to flee from their territory, Edel perceives it as a natural human reaction. After all, should it really be met with such fervor and excitement? This display leads Edel to believe that resisting the onslaught of the Blue Wolf Pack may not be entirely out of reach. Above, Lena observes Edel and the players tirelessly preparing their defenses, her palms clenched tightly. The assault of monsters on their territory poses a grave challenge for a domain still in its infancy. Although Lena is officially the lord of Robert's territory, she is merely a girl of not yet 20 years. Having grown up under the care of her family in Quay, her exposure to the management of a territory only began following a familial upheaval. The girl's resolve is unwavering, yet her face betrays a flicker of fear and confusion. This is precisely why Charlotte has kept Lena away from the players, sensing Lena's trepidation and her trembling form. Charlotte feels a surge of compassion. She reassures Lena, saying, "Fear not, for I am here, as are the players. Our territory will weather this crisis." Lena grips her shoulder, her fingertips turning pale, when she first heard the news. It felt as if thunder had struck her heart. For a fleeting moment, she even lamented why, after 3 days of peace, some would venture to slay that elite blue wolf. Yet, she quickly gathered herself. She knew that the paramount concern was to address the imminent attack of the blue wolves. Her earlier grievances seemed utterly petty now. She, Robert Lena, is the rightful lord of Robert's territory, a noble. Nobles, when confronted with danger, should not cast blame upon their subjects, but rather lead them in facing daunting challenges. Even if it means facing death, one must wield sword and shield, defending their own land. Only then can one truly be called a noble. Edel also suggested that Lena seek assistance from the nearby Shetland family, who, as barons of the kingdom, should not turn a blind eye to the monster attacks. Even a couple of soldiers could alleviate some pressure, though even a mere apprentice warrior would surpass the newly initiated players and could help organize the lines of defense. Yet, only Lena understood that setting aside her pride to request aid from the Shetland family might prove futile. The Shetland family's ambitions to annex Robert's territory were already common knowledge. Only Edel, Ivy, and the players remained unaware of this. Acknowledging the reality, Lena nonetheless penned a letter, entrusting it to Quay to deliver to the Shetland family. Hoping they might provide assistance to Robert's territory, "I must contribute in some way," Lena murmured. Everyone in Robert's domain was preparing to fend off the wolf pack. She could not simply remain a mere mascot, doing nothing. Hearing Lena's words, Charlotte offered a suggestion. "Lena, you could during the time leading up to the blue wolf attack." The players were intensely engaged online, tirelessly completing tasks assigned by Edel in this critical period. Charlotte generously increased the rewards for the tasks, making them significantly more bountiful than usual. That, of course, before the great battle commenced, the players would still need to log off and rest to rejuvenate their spirits. After logging off, they remained active, continuously posting on the official forum. The most popular thread was the official post by Charlotte. Major game update: the attack of the Blue Wolf King. The content detailed the impending wolf assault. The replies to the post surged, "Wow, a monster siege. The game is progressing so quickly. How exhilarating. I can't wait to play. The freedom in this game is incredible. It allows players to drive the narrative forward. When will you open more testing slots, official team? Haha, I must say, it truly feels participatory. We handle everything in the territory, the traps and defenses, and the rewards for tasks during this period are absolutely fantastic. My little treasury is filled up, and now I can learn combat skills from Edel. Hey, you haven't learned yet. I need to save my territory coins for forging equipment, but I'm not sure where to find the gold or... I've learned it already. Don't you know Edel can teach other skills? More advanced techniques. What? How'd I not know this? There was a post about it 3 days ago. You must have missed it. Thanks, I'll check it out right away." Charlotte scrolled through the posts, refreshing, clicking. The entire official forum buzzed with discussions about the timing of the Wolfpack's attack, showcasing the players' fervor. Observing the players' spirited readiness for battle, Charlotte felt a measure of relief. With her magical support, this group of players, who could continuously revive, could at the very least serve as shields. Moreover, if Lena succeeded in her tasks, weathering this crisis would not be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, with preparations underway, the hour before the Blue Wolf Pack's assault finally arrived. With only half an hour left until the attack, the players had logged in early, waiting at the border of the Whispering Forest and Robert's territory. All 100 players from the internal testing slots were present. The players spontaneously formed their teams, knowing that facing the Blue Wolf Pack alone would be daunting. Having companions for cover would enable a more effective counterattack. 3 days without a fight. Watch the countdown on the task interface dwindle, exhaling softly. "Phew, did I wash socks tease from the side? What's wrong? Nervous? Of course are you not? 3 days without a fight." Shot back with an eye roll. However, I wash socks interruption eased the tension somewhat. Nervousness indeed, yet more so, excitement. It had been a long time since the game had stirred such exhilaration within me. I wash socks mused. The internal testers are mostly online. Right? Little Bear Hard Candy glanced at the numbers and commented. Song Yuan Ming Qing replied, "Of course, judging by the rewards from the defense tasks, chopping wood, mining, digging holes, those players who make significant contributions during the defense will undoubtedly reap great rewards. Divine weapons, unparalleled divine weapons. I Wash Socks still held a fondness for Fire's Joy and Frost's Sorrow. As they spoke, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the whispering forest. There were no footsteps, but the sounds of creatures traversing the woods were unmistakable. A pack. Upon hearing this, Edel's ears perked up. He turned his gaze toward the source of the noise, his expression stern. Their coming, he tightened his grip on his sword. Damn it, if only he could buy more time. A little more time, with Charlotte and Ivy's healing. His combat prowess could increase further. As it stood, his current strength felt insufficient to confront the Blue Wolf King as the unknown creatures drew nearer. The players also heard the rustling sounds. Soon, several blue wolves emerged from the whispering forest. Here they come. Monsters are appearing. A player shouted upon spotting them. We can see. Stop shouting. Yet why were there only a few? Is this truly a wolf pack? Edel's expression was far from as relaxed as the players. These were merely the vanguard of the wolf pack. The real heavyweights were still lurking behind. Sure enough, more and more figures of the blue wolves emerged from the woods. 10, 15, 20, at least 30, perhaps more. Song Yuan Ming-Ching estimated the numbers with a quick count. Whereas the Wolf King, and surely, there won't be any more elite blue wolves? The last time I battled that elite blue wolf, even after 3 days of inaction, they still took advantage of its injuries. The scars left from the fight with Edel were still in effect, making it evident that 3 days of peace had allowed them to recover. But if they were to face the elite blue wolf again, it could very well lead to more than just a minor defeat. It's absurd. How could one not know whether they could defeat a wolf king and still consider challenging an elite blue wolf? Is the game's early difficulty intended to intimidate players? Little Bear Candy shrugged. Such games do exist, after all. Suddenly, I called out softly, "Look!" The gaze of the crowd followed mine. The pack of blue wolves parted, leaving a clear path in their midst. It was unmistakable whom that path was for. A true king never feels the need to suppress the sound of their footsteps, for there is no necessity. A blue wolf, comparable in size to a freight truck, slowly emerged onto that path. The Blue Wolf King was even larger than the elite blue wolf encountered 3 days prior. Moreover, the multitude of scars adorning its body further validated its sovereign status. Its slate gray, sleek fur, combined with the marks of countless battles, rendered this solitary monarch all the more imposing. My word, is that the Blue Wolf King? What a massive creature! Some players gasped in astonishment. It was even bigger than that elite blue wolf. Goodness, how much meat would it consume in a day? You do realize you're treating it like a mere dog, don't you? Do you not think the blue wolf bears a resemblance to a husky? Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. Can it be tamed? With what? Your flesh. Even amidst such a tense situation, the players managed to lighten the mood with banter. Edel remained silent. In truth, the inhabitants of this territory must be a rather eccentric bunch, for they had never considered fleeing. Across the way, the Blue Wolf King regarded the humans before it, who had established a defensive line, with a glimmer of disdain in its anthropomorphic eyes. Blue wolves typically forage independently and do not congregate in packs. Thus, it took some time for the Blue Wolf King to assemble its K. It was during this interval that Robert's territory prepared itself for the impending confrontation. The Blue Wolf King mused. Humans are not foolish enough to neglect their defenses, having set up their line in advance. But do they truly believe they can deter me with such measures? With that thought, the Blue Wolf King raised its head and let out a long howl towards the sky. Oh, the howl echoed on endlessly in the mansion. Lena and Charlotte heard the wolf's call. Charlotte remarked, "Has it begun?" Lena stood up, intending to assess the situation. Charlotte did not hinder her. All preparations had been made. Now, it was vital to maintain unwavering faith in their imminent victory. Following the howl, Edel commanded everyone to prepare for battle, as the wolf's cry served as the signal for the pack's assault. The 30 blue wolves surged forth in their initial charge, leaving only a few by the Blue Wolf King's side. The Blue Wolf King remained stationed at the rear, seemingly indicating that dealing with these humans did not necessitate its direct involvement. Observing this, Edel breathed a sigh of relief. What a proud Blue Wolf King! Is this the arrogance of royalty? Truly magnificent. Steady now. Prepare to face the first wave of attack. Edel shouted. In truth, even without Edel's urging, The players would not have initiated an attack. Not even the most reckless among them considered themselves invincible upon witnessing over 20 blue wolves charging toward them. Their equipment was far more precious than their lives. All stood ready behind the barricades to welcome the approaching wolves. The wolf pack, unwilling to be thwarted by the barricades, had no choice but to leap over them, which would scatter their formation and reduce their speed. At this moment, the players could truly shine. Blue wolves, after all, were familiar adversaries. Players had devised their own strategies for dealing with these well-known foes, though they could not defeat the pack in unity. They excelled at isolating individual blue wolves. 3 days without a fight, the team sought out a lone blue wolf that had lost its formation, encircling it with weapons drawn. The battle commenced. Lena was on her way to the border between the Whispering Woods and Robert S. territory. It would be entirely accurate to say so, as a portion of the Whispering Woods also belonged to Robert S. domain. That I apologize, my lady, but the Shetland family is unwilling to dispatch troops for assistance. Kyvie, appearing somewhat disheveled after his hurried return, had always been meticulous about his appearance. It's quite all right. I anticipated this situation long ago. Lena displayed no surprise or anger. Kyvie remained steadfast by her side. Despite her repeated attempts to persuade him to wait for her return at the mansion, at tea times like this, I cannot leave your side, my lady, Kyvie stated. Lena was at a loss with this stubborn man. Once Kyvie made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Charlotte interjected. Come now, you're acting as if the world is ending. It's not that dire. If the wolves attack, we merely need to drive them away. Right? Kyvie nodded. Charlotte is correct. We simply need to repel the monsters. When the Lord was still here, he led the guard to bravely defend the territory. Killing blue wolves was something the players had accomplished before. Now, it was merely a matter of facing a larger number of foes, which they could manage. After all, they could respawn infinitely. The exchange between the elder and the youth provided Lena with a measure of reassurance. I know you are trying to comfort me. I'm aware of the players' strength. They can handle ordinary blue wolves without issue, but the real challenge remains the Blue Wolf King, as the over 20 blue wolves charged. A few unfortunate ones failed to halt in time, plunging into a trap and being impaled by sharp stakes. The rest of the pack was also disrupted by the barricades. Once the blue wolf pack lost its formation, they reverted to their previous state, fighting as solitary wolves. Facing these lone wolves, the experience of 3 days without combat proved invaluable. The team deftly dodged the claw strikes of the blue wolves. Maintaining a calm demeanor, they reminded themselves that this was merely an ordinary blue wolf, one they could handle. Let us proceed with the previously established strategy. 3 days without combat declared. Understood. Song Yuanminking, stationed at the rear, held his breath, nocking an arrow. Then, with a swift whoosh, he released it. I washed my socks, tilting my head as my attack on the blue wolf faltered. I pulled an arrow from my helmet, still stained with blood. The force of the arrow had penetrated my helmet, demonstrating its considerable power. It should not have been here. Irritated, I turned to Song Yuanminking and shouted, You traitor! Can't you aim before you shoot? Song Yuanminking replied nonchalantly, That wasn't my arrow. It must have come from elsewhere. Why am isn't poor enough to hit your head? I retorted, Could you be any more delusional? There is no one else around here who uses a bow like you. Song Yuanminking pointed toward a nearby team. Look, isn't that the group from Sishu Bu Sishu? It must have been one of them. Song Yuanminking spoke with such ease, it was as if he had rehearsed it. All right, enough of this bickering. Come help. I washed my socks, having deflected one attack, then addressed the two quarreling. I'm coming. Damn it. I threw the arrow to the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Song Yuanminking protested. Hey, why do you throw on the ground? Arrows are made from materials. I washed my socks, swinging my sword at a blue wolf, inflicting a deep wound, seemingly to vent my frustrations. Didn't you say it wasn't your arrow? Song Yuanminking readied another arrow. Even if it was mine, it can still be reused. Frugality is a virtue. Whoosh! An arrow struck true against the body of the azure wolf. A woo! The azure wolf howled in pain. After 3 days of inaction, Wunai shook his head helplessly. Sometimes he truly could not discern whether Ching Ching's aim was accurate or not. Xiaoxiong Kanding offered a candid assessment. A hit once, a miss another time. The remaining few nodded in agreement. How astute! Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing silently lowered their bows, inwardly admonishing themselves, ignore the harsh critiques. With 100 players organized into teams of 5, there were 20 teams in total on the battlefield. Each team was tasked with combating a single Azure Wolf. Eder and Pila were also engaged in battle, their numbers perfectly corresponding. The unfortunate few that remained were still struggling to escape the pit. Indeed, Pila had joined the fray, despite being merely a mid-level blacksmith. She was currently the strongest individual in the Robert territory, surpassing even Eder. Eder bore injuries and restrictions, his strength not fully restored. The mightiest in Robert territory was none other than Pila, who tirelessly forged equipment for the players. Pila wielded her hammer with ferocity, sending the charging Azure Wolf flying with a single strike. The wolf's eyes sparkled with stars. Had that blow landed on its head, it would surely have met its end. Pila bellowed at the audacious Azure Wolves. "You beasts, do you intend to drive me to unemployment? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find work these days? Huh? Have you ever experienced the job search? Do you comprehend the dire employment situation? Ah, speak up. Supporting a family is a challenging endeavor. You rascals." Pila now resembled a wrathful deity, unleashing her grievances with abandon, leaving Eder nearby astonished, hesitant to approach. Eder thought to himself, "It seems Pila requires no assistance. She can handle this on her own, so I shall refrain from disturbing her elegance." Eder thrust his sword from the Azure Wolf's jaw to the crown of its head, sending it to meet the divine. Withdrawing his sword, he flicked it to rid it of the wolf's blood. The slaying of one Azure Wolf was not the end. Those that had fallen into the trap were gradually emerging. Upon escaping, they howled and launched an attack on the nearest players. Eder rushed to assist the players, unaware that they could respawn indefinitely. "Don't panic. I shall aid you. Focus on defeating one Azure Wolf." Oh, by the time Lena and her companions arrived on the battlefield, the tide had subtly shifted in favor of Robert territory. Lena observed that Eder and the others were holding their ground, a hint of relief crossing her face. Charlotte remarked, "It seems the monsters on the opposite side aren't all that formidable. They shall inevitably fall to the players." Lena nodded. "Indeed. However, this delicate advantage rested solely on the fact that the Azure Wolf King had yet to join the fray." The players displayed remarkable consistency, not faltering in this crucial moment. That IT was no surprise, given that Charlotte had meticulously selected the beta testers. Those chosen certainly possessed exceptional qualities. Did this wolf pack assault not seem overly challenging? Perhaps it was merely due to their novice status? You prattle on, yet the true boss is yet to make an appearance. And you're already celebrating? Stop, stop. Do you not realize that making predictions in such times is ill-advised? Precisely, on the opposite side of the battlefield, witnessing his subordinates falter against a throng of humans, the Azure Wolf King felt a sense of disgrace. Thus, it made its move. The moment the Azure Wolf King stirred, Eder, who had been observing it, immediately sensed the impending danger. In a moment of urgency, he shouted, "This is bad! Scatter!" Alas, it was too late, for the Azure Wolf King's speed was beyond Eder's capacity to counter. With a mere push of its hind legs, the Azure Wolf King launched itself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Soaring high before swiftly plummeting, it descended right in the midst of the battlefield. Boom! The reverberating shockwave from the impact caused nearby players to lose their balance. Toppling to the ground, two unfortunate players, oblivious to their own demise, were crushed beneath the Azure Wolf King's descent. Upon witnessing the emergence of the boss, the players felt not fear, but an exhilarating thrill. The boss battle was upon them. Goodness, you lot are truly cursed. You summoned the Wolf King. I told you not to make predictions. Look at the mess we've gotten into. Enough chatter. Let us engage the boss. The first wave of charging Azure Wolves have been mostly vanquished by the players, and with the addition of the Azure Wolf King and a few others, Robert territory could still muster half its forces to confront the king. Moreover, this number would only grow as the ordinary Azure Wolves fell. That a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Eder thought, "I refuse to believe we cannot defeat you." Charlotte declared to the Azure Wolf King at the center of the battlefield, "Let the native denizens of this other world experience the terror of the fourth calamity." As soon as the Azure Wolf King appeared, players rushed towards its position, eager to claim their place in the battle. Meanwhile, those teams ensnared by the ordinary Azure Wolves were frantic, hastening their attacks. They too wished to join the boss fight. The Azure Wolf King, however, was oblivious to the players' intentions. It could only perceive their utter fearlessness as they bravely approached to attack. Was it commendable courage or sheer foolishness? Eder, equally perplexed by the players' mindset, cautioned, "Step back. You are no match for the Azure Wolf King." Eder aimed to preserve their living forces. At this stage, it was best for him and Pila to confront the Azure Wolf King together. Yet the fervent players paid him no heed, armed and determined to charge forth. "No matter what, I will fight on," they proclaimed. Weapons forged from fine iron struck the Azure Wolf King's fur, inflicting only the most negligible damage, leaving but a thin line of blood on its grayish coat. "Damn it, it feels impenetrable. Is this boss even vulnerable?" Of course it was not. Amidst their assaults, the players found time to jest and exchange banter. From the perspective of the Azure Wolf King, it was merely a swarm of ants gnawing at its body, their incessant chatter grating on its nerves. This infuriated the king of the wolves. Letting out a low growl, the Azure Wolf King unleashed a surge of magical energy, summoning a whirlwind of cutting winds that swiftly dispatched the players encircling it. In mere seconds, the onslaught claimed lives. And Eder could only focus on self-preservation, watching helplessly as players fell to the Azure Wolf King's claws. Cursed be this fate. Eder cursed, though Pila remained unfazed by the chaos. Eder resolved to organize a retreat for the players. Widespread death would incite panic, and in such fear, their combat effectiveness would plummet, that a strategic withdrawal to regroup was the rational course of action. Just as Eder prepared to speak, Pila's voice rang out beside him. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" With her heavy hammer, she surged past Eder. "Lead the charge." The players behind her pressed forward without hesitation. Eder was taken aback. Did these individuals not mourn their fallen comrades? Their mental fortitude surpassed even that of seasoned soldiers on the battlefield. Then, Eder witnessed a scene he could not comprehend. The bodies of the players who had perished in battle transformed into glimmers of light, vanishing into thin air, leaving only their equipment behind. "What on earth is happening?" Eder murmured in confusion. In the distance, Charlotte, upon seeing Eder's bewildered expression, instantly understood. Charlotte. It seems I forgot to mention to Eder that players can resurrect. As soon as she spoke, both Lena and KV turned their gazes toward Charlotte. With a sense of unease, Charlotte said, "What are you looking at me for? I don't remember everything perfectly, you know." All right, stop staring at me. I'll tell Eder right away." In the next moment, Charlotte's voice resonated in Eder's mind. "Eder, there's no need to worry about the players. Their bodies are constructed from my magic, and their deaths merely result in their disintegration into magical energy. They are capable of resurrecting. So, let them throw themselves into battle without hesitation." Charlotte's words were utterly devoid of humanity, akin to the rhetoric of a heartless capitalist. Upon hearing her, Eder finally grasped what had eluded him until now. No wonder they survived after 3 days of inactivity, even after defeating the elite Frostwolf. No wonder the players appeared so exhilarated upon hearing that the Frostwolf pack was about to attack the territory. No wonder. Players who can resurrect infinitely. Aren't they the perfect suicide squad? Eder enlightened himself. Then there was nothing to worry about. Charge. I refuse to believe this beast can maintain an endless supply of stamina and magic, Eder declared. With Charlotte as a support, Eder found himself speaking with newfound confidence. The Frostwolf King was now quite agitated. IT had realized that it could not finish off this swarm of insignificant insects in a short time. Every time it managed to slay a few humans, others would invariably launch an assault against IT. They truly fear death. Although most of their attacks barely grazed it, they still had an impact. Furthermore, 2 humans clearly possessed abilities that surpassed the rest, one wielding a hammer and the other a longsword. They consistently managed to withstand its assaults, minimizing the damage they received. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, striking the Frostwolf King. Sizzle! The arrowhead embedded itself into the creature's flesh. The Frostwolf King's eyes widened in surprise. It turned to look in the direction for which the arrow had come, where several humans armed with bows stood. Unlike the melee fighters who had been inactive for 3 days, Players like Song Yuan Minking and Sishu Busi Shu could deliver stable damage from a relatively safe distance. Yes, stable output that a player who had just run back from Robert's mansion exclaimed, "Who shot an arrow in my head just now?" "Huh? Who was it? Step forward." Song Yuan Minking confidently replied, "It definitely wasn't me. My archery skills are top-notch. That last shot was mine." Upon hearing this, Sishu Busi Shu fell silent. The latter half of his statement was the truth, but the first half, the player's initial anger, dissipated upon hearing this. "Really? You're quite impressive to have injured the boss. Too kind, too kind." Song Yuan Minking indeed deserved the praise, for among all the archers, he had dealt the most damage to the Frostwolf King. Yet he was also the least accurate. Perhaps he had exchanged precision for power after 3 days of inactivity. He recognized that familiar arrow. "Hold on. Support Eder and Pila. As long as we protect them, we have a chance to defeat the boss," he shouted. Many players speculated that the key to winning this boss battle lay in drawing the Frostwolf King's ire, allowing the two NPCs to deal the fatal blow. After all, given the current player's attack power, it was a far-fetched dream to break through the Frostwolf King's defenses, except for a select few. The only ones capable of inflicting real damage on the Frostwolf King were Pila, whose strength exceeded that of ordinary humans, and Eder, a former elite warrior. Eder concentrated his magic into his longsword, enhancing its already formidable power. "Round bright slash," Eder shouted, thrusting his sword forward as if wielding a circular mirror. Sizzle! Blood erupted from the Frostwolf King's left forearm. "Well done." The players erupted in cheers upon witnessing Eder's skill inflict damage on the Frostwolf King. What was that spectacular move? A skill. Of course, it is. Didn't you hear Eder call out the name of his technique? Round bright slash. So cool. I want to learn it. When can I learn it? Even if it costs 1,000 territory coins for just one lesson, I'd be willing. Add one. Unlike the jubilant players, Eder's expression was far from joyful. The team managed to evade my strike. I had used 80% of my magic for that blow. Eder's intention had been to sever one of the Frostwolf King's claws, significantly diminishing its combat effectiveness. Without one claw, Eder believed the Suicide Squad could overwhelm it. Unfortunately, the Frostwolf King had anticipated Eder's move and dodged just in time, leaving Eder's plan in tatters. Feeling the pain radiating from its left forearm, the Frostwolf King could no longer contain its fury. These insects were far too audacious. The Frostwolf King howled loudly. A whoa! A gale of cutting winds erupted around it. At this stage, most players had perished multiple times. Apart from their weapons, none of their armor remained intact. Pila's crafted armor was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the cutting winds. Pila, this is definitely not a reflection of my craftsmanship. It's the materials. The materials simply aren't good enough. Thus, the player meat grinder, cutting winds, activated, and players were swiftly mowed down. A few of them, including 3 days without a fight, valiantly returned to their corpses. Eder and Pila managed to brace against the cutting winds, but after several assaults, they felt blood surging in their mouths. And soon, they spat out blood that a vacuum formed around the Frostwolf King. But that wasn't all. After unleashing the cutting winds, the Frostwolf King underwent a transformation. Its once blue-gray fur suddenly turned silvery from head to tail. Countless small whirlwinds surrounded the Frostwolf King, shielding it. The Frostwolf King, in its silver state, upon entering its second phase, the already aloof Frostwolf King's gaze became even more frigid. It regarded the humans before it with disdain, eager to relish their expressions of despair. However, contrary to the Frostwolf King's expectations, the players' faces did not reflect the despair it sought. Instead, they bore expressions of outrage. What the heck? This boss has a second phase. The first boss goes berserk. What kind of ridiculous planning is this? If the officials mess this up, I'm curious how they fix it, but one had to admit, the Wolf King was indeed impressive. If I kill it, will it drop loot? I desell it for a fortune. I'll offer 10,000 coins. Only 10,000. Who do you think you're fooling? I'll go up to 20,000. Hey, the boss hasn't been defeated yet, and you're already discussing loot? Although the Frostwolf King was intelligent, it was not at the level to comprehend human speech. The Frostwolf King had no intention of dragging this out any longer. In its current state, neither the female human nor the male human posed a threat. It was time to eliminate this territory that loathed wolves. With that thought, the Frost Wolf King swung its claws, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. The Daredevil squad has suffered devastating losses. The players' efforts to recover the fallen are simply unable to keep pace with the swift slaughtering of the Silver Wolf King. The luminous points of death flicker one after another. Before long, only Eder and Pira remain standing on the battlefield. Gazing upon the argent-hued Silver Wolf King, Eder forces a bitter smile, uttering, "I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of a beast today." Pira spits out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "With our territory lost, so too is my livelihood." Death would be a relief. The Silver Wolf King approaches the two with a leisurely gait, after savoring their expressions for a moment. It intends to tear them apart. However, a slender figure steps protectively in front of Eder and Pira. Eder had never contemplated abandoning his territory. It wasn't a matter of loyalty to the Robert territory. Having joined just days prior, his decision to remain and confront the wolf pack stems solely from the dignity of a warrior. This dignity forbids him from fleeing in the face of a monstrous foe. To die here would at least be a death worthy of honor, in the presence of the formidable Silver Wolf King. Unless he regained his former strength, victory seemed unattainable. Eder mused, but you must learn to integrate into human society alone. In Robert's mansion, Ivi and Mino sat together in a room. Ivi held a freshly baked loaf of bread, taking pleasure in a bite. "Sister Mino, your bread is truly delicious." Yet, as a druid living in the forest, Ivi had seldom enjoyed warm bread. Mino stood by the window, her gaze filled with concern directed towards the battlefield. "Miss Ivi, are you not worried about Mr. Eder and the others?" Mino inquired. "Worried? Why should I be?" Ivi replied. "Worried about their defeat, of course." Mino realized that her sister was indeed concerned and reassured her, "Do not fret. We will not be defeated, for Sister Lena is there as well." "Why does having Lady Lena there ensure victory?" Mino asked, puzzled. "Because Charlotte is by Lady Lena's side," Ivi responded with innocent certainty. "Lady Lena, what are you doing? Come back." Eder and Pira could hardly believe that, in this moment of life and death, it was indeed Lena who stood before them. They attempted to pull her back behind them, but the Silver Wolf King was undeniably quicker. Unfazed by the presence of two humans instead of three, it cared little. All would perish beneath its claws. With a swift swipe of its paw, boom! The argent claws flew off. This sudden turn of events occurred so rapidly that neither Eder nor Pira could react. Even the Silver Wolf King was taken aback. "Did my claw just fly off?" it wondered, glancing down at its own paw, now severed halfway, with charred edges and an acrid scent. The heat was intense, and the power formidable. Ugh! The Silver Wolf King let out a fierce growl, filled with murderous intent towards Lena. Eder, witnessing the scene, was momentarily lost for words. "Could it be that?" "Fireball," Lena whispered, revealing the name of the spell. Of course, this was not an ordinary fireball. It was one conjured through Charlotte's magical prowess. Charlotte quipped, "Lena, could you aim a bit better? Target its head and blow it to smithereens." "Have you caught something from that song, you minking fellow?" Lena thought to herself, "Please, stop talking. I'm beyond nervous. This is the first time I've used magic on a living being, and you're only making it worse. All right, I want to say another word. Unleash your magic and obliterate this beast." Pira could not help but exclaim, "What the hell, I didn't realize Lady Lena was that strong. I isn't it about time we put this beast down?" Eder, however, was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. How many times can Lady Lena unleash such a powerful fireball, or is it reliant on Charlotte? At that moment, the players who had been recovering the fallen returned to the battlefield, coincidentally witnessing Lena casting her fireball spell against the Silver Wolf King. Stunned, the players could only stare in disbelief. "Oh my. It turns out the beautiful lord is the crucial NPC. I can't believe Lena is that strong. I thought she was just a pretty face and a mascot." I knew the officials had something up their sleeves. They wouldn't be unprepared for such a formidable foe. Of course, with the Silver Wolf King being so powerful, Eder and Pira couldn't withstand it. The officials must have messed up and sent Lena to save the day. "Brothers, charge forth and protect our beautiful lord." The players erupted with cries, eager to rush forward. but Charlotte quickly immobilized them, freezing them in place and initiating cutscene mode. Hey, why can't we move? Could it be that the game code is glitched? Is it possible we've entered a cutscene? Didn't that happen once before? Alright, so now it's a plot twist? We could just sit back and watch Lena show off. Hearing this player's remark, Charlotte nodded in agreement. Exactly, this is Lena's moment to shine. Don't interfere. With Lena and me, we can handle the Silver Wolf King just fine. Rushing in would only complicate matters. After all, Lena's aim was as precise as Song Yuan Minking's. The Silver Wolf King, unable to gauge Lena's strength, cautiously leaped back, creating distance between them. Eder and Pira arrived at Lena's side, flanking her protectively. Eder, his voice tinged with urgency, said, "Lady Lena, what are you doing here?" "It's too dangerous," Pira echoed. "Yes, exactly. If something happens to you, who will pay my salary?" Charlotte mused. Pira's thought process truly embodies the spirit of a working-class individual. Lena shook her head, stating to confront the Silver Wolf King in its current state. "It must be Charlotte and I who act, or else we will pay a grave price." Eder fell silent, realizing Lena spoke the truth. From her earlier display, both she and Charlotte possessed the capability. "Then Pira and I will create an opportunity for you. When the moment is right, unleash another fireball." Pira hefted her hammer, declaring, "I'll land a solid blow." Lena shook her head once more. "No, it's unnecessary for you to take risks." This reference to risk did not pertain to battling the Silver Wolf King, but rather to the possibility of being struck by the fireball. Yet, to Eder and Pira, it carried a different implication, stirring emotions within them, their expressions softening. Charlotte thought, they've clearly misunderstood Lena's intentions, but perhaps this was for the best, as it would enhance their loyalty to the territory. Lena stepped out from behind their protection, confronting the Silver Wolf King directly. The creature's visage was menacing, yet it hesitated to act rashly. Then, the Silver Wolf King gathered its magical energy, preparing to unleash its most powerful strike, the enhanced Gale Blade. Lena also began to chant the incantation for the fireball spell. Lena's confidence in facing the Silver Wolf King stemmed from Charlotte's unique ability to amplify magic 100-fold. Lena rapidly recited the incantation for the fireball spell. Although she was the one casting it, the source of the magic was Charlotte's own power. At the moment the incantation was spoken, the temperature around them soared. The grass at their feet recoiled from the heat, wilting into a tight ball. Eder and Pira felt a wave of heat wash over them. The fireball materialized before Lena, swelling larger and larger. Under Charlotte's 100-fold amplification, the fireball, originally the size of a basketball, expanded to a massive 3-meter diameter, nearly matching the height of the Silver Wolf King. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Goodness gracious! Is this what you dare to call a fireball spell? I yearn to learn such a massive fireball. Coach, I wish to master this." The coach retorted, "No, you do not wish for it. It is I who longs to learn. Open the mage class. I shall repeat myself. Open the mage class. I am not jesting. When shall we be able to learn magic? How can one acquire the art of sorcery? This is simply too magnificent." One of them exclaimed that I shall beseech the beautiful Lord to teach me the fireball spell. Might she be inclined to instruct me? What a splendid idea! Go forth, fireball! As the incantation concluded, a fireball of over 3 meters in diameter hurtled toward the Blue Wolf King. Simultaneously, the Blue Wolf King's wind blades were fully charged. Boom! The fireball collided with the wind blades, resulting in a tremendous explosion and shockwave. Charlotte shielded Lena with her magic, preventing her from being swept away by the aftershock of the blast. The scene was engulfed in a cloud of dust, akin to the effect of a smoke bomb. Charlotte grimly declared, "If the fireball amplified 100-fold strikes, I refuse to believe it adheres to the smoke without harm principle." "What is the smoke without harm principle?" Lena inquired. "It is a rather cliché trope employed during battles between protagonists and antagonists, yet it proves exceptionally effective. It appears in nearly every action-packed anime." Lena remained perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning of trope or anime. However, her curiosity was overshadowed by the gravity of the moment as she gazed intently at the cloud of dust. "So, is it defeated?" a player queried. "Of course it is defeated. If it were not, what would be the point of our cutscene?" As the smoke dissipated, the once mighty Blue Wolf King lay bloodied and battered on the ground. Its silvery fur was singed, and its mangled body signified its grievous state, injured, or rather, on the brink of death. The Blue Wolf King lay there, gasping for breath, struggling to inhale. "Should we cast another fireball spell at it?" Lena hesitantly suggested. Charlotte replied, "I believe that is unnecessary. Just let it be, unless you desire to feast on roasted wolf meat." Initially, Charlotte had anticipated that Lena would exhibit some semblance of mercy, but it seemed he had overestimated her. Lena appeared to wish for nothing less than the Blue Wolf King's demise. After a moment of silence, the Blue Wolf King finally breathed its last, in its final moments. It gazed at Lena, attempting to imprint her visage into its memory, the very human who had brought about its end. With its last breath, the vitality of the Blue Wolf King faded away. "It is dead," Charlotte stated. "Is it?" Lena replied, opting for caution. She picked up a small stone at her feet and threw it forcefully onto the Blue Wolf King's carcass. Plink! The stone struck the body and bounced off the ground. The Blue Wolf King exhibited no response. "It appears it is truly dead," Lena remarked. Thus, the Wolfpack's assault had been utterly vanquished by Robert's territory. Meanwhile, Edel and Pira approached as the dust settled. Pira kicked the Blue Wolf King's corpse a few times. "Is it truly dead?" Charlotte questioned. "Do you wish for it to rise again?" Pira contemplated the scenario of the Blue Wolf King coming back to life and promptly shook her head. Well, it is better that it remains dead. After all, its remains can serve as materials for crafting equipment. That won't do. The corpse of this Blue Wolf King belongs to me. However, you may take its claw, Pira, and see what equipment you can forge from it." Charlotte intended to keep the Blue Wolf King's body for himself to absorb its essence. The recent summoning of players and the energy expended to aid Edel's healing had significantly drained Charlotte's magic reserves. Today, he had also executed 2 fireball spells alongside Lena. Although amplified 100-fold, it had consumed merely 200 units of magic. Yet, as the adage goes, little by little accumulates to a great deal. And Charlotte's magic had dwindled below 5,000 units. If he did not replenish his magic soon, he felt he would be on the verge of exhaustion. Charlotte gazed at the Blue Wolf King's carcass, silently urging it to provide a greater supply of magic. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to its title of Wolf King. Pira's momentary disappointment at not being able to use the Blue Wolf King's body for crafting vanished quickly. "A single claw will suffice," she exclaimed, scampering to retrieve the severed claw. After confirming the Blue Wolf King's demise, Charlotte lifted the cutscene mode for the player. As they regained their freedom of movement, they rushed forward, encircling the Blue Wolf King's remains. Goodness, that creature was truly formidable. "Had it not been for the scripted demise, I would never have imagined we could achieve victory," one player lamented. "Why do we even need to participate in this scripted event?" Another mused that, "Oh please, must you complicate everything? Can't it simply be for us to experience monster sieges and boss battles?" Although the experience of battling a boss is indeed a mixed bag of emotions. Another player remarked, "In truth, our participation does bring about change," chimed in a third player. "What do you mean?" Inquired another. "We've returned to square one at our equipment, save for our weapons, are all rendered useless, having been destroyed by the Blue Wolf King's wind blades." The other 4 players quickly echoed their frustrations. "Damn it. What a ridiculous plot twist." Charlotte sneezed achoo. "Who is speaking of me?" Charlotte instructed Edel to inform the players to carry the Blue Wolf King's body back to Robert's estate. He intended to absorb the corpse, but not in the presence of others. Lena sensed that she ought to say something to unify her territory, yet the relaxation following the tension left her mind blank. Unable to conjure any words by the time she regained her composure, she found herself leading the way back to Robert's estate. "What should I do? As Lord, I ought to deliver an inspiring speech to foster unity. But I cannot seem to articulate anything." Lena's mind was a void, desperate for words that eluded her grasp. Charlotte recognized Lena's internal struggle, but felt powerless to assist her. After all, it was Lena who was the Lord, not MIT that moment. The reliable Covey quietly returned to stand behind Lena, reminding her, "Milady, you should address today's battle and provide a summary." That Covey's reminder was a lifeline for Lena. Yes, the battle report and summary. Lena's realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she cleared her throat, proclaiming, "Cough, cough, my beloved subjects. Today, our territory faced an assault from the Blue Wolf Pack. Despite the ferocity of their attack, my loyal subjects, through unparalleled bravery and loyalty, have successfully repelled the wolves. I am proud and honored by your valor. Huzzah!" The players erupted in fervor, their applause thunderous. "Bravo, noble lord. I wish to learn magic. I desire to wield an excavator." Yet, the speaker, Lena, felt a flush creep across her face after delivering her speech. "Oh no, I fumbled my words." Puffed. Charlotte stifled a laugh. It was evident that Lena had bitten her tongue while speaking. Repelled had turned into repast. How hilarious. Charlotte felt he might burst from laughter. With a teasing smirk, he quipped, "Lena, are you hungry? It is merely a single day without bread. Surely, it cannot be that serious. In just a moment, I shall have Mino prepare some chicken legs for you." Lena, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Charlotte, be quiet." "Ha! Very well. I shall refrain from speaking, so as not to hinder your opportunity to express your sentiments." Lena, already anxious, felt even more at a loss due to Charlotte's interruptions. Ultimately, she bypassed the customary pleasantries and, with an air of aloofness, delivered a few concluding remarks. "Tomorrow evening, a celebratory banquet shall be held at the Robert estate, and all of Robert's vassals are welcome to attend." After speaking, Lena turned in feigned calmness as she returned inside the estate. In a place unseen by the players, the composed facade that Lena had maintained crumbled instantly. She squatted down like a little girl, covering her face with her hands. "What should I do? Will they notice that I stumbled over my words? This is disastrous. My reputation utterly ruined. Woe is me. Father, mother." Lena babbled on to it is difficult to imagine that even in the face of the Wolf King. Lena had maintained her composure. Yet, after making a fool of herself before the players, she broke down like a child seeking her mother. Kevy quietly turned away, choosing to allow Lena to vent her feelings alone. His position rendered him unsuitable to console someone of Lena's status, and it is unheard of for a lord to be comforted by a steward. However, Charlotte felt no such hesitation. "Oh, come now. There's no need to worry so. The players are a rather oblivious bunch. They likely won't catch on," Charlotte reassured her. Lena wiped her eyes and asked, "Is that true?" Outside the estate, the players engaged in heated discussions regarding the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, Song Yuan Minking pondered, did Lena just refer to the defeat as chicken legs? Surely, I must not have heard incorrectly. Charlotte continued to comfort Lena. Indeed, truly. And even if they do catch on, the players will hardly care. They will merely assume it is an audio or coding glitch in any case, your reputation will not be significantly impacted. Lena sniffled. That is a relief. However, after the sniffle, her stubborn runny nose continued to flow. Searching left and right, she then remembered that her silk scarf had been absorbed by Charlotte. "You wretched Charlotte, return my scarf," Lena exclaimed, shaking Charlotte vigorously, as if demanding her scarf back. Charlotte felt dizzy, the nausea rising within her. Threatening to make her retch. "Stop, stop. At this rate, I shall be ill. Your scarf is a relic of the past, though not long ago. And how could I possibly return something I have consumed?" "Umph." Lena stood up, intending to head to the washroom to tidy herself up. A runny nose was a disgrace for someone of noble standing, lady here. Just as Lena was about to leave for the washroom, Kevy appeared at her side, presenting a pristine white silk scarf emblazoned with the Robert family crest. The crest depicted a purple rose. The purple rose elegantly adorned the pure white scarf. Simple, yet exquisite. Lena was taken aback. "Kevy, this is—" Kevy replied, "My lady, with the recent inclusion of Charlotte, Pira, and others, the affairs of the territory are beginning to run smoothly, and our finances can sustain daily operations. There is no longer a need to be frugal." Charlotte nodded in agreement. "Exactly, with this group of players at our disposal. Lena, you need not worry about a lack of gold." Lena took the scarf from Kevy's hands, her emotions complex. She had nearly forgotten about her missing scarf. And it was surprising that Kevy had remembered and procured one for her. Once more, tears brimmed in Lena's eyes. She suddenly embraced Kevy. Her voice choked. "Kevy, sob, I was truly frightened today. That wolf was enormous. It could swallow me whole. And more, In front of her closest companions, Lena could no longer contain her vulnerable side. This time, Kevin did not shy away, but gently wrapped his arms around Lena. He softly patted her back, comforting her. Lena, you possess the qualities of a remarkable lord. I am certain that Lord Robert and Lady Robert, watching from above, would feel proud of your performance today. Charlotte observed the two, the last remnants of the old Robert territory. After expressing her emotions, Lena released her hold and returned to her usual demeanor. Kevin, please discuss the preparations for tomorrow's banquet with Mino, though we must ensure that the ingredients are well stocked. If we lack manpower, have the players assist in procuring supplies from Azure Town. Charlotte interjected. Indeed, especially the large chicken legs. Lena must be particularly eager for them now. Charlotte, Lena exclaimed, exasperated. Enough already, Charlotte pleaded. Do not shake me. I truly feel unwell. Following Lena's orders, Kevin quickly sought out Mino. The forthcoming banquet could be considered the first grand event of the Robert territory and warranted serious attention. In a sense, it also signified the resurgence of the Robert territory. Charlotte remarked, Lena, Kevin is right. You undoubtedly have the potential to become an exceptional lord. Given Lena's current frugal nature, it was surprising that she did not hesitate to declare the hosting of a banquet with a mere wave of her hand. Clearly, Lena still did not view the players as mere tools, which was a point where she fell short compared to Charlotte. Charlotte had resolved to fully exploit the players. He provided them with the most excellent and uniquely unparalleled gaming content and experience. And in return, the players worked for him. How fair is that? Lena rolled her eyes at Charlotte, as if I needed your reminder. I'm already the Lord of Robert. Kevin approached Mino to discuss the banquet. But Mino stated that he needed to prepare for tonight's dinner first, and any discussions could wait until after the meal. Ivy, with her head held high, inquired, Kevin, will there be plenty of delicious food at the banquet? Kevin replied with a smile. Indeed, Miss Mino will certainly prepare a great many delectable dishes. During dinner, Lena invited Eder and Pira to dine at the estate. The two accepted the invitation that tonight's dinner was not lavish. But Mino had crafted the best meal possible from the available ingredients. Having repelled the wolf pack with great success, it would not do to treat tonight's meal too casually, even if the banquet was set for tomorrow. The most delighted at the dinner table was Ivy, for there would be desserts following the meal. Throughout dinner, Eder and Pira occasionally cast glances at Lena, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Lena thought, what could those two be staring at? Surely I have not committed any faux pas, Eder remarked. Lady Lena's magical aura is rather faint. Could it be that a powerful sorceress is concealing her prowess so expertly? Pira replied, Lady Lena is so remarkable. It seems the Robert territory is on the verge of resurgence. How splendid. My position is secured, and it remains a stable job. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts as they shared the meal. After dinner, Eder could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Lena. Lady Lena, are you truly a powerful sorceress? Lena was momentarily taken aback. Doubt me. A powerful sorceress. Soon, Lena realized that Eder had misunderstood. No, actually, I only began learning magic yesterday. Eder was left speechless. She had only started learning magic yesterday. Yet today, she could cast such a formidable fireball. Though it was merely a basic spell, that fireball's power was comparable to advanced magic. Lady Lena, you were saying that you just began studying magic yesterday? Eder asked, seeking clarification. Lena nodded, affirming, yes, as I contemplated the impending assault of the Grey Wolf Pack upon our territory, it became clear that it could not solely rest upon your shoulders to engage in battle. I, too, must contribute in some manner. Subsequently, Charlotte suggested that I search within the estate for any tomes of magic, urging me to delve into the study of sorcery. In time, Charlotte would assist me in wielding magic for combat. After a day of arduous study, I managed to grasp the fundamentals of the fireball spell, yet I could only claim mastery of this singular incantation. Lena recounted her journey into the arcane arts, noting that, due to the pressing circumstances, she had chosen to focus solely on the most potent basic magic available. Charlotte added, it is fortunate that Kawe did not sell the spellbooks. Otherwise, Lena would have had no means to learn. Kawe interjected, the young lady possesses a modicum of talent for magic. which prompted me to take the liberty of retaining the spell books. That Kawei's most pessimistic foresight had envisioned Robert's domain being subsumed by rival noble territories, such as the Shetland family, in the unfortunate event of losing her family's lands. Lena could pursue magic, becoming a sorceress and relying on her newfound skills to survive independently. Edel, upon hearing this, found himself increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of this territory. Indeed, Lady Lena is truly gifted, he praised. Edel and Kawei were correct. Lena's aptitude for magic was commendable. For one who had never studied sorcery, mastering the fireball spell in a single day was nothing short of exceptional. Comparable to the students of the capital's magic academy. You truly believe I possess the potential to become a sorceress? Lena retorted. Yet, it soon dawned on her that perhaps she did indeed have a knack for magic. However, the sheer destructive power she exhibited today was largely a result of Charlotte's influence, who amplified the fireball's potency 100-fold, allowing her to vanquish the silver-haired Wolf King in one fell swoop. Lena marveled inwardly at the multitude of surprises Charlotte had brought into her life. How could someone like Charlotte have been relegated to her family's storeroom in the first place? After grasping the situation, Edel refrained from further inquiries, taking Ivy's hand and departing. While Lena and the others dined, Charlotte remained occupied, conducting a settlement for the players regarding the assault of the Grey Wolf Pack. He meticulously organized the contributions made by each player during the confrontation and compiled a leaderboard for their review. Based on the rankings, Charlotte would dispense rewards to the players, which included the carcasses of the Grey Wolves they had slain. Contributions were categorized by the number of ordinary Grey Wolves killed, damage inflicted upon the Wolf King, and the drawing of aggro. The majority of player contributions stem from the first and third categories. Killing ordinary wolves and attracting the Wolf King's eye are at this stage. The players lacked the means to breach the Wolf King's defenses. Contributions were relatively uniform, with each team having recorded kills of Grey Wolves. Among the top ranks, naturally, 3 days without battle held a prominent position. Song Yuan Ming Qing was one of the few players capable of inflicting effective damage upon the Wolf King. Sockwasher excitedly shook the arm of 3 days without battle, exclaiming, Look, our team is at the forefront. 3 days without battle, with a resigned expression, replied, We see it, but Sockwasher, could you please stop shaking me? You've been at it for nearly 10 minutes since we saw the leaderboard. Abashed, I released my grip. I was just too exhilarated. I muttered sheepishly. Song Yuan Ming Qing, adjusting the slack bowstring, ponder a visit to Pila for a new set of strings. What are you so excited about? I'm not even perturbed by being in first place. He remarked playfully. Sockwasher, veins throbbing at his temple, retorted, Ming Qing, do you recall how many times I have died with an arrow lodged in my head? Do you know why? Song Yuan Ming Qing shrugged. How could I possibly know? Little Bear Hard Candy read aloud the fine print on the leaderboard. Personal rewards. Players ranked in the top 10 contributions will receive 1,000 territory coins and 800 family reputation points, with their reputation elevated to somewhat well-known. As for those ranking beyond the top 10, the reward dwindles to 800 territory coins and 500 family reputation points. Even so, this remained a considerable reward. It was an individual accolade, not merely a team one. One must understand that a team laboriously slaying a single Grey Wolf, turning in the task to Pila, would only yield around 800 territory coins and 300 reputation points, which would then be divided among the team members. That it was evident that Charlotte was not as exploitative as he had claimed. Furthermore, there are team rewards. Each team is entitled to the total materials from one Grey Wolf, while the top 2 teams will receive materials from 2, exclaimed Little Bear Hard Candy, her tone brimming with delight. That if our team is in first place, does that mean we acquire materials from 2 Grey Wolves? Song Yuan Ming Qing replied, While that's true, there's still the issue of needing gold essence or to forge equipment from the Grey Wolf materials. Currently, the officials have yet to provide a means to obtain gold essence or... Presently, the mines yielded only iron ore and the occasional mithril unearthed by sheer luck. 3 days without battle-padded Song Yuan Ming Qing on the shoulder. We'll just have to wait for the official update. I have a question. Interjected have illness no medicine. It states here that our reputation level has risen to somewhat well known. But hasn't our reputation already reached that status?
Song Yuan Ming-Ching speculated, perhaps the elevation of reputation levels is more challenging than we anticipated. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that, in addition to the leaderboard, Charlotte also issued an announcement directed at all players, proclaiming the territory's victory over the Grey Wolf Pack. The content was rather unremarkable, merely reiterating the triumph over the wolves. After reviewing the newly released announcement and leaderboard multiple times, 3 Days Without Battle informed the others of his intention to log off. The others nodded in agreement, as they too planned to take their leave in preparation for the recent assault of the Grey Wolf Pack. They had exerted considerable effort, remaining online at high intensity throughout the day. It was time to rest. As for 3 Days Without Battle, he was less inclined towards rest and more focused on logging off to post the latest updates regarding the assault of the Grey Wolf Pack on the official territory forum. Charlotte synchronized the leaderboard and announcement on the official forum. The comment section of the announcement erupted. I'm so anxious. When can I finally immerse myself in this game that has been enticing me? Same here. I feel like I'm going mad from not being able to play. Strange, the officials declared the assault of the Grey Wolf Pack over, yet no one has posted anything. It takes time to write a post. It's been posted. Did you win the lottery or something? No, the post has gone live. 3 Days Without Battle just updated a new post. Enough talk. I'm going to read the post. Wait for me. 3 Days Without Battle. That's the one on the leaderboard? Yes. The top contributors are all from his team. I'm going, what a big shot. A throng of players hastily shifted their focus. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's me again. I'm back to post 3 Days Without Battle announced. This post concerns the assault of the Grey Wolf Pack storyline that, I must say, the officials have truly surprised me with this plot. Firstly, they provided absolutely no spoilers. Every time I log off, I check the official site, but there hasn't been a hint regarding this storyline. Furthermore, considering the plot's trigger hinges on defeating the elite Grey Wolf, I define it as a trigger-based storyline. A trigger-based storyline, as the name suggests, requires our proactive engagement to unfold that in fact, the officials have provided clues. The elite Grey Wolf is the very one that attacked Edel and Ivy. From this, I deduce that the game likely places great emphasis on interactive conditions, meaning players' actions and decisions will directly or indirectly influence the game's progression. Conversely, this model significantly enhances the unpredictability and intrigue of the game's narrative. Personally, I find this model quite commendable. By the way, the elite wolf is indeed formidable, far more challenging than ordinary wolves. If it weren't for plot reasons leading to Edel being severely injured by the elite wolf, our squad might not have been able to defeat it even after several attempts at annihilation. Having addressed the narrative, let us now delve into the experience itself. The process of a defense battle was remarkably realistic. In this regard, the developers have clearly put in considerable effort. The first phase featured the Wolf King, who dispatches minions to lay siege, but we managed to intercept them. This phase posed little challenge. With a modicum of caution, it was not significantly different from dealing with ordinary wolves. However, the second phase was an entirely different story. After we had eliminated most of the wolf minions in the first phase, the Wolf King could no longer remain passive and entered the fray himself. Upon his arrival, he swiftly decimated a multitude of players. We employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, yet it seemed ineffective against the Wolf King, who epitomized high attack power and substantial health. We simply could not penetrate the Wolf King's defenses. Only the attacks from Edel and Pira proved somewhat effective. At this juncture, my teammates and I unanimously agreed that we needed to provide cover for Edel and Pira to have any chance of defeating this boss. However, reality proved us mistaken, as the Wolf King surprisingly possessed a second form. I refer to this second form of the Wolf King as the third phase, which escalated the difficulty to a hellish level. The third phase of the Wolf King was virtually unstoppable. Even Edel and Pira could barely withstand the Wolf King's onslaught, but it was then that Lena stepped forward. Indeed, our beautiful lord emerged. None of us anticipated that Lena, who had always played the role of the poster girl, was even more powerful than Edel and Pira. Lena is a remarkably potent mage, at least that is how she has presented herself thus far. With just 2 fireballs, she turned the Wolf King, who had rendered Edel and Pira helpless, into charred remains. Such power, it can only be described as a decisive annihilation. I began to suspect that had it not been for the developer's desire to provide players with an engaging experience, they might have allowed Lena to intervene in the first phase and eliminate the entire pack of wolves. Below are a few screenshots I captured during the game, since I was in a cutscene state at the time. The screenshots may not be perfect, but I hope you can bear with me. Screenshot 1.jpg screenshot 2.jpg screenshot. The image depicts Lena standing protectively in front of Edel and Pira, engaging the Wolf King alone. After glancing at the screenshots, Charlotte silently gave a thumbs up for 3 days without a fight. Well captured. At least Lena appears quite valiant in the frame. My goodness. So Lena is that formidable previously after reading your posts. I had thought of her merely as a decorative figure. You might have imagined her as the frail, helpless Lin Mei, but in reality, she is a mage capable of vanquishing a great boss. A mage. Magic. I can no longer contain my excitement. Developers, please introduce the mage class soon. I yearn to learn magic. It is simply too magnificent. I rally behind our beautiful lord. How wonderful it is that you, the first test players, get to experience such content. I have grown weary of pleading for more testing slots. Yet I must reiterate, developers, I implore you, grant me a testing slot. 3 days without a fight. Haha. Lena also mentioned that there will be a celebration banquet at Robert's mansion tomorrow evening, and we can all attend. Presumably, that will be when the leaderboard rewards are distributed. 3 days without a fight. At that time, I will update this post with details about the celebration banquet, so you can bookmark it. Bookmarked. I closely follow every post by the original poster. The content is always exceptional. This particular post has garnered numerous replies, ranging from those astonished by Lena's prowess to others envying the first test players, as well as first test players reminiscing about their experiences at the event. After engaging in the forum, Charlotte returned. Charlotte asked Lena to lead him to the room where the Wolf King's corpse lay. The room was thick with the stench of blood, pervading the entire space, and even opening the window did little to dissipate it. Lena inquired, Charlotte, is your magical burden becoming too great? Lena was uncertain about Charlotte's remaining magical power and worried whether he could endure. Charlotte replied, I'm managing, but without further replenishment, it could become precarious. However, once I absorb the Wolf King's corpse, the weekly territory tasks can also refresh, and my magical power will soon recover. Perhaps I could summon additional players to this location to that point. It would be akin to the second test. Upon hearing Charlotte mention summoning more players to assist him, Lena's eyes lit up. Oh, splendid. Then you should absorb it quickly. Yes, I shall commence immediately. As he spoke, a surge of magical energy emanated from Charlotte, enveloping the Wolf King's corpse like a thin film. The absorption began. Lena had considered selling the Wolf King's corpse, but such an action would entail many concerns, and Charlotte truly needed to replenish his magic. Approximately 15 minutes later, Charlotte had completely absorbed the Wolf King's remains. Observing the Wolf King's corpse vanish from a room, Lena knew Charlotte had finished. Charlotte, have you completed the absorption? How is your magical power now? Charlotte, feeling the surge of magic within him, replied, It's substantial. The Wolf King has provided me with nearly 50,000 units of magical power. More specifically, it was 47,856 units. Lena was overjoyed. 50,000 units. That means I can summon even more players to become my subjects. Charlotte nodded. Indeed, that it seems that the matter of the second test must be prioritized. The following day, Mino was set to procure materials for the celebration banquet in Azure Town. However, Mino could not manage the procurement alone, necessitating the assistance of players. Charlotte felt that if players traveled to Azure Town, numerous unforeseen events might arise, but he could not prevent them from going. Players exploring further afield was an eventuality. Rather than continuously obstructing them, it would be better to give them a gentle nudge. Mino announced a task to select 5 players to accompany her to Azure Town for material procurement. Upon hearing about the opportunity to visit a new map, every player was visibly excited. Me. Pick me, Sister Mino. I can carry a lot. Why do you have such confidence? Of course, she'll choose me. I'm handsome. I'll go first. Players crowded around Mino, each vying for selection. In truth, the task rewards were not particularly generous. Merely the standard task rewards. Yet, the allure of accessing a new map was immensely enticing to the players that on the periphery of the throng. 3 days without a fight, observed Mino. surrounded and unable to escape. With a contemplative expression, Azure Town. Has this game expanded to towns? The emergence of towns indicates the presence of more NPCs. Song Yuan Ming Qing analyzed. And why does more NPCs matter? Little Bear Hard Candy asked. Puzzled, Song Yuan Ming Qing explained. More NPCs mean more content, which poses a challenge for the game's operation, affecting both the game code and server capacity. Even if the NPCs in Azure Town are not primary ones, they will still impose a significant burden. Little Bear Hard Candy seemed to grasp the concept. I see. 3 days without a fight, remarked. Azure Town sounds like a grand map. I truly want to explore it. Who knows what additional game content might lie within? Little Bear Hard Candy suggested. Then why not give it a try? Surely they will let us go along. I don't mind washing socks. It would be great to go. But if not, then so be it. Eventually, we will be able to visit. Isn't the quota limited to 5? We might not even be selected, a Wash Socks commented. All right, I'll go ask. After a moment, Little Bear Hard Candy returned. What happened? Are we not allowed to go? A Wash Socks inquired. Little Bear Hard Candy shook her head, saying no. Mino readily agreed to let me accompany her. 3 days without a beating, and the expressions on everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Ibing Mei Yao could not help but interject. Wait a moment. Hard Candy, are you saying that Mino has agreed to let you accompany her to Azure Town? Xiao Xiong Hard Candy nodded. Indeed, Ibing Mei Yao exclaimed. Goodness, how did you manage that? Xiao Xiong Hard Candy confessed her ignorance. I simply told Mino that I wish to go along, and she agreed that Ibing Mei Yao appeared skeptical. Is that truly sufficient? I shall give it a try. Upon uttering this declaration, Ibing Mei Yao squeezed in, only to return shortly thereafter. Well, was it successful? Inquired Santonbu. Ibing Mei Yao's face bore a look of dejection as she replied. No, Mino would not allow me to accompany her. I Wash Socks burst into laughter. Does it really come down to appearances? You non-lucky one. You make it seem as if you were quite fortunate. Why don't you give it a go? Ibing Mei Yao took a step forward, but I Wash Socks deftly evaded her. This merely indicates my self-awareness. Ha. Not a chance, not a chance. Xiao Xiong Hard Candy questioned. But why is that? Mino did indeed permit me to accompany her. Song Yuan Ming Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is due to the higher favorability between you and Mino, which is why she allowed you to join her. Favorability? Song Yuan Ming Qing suddenly introduced a term that piqued the interest of the others. Indeed, favorability. The distinction between Hard Candy and Mei Yao lies in the fact that Hard Candy has completed numerous life tasks issued by Mino and has learned cooking skills from her, while Mei Yao has scarcely engaged in any life tasks. In this context, Mino's favorability towards Hard Candy is evidently greater than towards Mei Yao. Song Yuan Ming Qing elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, the expressions of the group transformed into one of realization. Ibing Mei Yao remarked, So, in order to accept a task, I must cultivate a good relationship with the NPC. Song Yuan Ming Qing clarified, Not necessarily, but there might be differences in priority, Santian Buddha added. Well, it's a good thing that Hard Candy can go. Hard Candy, remember to take plenty of pictures for me. I, too, wish to see what Azure Town looks like. I Wash Socks interjected. Actually, if you want to go, can't you just follow in Mino's footsteps? Song Yuan Ming Qing replied. That's easier said than done. According to Mino, the distance between Robert's territory and Azure Town requires at least 2 hours by carriage. If you were to walk, you might not even reach Azure Town before Mino and her companions return. You would surely fall behind. I Wash Socks had evidently not considered this. That is true. As they conversed, Mino waved to Xiao Xiong Hard Candy. Xiao Xiong Hard Candy announced, Mino is calling me. I shall go ahead, but I will seek you out after I complete my task. The others nodded in agreement. All right, as expected by Song Yuan Ming Qing. The players selected by Mino for this task were those who had engaged in life tasks frequently, thus possessing a higher favorability with her. Kai Wei called for a carriage suitable for multiple passengers, or perhaps more accurately, a cart meant for transporting goods, which was now repurposed for passengers. Naturally, Lena's carriage was not available for Mino and Xiao Xiong Hard Candy, as it belonged to the nobility. And Lena could not publicly disregard this norm without offending other nobles. Consequently, Lena instructed Kai Wei to hire a cart in Azure Town for transporting Mino and her companions, as well as for carrying purchased materials. Xiao Xiong Hard Candy climbed aboard the carriage, curiously exploring her surroundings. It was her first experience riding in a game carriage, and it was quite a novel sensation. "Are we all settled? We are departing," announced the driver, who then cracked the whip, gently striking the horse's hindquarters. "Nay." The horse called out before setting off with a steady gait. The carriage began to roll forward, heading towards Azure Town. Seeing Xiao Xiong Hard Candy depart, Santon Buddha and the others made their way to the mine. Their protective gear had been rendered unusable during their battle with the Wolf King, and in order to forge new equipment, they needed to mine gold, or oh gold, or when shall I unearth you? A Wash Socks hummed a whimsical tune. "Lady Lena, shall we purchase some gold, or?" Pila inquired within Lena's study. Upon hearing the mention of purchasing, Lena's head spun. The funds are tight, oh so tight. While the players' efforts had indeed brought income to Robert's territory, expenses had escalated correspondingly. Lena's coin purse remained perpetually strained. Is it absolutely necessary to acquire gold, or? Lena asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. If it were not required, that would be for the best. However, Pila dispelled Lena's hopes. Yes, indeed, if we were to forge the Wolf King's left claw into equipment, the minimum grade of, or required, must be gold, or. In other words, gold, or, is indispensable. Moreover, the players have been persistently inquiring whether we have any gold or for sale. They have spent considerable time mining without success. What a bunch of unmotivated individuals. They have barely tried for half a month and expect to find gold, or. It's not that simple. Pila began to lament the player's attitude. Upon hearing Pila's words, Lena wore an expression of resignation. The mines within Robert's territory were capable of yielding gold, or, yet years of neglect had buried the veins deep within unknown passages. The players would have to gradually delve deeper into the mines. It was a mechanical process, and patience was essential. For the time being, we must ensure the estate's operations remain funded. How about this, Pila? You shall procure the gold or needed for forging the Wolf King's left claw. As for the players' demands, we shall have to consider that at a later date. Lena reluctantly devised this course of action. There was simply no other option. Lena had now resorted to selling one or two of the Wolf King's carcasses to gather some gold. All right, Pila exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Lena's response. She was now able to forge the Wolf King's left claw. Xiao Xiong Hard Candy and her fellow players accompanied Mino to Azure Town. Upon their arrival, they gazed wide-eyed at this new map. For them, Azure Town represented an entirely new world. The exquisite architecture reminiscent of medieval Europe, the spacious cobblestone streets, and the modern open-air dining tables. Yes, it was similar to the scenes depicted in the Harry Potter films. A typical town in a realm of swords and magic. Vendors, merchants, guards, and town residents haggling. Ordinary sights, yet they left Xiao Xiong Hard Candy and her companions utterly astounded. Player A exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, so many NPCs." Player B added, "And the modeling of this town. What a monumental undertaking." Several players marveled at this new map of Azure Town. Mino, however, paid no heed to their wild utterances. Charlotte had already advised her not to concern herself with the players' comments. While Xiao Xiong Hard Candy was captivated by the wonders of Azure Town, she did not forget to take screenshots for Santion, but Mino urged the group to keep pace with her, which regrettably left Xiao Xiong Hard Candy and the others with insufficient time to explore more details of Azure Town. Ignoring the vendors along the route, Mino led the group directly to the marketplace. Having lived in Azure Town prior to her tenure in Robert's territory, Mino was quite familiar with the market and swiftly located the requisite shops. Fruits, vegetables, and meats for the celebratory feast were essential, as were the necessary utensils. As for beverages, perhaps juice would suffice, as suggested by Lady Lena and Lady Charlotte. "Boss, is this all you have? It seems we must venture to the next establishment." Minuo traversed several shops, with Xiao Xiong Ing Tang trailing behind, assisting in carrying items. Home delivery incurs a fee. It will be far more prudent to have the players undertake this labor instead. Last before the afternoon. Minuo successfully purchased all the items on the list: ingredients, juice, and tableware. Nothing was overlooked. "Now that we have everything, let us head to the carriage shop and return to the territory," Minuo remarked to Xiao Xiong Ing Tang and the others. "Ah, so soon?" Xiao Xiong Ing Tang expressed a hint of reluctance. There were still too many attractions in Azure Town. However, Minuo needed to hurry back to prepare for the celebratory feast, making it impossible to linger longer in Azure Town. Thus, the brief sojourn of Xiao Xiong Ing Tang and the others in Azure Town came to an end. Upon returning to Robert's territory, Xiao Xiong Ing Tang and the others received a subsequent task to assist Minuo in preparing for the feast. The culinary skills of Xiao Xiong Ing Tang and her companions were considered proficient among the players, so Minuo entrusted them with the preparation of the ingredients for the celebratory banquet. Naturally, they readily agreed. Compared to other players, they were more inclined towards life skills and found such tasks far from tedious. At T1 point, Kai Wei came to check on the situation, ensuring that everything would be ready before the feast commenced before taking his leave. That evening at Robert's mansion, the players gathered in the grand hall. Fortunately, Robert's mansion was spacious enough to accommodate such a large number of players. To add an air of grandeur, Charlotte provided the players with a set of formal attire, evening gowns for both men and women. The men's attire consisted of fitted Western-style suits, while the women donned elegant black evening dresses that, of course, this formal attire was not tangible clothing, but rather conjured by Charlotte's magic, especially since discussing finances with Lena would result in her tightly clutching her coin purse. Evening gown, male-female, attributes, charm 1 description. A set of commemorative clothing, gifted by Robert's territory to the citizens who have made outstanding contributions, affirming their efforts in defending the land. Serving as a symbol of honor. Wow. Formal attire. Charm 1. Without further ado, I must ask, will we be able to keep this formal attire after the internal testing ends? The description suggests it's a limited edition. The players erupted in excitement upon receiving the formal attire. How do I look? Am I handsome? After changing into the evening gown, I washed socks, tossed my hair flamboyantly, and queried with a teasing tone. Your face sculpting is so unremarkable that even in a dragon robe. You wouldn't look appealing, retorted No Medicine, giving me a sidelong glance without uttering a word. What do you mean by your silence? I inquired. After 3 days of not seeing Xiao Xiong Ing Tang, I wonder where she might be. Logically, she should have returned by now. The other 3 shrugged, indicating they had not seen her either. Just as we were discussing her, Xiao Xiong Ing Tang emerged from the kitchen, carrying the celebratory dishes into the hall. Hey, isn't that Ing Tang? The others squinted to get a better look, and indeed, it was her. Hey, Ing Tang. We waved in greeting. Xiao Xiong Ing Tang noticed us and, after placing the dishes down, approached. You all made it? The evening gown looks quite lovely on you. She complimented, you're looking beautiful too. 3 days no beat, replied I. Wash socks, chuckled. I told you I'm handsome. No Medicine just lacks discernment. TCH No Medicine scoffed. By the way, Ing Tang, were you helping the kitchen just now? 3 days no beat, inquired. Xiao Xiong Ing Tang nodded. Yes, after returning with the ingredients, I triggered this task. It should be a chain quest. The rewards are decent, so I accepted it. I see. We briefly chatted, and soon the feast was ready. The dishes and juice were arranged on the long table. Players in their evening attire filled the hall, evoking the essence of a celebratory banquet. Tick-tock. The sound of high heels on the carpet echoed. It was Lena, descending the stairs. Clad in a striking red evening gown, she appeared neither gaudy nor ostentatious. Instead, it accentuated her stunning allure. Even Charlotte had to concede that this gown suited Lena perfectly. Indeed, it seemed tailor-made for her. With a subtly exquisite makeup, Lena radiated brilliance. A.S. Lena made her entrance. She captivated the attention of every player present. Her mere appearance made it clear who the true star of the evening was. How beautiful, exclaimed the players. Beautiful, Lord. I want to learn magic. As Lena stood before the players, she calmly accepted their admiration. Once they quieted down, she began, brave knights and fearless warriors. Tonight, we gather in this castle, caressed by ancient magic, to celebrate an epic victory. I end this splendid banquet. I, as your lord, am filled with immense honor and gratitude. Reflecting on this land, scarred by war, every inch bears witness to your courageous figures on that fateful battlefield. My warriors stood valiantly against the onslaught of the blue wolves. Your bravery shines as brightly as the stars, illuminating the path to victory. Now, let's raise our glasses, wishing for an even more glorious future for our territory. Cheers. Upon concluding her speech, Lena raised her goblet and drank deeply. Wow. The players felt invigorated, raising their glasses, of juice of course. Cheers, for Robert, for the Alliance, for the tribe. You all missed the cue. I must admit, Lena's eloquence was commendable, Charlotte concurred, acknowledging Lena's impressive address. Did you come up with that speech on your own? She inquired with a telepathic tone. Lena detected the skepticism in Charlotte's voice and retorted, what else could it be? Initially, her lack of experience and nervousness had hindered her performance, but with a day to prepare, Lena spoke with ease, truly a fundamental skill for a lord. Impressive, impressive. After the toast, the feast officially commenced, with Lena encouraging everyone to indulge freely. Yet, Lena remained oblivious to the players' nature. They had no concept of restraint. Darting around the hall, they sampled dishes here and there, reveling in the feast that I washed socks, seized a turkey leg and bit into it, mumbling with my mouth full, wow, virtual reality games can replicate taste so authentically. This flavor is indistinguishable from that of the real world. Xiao Xiong Ying Tang nodded in agreement while sipping juice. Absolutely. The juice is delightful too. Song Yuan Ming Qing remarked something that caught Charlotte's attention. It feels like this game transcends the realm of mere games. Haha, just joking. Xiao Xiong Tang added, Azure Town was the same. Before seeing it, I couldn't imagine such exquisite and detailed modeling could truly exist. Hearing Xiao Xiong Tang mention Azure Town piqued everyone's interest immediately. Tang, did you take screenshots? What does Azure Town look like? 3 days no beat inquired eagerly. The remaining 3 individuals also gazed at the little bear gummy candy, eagerly anticipating its response. The little bear gummy candy replied, I have taken a few pictures, and I will send them to you once I log off. There is no chat system within the game, nor is it possible to add friends or send images, which is one of the few grievances players have expressed. Thus, if players wish to connect, aside from locating each other in the game, they are left with offline contact methods. All right, several of them nodded in agreement. On the other side, Lena was also approached by players, not for any other reason, but to inquire about learning magic. Currently, within the game, Lena is the sole individual capable of casting spells, while Edel can only unleash sword techniques. Beautiful lord, may I learn magic from you? I am willing to do anything you ask. Yes, yes. Even if it means I have to spend money. Several players surrounded Lena, pressing her for answers. Lena felt her head swell with the pressure. Teaching them magic? Not only was her identity ill-suited for such a role, but she herself was merely a novice in the realm of magic, barely having scratched the surface. She declined their request with a few quick words. Seeing this, the players assumed that the official had yet to open this aspect of skills. Edel, experiencing similar attention, was also surrounded by players who excitedly inquired about the Radiant Slash he had performed the previous day. Edel, that Radiant Slash you executed yesterday was incredibly impressive. When will you teach us? A Wash Socks asked. Edel handed Ivy a piece of poor tenderloin and replied, you cannot learn the Radiant Slash just yet. Your fundamentals are too weak. A team must be approached step by step. How far do we need to train to be able to learn it? 3 days without a fight inquired. After a moment's thought, Edel stated, you must at least master the advanced combat techniques. Once you have grasped those, you may begin to attempt learning the combat skills. Many players have already acquired the entry-level combat techniques. And currently, 3 days without a fight and the others are learning advanced combat technique from Edel. Upon hearing this response, I Wash Socks felt invigorated. All right, advanced combat techniques. Just watch me master them immediately. You're just bragging, someone retorted. The execution of combat skills requires the use of magical power, and from Edel's observations, the magical energy within the players seemed surprisingly uniform, falling within a normal range. Not too much, nor too little. Could this be related to Charlotte? Edel recalled that Charlotte had mentioned that the players' bodies were constructed from his magical energy. The little bear gummy candy noticed some snacks on a nearby table and decided to fetch a few. However, as she walked over, she accidentally bumped into a player. The player was holding a bowl of hot soup, which slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground, splattering onto the little bear gummy candy's ankle. Hiss! The little bear gummy candy gasped, looking down. The hot soup had left a red mark on her ankle, resulting in a burn. The player quickly apologized, and the little bear gummy candy waved her hand, assuring them that it was no big deal, that it wasn't solely the player's fault. She hadn't been watching where she was going either. Yet, She wondered if eating bread would help heal the burn. Hearing the commotion, 3 days without a fight, and others gathered around to express their concern. What happened? Are you all right? Did you burn your foot? Will eating bread help with this injury? Why don't you just set the pain sensation to 0? Song Yuan Ming Qing suggested. The little bear gummy candy shook her head, stating, "It's fine. It doesn't really hurt." Then, unexpectedly, a small hand rested on her ankle. Ivy's hand gently touched the area that had been burned. The little bear gummy candy exclaimed in surprise, "Ivy, I'm fine." 3 days without a fight had not witnessed Ivy healing Edel during their rescue, so they were unaware of her ability to heal others. Edel, upon seeing Ivy's action, was equally taken aback. Healing the little bear gummy candy here meant Ivy was taking the risk of revealing her identity. It wasn't that Edel harbored animosity towards the people of Robert's territory or the players. It was simply that druids were considered outliers in human society, and certain reactions were inevitable, such as curious glances. Ivy, with a serious expression on her small face, told the little bear gummy candy, "Burns can be quite painful." Then, a faint green magical energy manifested in her hand, enveloping the little bear gummy candy's ankle. The little bear gummy candy felt a refreshing sensation at her ankle. "What is this?" she asked, astonished, as did 3 days without a fight. "Magic! More magic!" A wash socks exclaimed in surprise. Song Yuan Ming Qing added, "And it's not just any magic. It appears to be healing magic." "A healer, or rather, a healing sister," someone remarked. Edel slightly turned to shield Ivy from the gaze of others that it was merely a small burn, and even Ivy's inexperienced healing magic would swiftly mend it. When Ivy withdrew her hand, the little bear gummy candy looked again to find that the red mark on her ankle had vanished as if it had never existed. Ivy retracted her hand, stating it wouldn't hurt anymore. The little bear gummy candy smiled, genuinely touched that an NPC within the game would show such concern for her. "Thank you, Ivy, I feel so much better," the little bear gummy candy expressed. Ivy shook her head, responding, "No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you." The others were aware that they owed their lives to Edel and Ivy. Edel remarked, "Not many know that Ivy possesses healing magic. Aside from you, only Lady Lena is aware that Ivy's magic is still unrefined, so I hope you won't disclose this information outside the territory." The implication of not sharing this information outside the territory meant it could be shared with others within. Upon hearing Edel's words, 3 days without a fight displayed expressions of understanding. The existence of healing magic indicated that a healer role could exist within the game. Who knows, perhaps Ivy would be the skill mentor for healers. 3 days without a fight thought. The little bear gummy candy's burn was merely a minor episode, and the celebration feast continued. As it approached its conclusion, it was once again Lena's turn to take the stage. Lena stood before the crowd, scanning the faces of those present. These individuals, these players, were the very foundation upon which Robert's territory would rise anew. Suppressing her excitement, Lena proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, your diligent efforts have revitalized Robert's territory, breathing new life into it. You are the proud citizens of Robert, worthy of my admiration, that I believe it is time for our territory to welcome even more fresh blood. Tomorrow, a greater number of citizens will join us. So let us eagerly await their arrival." Lena's spirited proclamation sent ripples of excitement throughout the crowd, akin to a bomb dropped into water, creating a splash among the players. Wait, did Lena just imply what I think she did? Did you interpret the same way I did? Enough with the riddles. Are we really, truly on the verge of the second round of testing? The forum goers would surely be thrilled to hear this news. Possibly even to the point of madness. It had certainly been a long wait, though, in reality, it had been less than a month since the first test. They wondered how many slots would be available for the second test. Haha, new players are joining us. The players engaged in fervent discussions about the second test. Observing the enthusiastic response, Lena left the hall with satisfaction. Indeed, tomorrow would herald the arrival of even more players. This is the plan that Charlotte devised after discussion. Following the absorption of the Blue Wolf King, Charlotte's magical power is now sufficient to summon more players to toil for Robert's territory. The construction and development of the territory cannot proceed without manpower. And currently, Robert's territory is still in short supply of workers. Lena inquired Charlotte, How many players do you think you can summon tomorrow? After contemplating for a moment, Charlotte replied, perhaps 200. Summoning too many players at once could lead to complications if an unexpected situation arises. To be prudent, Charlotte decided to limit the summoning to only 200 new players. 200 seems acceptable, Lena remarked, her tone tinged with reluctance, as she had hoped for a larger influx. Naturally, Lena would never complain about an excess of residents. Charlotte, however, wore a look of exasperation. With the addition of these 200 players, you would have 300 in total. What more could you possibly desire? Do you believe these players are mere ordinary residents, content only to farm and tend livestock? They are players, the fourth calamity. Do you think the Death Squad is jesting with you? On the official forum of the Grand Territory, Charlotte simultaneously updated an article regarding the second test. The article detailed the timing and list of participants for the second test, which is scheduled for 12 noon tomorrow. Players listed will receive a package from the Grand Territory before noon. In the comment section of this article, one player expressed their despair. Finally, I've been waiting for the second test, but why is my name not on the list? Another lamented, seriously, it's the second test. Yet only 200 spots are available. Who do they think they're fooling? I strongly demand an additional 1,000. Hey, whether they have more or not, it doesn't matter to me because I'm on the list. Ha ha ha. Another chimed in, I see you're just asking for a beating. Is there any veteran from the first test willing to guide a newbie? I would be grateful for any unwanted gear. To which someone retorted, your expectations are far too high. I can hear you from Mars. Want gear? Go mine it yourself. The comment section was polarized, with some expressing joy while others clamored for more slots in the second test. Overall, the atmosphere was jubilant. Seeing her labor force so enthusiastic, Charlotte could not help but smile. The Shetland territory, within the grand estate of the Shetland family. The residence appeared even more magnificent compared to Robert's estate. A fact attributed to Robert's years of neglect and maintenance. A desk. A portly man swirled a wine glass, pondering, how is it? Has the young girl from the Robert family met her demise in the jaws of the wolves after 2 days? His steward, holding a wine bottle, replied, there's been no news yet. She may have escaped by sheer luck. The man's hand stilled. What do you mean no news? Are you suggesting that in the face of the Wolfpack's assault, the Robert territory, now inhabited only by the old and infirm, stands a chance of resistance? His tone dripped with impatience. The Shetland family had plotted the annexation of Robert's territory for many years. Yet they were always one step short. As long as Lena, the heir to Robert's territory, remained alive, the Shetland family could not legitimately claim Robert's land for them. The optimal outcome would be for Lena to perish in the wolf attack. It was precisely because they believed Lena was doomed that the Shetland family had refrained from sending scouts, unaware that Robert's territory had successfully repelled the wolf pack. The steward bowed and said, My lord Polant, please remain patient. I shall dispatch a few knights to investigate the situation in Robert's territory shortly. Polant set down his wine glass and waved dismissively. Very well. Proceed, as you see fit. Hurry, for I am eager to expand the Shetland family's domain. Ahaha. The steward bowed and exited the room to gather a squad of knights. Lord Butchie, could you please take a few men to Robert's territory to ascertain whether Baron Robert and Lady Lena are still alive? Lord Polant requires this information. He requested of a rugged knight. Butchie, a squad leader with the strength of a novice warrior, readily agreed to the task without complaint. Yes, I shall take a few men and head there at once. At noon, in Robert's territory, the players from 3 days without a fight were bustling outside Robert's estate, enthusiastically working to construct a stone fountain. This was a non-mandatory task to establish a respawn point. Once completed, players, whether new or resurrected, would spawn at the fountain. Given that continuously reviving inside Robert's estate was inconvenient, Charlotte decided to let the players create their own respawn point. But without medicine, placed a final stone ornament atop the fountain. This spontaneous task was deemed complete, and all participants received a small reward. This is our new respawn point, exclaimed I Wash Socks, gazing proudly at the fountain they had built. The fountain, while not large, with a diameter of just under 4 meters, would serve as the entry point for players participating in the second test. Time is nearly up. It's almost noon, remarked Little Bear Hard Candy. Yes, I recall we entered the game right at noon as well.
replied 3 days without a fight. As soon as this was said, the area around the fountain began to shimmer with magical energy, an unmistakable sign that the new players were arriving. Are the new players coming? It would be nice to have a larger crowd. The players murmured among themselves, then fell silent, awaiting the arrival of the new players. However, after a short while, nothing transpired. The fountain stood eerily quiet. Lena and Kevin exchanged knowing glances. And Charlotte covered her face. I knew it. Player A asked, "What's going on? Where are the new players?" It's already 12:02. The second test should have started by now. Could there be a glitch in the game? Player B patted Player A's shoulder and replied earnestly, "Is it possible that the second test players are just busy customizing their avatars? They went through that process too, and now it's the turn of the outsiders to wait." Player A's expression shifted to enlightenment. Hearing their conversation, the few from 3 days without a fight exchanged glances. Indeed, players truly understood one another. After some time, the second test players finally finished customizing their avatars and spawned around the stone fountain. Much like 3 days without a fight, the appearance of the new players left much to be desired. Lena covered her face on the balcony, lamenting, "Can't there be even one attractive person among my residents?" Charlotte comforted her, saying, "Do not be deceived by their looks. They are indeed rather unremarkable." "Charlotte, who taught you to speak so?" Lena retorted. The second test players gradually emerged around the stone fountain, clad in simple burlap attire. The first player to enter the game exclaimed, "Oh, is this virtual reality gaming? The sensation, the modeling, wow, incredible. I never imagined I would get to play such a game in my lifetime. Ouch. It even has a pain sensation." However, certain elements have indeed been omitted. The players of the second test commenced their journey with an array of perplexing behaviors from the moment they entered the realm. They executed backflips, slapped their own faces, and lifted their garments, much to the bewilderment of the first test players, who likened the scene to Lu Laolau's visit to the Grand View Garden, utterly unacquainted with the surroundings and exclaiming in astonishment. Little did they realize that their own initial forays into this game were not markedly superior to those of the second test players. Are you players from the first test? Could you possibly guide us? After their initial frenzy, the second test players finally began to confront the essence of the game itself. They sought out the first test players, hoping for some novice advice. Strangely, the counsel they received was remarkably uniform. Pointing towards the nearby smelting workshop of Pila, they spoke in unison. "Young one, go claim your pickaxe, and then venture forth to mine." The newly arrived second test players found themselves bereft of any resources, unable to procure even a single territory coin. The absence of this currency signified their inability to purchase or forge equipment, leaving them with no choice but to seize the pickaxe and delve into the mines. This was the most expedient path. While it was not out of the question to seek out Mino for life tasks, the speed of acquiring equipment would be significantly hampered. The strategy was clear. Mine first. Forge a weapon, and once armed, proceed to hunt slimes. In doing so, they would have one foot firmly planted in the realm of combat. The next step involved gathering a full set of gear, learning combat techniques from idle, and then confronting the blue wolves in essence, they would be retracing the steps of the first test players. However, with the guidance of the first test players, their progress should be somewhat accelerated. Among the second test players, there were indeed those willing to spend real money to purchase equipment or acquire territory coins from the first test players. Yet, having just endured a defensive battle, the first test players found their own resources stretched thin, leaving them with little surplus to sell to the spenders. Consequently, these spenders were left with no choice but to hoist their pickaxes and venture into the mines themselves. Lena and Charlotte watched these scenes with delight. Mining was indeed a boon. For now, the primary source of income for Robert's territory stemmed from this very mine. It's the iron or accumulated. It could be sold for a considerable price. If a player were fortunate enough to unearth a piece of mithril, akin to Sishu's fortune, it would be a tremendous windfall. The influx of players into the mines was undoubtedly advantageous for Robert's territory. Meanwhile, after 3 days of inactivity, a few had just managed to dismiss a spender attempting to extract money from them that while washing socks, mused in the end, it all comes back to mining. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, let alone new players. Even we, if we do not mine, will remain in ignorance of when we might acquire gold essence or
Without gold essence, we cannot utilize the materials from the blue wolves to forge equipment. We must be acutely aware of this point. 3 days of inactivity remarked. Pira made it clear that the mine can yield gold essence, but the process may take considerable time. After learning combat techniques from idle and advancing. Shall we also venture into the mine? Indeed, once we procure gold essence and forge our weapons with the materials from the blue wolves, we can seek out the humanoid spiders in the whispering woods to avenge our previous defeats. 3 days of inactivity proclaimed. Having perished twice at the hands of the humanoid spiders, this grudge was firmly etched in memory. Choosing to delay their vengeance against the humanoid spiders seemed prudent. Otherwise, they risked losing their equipment again, with nowhere to lament their misfortune. Meanwhile, Butchie arrived at Robert's territory accompanied by several knights of the Shetterling family. Coincidentally, he encountered the second test players en route to the mine. Pickaxes in hand and clad in coarse linen garments, which led Butchie to regard the current combat capability of Robert's territory with disdain. He scoffed derisively. Humph, this group still has the audacity to mine. It seems that Butler Bam's speculation was indeed correct, that Robert's territory is merely enduring under the onslaught of the Blue Wolves, and the Lord is yet to perish, Butchie stated. The accompanying knights expressed their confusion. But how did they survive the Blue Wolf attacks? Was it not said that no subjects remained within Robert's territory? Where did these individuals come from? Naturally, the Shetterling family dismissed the Blue Wolf attacks, with over 100 guards, including a mid-level warrior as the captain. They were more than equipped to handle such threats, but did Robert's territory still possess such strength? This remained a perplexing question. Alas, Butchie was a knight of brawn over brain, uninterested in pondering such complexities. There is no need to overthink. We shall relay this information back to Butler Bams and Lord Polant, who will devise their own strategies. Butchie instructed his companions, who nodded in agreement. Yes, however, prior to that, we must take decisive action to demonstrate our loyalty as knights of the Shetterling family, Butchie declared, promptly shedding his armor and helmet, replacing them with a cloth to obscure his face. The remaining knights followed suit. Having arrived on horseback, Butchie and his companions were positioned atop a small hill. Once everyone had concealed their faces, Butchie mounted his steed, gazing down upon the second test players, with a silver sword pointed forward. He commanded, for the Shetterling family, charge. The knights mounted their horses, united in their battle cry. Charge. The sound of hooves echoed as they galloped forth out on the path to the mine. The second test players heard the thunderous sound of galloping horses and turned their curious gazes in that direction. What is that sound? It seems like the thunder of steeds. There are horses here. Could it be that mounts have spawned? Is it possible to capture them? One player mused whimsically. The players, hearing the noise, remained unaware of the approaching riders. As the distance closed, they soon realized that the figures atop the horses were not empty. They were knights wielding weapons, or rather unidentified bandits. One player exclaimed, "What the hell? This ISNTA mount. It's a spawn of monsters. I've never heard of a game spawning humanoid monsters." The appearance of Butchie and his companions clearly signified hostility, and the players perceived them as monsters. Utilizing the speed of their mounts, Butchie and his companions charged into the formation of players, wreaking havoc among them. Each swing of the bandit swords claimed a player's life, while the players themselves were unable to inflict any damage upon Butchie and his companions, armed solely with pickaxes. Moreover, the second test players had yet to undergo training from idle, and when faced with the seasoned knights, they were as fragile as blades of grass, swiftly falling before their assault. They could not even graze Butchie. The players' resistance proved futile, yet 200 individuals could not be dispatched in an instant. Thus, after several minutes of carnage, Butchie whistled, leading his comrades in retreat. The accompanying knights executed his orders without hesitation. Butchie was not entirely devoid of intellect. He believed that by slaying a portion of the players, the remainder would be sufficiently intimidated. The outcome would be equivalent, if not more effective than annihilating them entirely. This would instill a sense of terror within Robert's territory. And so, after vanquishing dozens of players, Butchie and his companions rode away, leaving behind a scene of fallen players and those who bore no trace of fear upon their faces. "Damn, I wish I could have their horses," exclaimed one of the surviving players. Numerous white lights illuminated around the stone fountain. These were the resurrected second test players. They bore no expressions of anger, instead exhibiting curiosity towards their first experience of death and resurrection. This is what it feels like to die. Resurrection occurs here, yet one wonders if the map will expand, potentially introducing additional resurrection points. A few players murmured. Just 3 days post-training with Ed L., a group of players strolled past the stone fountain, catching sight of a player who had recently sought to pay to win with them. I exclaimed. "Oh, Zhen Shu, didn't you head to the mine? Why have you returned? We had all stated that we lacked surplus territory coins to sell, and our equipment was also insufficient." Zhen Shu was the player's ID. Upon hearing his name called, Zhen Shu turned to see the group from 3 days without a fight. At the mention of his name, Zhen Shu felt a rising annoyance. He waved dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. I encountered monsters on my way to the mine and was taken down by them like a mere minion. In the eyes of the night, Butchie, Zhen Shu, and the other second test players indeed resembled minions, easily dispatched with a single blow. Monsters? What kind of creatures could possibly appear on the route to the mine?" 3 days without a fight displayed a puzzled expression upon hearing Zhen Shu's words, as did the others. The first test players were unaware that monsters could spawn on the way to the mine. "Zhen Shu, you must be mistaken. The route to the mine has always been quite safe. At least until today," I interjected, though my own certainty began to waver. Zhen Shu shook his head earnestly. "No, I'm not mistaken. Our group returned from death. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the other players." He gestured to the surrounding second test players, who had also resurrected near the stone fountain. Though still somewhat dubious, 3 days without a fight chose to trust Zhen Shu's assertions. Song Yuan Ming Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Curious, could it be due to the second test? Has a new monster spawn area been added to the game, perhaps to ensure players have sufficient space for combat?" "Zhen Shu, what type of creatures attacked you?" he inquired. Zhen Shu paused. "Creatures? No, they were not monsters. They were humanoid beings. If I had to categorize them, I suppose they could be considered bandits." "Bandits?" The group was once again taken aback. The newly encountered creatures were not monsters, but humanoids? Indeed, bandits. They were even mounted, surely indicating their bandit-like nature. Zhen Shu nodded in confirmation. The types of weapons varied. Some wielded swords while others brandished axes. "Wait, did you say they were mounted?" Upon hearing the keyword mounted, Yu Bingmei Yao could no longer contain himself and interrupted Zhen Shu. Not only he, but the others also wore expressions of sheer delight. Horses. They had heard about horses. In games, horses are typically associated with mounts. After a moment of realization, Zhen Shu exclaimed, "Oh my! Yes, they actually have horses." Once Zhen Shu grasped this aspect, his astonishment was palpable. Yu Bingmei Yao, now devoid of any desire to continue listening to Zhen Shu, was intent on heading to the mine to confront the bandits and seize their horses. Mounts. Long before, Yu Bingmei Yao had contemplated taming a wolf as a mount. However, after experiencing a bout of dog food, he abandoned that notion. With his current abilities, he was not yet capable of taming a wolf, perhaps due to a lack of proper methods. But horses were a different matter. Though wild horses are classified as low-level monsters, they tend to be gentler due to long-term domestication by humans. The Robert estate had 2 wild horses, which were used as an entourage when Lena traveled by carriage. Yu Bingmei Yao beckoned the others, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over before someone else gets there first." Although he did not explicitly state his intentions, 3 days without a fight understood perfectly what he meant. Without further ado, they were off to steal horses. 3 days without a fight said firmly, "Let's go." The entire party swiftly made their way toward the mine. In such moments, players truly resembled bandits. Meanwhile, Zhen Shu called out, "Hey, you guys are moving too quickly." "Wait for me." Zhen Shu hurried after them, realizing he had left his pickaxe behind. Besides 3 days without a fight, other first test players also learned of the bandits from the resurrected second test players, thus becoming aware of the fact that these bandits were mounted. Leading the charge, the first test players hastily arrived at the location where the second test players had encountered their demise. They searched frantically for any trace of the bandits, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. Alas, Butchie and his men had long since retreated, leaving 3 days without a fight and his group empty-handed, with only a few hoofprints to show for their efforts. Damn it,
Are these creatures only available for a limited time? Yu Bingmei Yao kicked at the hoof print in frustration. Song Yuan Ming Qing replied, if it is as we suspect, that we can obtain horses from these bandit creatures, then their limited appearance is somewhat understandable. Rare items usually come with stringent acquisition conditions. 3 days without a fight approached, saying, I spoke with players near the mine, and they confirmed that monsters do spawn here. However, after slaying a few players, they ran off in a particular direction. Yu Bingmei Yao lamented, had I known, I would have joined them in mining. I interjected, if you had gone with them, you might have encountered us at the fountain and lost your equipment. While it seemed like a playful jab, it carried a hint of consolation. Yu Bingmei Yao retorted, get lost, get lost. Can you not speak? 3 days without a fight remarked. Indeed, Sox has a point, we are still unaware of the bandit strength. They may be even more formidable than the communal spider creatures. From what Jin Shu and the second test players have recounted, the bandits' capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Little Bear Hard Candy asked, so what do we do now? The group turned to 3 days without a fight. Typically, he would be the one to make decisions, though Song Yuan Ming Qing occasionally offered suggestions. 3 days without a fight pondered. Since we're here, let us mine first. The mine is not far from here, that if anything arises, we can respond promptly. They had a task even more pressing than seizing horses, obtaining precious gold, or to forge stronger equipment. The group nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Robert estate, Charlotte mused, bandits? Surely not. In this desolate corner of Robert S. territory, there could not possibly be bandits. Charlotte was baffled. She could not comprehend how Robert's territory, which lacked even a single inhabitant, now had one, could harbor bandits, especially mounted ones. This thought felt utterly incongruous. Why would anyone choose to be a bandit in Robert's territory when they could find better opportunities elsewhere? What could one possibly steal here? Just a month ago, Robert's territory was so impoverished that only Lena and Kiwi remained. Even if bandits did arrive, they would likely leave with only a few copper coins. Charlotte relayed this information to Lena. Lena was equally taken aback. Bandits? This term felt so niche, so out of place in their territory. Where could bandits possibly come from in our land? Lena remarked. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Given the current state of our territory, conditions for bandits to exist are non-existent. Charlotte elaborated. The mine had only recently resumed operations, and without any means of communication among players. This news should have remained unknown. Lena set down her quill and paced thoughtfully. Charlotte, did you hear that the bandits killed players and then fled? Yes, that's the gist of it, Charlotte confirmed. Bandits, complete with horses. Lena contemplated for a moment, and a hypothesis emerged in her mind that it must be the Shetterling family. Lena exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. In the territory of Shetland, within the Shetland estate, Buck conveyed the information he had gathered during his reconnaissance of Robert's domain to the steward, Bams and Polant. Upon hearing Buck's account, Polant reacted as though he had just encountered an unbelievable revelation. What did you say? There are still people in Robert's godforsaken territory, and their mines have resumed operations. He questioned Buck incredulously. Buck replied earnestly, indeed, at that time, those individuals were wielding pickaxes, and my subordinates did venture outside the mine to take a glance. There were indeed workers mining. Robert's mines have indeed reopened. Initially taken aback, Polant soon regained his composure, exuding an air of confidence. In no matter, the reopening of the mines is a fortuitous development. Once I assimilate Robert's territory, I shall not have to expend excessive effort clearing the collapsed tunnels. He consoled himself. So, Baron Lena is still alive and has begun to oversee affairs in Robert's territory, Bams inquired, voicing Polant's greatest concern. Buck hesitated momentarily. Well, I am not privy to that information. After the skirmish, I led my men back without investigating Robert's estate, fearing it might alert the enemy and disrupt your lordship's decision-making. That Polant's countenance brightened at Buck's flattery. Well done. You may leave. Yes, my lord, Buck replied, and exited the room. Bams, what course of action must we take to thoroughly expunge Robert from the ranks of nobility? Polant asked after Buck's departure. The reopening of the mines signified that the Robert family had regained a source of income. As long as the Robert family persisted, the Shetland family could not annex Robert's territory. Thus, Polant sought Bam's counsel on how to deal with Robert's domain. After a moment's contemplation, Bams bowed and responded, My lord Polant, This is not a difficult task, Ditto. Elaborate, Polant nodded, signaling Bams to divulge his plan without delay. Bams smiled lightly and said cheerfully, while it is true that Robert's mines have reopened, without miners, what good are Robert's abundant mines? Without anyone to extract the ore, Robert's territory is merely an empty treasure trove. Polant understood immediately. You mean just as today? He said, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Bams nodded. Let Buck and his men continue to play the role of bandits. Polant erupted in a laughter. Excellent. This plan is splendid. Let us proceed with it. I shall see how Robert and Lena can endure this. Ha. Even if Robert and Lena suspect that the bandits are from the Shetland family, what can they do about it? The Shetland family is merely taking advantage of our resilience after the Wolfpack's assault. Their insatiable greed is laughable. Lena quickly grasped the Shetland family's nefarious intent. What should we do? With the current strength of our players, can Eder lead them to victory against the knights of the Shetland family? Lena expressed her concerns. She had heard that the captain of the Shetland Knights was an intermediate warrior. Given the players' limited training time, their only advantage might be their fearlessness. An intermediate warrior is undoubtedly a formidable presence in a baronial territory. As for mages, noble mages typically do not accept positions in viscount or baron estates, as it is seen as a degradation. Higher-ranking titles, such as duke, might attract mages to serve as guest scholars. Noticing Lena's worried demeanor, Charlotte reassured her. Oh, come now. You are someone who has triumphed over the Wolf King. Why are you still so unsettled? Regardless of whether they are intermediate or advanced warriors, if one fireball spell won't suffice, I have enough magical power for two. Charlotte declared confidently, as long as you and I coordinate, we can unleash fireball spells amplified 100-fold. Lena, after regaining her composure, recalled that she too could cast fireball spells. Indeed, I possess strength as well. 200-fold amplified fireballs would surely overwhelm even the Wolf King. Can those knights of the Shetland family withstand that? Charlotte added, moreover, do not underestimate our players. Under dire temptation, their combat prowess is quite impressive. Lena, puzzled, did not comprehend Charlotte's meaning. She inquired. Charlotte assured her, in any case, I will handle the mobilization of the players. You need not worry. Utilizing mounts to ignite the players' enthusiasm is most fitting that if we can initiate a territorial war, I am confident that the players will plunder the Shetland territory without leaving a single coin behind. Although Lena was somewhat bewildered, it did not hinder her trust in Charlotte. All right, I shall leave it to you, indeed. Besides, what is just one intermediate warrior to us? Our territory is not without its own. Outside the estate, Eder, gradually recovering from his injuries, sneezed. Achoo! How strange. Could have caught a chill. He mused, a new announcement is now being issued. That moment, all players in the game are presented with an announcement penned by Charlotte. Urgent news. A band of bandits has appeared in Robert's territory, roaming within it, and will intermittently manifest at any location within Robert's domain. Citizens of Robert's territory are advised to ensure their safety and, to the best of their abilities, drive this band of bandits out of Robert's territory, defending the dignity of their land. Note 1. The bandits possess formidable strength. Citizens should act according to their capabilities. Note 2. Any mounts acquired from slaying bandits belong solely to the individual responsible for the kill. Charlotte thoughtfully appended this line at the end of the announcement. This very statement sent ripples of excitement through the player community. What did I just see? The officials have confirmed it. Damn it. Why did this happen just when I was away? Mounts, I'm coming for you. The players sharpened their weapons, their eyes fixated solely on Note 2, completely oblivious to Note 1. The bandits are strong. That is of no concern. For the sake of mounts, any target with health points, even a god, shall be felled. A wash socks. Random spawn. So it's all a matter of luck. Song Yuan Mingqing remarked, for what I currently understand of this game. The announcement stating they will appear at any location should not be taken at face value. The others turned to him. Oh, you mean the official announcement could be erroneous? Song Yuan Mingqing shook his head. Not quite. I simply believe that all events in this game follow a logical sequence. For instance, once we rescued Eder and Ivy from the elite wolf pack, Eder became our skill instructor. After defeating the elite wolf, the Wolf King would surely lead the pack in revenge, attacking the territory. There is a clear logic to these events. There are no extraneous plot points. Charlotte,
eavesdropping on Song Yuan Ming Qing, nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Next time, you should do the talking. So, the others awaited the continuation of Song Yuan Ming Qing's thoughts. With an air of confidence, he declared, the bandits attacking the mining team today must have their reasons. For now, we merely need to lie in wait at the mine. Yet what if the bandits do not spawn near the mine? One questioned. Song Yuan Ming Qing regarded him as though he were foolish. Then that would imply my hypothesis was incorrect, and we can simply adjust our strategy. All right, you have a point. We'll follow your lead. Thus, the group decided to log out at the mine today, ensuring they could lie in wait upon their return tomorrow, while also mining in hopes of unearthing precious gold or, in the offline realm, the official forum buzzed with fervent discussion surrounding the topics of bandits on horseback and mounts. In the comments section, a wealthy individual extravagantly spent his riches solely for a mount that had yet to be claimed by anyone. The following day, Edel found himself gazing at the empty training grounds, lost in thought. Odd, where have all the players gone? Normally, at this hour, they would be most enthusiastic, clamoring to learn techniques, such as yunming, and combat skills. Today, however, it felt unusually quiet, devoid of even a single silhouette. Were they fatigued, or perhaps weary? There were no signs to suggest such. It seemed unlikely. Edel was perplexed, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, there were players present, yet they were bustling about, seemingly unaware of their purpose, and one approached him to exchange territory coins for lessons. And Edel found himself momentarily unsettled. He walked over to a tree, beside Ivy. Ivy broke off half of her bread and handed it to Edel, who accepted it and consumed it in a single bite. With the remaining half of the bread cradled in her hands, Ivy contemplated whether to offer Edel a bit more. However, after some reflection, she abandoned the thought. Edel would seek out food himself when hunger struck. She would keep this half for herself. Taking small bites of her bread, Ivy tilted her head and asked Edel, Edel, are there no students today? To Ivy, the players learning combat technique from Edel were akin to his pupils. Leaning against the tree, Edel replied in a state of confusion. I'm not certain, but it seems they may be quite occupied today. Just then, Mino approached to find Edel and Ivy. Upon seeing Mino, Ivy cheerfully exclaimed, Sister Mino. Mino always carried the delightful aroma of bread, which Ivy adored. The silly, doe-eyed Lena also had a scent that Ivy found equally pleasing. Mino smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of Ivy's greeting. Edel inquired, Miss Mino, have you come to discuss something with us? Mino slightly bent forward, replying, Indeed, Mr. Edel. Lady Lena has summoned you and Miss Pira to the study for a discussion. Upon hearing that Lena had called for him, Edel momentarily froze in surprise. Lady Lena? Very well, I understand. Mino nodded and then turned to seek out Pira. Edel murmured to himself, What could be happening in the territory? It has been long since the attack by the wolf pack. The summons from Lena, coupled with the unusual behavior of the players today, led Edel to easily draw connections to this matter. Ivy, why don't you play here for a while, or return to your room? I will go find Lady Lena, Edel suggested. Ivy nodded obediently, and Edel, you go ahead. I will stay here. For a druid, the woods were the ideal place to relax, all right? Edel glanced at the players wandering around and felt reassured as he made his way to the manor. With players present, Ivy would be safe from any unforeseen circumstances. T. Roberts Manor, in Lena's study, Edel knocked on the door and entered upon hearing her invitation to come in. Once inside, he called out, Lady Lena. Lena nodded, gesturing for Edel to either sit or stand for a moment. You've arrived, Edel. Please stand there for a while. We're waiting for Pira. Yes, she spoke the latter part. Her tone became slightly awkward. The study lacked a sofa, which had been sold off by Kyvie long ago, and had yet to be replaced. Very well. Edel didn't mind standing as he awaited Pira's arrival. In truth, it wasn't long before Pira arrived. She knocked on the door and entered, immediately asking, Lady Lena, have you called for me? Pira appeared to be in high spirits, having recently purchased the gold ore needed for forging equipment in Azure Town. Had it not been for Lena's summons, she would have already begun preparing to forge the left claw of the Wolf King. Yes, indeed, I have something to discuss with both of you, Lena addressed Edel and Pira. Is it concerning the players? Both Pira and Edel interjected in unison. Hearing Edel's question, Pira curiously asked, Players? What has happened to them recently? Not long ago, they were clamoring to excavate gold, or due to her recent focus on purchasing gold or in forging equipment. Pira had not kept up with the players' activities. Lena nodded, saying, well, it cannot be said that it is entirely unrelated to them. Just yesterday, a group of players en route to the mine was ambushed, resulting in approximately 50 to 60 casualties. Upon hearing this news, Edel and Pira's eyes widened in shock. Ambushed? By whom? Who would dare attack Robert's subjects within his own territory, and to such a lethal extent? Edel thought to himself. Fortunately, players could respawn. Otherwise, this would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the fledgling Robert territory. The assailants were mounted on war horses, and I cannot confirm their identities, but I suspect they are connected to the Shetland family. Charlotte interjected. Moreover, those individuals were undoubtedly well-trained. The level of discipline exhibited suggests that it's implausible to claim they are unrelated to the Shetland family. Lena relayed the information she had gathered from Charlotte, combining it with her own suspicions to inform Edel and Pira. So, the players are in this state as a precaution against the Shetland family, to guard against the emergence of bandits on horseback? Edel immediately understood. Lena nodded. That would be the case. Yet only Charlotte knew that the players were merely pursuing the wild mounts belonging to the bandits. Pira clenched her fists tightly, muttering in frustration. Damn it, first the wolf pack, and now the Shetland family. Must they always disrupt my quest for a stable livelihood? Although Lena did not hear these words, Edel and the observant Charlotte did. Edel and Charlotte exchanged glances, acknowledging the challenges Pira faced. After pondering the situation for a moment, Edel spoke. Then, Lady Lena, shall I step up patrols around the territory in the manner to assess any potential threats? Lena responded, yes, that is precisely why I called you here. There is no need to worry too much about the players. They have their own methods of operation. Edel nodded, understood. Lena then turned her attention to Pira. Pira snapped back to attention. Lady Lena, is there something you need me to do? Lena replied, well, actually, I called you here on Charlotte's suggestion. Let her explain. Charlotte, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, it essentially the same whether I tell you or she does. Very well, Pira, I want you to set aside the forging of the left claw of the Wolf King for now and focus on forging equipment for the players. Basic armor and weapons. With the influx of new players, the demand for equipment has surged, and with the looming threat from the Shetland family, we must swiftly enhance the players' combat capabilities. Pira nodded, indicating her understanding that I see. Very well. I understand. Lena concluded, there is nothing else. Pira, please take care. Lena offered this final piece of advice to Pira, who did not reside in Robert's manor but instead lived in her own forge. Lena was concerned that the Shetland family might target Pira. Rest assured, Lady Lena, I, Pira, am not one to be trifled with, Pira declared, flexing her well-defined biceps. Having engaged in the physically demanding work of blacksmithing, Pira's strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of an average mid-level warrior. In the territory of Robert, at the mining site, Santion Buddha, weary from 3 days of relentless labor, sat down beside Song Yuan Ming Qing. Xiao Xiong Candy handed over the homemade bread they had prepared. The bread they made themselves was considerably more economical than purchasing it from Mino. Grateful, Santion Buddha accepted the bread and began to munch on it. Having bread to eat was quite a blessing. Unlike the second test players nearby who lacked territory coins to buy bread, they could only watch enviously as Santion Buddha savored his meal before returning to their own mining tasks. After such an exhaustive effort, they still had not unearthed any gold or Santon Buddha sighed wearily. Song Yuan Ming Qing, at a loss for words, had no solution to offer. He shrugged and said, take your time to, Once Santion Buddha finished his bread, a wash socks and illness without medicine joined them. Xiao Xiong Hard Candy also offered bread to the two. The bread would expedite the recovery of their stamina. A wash socks and illness without medicine settled down beside them. Half a day had passed, and there had been no progress at the mining site. I Wash Socks shared Santion Buddha's sentiments. Equally frustrated that the coveted gold, or had yet to appear to I, however, was not particularly concerned with the lack of progress in the mine. I had reiterated several times that patience was required. Yet, I was losing patience regarding another matter. Had the bandits not already been taken by someone else? The thought made illness without medicine clutch the bread in his hand tightly, leaving a noticeable imprint. Song Yuan Ming Qing cast a glance over,
Do you wish to flail about aimlessly like them outside? This was a valid point. Illness without medicine understood that Song Yuan Ming-Qing's suspicion was not unfounded. Yet the act of waiting was making him increasingly anxious. Illness without medicine was an avid mount collector. Regardless of a game, he had a penchant for amassing steeds. He had previously spent money in games for this very purpose. Song Yuan Ming-Qing remained composed, an enigmatic presence. If the respawn time is similar to yesterday, then it should be about time, he stated. Huh. Ming-Qing, what do you mean? The others were puzzled that IT means exactly that. At a concealed location on the outskirts of the mine, the knights dispatched by the Shetland family were once again led by Buki. These knights bore no distinct insignias or adornments of their status. Appearing indistinguishable from true bandits, the air within the concealment was thick with a murderous intent. Buki, seated atop his horse, addressed the knights with a grave tone. Listen well. Our mission this time is to instill fear in the workers at Robert's mine. Primarily through acts of violence. Is that clear? Yes, the knights responded emphatically. Excellent. Now seize your weapons and charge into the mine. Slay anyone you encounter. With that, Buki turned and galloped towards the mine. Back to mining we go, Santianbuda remarked after a brief chat. Once their stamina had sufficiently recovered, they all picked up their pickaxes, ready to return to their tasks. Just as they prepared to resume mining, a commotion erupted at the mine's entrance. What is that noise? Santianbuda wondered. The others shook their heads, equally perplexed. Soon, the voice of a player rang out, finally clarifying the situation for Santianbuda and the others. Oh no, it's those bandits again. Damn it, are they back for another round? What nerve! What do we have to lose? Perhaps I might be the first to acquire a mount. Indeed, it should be the players who are hunting monsters, not the monsters hunting us. How absurd! Laughter erupted. Who would have thought I'd encounter bandits while mining? Am I not the luckiest? My precious mount. Here I come. This hardly seemed like a random spawn. It felt more like a predetermined occurrence. Most players currently in the mine were from the second test, with a few from the first test scattered about, all searching for the elusive bandits throughout Robert's territory. Little did they know, the bandits they sought were right there in the mine. Perhaps this was what one might call a stroke of bad luck, as Buki and his knights surged into the mine. They swiftly claimed the lives of several players. That we have the numbers. This place isn't suited for cavalry combat. Let us charge forth without fear. That made sense. After all, what was there to fear but death? However, players were never one to know fear. The leader of the players issued a rallying cry and charged ahead. Buki, both surprised and impressed by the player's courage, swiftly dispatched him with a single strike, sending him back to the fountain. Bravery is commendable, but alas, the intellect seems lacking. Buki mused. He prided himself on being a strategic thinker. The sudden appearance of Buki and his knights caught the players in the mine off guard. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, those equipped with gear quickly donned their armor and formed a line to engage Buki and his men. The unarmed players, undeterred, threw themselves at the horse's legs, aiming to trip both horse and rider. Unfortunately, the seasoned knights were well prepared, rendering the players' efforts largely ineffective. One knight struck at Sishu's iron armor, creating a dent but causing no harm. The impact momentarily stunned Sishu, who then retaliated with a thrust of his own. The knights sidestepped, kicking Sishu away. Buki and the knights were not surprised by the presence of equipped players. After all, even a pig would know to bolster defenses after such a massacre the previous day. Yes, I have stationed personnel at the mine to defend against their attack. Is that true? Robert Lena muttered quietly to herself. However, Buki was unconcerned about Robert's defenses. Rather, he had come specifically to gauge the strength of Robert's defenses. In Buki's view, what strength could a destitute and barren territory possibly muster to thwart his rampage? When Sishu realized the bandits posed no threat, he burst into laughter. So their attack power is this feeble. They can only bully the unarmed newbies. His thoughts turned to visions of acquiring a mount. The knight who had kicked Sishu muttered, though this novice lacks strength, his armor is somewhat troublesome. With armor, Sishu proved a bit more challenging to dispatch than before. Yet, it was merely a minor inconvenience. The knight then focused his magical energy into his sword, signaling the use of a combat technique. Earth Splitter. The knight called out the name of his technique.
swinging his sword at the advancing Si Shu Bu Si Shu. The iron armor that had withstood previous blows crumbled like tofu under the onslaught of this technique. The enhanced sharpness of the sword cleaved through the armor's defenses effortlessly. Realizing the ominous glow of magic, Si Shu Bu Si Shu understood that the situation was dire. Oh no, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as I thought. Yet, the mind moved faster than the body. Si Shu Bu Si Shu attempted to evade, but his body could not react in time. Clang! Si Shu Bu Si Shu was sent sprawling against the stone wall. Thud! Si Shu Bu Si Shu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His health points plummeted to 0. Had it not been for his ironclad defenses, that devastating strike might have cleaved him in two. Indeed, in halves? Oh, what's this? He still clings to life. The knight dismounted from his steed and approached the prostrate Si Shu Bu Si Shu. Speaking in a mocking tone, the terrain of this mining site only served to impose further limitations on horseback combat. Such prowess seems fitting for the useless domain of Robert. May the god of light show mercy. Allow me to end your life and grant you liberation. Remember, in your next life, do not toil for the Robert domain again, though by then, the Robert domain will have long ceased to exist. With those words, the knight raised his long sword, poised to pierce Si Shu Bu Si Shu's heart. I Shu Bu Si Shu could not help but curse. Damn it, how utterly grotesque. Why is this monster designed to be so insufferable? To humiliate me before delivering the killing blow? After uttering this, Si Shu Bu Si Shu closed his eyes, resolved to revive at the fountain. Plotting revenge, he would surely eliminate this scoundrel one day. Next life, he would reincarnate with remarkable speed. Just as the knight's sword was about to pierce Si Shu Bu Si Shu's heart, a swift arrow flew in, striking the knight's sword-wielding shoulder. Blood gushed forth. The knight staggered, his aim faltering. Who? The knight demanded, retracting his sword and directing his voice toward the source of the arrow. You son of a dog, I am your grandfather. The trio of Santian Buddha arrived just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Upon seeing the bandit on horseback, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged forward. As they passed Si Shu Bu Si Shu, they tossed a parting remark. It's your own fault for being useless. Don't blame us for claiming your kill. Si Shu Bu Si Shu, upon hearing this, felt his blood pressure soar. He continued to curse vehemently. Damn it. If I weren't the only one mining today. You'd see how I'd make this loser pay. Today, Si Shu Bu Si Shu had ventured to the mine alone, while the other members of his team were elsewhere, scouring the territory for traces of the bandit on horseback. He had been fighting solo against the knight. Had there been a chat system, he would have messaged his teammates to hurry over and slay the bandit. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. This knight had been given an opportunity to face their entire squad. Santian Buddha had been lurking, waiting for a chance, and had not forgotten to voice his thoughts. We saved your life. There's no need to thank us, it's only right. As recompense, this monster is ours now. Santian Buddha, true to his role as captain, articulated their claim to the kill more compellingly than either was Shiwazi or Yu Bingmei Yao. Si Shu Bu Si Shu was rendered speechless. Damn. Song Yuan Ming Qing, with bow drawn, heightened the tension for Shiwazi and Yu Bingmei Yao, who were entangled with the knight. For heaven's sake, don't hit me. If you must shoot, aim for that guy. Wazimei Yao, they silently agreed. Meanwhile, the knight, having learned from experience, began to regard the scoundrel armed with a bow with great caution. This fellow truly knew how to shoot. Bound by his injuries, the knight found himself momentarily suppressed by Shiwazi and Yu Bingmei Yao. Both sides were clearly wary of Song Yuan Ming Qing's archery skills. Song Yuan Ming Qing seemed to revel in this tension. Keeping his arrow nocked, yet refusing to release it, he aimed steadily, observing the three as they darted about. Douc, this is my deterrent power. He remarked to Si Shu Bu Si I Shu Bu Si Shu turned away, spitting in disdain. Ha! To be saved by this inexperienced archer is truly infuriating. Feigning ignorance of Si Shu Bu Si Shu's irritation, Song Yuan Ming Qing continued. One must wield a bow as I do to harness its full potential. By the way, I recall you also use a bow. Why didn't you employ it earlier? If there were ranks for sarcasm, Song Yuan Ming Qing would undoubtedly be high on the list. I Shu Shu thought, are you out of your mind? The night is practically upon me. And you expect me to use a bow? This isn't how the story of the gourd baby saving grandpa unfolds. Song Yuan Ming Qing smacked his lips. True enough, he maintained his deterrent presence. Allowing Wishiwa Zi and Yu Bing Mei Yao to unleash their full combat potential, Santian Buddha had yet to find an opportunity to assist, as the knight was a humanoid creature of modest size, making it difficult for Wishiwa Zi and Yu Bing Mei Yao to engage him while keeping a third participant involved out of course. A rotating strategy could still work. However, at that moment, the wild steed, upon seeing its master in distress, let out a long whinny and charged in to assist. Oh, for heaven's sake! The force of the galloping horse sent Yu Bing Mei Yao flying, granting the knight a moment's respite. Alone, Wishiwa Zi was no match for the knight. Santian Buddha seized the opportunity to fill Yu Bing Mei Yao's position. Yet the wild steed continued to harass Santian Buddha, alleviating pressure on its master. What a spirited horse! I like it. After being knocked down, Yu Bing Mei Yao stood up, shaking his head. Santian Buddha instructed, Hard Candy, come help me subdue this wild steed. Yu Bing Mei Yao, continue attacking the bandit on horseback with Wishiwa Zi. And as for Ming Qing, just maintain your stance. Understood? Oh, I'm coming. Yu Bing Mei Yao and Xiao Xiong Ing Tang complied, while Song Yuan Ming Qing nodded, intending to give an okay gesture, but couldn't due to the circumstances that if he gestured, the arrow in his hand would surely fly out. With the addition of Xiao Xiong Ing Tang and Yu Bing Mei Yao, the pressure on Wishiwa Zi and Santian Buddha alleviated considerably. Conversely, the knight found his burden increasing. Santian Buddha and Xiao Xiong Ing Tang pulled the wild steed away from the bandit on horseback, creating ample space for Wishiwa Zi and Yu Bing Mei Yao to engage the knight. The knight frowned slightly. He had not anticipated that there were formidable individuals within Robert's domain. While the members of Santian Buddha might not individually match any knight from the Shedderland family, their numbers made them a challenging adversary. Captain Butch and several other knights were engaged in battles in different directions. Seeking their aid would only serve to showcase his own inadequacy. The knight resolved to face this group of newbies alone. After a moment of observation, he discerned that Song Yuan Ming Qing was merely a paper tiger. That arrow was merely a bluff, a threat without substance. Should he release it, who would truly be struck was uncertain. With this thought, the knight decided to abandon restraint. The magical light on his weapon flared once more, coalescing upon his longsword. Be careful. He is about to unleash a combat technique. Song Yuan Ming Qing warned. Wishiwa Zi and Yu Bing Mei Yao recognized this as well and began to withdraw. Since the knight had no intention of holding back, he would not allow them to escape so easily. The knight, with one hand gripping the longsword, seized Wishiwa Zi by the arm. You can't escape, he snarled at Wishiwa Zi. Is that so? Escape? There's really no need for that. Wishiwa Zi appeared unruffled, calmly meeting the knight's gaze. Yu Bing Mei Yao assumed that Wishiwa Zi was prepared to heroically sacrifice himself and resolved to carry on Wishiwa Zi's legacy, planning to strike the knight swiftly after his attack. Denying him a chance to unleash his combat technique again. It's just a combat technique. It's not as if everyone can't do I wash the socks. I nonchalantly uttered this phrase, and the long sword in my hand similarly emanated a magical glow. Outside the Robert mansion, I gazed at the familiar scenery surrounding the fountain, pausing in silence before burying my face in my hands and crouching down. Damn, what an embarrassment. The long sword in my hand continued to shine with magical brilliance, astonishing everyone present. Observing the entire battlefield from the rear, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing exclaimed, Could it be? It shouldn't be, right? The combat techniques of socks haven't been fully mastered yet. And yet he can unleash a battle skill. Moreover, it seems Edel hasn't taught him, has he? Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing pondered many thoughts in an instant that it had been 3 days without a fight, and while they were astonished, their faces also bore expressions of delight. 3 days without a fight, remarked. What a clever lad. This fellow has secretly learned battle techniques behind our backs. His quiet diligence has truly amazed everyone. Now it's secure. With a mix of frustration and disbelief, I thought, when on earth did this kid learn battle skills? With his intellect, it shouldn't be possible. Surely I should have learned it first. Could it be that Edel has been giving him special instruction? No, I must seek special instruction too. Little Bear, facing away from me, was oblivious to my prowess and focused solely on dealing with the marauding horsemen before him. Before me, a knight prepared to unleash the Earth Shatter technique. And upon witnessing my stance to release a battle skill, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. How is this possible? Is this the stance for unleashing a battle skill? This guy, is actually a trainee warrior? The knight thought incredulously. Mastery of battle skills is the threshold for becoming a trainee warrior. Yet this individual before him should not possess such strength. Round Ming Slash, I proclaimed, uttering the name of the battle skill. What seemed like an extended moment of contemplation transpired in an instant. Both long swords activated their battle skills simultaneously. The gleam of blades flashed past. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing narrowed their eyes slightly, waiting with a hint of anticipation for the outcome. Subsequently, my form collapsed to the ground, and my soul appeared before the fountain in the next moment. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Frustrated, I thought I knew better than to place too much hope in such matters. I actually believed for a moment that I could perfectly execute the Round Ming Slash. Have I been influenced by spending too much time with socks? Have I lost my calm reasoning? I indeed used the Round Ming Slash, but it was merely a rudimentary form. Compared to the genuine Round Ming Slash, there remained a significant gap. After all, I had never formally learned from Edel. 3 days without a fight grimaced, I thought Socks would pull off something grand, but instead, he made a complete mess. The rudimentary form of the Round Ming Slash collided with the Earth Shatter, resulting in the latter's victory. The knight fulfilled his wish and killed one. He felt a tinge of absurdity, then self-deprecatingly mused. I knew it. How could this guy possibly reach the level of a trainee warrior? It was merely a facade. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck. Who allowed you to zone out during battle? Socks, your death wasn't entirely without value, but how human-like is this character to be stunned? With a whisper, I muttered behind the knight, then withdrew the dagger that pierced the knight's heart. With a swift motion, the knight's chest was pierced through. Blood gushed forth. The knight, caught unarmored, suffered a fatal wound with ease. Even if the knight was a trainee warrior, a pierced heart would lead to death. How could this be? I am dying in such a place at the hands of these people, the knight thought bitterly. His body uncontrollably leaning forward, knees first touching the ground, and then darkness enveloped him as he collapsed, lifeless. Right, there were more marauders than one. I must call for help. Otherwise, 3 days, and the others would also return here, to the fountain. Finally, I realized the importance of summoning reinforcements to the mine. However, when I attempted to find others, I discovered that not a single soul remained near the Robert mansion. Hey, where did everyone go? Did they all log off? I scratched my head in confusion. Was there an earthquake in the real world or something? Why is everyone offline? Just as I pondered this, I spotted Ivy wide at him, eyes brightened as I approached and asked, Ivy, do you know where everyone in the territory is gone? Ivy smiled upon seeing me. Sock brother, it's you. Everyone in the territory has rushed to the mine. It seems they're going to eliminate the marauders. Shouting something about stealing horses, suddenly, I understood. There was no need for me to summon help. Players who returned before me had already informed others of this news. Oh, that's how it is. Yes, with Edel around. There's no problem. Ivy added, I was taken aback. Edel went as well? Yes. When the players were ambushed, Charlotte had already informed Edel through her mental voice. Edel, the knight of the Shetland family, had reappeared at the mine, currently attacking players inside. You must gather the players and head towards the mine. Do not let them escape. Thanks to Ivy and Charlotte's healing, Edel had now regained the strength of a mid-level warrior, and a mere handful of knights would not stand a chance against him. Not to mention, Edel had a group of fearless players as helpers. Edel felt a sense of surprise, just after Lena had informed him about the Shetland Knights. They had arrived within less than an hour, which seemed rather coincidental. Furthermore, how did Charlotte know they were at the mine? Edel couldn't fathom it, and could only assume that Charlotte's abilities were peculiar. She possessed many oddities. However, now was not the time for deep contemplation. He needed to rush to the mine. Edel replied through his mental voice. All right, understood. I will gather personnel and head to the mine. Good. After answering Charlotte,
Edel assembled all the players he could find around the mansion. He called out loudly, "The mine is under attack by marauders. Come with me quickly to provide support." Ding! Edel has issued you the quest support the mine. Accept or decline. The players were initially surprised, then collectively clicked to accept. Charlotte had utilized Edel's name to issue the quest support the mine. It turned out that the marauders would announce their location upon respawning. In this light, the officials weren't entirely devoid of conscience. One player mused. What? They appeared at the mine again? I thought it was random respawning. Stop complaining and hurry up. If you're late, others might snatch your mounts. You rewrite. The players were incited with fervor, leaving Edel unable to discern who among them was the marauder. Oh, wait. That Iacyntia marauder. Those are the knights of the Shetland family. That I should get used to this group of immortal players sooner rather than later. Edel thought to himself. Edel led the players directly to the mine. Inside the mine, Butch and the remaining 3 knights were still slaughtering players. Those equipped with gear could barely contend against the knights. However, the unarmed players of the second test find themselves compelled to engage in battle with nothing but their bare hands or wielding pickaxes. The situation in the mine, aside from the 3-day hiatus, is overwhelmingly one-sided. The initial testers within the mine are still a minority, and their scattered nature prevents them from forming cohesive teams, unlike those who have been inactive for 3 days. The hastily assembled teams lack the synergy necessary for effective combat. With a swift cross-slash, Butch eliminates one of the initial testers at this moment. The ground around Butch is strewn with the bodies of fallen players. Over 20 in total. With a cold smirk, Butch remarks, "The strength of the Robert family is merely this. Over here." Another initial tester and a second tester collide with Butch. Tempted by the allure of mounts, the players charge forward without a hint of fear. Roaring in excitement, Butch dismounts his steed and resumes his assault. From the outset, Butch has resolved to annihilate, if not entirely wipe out, at least 80 to 90% of the miners within the mine. This, he believes, is the only way to halt operations at Robert's mine. Observing the kills made by the 3-day hiatus players, those like Shisilu and others feel a twinge of envy. How fortunate they are. Having acquired a mount in the process, it is infuriating that this event occurred while they were still unequipped. The players of the second test stomp their feet in frustration. With their master slain, the rebellious steeds gradually lose their will to resist. As the saying goes, those who recognize the situation are true heroes. A creature domesticated by humans, which Master S bred, does it not eat. Being a steed means learning to adapt to circumstances. Without expending much effort, Xiaoxiong Yingtang and the 3-day hiatus players manage to tame the rebellious steed. Xiaoxiong Yingtang gently strokes the steed's head and reassures it. "Good horse, obedient horse, you are now ours. You must listen well, or I won't hesitate to see what horse meat hot pot tastes like, not to mention improving my culinary skills." Xiaoxiong Yingtang's seemingly gentle words carry an unmistakable threat, causing even the stalwart Shisilu to feel a shiver down his spine. If even Shisilu feels intimidated, one can only imagine how the steed feels. As an animal, the steed's instincts are far sharper. Upon hearing Xiaoxiong Yingtang's words, it settles down immediately, its gaze becoming as clear as that of a university student on Earth. Shisilu remarks, "So, Yingtang possesses such attributes." After taming the steed, Shisilu approaches Yao Yao and pats his shoulder. "Well done, Yao Yao. You and Socks managed to take down the monster." Song Yuan Minking, putting away his ironwood bow, casually adds, "What do you mean by you and Socks?" "Shisilu, did you forget about me? Half the credit for killing the monster is mine. The other half can go to Socks." Yao Yao interjects, Hey, I delivered the final blow. Surely, I deserve the credit." Shisilu counters, "All 3 of you played vital roles. Without one of you, we might not have succeeded." "But Socks still ended up downed." Yao Yao replies, "Right? I thought Socks had truly mastered the combat techniques, but it turns out he was just a 3-legged cat." The 3 share a knowing shrug. Washing Socks. Aimed to show off, but failed miserably. While traveling, Washing Socks suddenly sneezes. Shisilu claps his hands and says, "All right, let's retrieve Socks' equipment. Yingtang, keep an eye on the horse. There are still other bandits around, so we must tread carefully." Understood. From the depths of the mine, the sounds of battle echo, indicating that players are still engaged with other bandits. If they let the mounts slip away, it would be quite the embarrassment, losing sleep over it for several nights. "Wait,
What's this? An equipment drop. Yao Yao, who had bent down to collect washing socks gear, suddenly exclaims. This sound draws the attention of Shisilu and the others. What? This monster can drop equipment. Shisilu exclaims in surprise before realizing. Oh, this bandit is actually a humanoid monster, not a beast. Beasts drop materials, but humanoid monsters can drop equipment. Moreover, from the game's perspective, the dropped equipment should be this, Yao Yao shouts, lifting the knight's longsword high for all to see. Indeed, a longsword. Damn, Socks got lucky. Dying once granted him new gear. After the initial excitement, Yao Yao mutters a curse under his breath. Among their group, only Washing Socks wield a longsword. The three crowd around. Xiao Xiong Ingtang curiously touches the longsword. Wow, it really dropped equipment. Song Yuanminking adds, this must be the first piece of equipment to drop in this game. Shisela urges, check its attributes. Let us see. Yao Yao responds, wait a moment, don't rush me. I'm trying to click. Huh, why does it show this panel? When Yao Yao clicks on the longsword's details, the panel leaves him perplexed. What? Is the panel's attribute really that terrible? Shisela questions, noticing Yao Yao's bewilderment. Yao Yao shakes his head. No, it's just, well, you all can see for yourself, he sets the longsword's attributes to public, displaying it for Shisilu and the others. Bandit S longsword, quality, unidentified attack power. Unidentified, durability, 100 quality, unidentified attack power. For question marks? After examining the longsword's attributes, Shisilu exclaims, what in the world? Yao Yao nods, exactly, that's why I couldn't figure out how to explain it to you. Xiao Xiong Ingtang asks, it says unidentified. Does that mean we need to identify it to know its attributes? Song Yuanminking replies, that should be the case. Yao Yao inquires, but how do we identify it? Who possesses the skill to identify equipment? Song Yuanminking retorts, fool, there is only one NPC for equipment identification, Pira, that if you're not going to Pira, who do you expect to identify it? Yao finally grasps. Oh right. Mingqing, did you just insult me? Song Yuanminking swiftly and decisively replies. No, Yao accepts. Oh, fine then. Shisilu and Xiao Xiong Ingtang think simultaneously. Yao is remarkably carefree. Meanwhile, from a divine perspective, Charlotte praises, well done, they really took down a knight from the Shedderling family. This knight must feel utterly frustrated to have met such a swift demise, such a hasty end. As for the equipment identification, of course, that was devised by Charlotte. Charlotte is not omniscient. He lacks the ability to assess the quality of equipment. Likely only seasoned warriors and blacksmiths possess that knowledge. Therefore, Charlotte cannot assign attributes to the Bandit S longsword. Although the equipment attributes are entirely fabricated by Charlotte. Well, it's all for the sake of enhancing the player's gaming experience. To err on the side of caution, Charlotte decides to set the equipment acquired through means other than forging to an unidentified status, allowing players to take it to Pira for identification, thus generating a suitable attribute panel. As the game official, Charlotte is quite ethical. While Shisilu and the others ponder how to identify the equipment, Butch and the other three knights are nearing the complete annihilation of the remaining players in the mine. Naturally, as a consequence, Butch and the knights are not without their own injuries. The fearless players are still quite aggressive. The players' intentions are simple. They solely wish to eliminate this group of monsters. Equipment. If lost, they can simply continue mining and forging. The chance to obtain mounts is right before them. Are they not bold enough to seize the opportunity? Fight for it, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Gamble a little, and a motorcycle might turn into a Land Rover. Gambling is strictly discouraged. The valiant players welcomed the next stage, a swift retreat to the fountain, with a flourish of his longsword. Butchie cast off the blood that stained its blade and subsequently blew the retreat signal. This sound heralded their impending withdrawal. After vanquishing all the players within this mining tunnel, Butchie mounted his steed and returned to the entrance. The other knights, upon hearing the signal, followed suit back to the mine's entrance, though one among them was notably absent. The missing knight was the one who had been slain by the trio known as 3 Days Without Beating. Butchie took a moment to count heads, furrowing his brow as he remarked, what happened to Pote? Did he not hear the signal? With such low efficiency in killing, which tunnel was he responsible for? After the other 3 knights eliminated themselves from suspicion, they pointed towards the tunnel where the trio resided. Butchie squeezed his legs, turning his warhorse around. Let us hasten to finish the task, then return to the territory. Yes, the warhorse galloped through the somewhat narrow, 6-person wide tunnel, the sound of its hooves reverberating all around. Charlotte, witnessing the scene, could only close her eyes and silently mourn for the trio for a few moments. You must hold on, just a little longer. Edel and the others will soon arrive. This time, the best outcome would be to eradicate every last one of the Shetland family's knights in the mine. To teach the Shetland family a bloody lesson, a resounding counterattack. Did they truly believe that Robert's territory was easy prey? Those who dare to covet Robert's domain must be prepared to lose a tooth. Unbeknownst to her, Charlotte subconsciously immersed herself in the identity of Robert's territory. If one wished to bully Lena, they must first reckon with her. Charlotte, she thought fiercely. The retreat signal echoed, reaching the trio. That a signal? Upon hearing it, they immediately became alert. What is going on? Are the horse bandits gathering? Yu Bing Mei Yao posited. Perhaps they intend to retreat. Song Yuan Ming Qing offered a more plausible explanation. Retreat? That would be splendid. We already have a mount. Let us secure it first. Yu Bing Mei Yao said, stroking the warhorse. My dear, you are truly magnificent. The way Yu Bing Mei Yao gazed at the warhorse sent shivers down its spine. Indeed, 3 days without beating nodded. If another encounter were to occur, victory against the horse bandits was far from guaranteed, especially considering their current diminished numbers. Should multiple horse bandits approach, their fate would be dire, and the hard-won mount would truly be lost. Yet, it seemed the unfolding events were anything but favorable. Song Yuan Ming Qing sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Ming Qing, have you thought of something? 3 days without beating inquired. However, before Song Yuan Ming Qing could respond, the sound of thundering hooves echoed through the tunnel. Clop, clop, clop. In that instant, everyone realized that the horse bandits were upon them. All eyes turned to Song Yuan Ming Qing. They thought, goodness, his words have proven prophetic. Why is it that the good omens elude us while the bad ones come to fruition? Song Yuan Ming Qing instantly discerned their thoughts, but knew that no matter how he explained, they likely would not believe him now that he shrugged and said, I am not a harbinger of doom. Truly, you must trust me. This is inevitable. Absolutely not my doing. The crowd responded dismissively, their hearts whispering, who would believe you? So, what now? Asked Xiao Xionging Tang. 3 days without beating surveyed the surviving players in the tunnel. Among them, only he and Si Shu Bu, Si Shu possessed equipment. The rest were newcomers who had only entered the game 2 days prior and had yet to forge any gear before becoming embroiled in this conflict. 3 days without beating was indeed at a loss. And no matter how he pondered, he could not conceive a method to contend with multiple horse bandits. The combat prowess of horse bandits exceeded that of the Qing wolf. Yet the disparity was not insurmountable. The challenge lay in the fact that, in most situations, only 2 could engage them in close combat, rendering the numerical advantage of the team ineffective. In essence, battling humanoid foes in a virtual reality game was a wholly different experience from confronting monsters. After much contemplation, 3 days without beating could only ask, is there anyone here who can ride? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Yu Bing Mei Yao replied, puzzled. Song Yuan Ming Qing had indeed guessed 3 days without beating S intention. Asking this question was a calculated move. With the horse bandits closing in and the current players' combat capabilities being insufficient to defeat them, they faced a deadlock. However, 3 days without beating was unwilling to let the hard-won mount slip away. Thus, he inquired if anyone present could ride. What else is there to do? Have someone mount the horse and make a swift escape, get the mount to a safe place, and those remaining should hold them off to buy time for the rider's escape. Upon this explanation, everyone comprehended Dada, so that it, they marveled at 3 days without beating S quick wit and decisiveness. Yet a problem arose. The Grand Territory was not like ordinary online games. It was a virtual reality game. And riding required skill and experience. Who among the average populace would possess such a talent? Yu Bing Mei Yao scratched his head, admitting, in traditional online games, riding a mount is simple, but in this game, to be honest, he had never ridden a horse in the real world, he cannot be said he had never ridden at all, if childhood rides on a carousel counted. Xiao Xiong Tang shook her head as well. I cannot either. All right then, next. 3 days without beating turned his attention towards Song Yuan Ming Qing. With a faint smile, Song Yuan Ming Qing remarked, what a coincidence. Anticipation filled the eyes of the others as they looked at Song Yuan Ming Qing. I cannot ride either at this juncture. He still had the heart to jest with them. Was he attempting to lighten the mood? Yu Bing Mei Yao felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Song Yuan Ming Qing, hoping to send him back to the fountain early. Just then, Si Shu Bu Si Shu, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, raised a hand. Yu Bing Mei Yao noticed and asked, "What is up? Si Shu, do you need to use the restroom? Hold on, we'll be back at the fountain soon." They had conducted business with Si Shu before and were relatively familiar. Thus speaking casually. I Shu Bu, Si Shu's expression darkened. "What are you talking about? Do you think one can use the restroom in a game? What about logging off?" Logging off could indeed evade combat and preserve one's equipment. A commendable choice. However, while other players could do so, 3 days without beating and his companions could not. They must strive to protect the mount they had so painstakingly acquired. I am not in such a hurry. "Stop! That is not what I meant," Si Shu exclaimed, slightly exasperated. Perhaps due to their shared role as archers, Song Yuan Ming Qing and Si Shu had a somewhat contentious relationship. "What do you wish to say?" Song Yuan Ming Qing asked, arms crossed. "Guarantee you asking who could ride. To be honest, I can." Upon this revelation, the eyes of several individuals brightened with hope. There might be a way to secure the mount. Song Yuan Ming Qing looked at Si Shu with skepticism. "You?" Si Shu nodded resignedly and reiterated, "Yes, it's me that I can ride." Song Yuan Ming Qing, "You're not trying to deceive us for our mount, are you?" The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties were unable to accept it. Similarly, as an archer, he would inevitably be outshone by Si Shu in certain aspects. Even mere horseback riding was not an exception. The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing swore that there were absolutely no personal feelings involved. In reality, the accuracy of Si Shu's archery far surpassed that of the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The words of the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing suddenly awakened Santian Buddha, who had not engaged in combat for 3 days. The gaze of someone ailing without remedy turned wary in an instant. This guy, could he really harbor such intentions? Deceiving mounts, stealing gear, and pilfering items were not uncommon occurrences in online games. As seasoned players, they had all encountered such situations to varying degrees. The directness of the alien gaze made it hard for Si Shu to ignore. Si Shu remarked, "Why is it so difficult to do a good deed?" After all, they had indeed saved Si Shu's life during those 3 days without combat. And Si Shu wished to return the favor. There was no need to abandon one's character while playing a game. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the others, Si Shu explained, "I can attempt to help you retrieve your mounts, but I have one condition." Santian Buddha began to ponder the veracity of Si Shu's words. However, the approaching sound of hooves left him little time for contemplation. Santian Buddha had no choice but to engage Si Shu in conversation. "What is your condition?" The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing inquired, "Is it territory, coins, or equipment?" The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing speculated that these were the most likely possibilities. I Shu replied, "Neither territory, coins, nor equipment." "Then what is your condition?" "Once I help you retrieve your mounts, our 2 teams shall form an alliance." "An alliance? Why not? We can discuss the details later." "I agree." Santian Buddha realized time was of the essence, and there was no room for further delay as for what Si Shu hoped to gain from the alliance. That could wait for later discussion. Santian Buddha raised his hand, signaling Si Shu to strike a pact. "All right, I will assist you in bringing your mounts back. I Shu extended his hand, and the two exchanged a firm slap, the sound echoing. The sound of hooves was now unmistakably close. "Hardened candy. Give him the mount," Santian Buddha commanded. "Oh, all right," replied Little Bear Hardened Candy. Approaching Si Shu, he handed over the reins. "If it doesn't cooperate, just place your sword against its neck. It will certainly comply." "Huh." The wild horse appeared utterly terrified. "Are you even listening to what you're saying?" Si Shu took the reins and assured, "Rest assured, I will not deceive you regarding your mount. If I do, you can directly expose me on the forum." The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing responded,
And you can rest easy. If you betray us, the headline on the forum will surely feature you. I Shubu Si Shu cast a look at the song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The two faced off. Neither willing to yield. It was Santian Bu, who stepped in, interrupting their silent standoff. All right, let us mount quickly. Otherwise, when the horse bandits arrive, escaping will be even more challenging. Santian Bu to emphasize the urgency of fleeing. Matters of pride could be discussed another time. I Shu Si Shu nodded, then swiftly mounted, skillfully flicking the reins and galloping away on the wild horse. Damn it, this guy really can ride. The song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing remarked with visible displeasure as they watched Si Shu's retreating figure. The others chimed in. So what exactly is Ming Qing unhappy about? Clop, 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 ahead of Butchie and his companions. The sound of hooves echoed as well. Upon hearing this sound, Butchie and the others slowed their steeds. A hint of dissatisfaction crossed Butchie's face. Really, is the battle only being resolved now? It seems we need to strengthen our training after returning. The knights beside him nodded in agreement. As the distance between the two parties narrowed, the sound of hooves grew louder. Butchie frowned. Why hadn't Tipate slowed down? Was something unexpected occurring? Butchie commanded. Spread out, clear half the path. Yes, the tunnel was narrow. If they did not allow Pate, who was actually Si Shu, to pass, a collision was inevitable, leading to chaos. Butchie's displeasure deepened. What on earth was happening with Pate? This situation, beyond his control, was not something Butchie wished to witness. With a scowl, he planned to berate Pate upon their meeting. The sound of hooves was now imminent, and Butchie and his companions could clearly sense that they were about to converge with Pate as the wild horse dashed forth. Butchie instinctively mistook the rider for Pate. What are you doing? Wait, who are you? This individual was not Pate at all. Butchie exclaimed as he recognized the wild horse, only to realize mid-sentence that the rider was a complete stranger. Not his subordinate Pate. Si Shu, oblivious to the thoughts of the horse bandits, was solely focused on escaping the mine. Their moment of confusion would only serve to aid his flight. Si Shu and Butchie's group brushed past each other. Stop him. He is one of Robert's men, Butchie shouted, directing a few to change direction. However, maneuvering their steeds in the narrow mine was no easy feat. Damn it, what happened to Pate? After realizing that the rider was not Pate, the knights began to ponder what had happened to him. By the time they adjusted their direction, Si Shu had already gained considerable distance. Si Shu's wild horse had considered stopping to return to the knights, but Si Shu, ever cunning, had indeed followed little bear-hardened Candy's advice, placing his sword against the horse's neck. Should the horse show any signs of betrayal, he would strike it down, sending it to meet its master. After all, it was not his horse, and Si Shu felt no remorse or pity. Colin, you and I will pursue that fellow. Henry, Wagong, check on Petit's situation. Yes. After issuing his orders, Butchie intended to ride after Si Shu. Shortly thereafter, Santian Buddha and the others arrived. Coincidentally overhearing Butchie's commands, the song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing knocked an arrow, aiming at Butchie, and released it. Whoosh! Luck favored them, as the arrow flew with remarkable precision, hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air. Butchie tilted his head, catching the rapid projectile with his hand. The song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, he can do that too. The previous bandit lacked such skill. Butchie turned, glaring at Santian Buddha and the others. His expression darkened. Had these individuals caused Petit's predicament? Santian Buddha warned. If you wish to pursue, you must first get past us. Butchie sneered. Get past you. With your group's combat prowess barely at 5? To Butchie, Santian Buddha and his companions posed no threat. How could Pate have encountered trouble at their hands? As Santian Buddha and the others removed their equipment, knowing full well the perilous situation, they deemed it unnecessary to risk their gear. The ailing gaze remarked, the designer of this game must be a Dragon Ball fan. Such classic lines have made their way in. Little Bear hardened, Candy jokingly added, I wonder if we'll transform into Su Pasayajin. Ha. The group laughed, clearly underestimating Butchie and his companions. Butchie's expression darkened further as he waved his hand. A minute later,
San Tianbuda and his companions resurrected at the fountain. The Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing remained silent for a moment before saying, "Our involvement here is utterly superfluous. I ask this not a gift." The other three fell silent as well, hoping that Si Shu could return. Butchie and his group finally exited the mine. Damn it, this group of weaklings with combat prowess barely above 5 insists on coming to their doom. "You have wasted our time," the Guang exclaimed indignantly. Butchie scanned the ground and discovered fresh hoof prints. "Enough of the complaints. Let's pursue." With a sharp command, Butchie urged his horse into a gallop. "Yes," the other three knights quickly accelerated in response. The strategy of placing swords across the necks of their steeds proved effective, as the horses indeed raced with unbridled vigor. However, Sishunbushi's equestrian skills were limited, unable to fully match the speed of the galloping beasts. After all, Sishunbushi's pursuit of horsemanship was merely a hobby, and he could not compare to those who had trained on horseback for years. In light of this, Sishunbushi could only pray for a delay in the skirmish. Hoping to return to his estate, the estate, Edel and the others awaited, fully capable of dealing with the marauding horsemen. "Once again, I shall offer you the chance to face us one by one. Watch as we overwhelm you." Just as Sishunbushi contemplated this, the figures of Edel and his companions emerged ahead. "Marvelous! Reinforcements!" Sishunbushi felt elated. They were safe now. There were riders approaching. The players on Edel's side also spotted Sishunbushi, but did not recognize him at first glance. "Are they marauders? Charge, brothers!" with a resounding battle cry. The players surged forward, their speed exceeding that of before. Before Sishunbushi could revel in his joy, he noticed a throng of armed players rushing toward him, seemingly intent on striking him down. "Surely, they don't mistake me for a monster?" Sishunbushi's expression turned frantic as he quickly reined in his horse, calling out to the approaching players, "Halt! Halt! I am a player. A player!" As the players drew near and heard Sishunbushi's words, they finally recognized him that, "Oh, it's you." The players seemed somewhat disappointed, lamenting that Sishunbushi could not be slain for his mount. "Goodness, Sishun, impressive. Have you already acquired a steed?" Members of Sishunbushi's party were also among the larger group. Just as Sishunbushi was about to explain, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed behind him. "Well, how fortuitous. There's no need for an explanation now. Let us engage in battle." Charlotte felt her influence was truly boundless. Possessing a god's eye perspective, she adeptly gathered intelligence. Charlotte communicated telepathically with Edel. "Edel, prepare for battle. They are approaching." "Understood." Upon hearing the distant sound of hooves and Charlotte's mental call, Edel approached the group with a serious demeanor, tightening his grip on his sword. Initially, the players had assumed it was another group of mount-wielding players. Only when they noticed Edel's solemn stance did they realize the gravity of the situation. This time, it was likely the real deal. The players gazed fervently ahead, their eyes brimming with a desire for steeds. Meanwhile, Charlotte, lurking in peeping mode, observed with anticipation, almost wishing for popcorn and soda. Sishunbushi hastened to his teammates, saying, "The details regarding this mount do not belong to me. I shall explain later. For now, prepare for battle. They are here to pursue me." In truth, Sishunbushi's teammates were already poised for combat, eager to engage. "Leave the front to us." The team members trusted Sishunbushi's archery skills, a stark contrast to the dynamics of another squad. "Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, it feels like my nose is itching. Who is pointing at me?" Observing the situation, Charlotte contemplated and then conveyed to Edel, "Never mind. Let the players engage the knights of the Shetland family first. You can remain on the sidelines. If the players falter, then you may intervene." This time, approximately 40 players had come to support the mine. Discounting those who were offline, those currently resurrecting in the mine, and those in other regions who had not received the support task, this was the maximum number that could be mobilized. Initially puzzled, Edel quickly grasped Charlotte's intention. Nodding, he responded telepathically, "Understood." Was Charlotte seeking to train the players' combat capabilities? It seemed so, given the current circumstances. Soon there would undoubtedly be a direct conflict between Robert's territory and the Shetland territory. Now was an opportune moment to enhance the players' combat skills and prepare them for future confrontations. Observing the disparity in numbers between the two sides, Charlotte mused, "Am I overthinking this?" over 40 players against 4 knights. With Edel providing support. Let's consider this a training exercise. When Butchie and his companions caught up and beheld the mass of players, their eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Butchie gestured for his comrades to rein in their horses. His face was a picture of incredulity as he murmured, "How can this be? Robert's territory boasts such a multitude of combatants. What were those they had just slain in the mine?" Butchie roughly counted. This formidable group before him numbered at least 40 combatants. In Butchie's eyes, unarmored players did not count as fighters. Where had Robert's territory found the resources to recruit such fighters? Hadn't Robert's territory been in decline for several years? Butchie stared in astonishment. It was worth noting that the guard force of the Shetland family numbered just 100. The guard quota for the baronial title in the Kingdom of Aten on Solar Continent was set at 100. The knightly contingent comprised 1 mid-level warrior, 3 junior warriors, and over 20 apprentice warriors. The remaining 70 or so were guards who had not yet reached the apprentice warrior standard. They could only be classified as warrior apprentices in terms of numbers. Robert's territory's combatants were nearing half the strength of the Shetland family's guard, though the combatant from Robert's territory were relatively inexperienced. Note, the number of guard forces mentioned here refers solely to the private combat strength of the Shetland family, not the overall combat strength of the Shetland territory. The guard forces of various towns in the Shetland territory report to the local town's captain of the guard. Indeed, one of the apprentice warriors from the Shetland family had to be subtracted, as Pote had been killed by the 3 days without a fight tactic. Just as Butchie was lost in thought, the players surged forward. Their speed was nearly faster than that of the wild horses. "Charge! This time we shall not err. Slay them and claim their steeds. Be careful not to harm the horses. Yes, do not injure the horses." Even at this critical juncture, the player's primary concern remained the horses that a player dashed to the front of Butchie. Thrusting his sword, Butchie instinctively dodged the strike and retaliated, slaying the player. Merely 1 player had fallen, yet behind him surged more players, relentless in their advance, while the rear held archers represented by Sishanbushi. Whoosh! Clang! Butchie deflected incoming arrows mid-flight, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the players attacking him. In a moment of desperation, Butchie resorted to his combat skill. Whirlwind Slash. The players surrounding Butchie were severely wounded, their equipment sustaining significant damage, their HP plummeting. Fall back. Despite his reluctance, Butchie could only issue the retreat command. The sheer number of Robert's territory combatants was overwhelming, outnumbering them by more than tenfold. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Did they truly fear death? Yes. The 3 knights sought to swiftly evade the encroaching players, unleashing their combat skills. However, the players had heard Butchie's command and understood their intent to retreat. Refusing to grant them an easy escape, they could not let such easy prey slip away. The 3 knights exerted all their strength, yet the players continued to engage in relentless wheel tactics, blocking their path to retreat, leaving the knights unable to break free. After using their skills 2 or 3 times, the knights found their magical energy depleted, rendering them incapable of casting further abilities. They were now powerless to utilize their skills. "Now, let us strike." A perceptive player noticed the situation and beckoned the others to come forward. The 3 knights found themselves ensnared, unable to escape, upon witnessing this. Butchie's expression twisted in distress before he resolved, "I cannot remain here. I must return and inform Lord Polanti of the situation." He believed that Lord Polanti would not impose a severe punishment upon him. With this thought, Butchie made the fateful decision to abandon his subordinates and retreat alone. He executed a whirlwind slash, dispatching players who attempted to impede his escape. Then he tugged on the reins, urging his steed to gallop away. Seeing this, Charlotte alerted Eder. "Eder, that individual intends to flee." Eder focused his gaze and confirmed Charlotte's observation. Indeed, Butchie was making his escape. "May I borrow your bow?" he requested of his companion. Sishu, Busi replied. But before he could consent, Eder snatched the bow from his grasp. Eder knocked an arrow, closing one eye to aim at Butchie's back. "Wind chase arrow," Eder proclaimed, releasing the arrow imbued with the force of a tempest towards Butchie. Whoosh! Wind chase arrow! Whoosh! The arrow, carrying the might of a gale, struck Butchie in an instant. He stumbled in the saddle, but managed to maintain his grip, continuing his flight from the plains despite his injuries. Eder tugged at the ironwood bow in his hands, a look of regret crossing his face. Have I truly not practiced for so long that I could only hit his abdomen? I was aiming for his heart. Eder held no mercy for those who encroach upon others' territories, especially not for someone like Butchie, whose hands were stained with blood. My apologies, Lord Charlotte, but he has managed to escape. Eder returned the ironwood bow to Sishu Busi and communicated with Charlotte through thought. It's of no consequence. If he escapes, so be it. Charlotte was unconcerned, believing it preferable to capture Butchie, yet not a matter of great importance if he eluded them. As for the intelligence Butchie would bring back, that was a jest. Did Robert's territory consist solely of this handful of fully armed players? The information Butchie procured would be inaccurate in a matter of days. Robert's domain would be beset by even more armed bandits. Indeed, the term bandit should rightfully apply to the players. Wherever players tread, not a blade of grass survives. The dozen players who had set their sights on Butchie were not as indifferent as Charlotte. They were now beside themselves with frustration. Damn it, that monster managed to escape? Wait, nobody mentioned that the monsters in this game could flee. This is a disaster. I won't sleep a wink tonight, ignoring the brief interlude of Butchie's escape. Within 5 minutes, the remaining 3 knights, under the players' just assault, met their glorious demise alongside Pod. Against overwhelming numbers, even the mightiest of knights would find it difficult to survive. However, after vanquishing the knights, a new dilemma arose: how to allocate the spoils, mounts, and longswords. It must be noted that the combatants were not members of the same team. At least 2 squads had banded together to tackle a single knight. And no matter how they divided the loot, it would be unsatisfactory for one side or the other. Consequently, 2 groups of players began to bicker. Eder, noticing their quarrel, expressed his concern to Charlotte. Why, Lord Charlotte, should we intervene? If this leads to internal strife within our territory, it would be truly counterproductive. Charlotte reassured Eder, fear not. They will resolve it in their own manner. Yes, that's so. Eder pondered, uncertain of what Charlotte meant by their own solution. However, since Charlotte had spoken, Eder decided to relinquish his worries. He stood by, quietly observing the unfolding events. Amidst their disputes, the 2 teams indeed proposed a method: call me Chattering. Since this game lacks rolling dice, let's plant flags instead. Chattering was the leader of one squad, while the other squad's leader was known as Super Big Sword. Fine, let's plant flags. The victor claims the mount while the loser receives the long sword. Agreed, Chattering concurred. Wait, what about me? I contributed as well, protested a player not affiliated with either team. You may plant a flag too. The player's resolution was straightforward and brutal. If it was difficult to divide, then let them plant flags. Only the victor would claim the finest rewards. Those who lost simply had to acknowledge their inferiority. Thus, Eder watched as players rushed back to the fountain at lightning speed. Eder remarked, so this is how they resolve conflicts. It is utterly absurd. If other territories were to learn of this, they might think it a scene of black market dealings. Charlotte, intrigued, observed the player skirmishes, contemplating whether to establish an arena for player duels. However, given the numerous tasks at hand within the territory, the idea of an arena would have to be postponed for now. Once the players concluded their battles, Eder intended to return to the territory. With Butchie having escaped, the Shetland family would likely reassess their plans regarding Robert's territory, unless the head of the Shetland family disregarded the noble facade and outright confronted Robert. Such harassment as witnessed today would hold no weight against him. The 3 members of the useless club returned to Sishu Busi's side, somewhat dejected. Damn it, that monster managed to escape. One voiced, it feels as though that creature was stronger than the others. Is it just my imagination? I think so too, replied Not Eating Coriander in agreement. The 3 were members of Sishu Busi's team, joined by a player named Don't Bark at Me, who had unluckily been slain by Butchie during the encounter. His equipment was retrieved by Not Eating Coriander and stowed in his backpack. Sishu Busi expressed his regret. Indeed, it is a pity. I wonder if those horse bandits will respawn. Sishu Busi hoped this would be a long-term event. Otherwise, having let the mount go would lead to self-reproach every time he reminisced about it. By the way, Sishu, what did you mean earlier when you said that mount wasn't yours? Did you steal it? Sishu Busi's forehead twitched with irritation. Come on, Can you not choose your words more carefully? Stealing. I am merely shouldering a heavy responsibility. Shouldering a heavy responsibility? I don't understand. The three from the useless club shook their heads in unison. Thus, Sishu Busi recounted his agreement with the 3-day no-hit team to them. The three suddenly comprehended. Oh, so this mount belongs to 3-day no-hit. Sishu Busi nodded. Indeed. Just then, I Wash Socks arrived on the scene. Sishu Busi immediately spotted the unarmored I Wash Socks. Hey, Socks, over here. I Wash Socks, puzzled and unsure of Sishu Busi's intent, approached nonetheless. What do you want? Are you seeking vengeance for the monster, or perhaps you wish to repay a debt of gratitude? Surely, you need not bother. We are acquainted. After all, have you managed to acquire a mount? I Wash Socks rambled on, only to notice the familiar steed beneath Sishu Busi. This horse seemed oddly familiar to I Wash Socks pondered. He felt he had seen this mount before his demise. Sishu Busi explained, this mount belongs to you. 3-day made a pact with me. He reiterated his earlier explanation to I Wash Socks, leaving him somewhat parched from speaking. After repeating himself, Sishu Busi suddenly thought, damn, am I going to have to explain this to Don't Bark at Me again? After returning the steed to me, She Socks found himself in a predicament. As Sishu Busi and others went off to seek alternative companions to engage with, the equipment belonging to those who dare to bark at me remains tucked away in a backpack that harbors no cilantro. She Socks stood there, exchanging glances with the fierce stallion, yet ultimately found himself unable to suppress the restless yearning within his heart. With a huff, the stallion exhaled a wave of warmth that enveloped She Socks' face. He addressed the steed, saying, Good horse, be gentle with me. Allow me to experience the sensation of riding in this virtual reality game. With that, She Socks deftly mounted the stallion, feeling his perspective elevate, transforming his view into something extraordinary. He marveled. Is this the world perceived by those who possess mounts? Truly delightful. And so, he resolved to gallop forth. After inhaling the air upon the horse's back for a moment, She Socks attempted to emulate the gallant style of seasoned riders, boldly tugging at the reins. Yet, after uttering his grand declarations, he remained stationary. Not a single inch moved. In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to still. Embarrassment washed over She Socks. Why am I not moving? He leaned forward and patted the stallion's neck. But the creature remained unfazed, merely lifting its hooves before releasing another wave of warmth. Unperturbed, She Socks persisted in his attempts, yet the best result was merely a few hesitant steps in a direction contrary to his intentions. His spirits sank, realizing, surely this game cannot be so realistic as to omit a riding assist feature. He grumbled, dismounting the stallion in resignation. Remaining atop the steed would only squander time. It was wiser to lead the mount back to reunite with Sishu Busi and the others. Sishu Busi had already informed She Socks of the glorious, yet futile, sacrifice of the 3 days' effort. Moreover, the other players who had acquired mounts exhibited similar frustrations after several attempts. They too abandoned the notion of riding back to their territory. Given the circumstances, it was best to lead the steeds back home. After all, players skilled in horsemanship were a rarity, and not everyone shared Sishu's passion for riding. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. A gaggle of players forsaking their mounts, leading the stallions along the path with a slow and deliberate pace, pondering, how might one learn to ride? Must I enroll in an offline riding course? Charlotte, witnessing this absurdity, could hardly contain her amusement. While players had acquired mounts, they were utterly incapable of riding them. After a hearty laugh, Charlotte began to contemplate a solution to this dilemma. No, it is imperative that players master the art of riding. I'm committed to providing excellent after-sales service, she mused, considering herself a dutiful representative of the game. Charlotte reached out telepathically to Edel. Edel, how proficient are you in riding? On the return journey, Edel responded, my riding skills are adequate, that I would say I am at least on par with the knights of the Shetland family. However, why does Lady Charlotte inquire about this? Edel wondered, puzzled. Charlotte, in her mind, thought, since Edel can ride, let him instruct the players, and in doing so, we can also reclaim some territory coins. What a stroke of genius! As for the additional workload thrust upon Edel, he was more than capable of handling it. If Charlotte had no qualms about placing demands on the players, She certainly wouldn't spare Edel. All right, Edel, if any players approach you seeking writing lessons, please oblige them that we will charge 100 territory coins for each session. Given the player's aptitude, I estimate they will require several lessons to master the skill. Edel, unperturbed by the extra responsibility, nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand. With Edel's consent, Charlotte promptly issued a public announcement to all players. Ding. Due to players acquiring mounts, the mount system is now officially activated within the game. Players are encouraged to explore ways to obtain mounts. Riding requires the skill of horsemanship. Those lacking this skill should seek Edel for instruction. Ding. The mount space is now accessible, allowing players to store their steeds within prevent the mount from being neglected. Charlotte had expended some magical energy to create a mount space. From a certain perspective, the stallions were indeed the property of Robert's territory. Upon seeing this announcement, players were struck with realization. Ah, so we need the skill of horsemanship, they exclaimed. I knew the developers would have a remedy in place. Although the players grumbled, their bodies obediently moved toward Edel for lessons, already envisioning their territory coins slipping away. The members of a team with mounts had resolved to learn both combat techniques and horsemanship from Edel simultaneously. A win-win situation. Meanwhile, Butch, despite his injuries, gallantly rode back from Robert's territory to Shetland territory, eventually arriving at the Shetland estate. His journey was marked by a trail of blood, despite his efforts to staunch the wound with magic. The injury sustained from Edel's martial techniques was not easily mended, but a strike from a mid-tier warrior was formidable, especially given Butch's lack of armor. His entire abdomen had been pierced by arrows. Surviving, in itself, was a testament to Butch's resilience. As he reined in his horse before the Shetland estate, he almost stumbled upon dismounting. Thankfully, he regained his balance. Clutching his wounded abdomen, he staggered into the Shetland estate, making a beeline for Poland's study. Along the way, several household servants were taken aback by his appearance. Mr. Butch, what has happened to you? Mr. Butch, you should tend to your wounds. Butch waved away their offers of assistance, insisting, I have urgent matters to report to Lord Poland. Having painstakingly reached the door of Poland's study, Butch took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock. Lord Poland, it is I, Butch. Come in. Butch entered, and with a resounding thud, he dropped to one knee. With his head bowed in profound shame, he uttered, I beg your forgiveness, Lord Poland, but the squad I led into Robert's territory has been utterly decimated. What? A shocked exclamation erupted within the hallowed halls of the Shetland estate, startling the birds resting in the trees. Confusion, disbelief, and shock. Poland leapt from his chair, his hands braced against the table. You mean to say that I dispatched 5 knights, and apart from you, all perished in Robert's territory? You are the sole survivor? Poland's voice quivered with agitation. He could scarcely comprehend that Robert's territory possessed the strength to permanently claim his knights. How could this be? This plan was supposed to be foolproof. How could Robert's territory possibly contend with his knights? Butch remained with his head bowed. Indeed, we had nearly eradicated the personnel in the mine. However, in our pursuit of the last one, Robert's territory deployed over 40 fully armed warriors. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, they ensnared Vaguang and the others, and with no viable options left, I had no choice but to retreat and deliver this news to you. Butch gritted his teeth against the pain in his abdomen as he spoke. Why didn't you die there as well? Poland roared, losing his composure. True, I should have perished alongside Vaguang and the others. Yet, I could not return without conveying crucial intelligence regarding Robert's territory. Buki spoke sincerely. Belanti was still on the verge of anger. But just as the words of reprimand were about to escape his lips, he caught sight of the wound on Buki's abdomen, from which blood flowed incessantly. Belanti swallowed his words and turned away, gesturing dismissively. Enough. You shall retreat to tend to your injuries. Once you have healed, I will impose your punishment. Yes. Thank you, Lord Belanti. After uttering this phrase, Buki exited the study. Belanti resumed his seat, his mind racing with the thoughts of Buki's earlier words. Someone summon Bams and Yake. Belanti instructed the servant outside the study. Yes, my lord, the servant replied before departing. Before long, Bams arrived at the study. He bowed respectfully to Belanti. My lord, did you summon me for something? Belanti waved his hand. That I will explain once Yake arrives. Understood. Bam stood respectfully to the side. That a few moments later, there was another knock at the door of the study. Lord Belanti, it is Idot upon hearing this voice. Belanti recognized that Yake had arrived. Yake, the captain of the Shetland Estates Guard, was a mid-level warrior. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man of medium build, with a weathered face, clad in armor, and bearing a long sword at his waist. Lord Bams, I heard that Buki was gravely injured and has gone to Iris Town to seek healing from the priest. Is something significant occurring in the territory? Yake inquired, realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Bams. Belanti replied, Indeed. He proceeded to relay the report that Buki had brought back to both Bams and Yake. After listening, a flicker of surprise crossed their otherwise impassive faces. They fell into a brief silence, pondering the implications before Yake spoke. The injuries on Buki are certainly not something a novice warrior can inflict. The one who caused Buki's wounds is, like myself, a mid-level warrior, having observed Buki's injuries. Yake spoke with certainty. Belanti, now more shocked, exclaimed, A mid-level warrior? Yake nodded. Indeed, but what perplexes me is whether such a person still exists in Robert's domain. Yake expressed his confusion. If it were the Robert of the past, possessing such strength would not have been surprising to Yake. After all, Robert held a baronial title. During Lena's father's tenure as head of the family, Robert had consistently stood toe-to-toe with Shetland, his strength comparable. However, in the present context, Yake found himself baffled. What sort of mid-level warrior would be foolish enough to align themselves with a territory that had fallen as low as Robert's? Belanti's tone grew increasingly impatient. I care not whence this mid-level warrior comes. I only wish to know how we can contend with Robert. Belanti said darkly that it was evident that Robert's territory was on the verge of falling entirely into his hands. Yet now this complication had arisen. Bams pondered a strategy. Direct confrontation would be unwise. If matters escalated, news would reach the capital, and word would spread among the nobles, which would not bode well for Shetland. Securing the territory while losing reputation would be tantamount to gaining a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon. Yake remained silent. He was merely a warrior. Asking him to contemplate such intricate schemes was asking too much. His intellect surpassed Buki's, yet was not significantly more capable. After a moment's thought, Bam spoke. Lord Belanti, the farmland that previously belonged to Robert's territory is still in our possession, correct? While referred to as farmland, it encompassed nearly 1,000 acres of fertile land. Belanti nodded. Indeed, most of Robert's territory is now under our control, save for his dilapidated manor and the area connected to the Sophie Plain mine. If they could fully seize Robert's lands, the Shetland family's territory would rival that of a viscount. Hearing this, Bam smiled. Then we can afford to bide our time with Robert's territory. Bide our time? With Lena and Robert? Are we to wait until she leads the territory back to prominence? Belanti retorted, not grasping Bam's intent and questioning him in frustration. Bams remained calm. There is no need for haste. My lord, that Robert's territory lacks farmland. All their food sources come from towns, such as Azure Town and Iris Town, as well as game from hunting. However, the Whispering Forest is fraught with peril, and the acquisition of meat is limited. If we restrict the food supply to the towns, it will not be long before no one wishes to remain in Robert's territory, working for Baron Robert. Everyone needs to eat. Without food, who would willingly labor under his command? Bam spoke confidently, despite lacking comprehensive knowledge of Robert's situation. After considering Bam's plan, Belanti's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Excellent. This plan is splendid. We shall execute it as proposed. Bams, I entrust this matter to you entirely. Belanti declared, assuming the role of a carefree overseer, delegating the responsibility to Bams. Bams respectfully accepted this assignment. Yes, A.T. Robert's manor. Why purchase so much grain? It seems we won't finish it in 2 or 3 months. Lena asked Mino, who had just returned from Azure Town. Behind Mino were several large carts filled with grain. Mino shook his head. I am unclear. It was butler Kyvie who instructed me to buy it. I see. Very well then. Upon learning it was Kyvie's directive, Lena ceased her inquiries. In a small pavilion within the manor, Kyvie leisurely sipped afternoon tea. having navigated through various schemes in his advanced age. He was well-versed in such matters. Upon returning to the territory, Shu and Bushu found and returned the equipment to a certain individual. They then noticed Mino's unusual situation. "Hey, what are the beautiful Lord and Mino doing there? Is there a new plot unfolding?" An ineffectual player remarked. "Wow, so many supplies. Surely they can't all be for sale in the store." Not eating cilantro's eyes widened at the sight of the numerous carts filled with grain. Mino had indeed gone for supplies. They wondered what goods the store had this time. In truth, Mino's purchases included not only grain, but also various daily necessities. Kaivi's considerations were quite thorough that I don't understand. "Let's hurry over and inquire." Shu and Bushu exchanged simple guesses before making their way over. The circle of players had already gathered around Mino and Lena. Upon approaching, Shu gently patted a player's shoulder and asked, "Hey, brother, may I ask what new plot has been triggered here?" The player turned around, seeing Shu's polite demeanor, and patiently replied, "New plot? Well, it could be considered so, but this plot is already concluded. Mino issued a task called supply procurement this morning, gathering about 30 players to run to Azure Town to complete it. And now, they have just returned." This player pointed at Mino and the pile of supplies. Shu suddenly understood. So it was another supply procurement task. They had previously issued a similar task during the celebration banquet. However, at that time, only 5 players were gathered, and there were affection restrictions. This player nodded. Indeed, the task offered decent rewards, quite generous, even more so than what one would earn from mining. A round trip yields 600 territory coins, which indeed constitutes a substantial reward for players of the second beta test who lack equipment and are unable to hunt monsters. The first test players are preoccupied with acquiring mounts. So this time, those accompanying Minuo on the procurement mission are primarily players from the second beta test. "All right, thanks, my friend at Ishubu Shu, known for his toxicity, expressed his gratitude. That is a trivial matter." Shu returned to the group of useless big stick, stating, "It's not a significant plot point, merely a supply procurement task. I suspect it's due to the second beta test that the shop has also been updated." Buchi remarked, "I see that. I wonder what new items will be available in the shop this time. Once Minuo is ready, we could just go ask." Pian Shiwu interjected at you currently have a lot of territory coins?" Buchi glanced at Pian Shiwu. "If I still need to learn skills from idle, I don't have much left. Isn't that the case? And you choose to save your money for bread instead of buying it, opting instead to purchase wheat, claiming you want to brew beer in the game. Have you lost your mind? If you want beer, can't you just drink it offline? What do you know? This is an experiment. Understand, since the bread sold in Minuo's shop has HP recovery properties, there's no reason my brewed beer wouldn't have some effect too. Who knows, it might even provide a buff. For instance, enhancing attack power or something similar." Pian Shiwu countered. Even Charlotte, who was eavesdropping, found Pian Shiwu's argument quite persuasive. Such buff-enhancing items indeed hold a necessary existence. After all, they are merely a means to deceive players without requiring substantial expenditure or magical energy. Why not seize the opportunity? Charlotte began contemplating the possibility of attributing properties to food. If such attributes truly existed, I could set up a small stall and sell beer, and territory coins would flow in abundantly. The more Pian Shiwu spoke, the more confident he became, as if he were certain his beer would indeed possess attributes. That Buchi replied, All right, I can't argue with you. Why don't you just go speak to Lena directly and ask her to grant you a piece of land to open a tavern?" Buchi Xiangkai's suggestion lit up Pian Shiwu's eyes. "Xiangkai, that's a splendid idea. I'll go ask Lena right away." Buchi Xiangkai was astonished. "Wait, do you really have that in mind?" "What's wrong with that?" Pian Shiwu replied. Buchi Xiangkai's words indeed provided Pian Shiwu with a new perspective that in this game, there was no rule preventing players from engaging in trade within their territory. Without hesitation, Pian Shiwu noticed Lena had not yet departed and approached her directly. My lord. Pian Shiwu called out to Lena as Ishubu Shu and the others followed closely, eager to discover whether this idea was feasible. Logically, Lena should not refuse, right? This game, aside from combat mechanics, also allows for a high degree of freedom in daily life gameplay, so there should be no reason for such a mode to be absent. Upon hearing her name, Lena turned to look to aid her memory. Charlotte had taken the liberty of labeling each player's ID above their heads for Lena's benefit. Thus, she recognized that the player calling her was named Pian Pian Chi Wu. Pian Pian Chi Wu, do you have something to discuss? Lena inquired. Pian Pian Chi Wu was not at all surprised that she knew his name. After all, it was quite normal for NPCs in the game. Without delay, Pian Pian Chi Wu got straight to the point. My lord, would you permit me to establish a small tavern within the territory? I intend to sell some beer to the residents. Beer? Is that the type made from wheat? Lena asked with curiosity. She had never tasted wheat beer before and had never had the opportunity to try it. Wheat beer was quite popular in the Avalon Kingdom. Particularly in the Dwarven Kingdom. It was also available in taverns throughout the Aiden Kingdom's towns, reputedly favored by adventurers. Pian Pian Chi Wu nodded. Yes, my beer will soon be ready for brewing. Once it's completed, I would love for you to sample it, my lord. At this moment, Pian Pian Chi Wu did not forget to bribe Lena a little. One must always be aware of social niceties. Lena did not take long to ponder and quickly agreed. All right, I grant you permission. You may discuss the details with Koei. Lena had no reason to refuse. In a territory that was still in its infancy, any new venture would serve as a fresh impetus for development. Pian Pian Chi Wu clenched his fist with enthusiasm. Yes, it's done. Thank you, my lord. After expressing his gratitude to Lena, he bounced back to rejoin Si Shu Bu, Si Shu, and the others. Although Charlotte had anticipated that, given the player's restless nature, someone like Pian Pian Chi Wu would eventually discover. Oh, so we can trade in the game. It seemed a bit premature. The game had only been lived for about a month. And Robert's territory was still in a state of nothingness. Yet someone had already thought of engaging in trade within the territory. Was it merely a fortunate coincidence? Charlotte pondered whether it was good or bad that a player had proactively proposed this matter. To which she had agreed that, in Lena's view, it was a very positive development for players to be willing to contribute to the territory. A territory built with care would foster a stronger sense of belonging. However, Lena was uncertain if Charlotte shared this sentiment. Charlotte replied, It's excellent. This is a situation that was bound to arise just that it has happened sooner than I anticipated, which is still within reason. A territory requires not only players skilled in combat, but also those adept in management. Moreover, we cannot neglect the miners. Wow, so it really is possible. Buqi Xiangkai exclaimed wide-eyed. They overheard the conversation between Lena and Pian Pian Chi Wu. Pian Pian Chi Wu laughed heartily. Haha, it's all thanks to Xiangkai. I'm about to have my own tavern in the game. Had it not been for Buqi Xiangkai bringing up the topic, Pian Pian Chi Wu might not have discovered this path so quickly that I Shubu Si Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the tavern is established, we will finally have a place to settle. They found the term dance to be a bit awkward. So they simply called it a tavern at this stage. The players had moved past their novice phase and could now consider the notion of having a base. Constantly roaming and camping while online and offline made it difficult to find someone in case of an urgent matter. Let us go. Bring your axe. We're heading to the Whispering Forest to hunt blue wolves for this week's territory task and gather some wood for my tavern. Don't give me that look. I ascend the axe meant for chopping trees. Pian Pian Chi Wu replied matter-of-factly. The rest nodded in agreement. Buqi Xiangkai paused, perplexed, and thought, maybe they have a point? All right, let us go. Under Pian Pian Chi Wu's urging, the group set off toward the second area of the Whispering Forest. With the addition of second beta players, the weekly territory task quantity had changed. Last week, the task required the collection of 10 monster corpses. But this week, it had increased to 30, tripling the quantity. Naturally, more tasks meant greater rewards for the players. Seizing this opportunity while second beta players lacked the capacity to compete was essential. Currently, the first beta players faced no pressure at all when dealing with blue wolves. After undergoing training with Idol, the players had evolved into formidable beings, akin to fearsome, upright apes, capable of swiftly dispatching blue wolves. This newfound confidence stemmed from their teamwork. Yesterday, within the span of a single day, the progress of our weekly territory quest reached an impressive 2230 had it not been for the sudden appearance of bandits. I dare say we would have completed it by now. By the way, Xiaoyang, you previously mentioned that we should form an alliance with the team known as No Attacks for 3 days. What purpose does this alliance serve? Oh, indeed, I completely forgot to seek them out upon my return. But fret not, let us first gather some timber and we can look for them upon our return. In truth, the alliance is not for any grand purpose. It is simply to venture into the Whispering Wind Forest Zone 3, where the inhabitants are those pesky spider creatures that thrive in numbers. I figured that having a larger group would make things significantly easier. Ah, I see a SA group. They conversed while making their way into the Whispering Wind Forest. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to the No Attacks for 3 Days team, that a few members were meandering about the fountain. Yet they failed to encounter Zhao Yang and the others, missing each other by mere chance. One member, illness without medicine, stood before the fountain, muttering, "What on earth happened to Zhao Yang? Is he dead or alive? If he is alive, he should have returned to this side by now. If he is dead, wouldn't he be more likely to show up here? Could it be true, as Ming Qing suggested, that Zhao Yang deceived us with his steed and then vanished without a trace?" The very thought caused illness without medicine to become increasingly agitated. That steed was hard-earned. Rising to his feet, he resolved to seek out Zhao Yang for a thorough inquiry. However, No Attacks for 3 Days halted him, saying, "Hold on, don't be so hasty. Perhaps Zhao Yang encountered some troubles along the way." The agreement with Zhao Yang was one that No Attack for 3 Days had accepted. Should Zhao Yang indeed breach this agreement, then No Attacks for 3 Days felt a sense of responsibility in the matter. Illness without medicine, thwarted in his endeavors, could only sulk back down in front of the fountain, appreciating the water feature. As No Attacks for 3 Days calmed illness without medicine, he noticed Ming Qing animatedly mouthing words, albeit without uttering a sound. Approaching closer, No Attack for 3 Days could only discern faint whispers. Zhao Yang, that treacherous, despicable, unscrupulous scoundrel who took advantage of our trust and absconded with our mount. From now on, anyone who encounters him should douse him with a torrent of salt water. He is nothing but a rat scurrying through the streets. Ming Qing's tirade was relentless, each word flowing forth with such a wealth of vocabulary that it was nothing short of impressive. Anyone who heard Ming Qing's diatribe would undoubtedly consider him a veritable scholar. No Attack for 3 Days merely listened for a while, and upon catching a portion of the rant, he understood that Ming Qing was preparing a post for the forum to lambaste Zhao Yang. This situation is quite absurd. Faced with such a scenario, No Attacks for 3 Days found himself a loss for how to react. That moment, he thought of Hard Candy, who was always the most reliable among them. Casting his gaze toward Little Bear Hard Candy, he saw her counting on her fingers, declaring, "Let us just kill him 8 times. The number 8 is quite auspicious," and O Attack for 3 Days held his head in exasperation. Thankfully, a Wash Socks was not present. Otherwise, the situation would have spiraled even further out of control. Just as he thought of I Wash Socks, she appeared. Upon spotting No Attacks for 3 Days and the others, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, waving. "Hey, so this is where you all are. I've been searching for you." She boisterously returned to their side and summoned her mount from the steed space. As the magnificent steed emerged, No Attacks for 3 Days and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. This horse looked rather familiar. Illness without medicine sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. "Socks, where did you acquire this mount?" I Wash Socks replied, puzzled. "Zhao Yang gave it to me. He told me that after returning the mount to you all, he left. Didn't you encounter them?" The group shook their heads in unison. Noted a sigh of relief, escaped No Attacks for 3 Days, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "So, it was given to you that I was wondering why Zhao Yang hadn't come looking for me." Ming Qing approached the fountain, cupping his hands to drink from the water. After all that rambling, it seems it wasn't necessary. However, returning to the topic, I Wash Socks inquired, what was the alliance with Zhao Yang for? The others were equally perplexed by this question. "Don't ask us. We're just as in the dark. We made that agreement, but Haven T had the chance to discuss it further. We'll have to wait for Zhao Yang to come by to clarify his intentions." "Very well." I Wash Socks smack her lips. "But enough of that. Come on, give it a try. Riding this feels utterly different. The view is so expansive. It's exhilarating." She patted the steed's rear as she spoke to No Attack for 3 Days and the others. The steed, receiving such attention, shot an indignant glare at I Wash Socks. Yet constrained by its current predicament as a prisoner, it could only simmer in silence. "You bold one, you really are quite audacious. I'll give it a try." Illness without medicine was the most impatient. Stepping forward first, After several stubborn attempts at mounting, he reluctantly dismounted, conceding his turn. Following him, Little Bear Hard Candy, no attacks for 3 days, and Mingxing each took their turns, like I wash socks. None of them had any riding experience, rendering them incapable of properly controlling the steed, leading to a rather chaotic situation. It seemed that without first learning to ride from Edel, they would be unable to properly mount this magnificent creature. No attacks for 3 days, sighed in resignation before returning the steed to the steed space. Indeed, the others shared in the sentiment of disappointment, yet overall, their joy outweighed their discontent. After all, they had secured a mount. Though there were minor setbacks, it was enough to bring them lasting happiness. The joy of gaming lies in such experiences, acquiring new gear, items, and mounts, especially those that others do not possess. This sensation of self-improvement brings satisfaction to many. Oh, I nearly forgot about this. After a moment of regret, Illness Without Medicine suddenly exclaimed, retrieving the unidentified bandit-esque longsword from his backpack that I wash socks leaned in him. Where did this longsword come from? It doesn't appear to be the one I had before. What is this? You didn't pick up my sword, did you? Don't try to fool me with a shabby sword. This is loot dropped after defeating a monster. If you don't want it, that's fine. I'll switch to using a longsword, Illness Without Medicine retorted, then returned a wash socks longsword to him. Here, yours. This one is mine now, he teasingly provoked. As expected, a wash socks was incited by Illness Without Medicine's taunt. Her eyes widened, excitement coursing through her. What? Are you saying that monster dropped gear after it died? You rascal, show me, she declared, making a move to snatch it away. This was the first piece of gear dropped from a monster, the inaugural equipment in the game. One cannot fault a wash socks for her enthusiasm. Illness Without Medicine, merely teasing her, did not evade, allowing her to take the bandit-esque longsword. Upon acquiring the bandit-esque longsword, a wash socks was elated, eagerly inspecting its attributes. Yet, unidentified, she tilted her head, staring blankly at the words unidentified on the panel. What could this possibly mean? Turning to the others, Illness Without Medicine shrugged. What else could it mean? It's just as it says. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Unidentified means we need to seek out Pira to appraise this longsword. As Illness Without Medicine stated, you could use it directly, but, however, the attributes of its panel remain unclear. To ascertain its characteristics, we can only seek the expertise of Pira, which is our conjecture, yet it seems quite plausible. Santon Buddha added with urgency. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. I, Shiwazi, exclaimed in a hurry, then took the lead towards Pira. Santon Buddha exchanged amused glances with a few others and followed suit. This is the work of my senior brother, Pira remarked, carefully inspecting the bandit-esque longsword and addressing me and my companions. Your senior brother? I inquired. Pira nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my senior brother Gur, this longsword was crafted by him. His techniques are quite similar to mine. Hence I can discern it, Yet it remains the same old-fashioned forging style, exceedingly stable. While scrutinizing the sword, Pira could not help but voice her disdain for Ger's conservative forging style. She was well aware of the previous owner of the bandit-esque longsword. The copper smelting workshop in Azure Town had engaged in several transactions with the Shetland family. Given Lena's earlier conversation with her today, even Pira, despite her usual dullness, deduced the truth that I, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "Oh, who forged this longsword is of little importance. What truly matters is, Pira, please expedite the identification of this longsword's attributes." Regarding this identification matter, Charlotte had already briefed Pira. Thus she felt no surprise. Pira rolled her eyes. Why the haste? Just wait a moment. She lightly chided, though I remained in my agitated state. With a resigned sigh, Pira began assigning the attribute panel to the bandit-esque longsword according to the specifications set by Charlotte. She had started to accept these convoluted parameters. The quality of this longsword was commendable, crafted from golden ore and employing the horn of a magical iron-horned rhinoceros, enhancing its sharpness to a new level. When wielded skillfully, it could easily pierce through iron armor, akin to how peat slices through the armor of the oblivious. Upon completing her assessment, Pira handed the longsword back to me. I received it with barely contained excitement. Santion Buddha and a few others gathered around. Quick, share the attribute panel. Yubing Mei Yao urged me. All right, I replied, then tapped to open the attribute panel and set it to display. Santion Buddha and others leaned in to observe. Horn sword, excellent quality, attack power, 33 durability, 56100 description. A fine creation by certain blacksmith, utilizing the horn of the iron horn rhinoceros, hence named horn sword. Now, it was Yu Bing Mei Yao's turn to be left speechless. Goodness, this sword boasts 33 points of attack power, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. His own dagger had only 12 points of attack power, forged from ordinary iron or by Pira at this stage. Most first test players wielded weapons crafted by Pira, classified as ordinary weapons. Ha ha! I let out an uncontrollable laugh, sounding rather unpleasant to Yu Bing Mei Yao. It resembled the laughter of a petty individual reveling in success with his horn sword. Wouldn't I soar to new heights? Ha ha ha! Mei Yao, fret not. I shall lead you all to victory from now on. I had become rather inflated with pride, patting Yu Bing Mei Yao's shoulder with an air of condescension. His prior ordinary longsword had an attack power of only 15 points, while the horn sword exceeded it by more than double. Yu Bing Mei Yao brushed my hand away. Oh, come now. It's merely a weapon. Don't get ahead of yourself. Once I procure some golden, or I too shall have Pila forge me one. But you haven't found any yet, have you? Ha ha ha. I continue to laugh unabashedly. Song Yuan Ming Qing. Undeniably. Prior to the emergence of golden ore, the horn sword was indeed among the top-tier weapons. Santion Buddha. Moreover, Shiwazi has also grasped the rudiments of combat techniques. It appears his damage output has more than doubled. I embrace Song Yuan Ming Qing and Santion Buddha's shoulders. Let us venture to the Whispering Forest Zone 2 and test my new weapon against the Blue Wolf. All right, it coincides perfectly with our weekly territory quest. Hey, wait for me, Pila muttered as she watched the group depart. Don't they need to repair their equipment? Have they run out of territory coins? Upon Lena's return to the manor, Kawe explained to her the reasons behind his decision to send Mino to procure a large quantity of supplies. After hearing this, Lena felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She had never anticipated that despicable pole ant would resort to such underhanded tactics. How utterly vile. Without flour. What will I eat? Lena clenched her tiny fists, visibly fuming. Observing Lena's reaction, Charlotte and Kawe exchanged a knowing glance, both wearing expressions of exasperation. The young lady was still too inexperienced, failing to consider the possibility of the Shetland family employing such tactics at first. Economic suppression, coercion, and restrictions are common methods among the nobility, and Lena's experience was indeed growing. Nevertheless, at this juncture, she still required Kawe's assistance. Charlotte. It is fortunate that Kawe recognized this issue and promptly devised a countermeasure. Kawe. It is my duty. Charlotte. However, with the growing number of players, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Being constantly constrained by the Shetland family is not a viable solution. None of the three were fools. Since they had identified the Shetland family's intent to economically suppress the Robert territory, it would become exceedingly challenging for the residents of Robert territory to procure supplies from within Shetland territory after today. Even acquiring a mere apple would pose difficulties. It was likely that the guards in several towns would gladly assist the Shetland family in this small endeavor. Meanwhile, Robert territory was far from self-sufficient. Under these circumstances, it would be arduous for Robert territory to progress further. Lena pondered strategies, her mind teetering on the verge of overload. Bang! Lena, disregarding her image, rested her head on the tabletop in frustration. What can we do now? In the presence of Charlotte and Kawe, Lena felt no need to feign her noble demeanor. In unison, Charlotte and Kawe declared, farming. Following their proclamation, the two shared another knowing glance. Kawe. Ladies first, Charlotte may speak. Kawe displayed a gentlemanly demeanor, prioritizing others. Very well. I shall go first. Kawe, if you have any additions, feel free to interject once I finish. Understood. Kawe nodded in agreement. Charlotte combined his knowledge of history learned on Earth with experiences from war strategy games to address Lena. Build high walls. Amass grain, and the latter part need not be heard. In short, warfare hinges on logistics. This principle applies equally to territory development. If a territory cannot secure its food supply independently and must rely on purchasing from others,
What difference does it make to hand over life and death decisions to other territories? Thus, our foremost task moving forward is to cultivate a tract of farmland that can sustain the entire territory. Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful! I knew Charlotte was the brains of the operation. Lena once again felt that finding Charlotte in the old family warehouse was a blessing from their ancestors. Kawe, do you have any differing opinions? After posing her question, Lena looked to Kawe. Kawe shook his head, agreeing, no, Mr. Charlotte speaks excellently. I have nothing to add. Kawe too believed that possessing a parcel of farmland belonging to Robert territory was of paramount importance. Originally, the golden wheat fields belonged to Robert territory, but now they have been seized by the Shetland family. Nevertheless, Lena voiced her concerns. But, Charlotte, you previously mentioned that players prefer adventure and combat, activities that stimulate their adrenaline. Will players really be willing to undertake the task of cultivating farmland now? Charlotte was filled with confidence. It will definitely happen. Lena, remember for players, great rewards bring forth diligent efforts, as long as we set the task rewards generously. They will undoubtedly work with great enthusiasm. Furthermore, players are not solely combatants. There are also scenery enthusiasts, leisure seekers, and an array of peculiar factions. Not only farming and livestock raising, but also trade and economic development can be entrusted to them. Look at the charming tavern that Dancing gracefully intends to build. It serves as a splendid example. Once more players produce valuable goods, we can sell them to other territories. Just imagine, ha ha ha. Charlotte chuckled heartily, unable to contain her laughter. She truly was a genius. In the wind-whispering forest, Zone 2, I declared, let me put an end to this. Round Ming Slash, an immature combat skill, was unleashed by me. Wuxi Socks, compared to genuine combat techniques, my Round Ming Slash was still rather insignificant. After emitting a mournful howl, the blue wolf collapsed beneath my sword. The smile on Wuxi Sock's face had not faded since acquiring the longsword. I felt immensely powerful. 3 days without a fight. When shall we seek out the face spider to avenge our disgrace? I mused, feeling a terrifying strength within me. 3 days without a fight, contemplating my words. Realized that originally, I had intended to wait until mining the gold essence and upgrading our equipment before challenging the face spider. After all, the face spider was a level 3 creature, 1 tier above the blue wolf, and was a social monster, making it quite formidable. However, with the acquisition of the horn sword, perhaps challenging the face spider was not out of reach. What are your thoughts? 3 days without a fight's tone shifted to one of inquiry. Song Yuan Ming Qing shrugged. There's a risk. As of now, we still do not know how many of these social creatures exist. Little Bear Hard Candy added. If 4 or 5 appear at once, we may not be able to handle it. After considering the opinions of the two, 3 days without a fight acknowledged the rationale, and the desire for revenge began to wane. Just then, the voice of Useless Big Stick echoed, "Oh, isn't that 3 days without a fight? What's going on? How come you still haven't found any monsters? Have you killed too many, causing the system to refresh too slowly?" Walking in the wind-whispering forest, Zone 2, Useless Big Stick muttered. Ever since they defeated the previous blue wolf, they had yet to encounter a second one. Could it be a matter of luck? Thought Shu remarked, though he too harbored similar doubts. In response, Charlotte suggested waiting a bit longer as the blue wolves in Zone 2 diminished. The ones from other areas of the wind-whispering forest would be drawn here, replenishing the numbers. The ecological cycle of the wind-whispering forest was robust and had yet to be disrupted by players. Currently, players were merely scratching the surface of this vast forest. Once all the blue wolves in Zone 2 were eradicated, players would have long delved deeper into the wind-whispering forest and could see the back of the team. Don T. Bark at Me was laboriously chopping down trees with an axe. Dancing gracefully continued to stoke the flames, directing, "Don't bark. That tree looks good. Chop that one." Don't Bark at Me's expression darkened. "Damn it, it sounds so simple. Why don't you come chop it yourself?" Dancing gracefully wrapped an arm around Don't Bark at Me's shoulder, sweetly saying, "Oh, come on. Think of it this way. My tavern will be built from the trees you chop down. In other words, the tavern will have your share too. You can drink beer to your heart's content. I'll give you a share of the profits." Dancing gracefully boasted he had purchased a considerable amount of wheat last time, producing enough beer to fill over a dozen oak barrels.
While it might not be sufficient for all players, it would certainly be enough for their team to enjoy. All right, I won't ask for a share. So, this tree then? Exactly, let's chop this one. Don't bark at me, swung the axe vigorously. Go for it. Go for it. The sound of chopping echoed as dancing gracefully cheered him on. The trio ahead moved a short distance when Useless Big Sticks suddenly remarked, "Oh, ISNT that 3 days without a fight." Hearing Useless Big Sticks' voice, 3 days without a fight turned to find Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe and the other two. What a coincidence to run into you here. Why are only you three? Where are the other two? 3 days without a fight, inquired. Wuxie Socks unceremoniously added, "Did they die and go back? That's not acceptable. You all still need to practice." Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe had long grown accustomed to Wuxie's sock style of speaking. "Go away. You're the one who died and went back. They're back, they're chopping trees." Chopping trees? Are they taking on a new quest, or are they planning to forge a wooden bow? 3 days without a fight, asked curiously. Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe shook his head. Neither. They are gathering materials to build a tavern. Building a tavern. Upon hearing this, confusion and surprise filled the faces of 3 days without a fight and the others. Indeed, Lena has already agreed. Dancing can build a tavern in the territory. Remember to come by for drinks later. Dancing has brewed beer in the game, and it will be ready soon. Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe invited 3 days without a fight and the others to join in for drinks, as they would soon be allies. Oh, great. No problem. We'll definitely support you. By the way, about the alliance you mentioned earlier, can we discuss that now? 3 days without a fight addressed Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe. Hearing this, Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe smiled. I was just thinking the same. You say our two teams should form an alliance. That's quite understandable. But what is the purpose of the alliance? 3 days without a fight finally asked the question that had been on his mind. The purpose is quite simple. To explore Zone 3 of the Wind Whispering Forest. There is no need to ally for exploring Zone 3. Is there? The Face Spider is a social monster. And you know better than we do that with just one team. It's inevitable that we may struggle unless our equipment is exceptionally powerful. But as you know, no one has yet mined gold essence, or... So upgrading equipment is not swift. 3 days without a fight nodded, realizing that Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe's considerations mirror their own. Indeed, but why us? 3 days without a fight countered. Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe replied candidly. Because your team's strength is among the strongest of all player teams. Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe had witnessed the entire process of 3 days without a fight decimating the Blue Wolves. And among all player teams, their strength and coordination were indeed remarkable. Moreover, we are not strangers. We are familiar with each other, making an alliance feel more natural. Wouldn't you agree? After finishing, Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe shrugged. We have no objections, as this is part of the agreement. 3 days without a fight had no further inquiries. They too had contemplated exploring Zone 3 of the Wind Whispering Forest. However, there were many concerns. As previously mentioned, now that Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe and the others had approached them, 3 days without a fight naturally would not refuse, especially since they had already made prior arrangements with Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe. Very well, let us consider ourselves allied. Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe nodded. Should we hold some kind of ceremony, like blood oath? Suddenly, illness without medicine interjected. Upon hearing the term blood oath, Thought Shoe Not Thought Shoe's mouth twitched. That won't be necessary. We can just have a couple of drinks at Dancing S Tavern. A blood oath sounds too gruesome. Don't you know there are many bacteria in human blood? Although this is just a game. All right, when shall we explore Zone 3? The day after tomorrow. For now, let us focus on getting Dancing S Tavern ready. Dancing wants to test whether the food players brew themselves has any special effects akin to bread. If it does, it would certainly aid us in exploring Zone 3.ic. We will await your news. The offline contact remains the same number we previously discussed. Okay, see you later. Farewell. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parted ways, each leading their respective teams. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward for the two groups to linger together. Gazing at the calendar, which belonged solely to the earthly realm, Charlotte murmured, "So, tomorrow, is the Chishi festival?" Unaware of the passage of time in her slumber, this seemed to be the first festival she would experience upon awakening. Had she been alone on the solar continent, Charlotte would have given little thought to celebrating any festival. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, numerous players from Earth shared this world with her, and it was essential to engage in some activities to create a festive atmosphere. This notion was not solely a product of her role as a game official, but also stemmed from a hint of personal desire. Did you just say something, Charlotte? Chi-Chi. What is that? Lena inquired. Did she hear me? Charlotte casually replied. Chi-Chi is a traditional festival from another world. Legend has it that on this day, the cowherd and the weaver girl reunite on the Magpie Bridge, alleviating their longing for one another. Lena was even more perplexed. Who are the cowherd and the weaver girl? With no other option, Charlotte recounted the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl from Earth. Logically, Lena should have preferred Romeo and Jubeji, but her noble mindset made it difficult for her to comprehend the romantic struggles of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Lena, with a face full of sarcasm, exclaimed, "What on earth is this? I can't make sense of it." Charlotte responded, "I never expected you to understand. Nevertheless, since it was a festival, they might as well organize some activities for the players and distribute a few benefits. It is well known that festive events are a crucial aspect of attracting players to engage daily." With this in mind, Charlotte began to discuss arrangements with Lena through their telepathic communication. "Lena, let us propose this." As Charlotte outlined her plans, Lena's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. "All right, I fully support this." The following day, as players logged into the game, preparing for another day of labor, an announcement appeared before their eyes. Today is Chi-Chi, yet I have no one to accompany me that I might as well log in and grind away, hoping to get through this disheartening day. A player, evidently single, began venting to another nearby player upon logging in. "To think I have to grind on Chi-Chi. How pitiful. Can't one just come on and relax for a change?" "Wait, a new announcement? Let me check it out." The nearby player, wishing to encourage the grinding player to enjoy the day, stumbled upon Charlotte's latest announcement. "What? A new announcement? Let me see." Both players simultaneously clicked on the announcement. Subsequently, they exchanged a knowing glance and cursed the game officials. Really? Is it impossible to have fun even in a game now? The announcement read, "Participate in the Chi-Chi Challenge to win balloons event. Collect 7 stamps to receive a Chi-Chi balloon item." After skimming through the announcement, a wash sock summarized, "Well, that is simple enough." Meanwhile, Song Yuan Minking, who was maintaining his ironwood bow, inquired, "Does the announcement specify the attributes of the Chi-Chi balloon item?" A wash sock shook my head. "No Xiaoxiong hard candy." The announcement also states that to participate in the event, players must form a team consisting of 1 male and 1 female. Upon hearing Xiaoxiong hard candy's words, even Yu Bing Mei Yao couldn't help but voice her discontent. What was the official thinking? This Chi-Chi event has nothing to do with the game's content or background. Celebrating an Eastern festival within a Western context. That's rather strange, isn't it? They're trying too hard to associate it with a festive event. However, this did not compel players to spend money. There were no payment channels whatsoever. Furthermore, the requirement for 1 male and 1 female. Was the official unaware of the number of female players in this game? A wash socks chimed in with a complaint. The great territory of this game does not permit the existence of transgender characters. All players, upon their initial login, were assigned a gender based on Charlotte's specifications. The only options available to players were to modify their facial features and adjust their body shapes. Thus, even if players wished to play as a female character, they could find no means to do so. Song Yuan Minking reflected briefly. "From my observations, the number of female players I've encountered in the game certainly does not exceed 30, Yu Bing Mei Yao suggested. I recommend the officials realize that sometimes gender restrictions are unnecessary." That I wash socks glanced over at him. "What? Are you hoping to obtain a Chi-Chi balloon?" Yu Bing Mei Yao nodded. "I'm not particularly interested in the balloon itself, but if it is a limited edition, then I am intrigued." With a collector's mentality, Yu Bing Mei Yao recognized that the Chi-Chi balloon was undoubtedly a limited edition item. Even if it held little practical value, it would still possess collectible worth, akin to the evening gown Charlotte gifted players after defeating the wolf pack. That I wash socks understood Yu Bing Mei Yao's collector's mindset and nodded in agreement. "All right then, you should team up with Hard Candy to participate in the event." "Sure, I'll ask Hard Candy if she is willing." Among the few female players, selecting one from her own team was indeed the most suitable choice. After all, they were quite familiar with each other, making participation in such an event far less awkward. "Hard Candy, where are you?" However, when Yu Bing Mei Yao turned to look for Xiaoxiong Hard Candy, he discovered she had already approached Santian Buddha. Hearing Yu Bing Mei Yao's call, Xiaoxiong Hard Candy turned around. Mei Yao, is there something you need?" Yu Bingmei Yao approached and explained. Actually, it's nothing significant. I just wanted to gather some items from the Qixi event. Would you like to team up with me? We can complete the event and obtain that Qixi balloon. Yu Bingmei Yao stated his intent directly. Xiaoxiong Hard Candy replied, Oh, I see, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Just a moment ago, I formed a team with Santian. Xiaoxiong Hard Candy pointed to Santian Bu, beside her. Declining Yu Bingmei Yao's request, Santian Buddha added, Yes, just now, Hard Candy came over and expressed her desire for that balloon item. So we teamed up. Upon hearing their responses, Yu Bingmei Yao's gaze began to flip between Xiaoxiong Hard Candy and Santian Buddha. Behind them, Song Yuan Minking squinted his eyes slightly. Both simultaneously thought, something is off with these two. Only I Wash Socks, who had no interest in the event, remained oblivious to the situation. Yu Bingmei Yao suppressed his curiosity and gossiping instincts. All right then, you two go ahead and participate in that event. Once you obtain the balloon, remember to show it to us. Yu Bingmei Yao took a step back, planning to observe the situation for now. Xiaoxiong Hard Candy and Santian Bu nodded in agreement. No problem. After responding to Yu Bingmei Yao, Santian Bu turned to Xiaoxiong Hard Candy and asked, Shall we set off for the event now? Xiaoxiong Hard Candy nodded. Yes, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can obtain the balloon. Then let us go. All right, the two then headed toward the Robert Mansion, where the event was set to take place. Once the two left, Yu Bingmei Yao and Song Yuan Minking exchanged glances. What now? What else is there to say? We have to follow them. Let us go. Yu Bingmei Yao and Song Yuan Minking trailed behind Xiaoxiong Hard Candy and Santian Buddha. Left behind, I Wash Socks called out, Why are you all leaving? Wait for me. Charlotte mobilized every NPC within the entire territory, ensuring that all participated in this year's Qixi Festival activities. The nature of the event was straightforward, a series of challenging minigames. The first stage was overseen by Edel.B. By the time Santian Buting and Xiaoxiong Ingtang arrived, numerous couples were already engaged in the first challenge. This challenge tested the level of trust between partners, where one person placed an apple upon their head while the other wielded a bow, an arrow, aiming to strike the apple without harming their partner. There were no restrictions on who could place the apple or who could shoot. As long as the arrow struck the apple, the challenge would be deemed successful, allowing them to obtain Edel's stamp AKT that moment. A radiant white light consistently illuminated the fountain area. Santian Buting and Xiaoxiong Ingtang approached Edel to collect their apple and bow. Edel handed them the items, saying, It's you. Are you here to join this activity? Though he did not comprehend Charlotte's motivations for organizing such events, he proceeded as instructed. Santian Buting eagerly took the apple, stating, I want to claim a balloon. He then turned to Xiaoxiong Ingtang, suggesting, You should take the shot. After all, it was better not to let a girl like Ingtang undertake such a perilous task. Santian Buting lacked confidence in his archery skills. Xiaoxiong Ingtang nodded. All right, I'll do my best to hit it. Santian Buting chuckled. Don't worry. If you miss, just keep trying. The fountain is close by. Meanwhile, trailing behind and eavesdropping was Song Yuan Mingqing, who exclaimed, Wait, if this requires archery, why not team up with me? Nearby, Yu Bingmei Yao and I Wash Socks remained silent, bemused by Mingqing's obliviousness. Stop talking and keep watching. Edel instructed Santian Buting to stand in a designated spot. Aligning with the other players who had apples on their heads, he announced, You are to stand 52 meters apart. If you hit the apple, you will pass this stage. Although Edel was unsure why the distance was set at 52 meters. Xiaoxiong Ingtang followed the instructions and positioned herself precisely at that distance from Santian Buting. Having previously used Song Yuan Mingqing's bow, she still felt a pang of nervousness. Taking several deep breaths, Santian Buting, noticing her anxiety, playfully said, 2nd Battalion Private Xiaoxiong Ingtang, ready your shot. This elicited a laugh from Xiaoxiong Ingtang, dispelling her tension. She pulled back the bowstring and jested. I see. You're planning to play dead. Santian Buting gave her an okay gesture. With her bow aimed at the apple on Santian Buting's head, she released the arrow. Whoosh! The apple fell to the ground. Pierced cleanly by the arrow, Edel approached, picked up the apple, took a bite, and declared, Congratulations, you have passed. Here is your stamp card, marked with my seal. You may proceed to the next stage. No food should go to waste. Santian Buting, still feeling the adrenaline rush, watched the arrow fly past him, and thought it might be better to close his eyes next time. Exhaling deeply, he accepted the stamp card from Edel and walked over to Xiao Xiong Ying Tang. Ying Tang, I didn't expect your skills to surpass Ming Qing, yes. You cleared it in one shot. Concealed nearby, Song Yuan Ming Qing erupted. Unable to contain himself, he was about to confront Santian Buting when Yu Bing Mei Yao and I Wash Socks firmly restrained him. Preventing exposure. Don't hold me back, ugh. Xiao Xiong Ying Tang remarked. It's just luck, perhaps I stepped in dog poop. Regardless, they had successfully completed the challenge, and it was time to advance. Alright, as they moved on. The next stage featured the NPC Mino. They've left. We should follow them. Indeed. But what exactly are we supposed to do? Shush, some things are better left unknown for a child. Get lost. You're the child here. I am your father. The second challenge involved eating noodles. However, this was no simple task. One person would eat while the other fed them. The challenge tested the intimacy between couples. Yet for players devoid of emotional ties, this posed little difficulty. The game commenced with a round of rock, paper, scissors. The loser would eat while the other frantically stuffed noodles into their mouth, swiftly leading to victory. Once the rules were understood, Santian Buting suggested, how about I take on the eating responsibility? Xiao Xiong Tang shook her head. No, I'll eat. You feed. Santian Buting hesitated. Okay then, this promised to be entertaining. Yu Bing Mei Yao shook Song Yuan Ming Qing's shoulders. Stop. I'm watching. No need for your reminders. I Wash Socks interjected. It's just eating noodles. What is so fascinating? If it were me alone, I'd finish that bowl in a few bites. The two beside him retorted. Ha, Socks, you're truly impressive. I Wash Socks wrinkled his nose, flattery. The one responsible for eating, Xiao Xiong Tang, calmly finished the entire bowl of noodles, while Santian Buting, tasked with feeding her, exhibited a slight blush. In fact, when Santian Buting approached Mino to receive the stamp, a hint of crimson crept onto the girl's cheeks. The third challenge involved a three-legged race over 100 meters, testing their coordination, with the stage NPC being Pira. This challenge posed no difficulty, and players quickly earned Pila's stamp. Pila remarked, why am I doing this? Whatever, this stage is essentially a freebie. The fourth challenge required blindfolded players to smash a watermelon, guided by their partner's instructions, with the NPC being Ivy. Ivy enjoys such mini-games. Left, a bit more to the left. Now right, yes, just a little forward. Under Xiao Xiong Tang's guidance, Santian Buting took some time, but eventually smashed the watermelon. Ivy's stamp was obtained. The fifth challenge was a treasure hunt, where players sought a beach ball marked with the word love amid a sea of colorful balls, with Ivy once again serving as the NPC. Ordinarily, this stage would be time-consuming. However, Xiao Xiong Tang, upon crouching down, pulled up the very first ball, which bore the inscription love. Santian Buting stared in disbelief. Xiao Xiong Tang's luck was undeniably extraordinary. She presented the love ball to Ivy, asking, so we've cleared this stage, right? Ivy nodded, stamping her second seal. The sixth challenge involved a game of chess, where players could not communicate. Each player would make a single move, and if they could last 30 moves under Kawei's supervision, they would pass. This stage proved challenging for many players. However, Kawei received instructions from Charlotte to ease the difficulty, allowing players to try multiple times. After some attempts, Santian Buting and Xiao Xiong Tang successfully passed. Collecting Kawei's stamp, the trio who had followed along, Song Yuan Ming Qing, I Wash Socks, and Yu Bing Mei Yao, voiced their thoughts that I Wash Socks complained. What kind of event is this? It looks just like a date. Yu Bing Mei Yao and Song Yuan Ming Qing merely exchanged glances. Can you guess why today's event is called the Qixi Festival? The seventh and final challenge was overseen by Lena. Upon Santian Buting and Xiao Xiong Tang's arrival, Lena immediately stamped their cards. Santian Buting, puzzled, asked, Lady Lena, we haven't even completed a challenge yet. Lena replied, indeed, once you reach this stage, there are no more challenges. Here, take your Qixi balloon. Treasure it. Wishing you a joyful Qixi festival. The final blessing. After acquiring the Qixi balloon, the duo of Little Bear Hard Candy and the often absent partner exchanged glances before simultaneously accessing their attribute panels. Qixi balloon, quality, none, attributes. Happiness 100 description, a reward obtained after traversing numerous levels. Wishing everyone joy on this festive day from the elusive game developers. Charlotte and Lena wasted no time. Following their discussion, they promptly announced the task of cultivating farmland the very next day. This time, the chosen location for the farmland was the Sophie Plains. Indeed, it was the very plain where the mine was situated. Although the soil in this area was not particularly suitable for wheat cultivation, there were no better options within Robert's territory. Surely, one could not cultivate within the Whispering Forest, where a stray monster could render all previous efforts futile. Moreover, selecting the Sophie Plains offered the advantage that players could conveniently engage in farming activities after mining, eliminating the hassle of traveling in between at a seamless operation. Charlotte felt that she and Lena were indeed two little clever clogs. Charlotte declared, "I shall now issue an announcement to inform players that farmland cultivation is imminent." Then, she entrusted the task communication to you, Kawe. Charlotte designated the NPC for the cultivate farmland task as Kawe. Kawe accepted without hesitation, saying, "At your service, Ding, the phase territory task cultivate farmland has been released. Players may receive the task from Steward Kawe." Ding, phase territory task. Charlotte made sure to pop this notification 3 times in the player's windows. Upon seeing this notification, players who were previously engaged in their activities immediately halted their tasks. Even the members of the graceful dance constructing the tavern were no exception. Graceful Dance exclaimed, "Cultivate farmland. Is merely mining not enough? Now we're being asked to farm as well." Indeed, I had long wondered why there was not a single plot of land in the territory, having to travel to Azure Town for flour. It turns out it had never been cultivated. Not eating cilantro remarked. Useless Big Stick commented, "If it's farming, not many players will likely participate, right?" Don't Bark at Me countered, "Who knows, the rewards might be quite generous." Useless Big Stick waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, how generous can the reward for a farming task be? Why not, Bark? You go take a look?" As he spoke, Useless Big Stick opted for caution that it would be a pity if the rewards turn out to be substantial, and he missed out. Don T. Bark at Me dropped his hammer and rolled his eyes at Useless Big Stick, saying, "All right, you all carry on, I'll go take a peek. Okay, the sooner I go, the sooner I'll be back." With the efforts of the group, the tavern constructed by Graceful Dance had already taken shape. It would surely be completed before nightfall. The activity surrounding the tavern's construction also attracted numerous players. When players learned that Graceful Dance was opening a tavern to sell drinks, expressions of it could be like this flickered across their faces. They also expressed that they would definitely come to try the game beer when the time came. To this, Graceful Dance welcomed them, stating that the first beer would be free on opening day. Don't Bark at Me went to the estate and quickly returned after learning the task details and actual rewards from Kawe. "Oh, Bark, you're back so soon. How are the task rewards?" Surprised by Don't Bark at Me's speed, Think of Shu not think of Shu inquired it. Don't Bark at Me shrugged, stating, "The reward for the cultivate farmland task are similar to those for mining. Not as bountiful as hunting monsters. However, the task isn't too difficult, and the location is nearby the mine, that if one goes mining, they can easily complete this task. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat." "I see. Then maybe it's not worth it." The enthusiasm of the group dwindled. In truth, most players showed little interest in this task. At most, they would undertake it when in need of territory coins. Yet, a small portion of players, the casual gamers, were quite receptive to such tasks. After accepting the task, they hurried to Pira's blacksmith shop to collect farming tools. This particular player, Poisonous Number, was among them. Charlotte observed the players from their perspective and, upon seeing that over 30 individuals had accepted the cultivate farmland task, nodded in satisfaction. Over 30 people, indeed, more than I had anticipated. Pila will need to forge a few more farming tools. This number of players would be sufficient to manage the cultivation of wheat and other crops for the more than 300 individuals currently in the territory. Once these casual gamers obtain the tools forged by Pila, they can officially commence the cultivation of farmland on the Sophie Plains. However, this constant back and forth is rather time-consuming. After pondering for a moment, Charlotte decided to update the game. Thus, she issued another announcement and a task within the game. Ding, game update. Update 1. Players can construct a fountain on the Sophie Plains. Additionally, a teleportation system has been activated, allowing players to spend territory coins to teleport near any fountain. Note, to change resurrection points. One must register at that fountain. Ding, you have a task available. Construct fountain, Sophie Plains. Update 2. The team system is now open, allowing players to form teams of up to 5 individuals. Players in the same team can see each other's locations on the map. Upon seeing this announcement, players' reactions differed significantly from before. The previous notice regarding farmland cultivation had little impact on most players. However, this announcement had considerable implications. Teleportation is available. Does this mean I no longer have to walk over to mine? Exclaimed a player at the mine, laboring like a beast of burden. The fountain at Robert's estate is quite a distance from the mine. A brisk jog would take over 20 minutes, and walking would consume even more time. Wake up. Do you see clearly? This requires spending territory coins. Who knows how much it will cost? I hope it doesn't bankrupt me. Yet it's still better than spending time on the road, right? If the teleportation fee isn't too high, I could utilize that time for mining, and I'd earn back those territory coins in no time. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Let us go build that fountain at the mine. Players still prefer to refer to the Sophie Plains as the mine. Hey, aren't you all just focusing on a fountain? What about the team system? Oh, right, the team system makes finding people much easier. Why not introduce the friend system as well? This game is gradually refining its framework, yet I wonder how long it will take for the game to officially launch. Indeed, Sophie Plains. Under Charlotte's guidance, players finally managed to clear a patch of land for cultivation. Although it was not extensive and far from meeting the task requirements, it represented the players' hard work. After all, it was their first attempt at cultivating farmland, and some leniency was warranted. In a few days, these players would evolve into seasoned professionals. Charlotte let out a keek laugh, resembling a villain. Dear players continue to shine and contribute to the territory. Ha! After gathering timber, by the second night, Graceful Dance's tavern was completed. Throughout the process, the entire team remained actively involved in constructing the tavern. Given that the tavern bore the designation of small, its footprint was not extensive. Approximately 50 to 60 square meters. If it were any larger, the project would not have been feasible within a short time frame. According to Graceful Dance's aesthetic, this tavern, aptly named Forest, adopted a style befitting the current backdrop. Wooden tables, chairs, cabinets, a bar, and lighting. This was the archetype of the quaint taverns often found in Western fantasy novels. Additionally, the wooden furniture, including tables and cabinets, was crafted by a player named Short-Legged Little Marinated Egg. This player, who had joined during the second test, was learning carpentry from a master in real life. Consequently, the tables and cabinets they produced were particularly exquisite and aesthetically pleasing, if it were not for the assistance of the short-legged little Lou Dan. The enchanting dance of a few could hardly have transformed the tavern into such a splendid establishment. As the enchanting dancer gazed upon the tavern that belonged to her, she was momentarily awestruck by the exquisite beauty of the Forest Tavern, rendered almost speechless. After a brief pause, she turned to the short-legged little Lou Dan and exclaimed, "Impressive, my little Lou Dan. Your craftsmanship must be quite profitable in the real world." The short-legged little Lou Dan scratched his head and replied, "Actually, it's not that remarkable in the real world. The jobs I can secure pale in comparison to those of my senior brothers and master, Ishubu C. Shu, admiring the finely crafted tables and chairs. Remarked, "You're being modest. Without you, this Forest Tavern would truly lack such aesthetic appeal. Why not stay for a drink? The beer is brewed by the dancer herself." The short-legged little Lou Dan nodded, saying, "All right, I'd like to try it. I wonder what the beer in the game tastes like." "Absolutely. I must express my gratitude to you," replied the enchanting dancer. "There's no need for such formality. I merely wanted to practice my skills. The timber in the game is of far superior quality compared to most of what's available in the real world, and I was just feeling a bit adventurous," said the short-legged little Lou Dan. He had fortuitously encountered the enchanting dancer and her companions while they were constructing the tavern, and, seeing them struggle with the wooden furniture, had volunteered to help. Thus, the situation evolved into what it is now. "Oh, what a splendid creation! Truly impressive," came a voice from nearby, belonging to a Shiwazi Shubu. Sishu turned to see a group of players arriving after a 3-day absence. "Yuri here," Sishu exclaimed cheerfully. The 3-day absence player nodded, saying, "Yes, we just returned from the Whispering Woods, and since you mentioned that the tavern would be completed tonight, we naturally had to come support you. But just to clarify, the celebration is not for me. It's for the dancer. As Ishubu Si Shu made space to showcase the main character to everyone, the enchanting dancer was now beaming with joy, akin to someone who had just acquired a coveted sword. Cheers! Tonight, let us drink to our heart's content, the enchanting dancer declared, waving her hand. Come on, don't just stand outside. Let us go in and chat. All right, everyone agreed, as the enchanting dancer beckoned them into the forest tavern. Upon entering, everyone marveled once more at the tavern's ambience, appreciating its inviting atmosphere. What a delightful place to unwind after a long day of battling monsters. Enjoying a beer, said Yu Bing Mei Yao. Song Yuan Ming Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite enjoyable. Once everyone had settled inside, the enchanting dancer retrieved the freshly brewed beer from her backpack. A dozen large oak barrels lined the bar, exuding a sense of richness. However, upon glancing at the empty wine cabinet, the enchanting dancer smacked her lips in disappointment. When I have the time, I must make some wine. Otherwise, that cabinet looks so bare and unappealing. In reality, the enchanting dancer had a passion for brewing, but due to various circumstances, she had never managed to open her own tavern. She then produced several wooden wine cups, also crafted by the short-legged little Lu Dan. After tapping a hole in the oak barrels and installing a tap, she poured a cup of beer for each person. They gathered around a large round wooden table, which, though a bit cramped, could still accommodate 11 people. They sat scattered, not dividing into factions. The enchanting dancer approached the table, distributing the beer. Come, come, today marks the grand opening. Tonight's beer is on me. The 3-day absence player accepted the wooden cup. Nodding, all right, then I wish you prosperous business. Dancer, may your words bring me good fortune. Cheers, cheers, clink. Everyone rose, raising their cups, which clinked merrily together. After the toast, they all took a hearty gulp of beer. Even the little bear hard candy joined in. The liquid flowed down, releasing a delightful burst of wheat juice flavor in their mouths. This beer is smooth and rich. Dancer, your skill is impressive. Indeed, there's a refreshing aftertaste. It's truly delicious. The group praised the enchanting dancer's beer highly. The enchanting dancer chuckled. You flatter me. Perhaps it's due to the superior quality of the weed in the game that gives it such a refreshing and smooth taste. Everyone nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the possibility, the short-legged little Lu Dan added, with beer tasting this good, your business will surely thrive. The enchanting dancer replied, I don't have grand expectations. It was merely a spontaneous idea to create a tavern in the game to have a place to call home. If I can earn some territory coins, that would be splendid. If not, that is fine too. It's just nice to have a spot for everyone to gather occasionally. Without an inn, all players were exposed to the elements, logging in and out from various locations. Since we're at it, let us aim a little higher, just a small target to start with. Don't bark at me. Woof woof, teased the enchanting dancer, patting the shoulder of the enchanting dancer. A small target? You're quite ambitious. How many players would need to come to the tavern for that to happen? This tavern might just burst at the seams. Si Shu Bu Si Shu joked. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the group. But beyond players, NPCs generally wouldn't come to this tavern, right? I doubt K-Wei and Lena would be fond of beer, and Minuo certainly wouldn't, and as for Ivy, that is a given. However, Edel and Pila might enjoy it. Yu Bing Mei Yao speculated, noting that Edel was a middle-aged man and Pila appeared quite hearty, making them potential patrons of the tavern. Upon hearing Yu Bing Mei Yao's words, the enchanting dancer slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to bring beer to Lena. I promised to treat her to a drink once it was brewed. The enchanting dancer lamented, only now recalling her oversight. Just then, the tavern door swung open, ringing the bell that hung from it. Oh no, I forgot to bring beer to Lena. I promised to treat her to a drink once it was brewed. The enchanting dancer lamented, it's all right, you can send it tomorrow. It's the same, Si Shu Bu Si Shu reassured, deeming it a trivial matter, wondering what an NPC like Lena would care about, ding? As Si Shu Bu Si Shu spoke. The tavern bell chimed once more. Wu Yon de Bang peeked toward the entrance. Wow, so soon we have guests. I wonder if they're people we know, he remarked. Interestingly enough, not only did he know the visitor, but everyone present was also familiar with her. I didn't expect these players to have crafted the tavern so well. This is beyond my expectations. I thought it would be much more rudimentary. Charlotte whispered to Lena as they entered the tavern. Lena observed the simple yet aesthetically pleasing decor and nodded. Yes, it looks quite nice. Kei followed closely behind Lena. Upon seeing her enter, Wu Yongdabang was the first to rise. Wow, have your mouths been blessed? You say, Lena, and she appears. As Wu Yongdabang finished speaking, the others quickly reacted, standing up to glance toward the entrance point 3 days without a beat. It really is Lena. Little Bear Hard Candy exclaimed. Kei is here too. Yu Bing Mei Yao added, ISNT this a slap in the face. The players were surprised to see Lena arrive at the tavern at this moment, as they had assumed NPCs would not react particularly to the actions of players. However, it was merely a new tavern. Could it possibly trigger a special narrative? They pondered this while attempting to address Lena. Lord Lena. Upon hearing their address, Lena paused her inspection of the tavern and strolled over with poise. She approached the group, stating, There's no need for such formality. I came to see the new building that has appeared in the territory. Now I understand, the players exclaimed with a sudden realization. Indeed, they had triggered a special storyline, and everyone thought to themselves, building structures in the territory will surely attract the attention of Lord Lena. After 3 days of pondering this discovery, they intended to log off and compose a guide. As Aishubu Si Shu, feeling somewhat sycophantic, offered his seat to Lena, saying, My lord, why don't you take my place? Lena glanced at Sishubu Sishu, recalling him as the player who had unearthed the rare silver, the so-called mascot. The others, witnessing this, felt regret for not reacting quickly enough. Damn it, this sycophant beat me to it. How could he respond so swiftly? Each player longed to enhance their rapport with Lena. Her status as a lord was secondary. What they truly desired was the opportunity to learn magic from her. Perhaps once their affinity reached a certain threshold, Lena might teach them spells. This thought lingered in their minds. However, Sishubu Sishu would not allow him to bask in glory alone. He too relinquished his spot, stating, My lord, you may also occupy my position. The remaining players followed suit, signaling to Lena that she could sit wherever she chose. In no time, numerous seats were available for Lena to select from. Observing the somewhat crowded round wooden table, Lena contemplated but ultimately declined, saying, No, you all should remain seated. I will find another spot. Before the players, Lena felt no need to maintain a noble distance. After all, the players were not from the continent of Sola, yet the table was indeed a bit too cramped. Perhaps I should seek a quieter place with Kai Wei, Lena mused. Today, Charlotte had informed her that the quaint tavern, Dancing Grace, had been completed. Hence, she was inclined to visit and sample the so-called beer. Upon seeing this, Dancing Grace promptly emerged to guide Lena and Kai Why Lord Lena? This way, please. I shall lead you. Dancing Grace was exceedingly enthusiastic. Lena nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Not a bother at all. Is it acceptable for you to sit at the bar? That is fine. Excellent. Dancing Grace escorted Lena and Kai Wei to the bar. Other players, witnessing Dancing Grace taking the initiative, could only return to their seats with a sense of resignation. Damn it, the opportunity to charm her has been snatched away by the dancer. There was no alternative. To put it plainly, this forest tavern was indeed established by the dancer, and it was quite normal for her to garner favor. Perhaps we should also create something easier said than done. Do you possess any skills? Song Yuan Ming Qing inquired. None. Then that settles it. The trio of 3 days without a fight conceded defeat in this regard to Sishu's team. My lord, the tavern currently serves only beer. I shall pour you both a couple of glasses. Dancing Grace produced 2 wooden cups, pouring beer for Lena and Kai Wei. Lena, thank you. Kai Wei, much appreciated. Dancing Grace, I had promised to treat you, my lord Lena, but I got busy and forgot. No worries. I merely wish to see how you manage your tavern. Dancing Grace, it appears quite well done. After saying this, Lena lifted her cup and took a modest sip of the beer. She soon discovered that the taste was rather pleasant. Lena nodded in appreciation, declaring, Not bad. It's quite good. Since the last celebration banquet, Lena had not indulged in alcohol. Not for any particular reason, but rather due to 4 words: tight finances. Now, with beer brewed from wheat, could it serve as a substitute for wine? After finishing his drink, Kai Wei also remarked, it rivals some of the taverns in the town. Dancing Grace, upon hearing this, simply chuckled. Receiving praise from an NPC indicated that his craft was indeed commendable. Observing this, Charlotte silently nodded in approval. Yes, it's decided. I shall add a buff to enhance attack power to the beer. Subsequently, Charlotte implemented a minor update to the game that the round wooden table. 3 days without a fight discovered a new status in his status bar after downing a cup of beer. What's this? He muttered in confusion, then clicked on the cup-shaped status icon. Drunkenness. Attack power increased, accuracy decreased. In an instant, 3 days without a fight became alert. Wait a minute, the buff is twofold. Ming Qing, in the future, when we undertake quests, you must refrain from drinking too much. Startled, Song Yuan Ming Qing realized the status bar had also displayed this buff. After 3 days without a fight spoke, everyone at the round wooden table noticed the newly appeared buff in their status bars. Wow, it seems the dancer was indeed correct. The food crafted by players really possesses attributes. Not eating cilantro said, somewhat dazed. After finishing their 2 cups of beer, Lena and Kai Wei departed from the Forest Tavern. As they left, Dancing Grace wished to gift Lena a barrel of beer, but she graciously declined. Although the beer tasted quite good, Lena preferred wine a tad more. Seeing this, Dancing Grace stated that he would bring her some wine once it was brewed. Lena nodded in acceptance. A lord. Receiving offerings from her subjects was a matter of honor and pride. After Lena and Kai Wei had left, Dancing Grace was presented with a pop-up notification. Congratulations, you have captured the attention of Lord Lena Robert. Due to your accumulated reputation, the Robert family now regards you as somewhat noteworthy. Dancing Grace's reputation level also elevated to somewhat noteworthy. Returning to the round wooden table, he learned about the drunkenness buff and began discussing it with the others. With this buff, won't it be much easier to explore the Whispering Forest third zone? He mused while caressing his cup. It does increase attack power, but regarding the negative effect, Si Shu and Ming Qing, it might be best if you avoid this buff. Ishubu Si Shu had no objections. Agreed. However, Song Yuan Ming Qing protested. Are you doubting my accuracy? 3 days without a fight, and the others shook their heads in unison. We have never doubted your accuracy. Rather, we are affirming your accuracy. The uncertainty lies in whether this decrease in accuracy pertains to hitting opponents or allies. Don't let me start howling in dismay, Dancing Grace added. This is quite the fortunate coincidence to have created the drunkenness buff. After hearing the conversation, the short-legged little egg finally realized. Are you all planning to advance into the third zone? The little egg was merely a second test player, equipped with nothing more than a small dagger. Little Bear Hard Candy replied, Yes, our 2 teams intend to join forces to explore the third zone. After all, the danger level of the humanoid spider is level 3, 1 tier above the blue wolf. More people means greater safety. The little egg nodded. I see. Dancing Grace became increasingly pleased with himself. What did I tell you? The beer I brewed is going to become a hot seller. Indeed, with a buff like drunkenness, many players would likely be willing to purchase it. Dancing Grace, have you thought about the pricing for the beer? Not yet. Let's set it at 10 territory coins per cup. After some thought, Dancing Grace stated, the ingredients for brewing beer, namely wheat, were not expensive. In Mino's shop, one could buy a pound for 16 territory coins. Given the cost of wheat required to brew a pound of beer, the profit margin appeared quite substantial. However, as Kai Wei departed, he also remarked that the land of the territory was not for the frivolous use of the dancers without compensation. The dancers were required to pay a certain tax of 10 territory coins each month to Robert's residence. The dancers had no objections, deeming this a reasonable demand that a cup costs 10 territory coins, and judging from previous performances. It seemed that approximately 3 cups of beer were necessary to incur the drunkenness buff, meaning 30 territory coins could procure 1 instance of drunkenness. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing collected the conditions under which each individual experienced the drunkenness buff and deduced the amount of alcohol required for its manifestation. Currently, players engaged in mining tasks at the mine could earn a reward of 120 territory coins and 60 family reputation points per hour. If they managed to excavate minerals other than iron ore, the rewards could be even greater. Unfortunately, at the moment, the mine only yielded iron ore. It remained uncertain how long this buff would last. I'm just washing socks and mumbling, he said. His territory coins were entirely spent on maintaining his horn sword and gear. While the horn sword was indeed formidable, the cost of its repairs was not insignificant. Not to mention, he still had to learn skills like horsemanship from idle, and his purse was rather tight. As for bread, Little Bear Candy could provide some. The duration of the buff still needed to be observed, but I suspect it ends when sobriety returns. The more one drinks, the longer the effect lasts. And perhaps it even enhances the benefits, inferred Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Just as he finished speaking, the bell at the entrance of the forest tavern chimed once more. Ding-cling. The door swung open, and several players entered. This character, Poisonous, remarked to his companions, when I was online yesterday, this place wasn't built yet. I didn't expect to see the tavern completed tonight. What swift progress, his companion replied, indeed. Upon noticing the guests, the dancer proactively welcomed them. Greetings, welcome to the Forest Tavern. Would you like to learn about our dizzying beer and the drunkenness buff? The dancer contemplated the players' purses. Si Shu, unsure if you remember correctly, thought, isn't this the person who helped Mino procure supplies the other day? The following day, through the word of mouth among players like Poisonous, it became widely known that the dizzying beer at the Forest Tavern could grant buffs. Many players, drawn by curiosity, came to spend 30 territory coins to enjoy 3 cups of beer and experience the power of the drunkenness buff. The dancer could hardly contain his glee. After just half a day, he amassed a fortune, swiftly becoming one of the wealthiest individuals among the players. However, a mere 10 barrels of beer could hardly last long. And soon they were sold out. Many players were left unable to experience the drunkenness buff. The dancer kept the last 2 barrels for their expedition into the Whispering Forest Zone 3 later that afternoon. Sishu logged in, appearing in the tavern. The group, including Useless Big Stick, was waiting for Sishu. When are they coming? Asked, not eating cilantro. Before heading to the exploration zone, it's quite necessary to drink and gain a buff. Sishu had just finished contacting the group when he grumbled. When will this game open the chat system? Communication is inconvenient, and finding people is difficult. After a brief complaint, he added, they are currently at Mino's. Mino's shop has refreshed, and they're checking for worthwhile purchases, which might help our expedition. Mino's shop refreshed that quickly. The dancer stood up. Then let us go take a look. We need to buy brewing materials for the tavern anyway. All right, let us go meet up with them. Okay, let us set off. The group quickly tidied up and left the tavern. When Sishu and his companions found the team of 3 days without a fight. They had already gathered information about the supplies Mino had this time. Overall, the items procured were primarily life-related and offered little assistance in combat, consisting of juices, wheat, flour, and other cooking ingredients. 3 days without a fight remarked. That makes sense. Mino is essentially a life-oriented NPC. For combat, we still need to find Pira. The dancer took the opportunity to make extensive purchases at Mino's shop, as he required wheat for brewing beer. Moreover, the Forest Tavern shouldn't serve only beer. It was wise to procure some juices and food as well. He also purchased a significant amount of bread, an essential item for recovering HP when not in combat. Their group lacked someone like Little Bear Candy, who had learned cooking skills, so they had to spend territory coins at Mino's for bread instead. The dancer was now quite affluent, spending territory coins without a second thought. After completing his purchases, the group prepared to head to Zone 3 of the Whispering Forest. Before entering the zone, the dancer retrieved an oak barrel filled with dizzying beer for everyone to gain the drunkenness buff. Come, everyone grab a drink. Let us get buffed. Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing were eager to buff themselves, but despite their attempts, they were thwarted by the others. After the drunkenness buff was applied, the 2 teams ventured into the territory of the man-faced spiders within Zone 3 of the Whispering Forest. Awash Socks, wielding the horn sword, eagerly searched for the presence of the man-faced spiders. Today, the primary damage dealer would be Awash Socks, a fact known to all. The horn sword obtained from the bandits paired with combat skills yielded higher damage than typical players. Sishu's team had never ventured into Zone 3 of the Whispering Forest, and their knowledge of man-faced spiders was solely derived from players who had previously challenged them. Not eating cilantro inquired. 3 days without a fight. When you first came here, did you encounter 5 man-faced spiders? 3 days without a fight recalled that day and replied, when we died, we only saw 5 spiders, according to a post I made. Someone commented that they had also attempted to challenge Zone 3 and encountered 7 man-faced spiders, resulting in total annihilation. The implication was that the precise number of man-faced spiders encountered was uncertain. Goodness, 7 man-faced spiders. If a team encounters that many, there wouldn't be enough to go around.
remarked, "Don't bark at me." Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing shrugged. "That is why we ally for this expedition, right?" "Don't bark at me," agreed. "That seems to be the case. 3 days without a fight stated. Let us prepare for the worst. If we encounter 7 man-faced spiders, apart from Shu, Ming, and Qing, everyone else should distract one spider's aggro, while the 3 of you focus fire on one spider at a time." Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing nodded in understanding. Got it. This was no longer the early days of the server. Every player was equipped with full iron gear, capable of withstanding the man-faced spider's attacks. In other words, everyone could serve as a tank. Floating above, Charlotte, the thoughtful entity, rested his chin on his hand, curious whether 3 days without a fight and his team would succeed in their expedition in the Whispering Forest. Charlotte mused. The tactical arrangement seemed sound. It appears players can be trusted in this regard. Useless Big Stick raised his hand to ask, "What if more spiders appear?" Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing bluntly replied, "Then we'll meet our end." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the foremost player, sick and untreatable, suddenly fell silent. "Shoo, don't speak. There's movement. Illness without remedy," proclaimed the figure. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their gazes collectively drawn towards the scene ahead. Before them, several grotesque, human-faced spiders were voraciously feasting upon the remains of a hapless azure wolf that had strayed into their territory. The carcass of the wolf lay ravaged, reduced to little more than a skeletal remnant. What might have appeared as a gruesome spectacle to many was, for the players, merely child's play. Even the most delicate of confections, the gummy bear, would find no discomfort in such a sight. The gummy bear mused, if only this technique could be employed in a horror game, it would surely captivate many. After 3 days of observation, the count of human-faced spiders was precisely 7, neither more nor less. "The count is exactly 7, articulated the leader. "Let us proceed, as per our original plan." "I shall take on the nearest one." "Very well. I shall engage the one currently dining." With that, the group began to allocate the monsters they would engage. The team system featured a marking function, and the leader designated his target with numbers, a practice mirrored by his companion. Once marking was completed, the figure pronounced, "Let us commence," as he and his comrades leaped into action. The human-faced spider horde, disturbed in their meal, responded with a mix of anger and surprise. Were they not aware of their insatiable hunger? Prompting a hasty second course, with a resonating roar, the spiders charged towards the players. In accordance with the markings, each member of the 7-person team drew the ire of one spider. "Sock, seize the opportunity to unleash your damage." "Understood." The team, comprising Sungyun, Mingqing, and others, aimed their attacks at the spider marked as number 1, while I, Sockwasher, prepared my round Ming slash. Curse it, no matter how many times I witness it, I cannot help but find the human-faced spider repulsive. Truly, it pales in comparison to the azure wolf. "Is that so? I find it rather endearing. If only it weren't for that face," replied another. "What sort of aesthetics do you possess, that you deem this creature adorable?" With ease, the gummy bear and his companions drew the attention of the human-faced spiders. They had undergone extensive battle training under Etter's tutelage, while not boasting a wealth of combat experience. They were far from the naive novices they once were. Confronting creatures weaker in combat prowess than the azure wolf, they felt confident in their ability to manage the encounter. Although they had suffered grievously at the hands of the human-faced spiders during their initial foray into the Whispering Forest 3rd District, their spirits were high now. Strength lies in numbers, and with their gear equipped, what could they possibly fear? Chop, chop! 2 arrows, one after the other, struck the first human-faced spider. Sungyun Mingqing declared, with Shu by my side. "I cannot afford to miss." The first spider staggered from the impact of the arrows, much to the delight of the leader. "Sock, now is your moment." The Sockwasher took heed and responded, "Here it comes." Round Ming slash. Seizing the opportunity, I unleash my sword. With a decisive thud, the spider's grotesque head tumbled to the ground. Under the combined assault of Sockwasher and his allies, the first human-faced spider was swiftly dispatched, with one less adversary. The remaining 6 posed little challenge. The team repeated their strategy, methodically eliminating each spider with increasing speed. However, after executing my 3rd round Ming slash, I found myself unable to perform it again. My magical energy had been depleted.
The last human-faced spider met a truly pitiable fate, overwhelmed by the attacks of 10 players. The battle persisted for nearly 20 minutes, with each spider requiring an average of 3 minutes to fell. This pace was commendable, particularly when compared to the 5 minutes required to vanquish an azure wolf prior to my acquisition of the hornsword. It was evident that greater numbers yield greater efficiency. As the dust settled, all players bore various injuries, though none had retreated to the spring. The team, fatigued from the intense focus required during the skirmish, collapsed onto the ground, retrieving bread from their packs to regain their strength. Such battles were mentally taxing. A single misstep could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Sishu took a bite of his bread and remarked, while the quantity of human-faced spiders was substantial, they seemed to lack intelligence. This simple tactic was sufficient to defeat them. The azure wolves, however, would still lose their aggro. Indeed, despite their human-like visage, their intellect appeared woefully lacking. This indicated that the game developers had not rendered the human-faced spiders excessively formidable. Indeed, agreed the leader, as they shared their bread and reflected on their victory. Observing the triumphant 10-member team, Charlotte felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The players had demonstrated their capability to raid the 3rd district of the Whispering Forest. Thus, concerns regarding offerings were alleviated. The corpses of the defeated monsters served 3 primary purposes. First, they were submitted weekly for territory tasks, thus fulfilling Charlotte's offerings, which offered greater rewards than tasks submitted to Pila. Second, they could be submitted as part of quests to Pila, with Lena typically arranging for their sale in Azure Town or Iris Town to replenish the territory's operational funds. However, due to the current targeting by the Shetland territory, selling the monster corpses was no longer feasible. Third, they could be utilized as materials for forging equipment, though the lack of access to gold essence rendered this option temporarily unavailable. After recuperating, the team began to deliberate on the distribution of their spoils. 3 days. How shall we divide the 7 human-faced spiders? Mused Sishu. The leader pondered for a moment before responding. There's no need for complication. Each side can take 3, and whoever claims the remaining 1 first may do so, with the excess converted into territory currency later. If we conclude today with an odd number, we can simply convert it into territory currency. This will result in a reduction of family reputation from task rewards, but such details are trivial. Very well. Are we all restored? Shall we press on? The team resolved to advance further in their explorations that day. The Azure Wolf packs in the 2nd district featured a major boss, the Azure Wolf King. Thus, it stood to reason that the 3rd district would harbor a significant boss as well. Song Yu and Mingxing speculated that the major boss of this area would be the human-faced Spider Queen, an assertion that was less a guess and more a conclusion. The group nodded in agreement. With health points replenished, they expressed confidence. In the midst of the crowd, I, Sockwasher, quietly raised my hand. Sock, have you run out of bread? Inquired the gummy bear, recalling that she had shared some with me. That I shook my head. No, my health points are full, but my magic points remain empty, not a single one restored. Without magic points, I could not unleash my round Ming slash. Bread cannot restore magic points? Queried the useless big stick. Sun Mingqing contemplated, from the bread's attributes, indeed only restores health points, not magic points. Perhaps there exist other foods for that purpose. The group collectively shook their heads. We hadn't noticed, yet one among them was the exception. Dancing gracefully, she produced 2 bottles of juice from her backpack. This should restore magic points, right? She tossed a bottle to me, for among the players present. Only I require the use of magical energy. I accepted the juice, puzzled, and opened the attributes panel. Juice made from unknown fruits, consumable. Effect, restores 2 magic points per second for 60 seconds. Usable in battle. I was taken aback. This was the true remedy for magic points. Thank you, dancing. After washing my socks, I immediately downed a bottle of juice. The graceful dancer nodded. No need for thanks. You have MP, which will expedite the monster clearing process. This was indeed a truthful observation. I wiped my mouth and remarked, you bought it at Mino's shop, right? I hadn't even noticed its effects. How many territory coins did it cost? I'll pay you back shortly. The graceful dancer shook her head. There's no need. It wasn't worth much. I was just thinking of selling it at the tavern. You certainly have a thoughtful approach to dancing. Initially, the others were oblivious to the MP issue, as, apart from me, No one had mastered any combat skills, though, of course. My grasp on combat techniques was hardly complete. It was only after Charlotte noticed my rudimentary understanding of combat that she thought to make an adjustment. All right, MP has fully recovered. I'm back to full health. Now, let us proceed deeper. The group stowed away the corpse of the man-faced spider and rose to continue onward. Leading the way were Yu Bing Mei Yao and Wu Yondabang. In the depths of the wind-whispering forest, a colossal man-faced spider queen, nearly as large as the Blue Wolf King, was laying eggs. Compared to the man-faced spiders, the queen had the upper body of a human, showcasing a more complete evolution. Once the eggs were laid, the man-faced spiders quickly hatched from them. The queen commanded her offspring, intermittently stating, "I need more prey." This man-faced spider queen had reached a level where she could articulate human speech. Within the spider nest, countless man-faced spiders rushed forth, obeying their mother's command to seek out more nutritionally valuable prey. The assessment for advanced mages involved slaying a beast of level 5 or above. Such a simple task hardly warranted an examination. In Azure Blue Town, a woman clad in a cerulean robe of magic grumbled while holding a scroll. Subsequently, she rolled up the scroll and casually approached a passerby, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know the way to the wind-whispering forest?" The 10-member team was currently being pursued by innumerable man-faced spiders, each wishing they could sprout an extra pair of legs. Damn it, it was just a handful of their companions we killed. Why do they act like we've slain their kin? I lamented during our frantic escape. Beside me, Yu Bing Mei Yao's legs were nearly on fire from exertion. You still have the energy to complain? Save your strength and run. Song Yuan Ming Qing exclaimed. I just can't comprehend it. Are man-faced spiders truly that united as a species? The number of pursuing man-faced spiders was enough to induce immediate panic in anyone with a phobia of dense crowds. After successfully defeating the first batch of man-faced spiders, they swiftly took down the second and third groups, each consisting of no more than 7 spiders, thus posing little threat. Just as the group intended to push deeper, a rustling sound filled the AI. It was the distinctive sound of arthropods in motion. Everyone turned curiously, and upon a single glance, without uttering a word, they instinctively fled. Have you ever witnessed a swarm of spiders forming a wave? Well, now you have. They were nearly the size of large adult dogs. Thus transpired the chaotic scene described above. The speed of the 10-member team gradually diminished, weighed down by their cumbersome gear. Not only did it hinder their escape, but it also exacerbated their exhaustion. As the man-faced spiders closed in, the team braced for the worst. There was no time to shed their armor, but they could at least retain their weapons. Especially the horn sword held by me, that a full set of iron armor could fetch quite a few man-faced spider materials in exchange. I reassured myself that you're mistaken. It's not 1 set, but 10. Shursu Bu Shursu corrected. At this point, do you really expect me to praise your arithmetic skills? Song Yuan Ming Qing acted swiftly, unable to remove his chest plate, greaves, or boots in time, but he managed to stow away his iron helmet. Observing this, the others followed suit, hastily placing their helmets into their backpacks. The graceful dancer sighed. Well then, prepare to meet your end. Faced with the tidal wave of man-faced spiders, they could conceive no means of escape. Just as they were about to surrender, a mysterious force suddenly lifted the entire 10-member team into the air point 3 days without a fight. They felt an ascending power, and in an instant, their feet left the ground. Why are we floating? 3 days without a fight, exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wu Yondabang laughed heartily. I don't know, but regardless, we've bought ourselves some time. The man-faced spiders below, seeing their prey rise, gathered beneath the team with no intention of retreating, raising their abdomens to spit webs in an attempt to pull the team down. Upon witnessing the man-faced spiders expelling silk, the graceful dancer panicked. Oh no, Dabang, don't jinx us. They're spinning webs. Man-faced spiders not only possess sharp mandibles and limbs, but could also produce silk. Why didn't we see them do that before? Wu Yondabang asked. Fire serpent ring. As the webs approached the 10-member team, a fiery serpent-shaped spell materialized, intercepting the webs and incinerating them completely. The eyes of 3 days without a fight and the others widened in disbelief. Wait, did I just see that right? Was that magic? Could it be that the beautiful Lord has come to our rescue? They wondered, though it seemed unlikely that the player's current understanding. Only Lena was known to wield magic, while Ivy was too young to be considered. You may call me a beauty, and I accept, but I am not your beautiful lord. A feminine voice chimed in their ears. Huh. Someone is speaking. The group turned to the source of the voice. Floating in the air was Virki Fit, adorned in a mage-s robe, her light yellow wavy hair cascading down. Striking blue eyes, clutching a wooden short staff topped with a gem resembling an eye, her appearance unmistakably identified her as a mage. Virki Fit greeted the 10-member team with a smile. Hello. Although I saved your lives. You need not thank me excessively. It was merely a matter of convenience. Virki Fit had ventured into the wind-whispering forest to hunt 5th-level beasts, intending to slay them and bring them back to Aphidal for assessment as an advanced mage. Upon entering the 3rd area of the forest, she fortuitously stumbled upon the fleeing 10-member team and decided to save them, believing that saving a life was worth more than building a 7-level pagoda. This was hardly inconvenient for her. The 10-member team was further astonished. Having narrowly escaped disaster, they were now intrigued by the newly appeared beautiful mage. Wow, a new NPC. And she's a mage. Beautiful lady, look at me. I believe I possess a remarkable talent for learning magic. Several members of Yu Bing Mei Yao began to clamor. This left Virki Fit perplexed. These people speak so oddly. Shouldn't normal individuals express gratitude after being saved? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Ignoring their nonsensical chatter, Virki Fit aimed at the man-faced spider horde below, parting her lips to recite a spell, O flames of the spirit. Heed my command. Gather your power and unleash a devastating inferno. A wave of scorching magical energy coalesced before Virki Fit. Burn, unleash your boundless might. Inferno. Several fireballs, each a meter in diameter, emerged and plummeted towards the man-faced spider swarm. The Inferno spell, intermediate magic, was essentially an enhanced version of the fireball spell previously mentioned. The human-faced spider is a creature devoid of any significant intelligence. As the fiery explosion spell was about to descend upon them, they remained oblivious to the need for escape. The swarm of human-faced spiders, foolishly believing they could withstand the onslaught of the fireball, ultimately turned to ashes beneath the might of Virchifet's spell, leaving not a trace behind. Virchifet gazed with satisfaction upon the charred battlefield, which, rather than a battlefield, resembled mere craters that a few remnants of spider limbs lay scattered near the pits. Witnessing this scene, the 10-member team felt their hearts shatter. Potions, they lamented. Those were precious materials, a source of territory currency. I, who washed socks, wept in despair, alongside my companion, who was sick, lamenting the loss. Virchifet mistakenly assumed they were overwhelmed with joy at the crisis averted, leading them to tears of relief. She was the first to land. Clapping her hands together. All right, the crisis is over. You may descend. As the levitation spell lifted, the 10-member team returned to solid ground. Back on the earth, I, who washed socks, along with a few simpletons, mourned the loss of our materials. While Song Yunminking pondered aloud, that spell seemed less powerful than Lena's, didn't it? Upon hearing this, Virchifet raised an eyebrow. Oh. Aside from the few simpletons, the others curiously observed the traces left by the magic. The ground was scorched and marred by the explosive aftermath, leaving behind several craters. Song Yunminking mused again. That spell appeared less formidable than Lena's, didn't it? 3 days no fight nodded in agreement. I think so too. While numerous, they seemed smaller than Lena's. That Virchifet's fireball had a diameter of 1 meter, while Lena's fireball, after Charlotte's 100-fold amplification, measured 3 meters across. Although size does not always equate to power, visually, it appeared that Lena's fireball was indeed more potent. Listening to their conversation, Virchifet, who had been maintaining a cool demeanor befitting a mage, could no longer contain herself. She stepped before them and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask who this renowned mage Lena is that you speak of?" In Virchifet's memory, she could not recall any high-ranking mage by the name of Lena. Of course, there were numerous high-ranking mages, and she could not possibly remember them all. Upon hearing Virchifet's question, 3 days no fight turned to Song Yuanminking. Is Lena a high-ranking mage? Song Yuanminking shook his head. I don't know. There is no information about her on the official website. Virchifet mused, A mage stronger than oneself cannot possibly be merely a mid-level mage. Can she? Virtufet's curiosity about the mage Lena, as mentioned by 3 days no fight and song Yuan Minking, grew. She shifted her approach and asked, "Do you know where this Lena resides?" Virtufet's original intention was to venture into the Whispering Forest to hunt a creature of level 5 or higher, to slay it and bring it back for evaluation. However, with the day waning, it would be perilous to venture deep into the forest alone, prompting Virtufet to reconsider her plans. She decided to accompany 3 days no fight and the others back to meet this Lena Robert. A baron, merely 18 or 19 years of age, yet possessing the skills of a high-ranking mage. It was worth noting that Virtufet herself had only reached the rank of high-ranking mage at the age of 23. The current evaluation for high-ranking mages was, to be frank, merely a formality. Could this Lena be a hidden genius? I have never heard of her name before. Virtufet pondered as 3 days no fight and the others escorted Virtufet back to Robert's territory. They managed to extract quite a bit of information from her. Not only did they learn her name, but they also discovered she hailed from the Aphidal Magic Tower. However, when Virtufet sought to meet Lena, she was informed by Mino that Lady Lena was currently away from the estate and that they could wait in the reception room for her return. How unfortunate, with no other choice. Virtufet reluctantly set aside her desire for a meeting. She politely declined Mino's invitation to stay. Residing in the abode of a noble as a mage could lead to misunderstandings. She preferred to return to Azure Town and find an inn to stay at. 3 days no fight and the others had a fruitful day, but due to insufficient quantities of dizzying beer, they abandoned the idea of celebrating with drinks. The remaining dizzying beer would be better saved for buffs. When Pira saw them return with the corpses of 19 human-faced spiders, her expression showed surprise. Pira remarked, "Your strength truly grows day by day." Indeed, with Edel's training, I feel myself growing stronger each day. "I who wash socks," replied Dot. "By the way, Pira, what are you forging now? We saw you at the forge before we set out, yet still not completed." "The claw of the Azure Wolf King, a weapon forged from the left claw of the Azure Wolf King," Pira answered. Lena, meanwhile, was not at the estate. She and Kevin had come to the fields of Sophie Plain. The cultivation of the fields was progressing splendidly. Now, at the sowing stage, T.O. emphasized the importance of the grain work. Lena decided to personally inspect the progress. Charlotte took this opportunity to inform Lena about Virtufet's situation, that a mage wishes to see me. Lena inquired. Charlotte nodded. "Yes, but upon learning you were not at the estate." She left the territory shortly thereafter. "I see. Since she has departed, we shall not concern ourselves with her," Lena replied, not placing much importance on mages. Given the current state of the territory, the presence or absence of a mage would not bring about significant change. It was better to focus on the fields and the mines. Lena thought, since they were already at Sophie Plain, they might as well visit the mines. Suddenly, Charlotte excitedly exclaimed, "Lena, a player has discovered gold ore." "What?" The revelation of gold ore was both sudden and yet seemed inevitable. The influx of players during the second testing phase had accelerated mining operations. Now, a tunnel within the mine connected directly to a vein of gold ore. According to Charlotte's assessment, this vein of gold ore was not particularly small, yet not overly large either. Extracting it over the next 6 months should not pose a problem, provided the players did not overexert themselves. As news of the gold ore spread, it quickly resonated throughout the official forum. "What? After mining for so long, we finally struck gold, or, damn it, I just logged off, and you all create such a commotion waiting for me. I'm logging back in. Haha, gold ore has appeared, which means the materials I've gathered can now be crafted into equipment. Who will mine some gold ore and sell it to me? The price is negotiable. I'm a second testing player. With the emergence of gold ore, won't your equipment be updated? Sell me your old gear at a bargain. Enough talk. I'm logging on for an all-nighter. Ready for action." The uproar over the gold ore's discovery ignited fervent discussions on the official forum. And even the notorious Water Forums user, Sick No Cure, caught wind of the news. Upon learning of this development, Sick No Cure promptly shared a screenshot in the Radish Special Forces group chat. Sick No Cure, screenshot. JPG Sick No Cure. Haha socks. Gold ore has been found. Your corner sword no longer holds an advantage. Sick No Cure. I also want Pira to forge me a high-quality weapon.
Sick no cure, smug. JPG 3 days no fight. 1. Song you making. Same. Little bear hard candy. Then I who wash socks replied. You all better mine some gold or first, don't forget I'm still the closest to mastering combat skills. The day after the discovery of the gold or vein, many players logged in early. Players not logged off at Sophie Plain directly opened the map, spending a dozen or 20 territory coins to teleport to the fountain near Sophie Plain. They did this not for any other reason, but to quickly mine enough gold or to upgrade their weapons and equipment. The pursuit of stronger, more impressive, or even bizarre weapons and gear fuels every combat-oriented player's motivation in the game. In the mining area, particularly the region rich in gold, or this vein can be deemed of moderate scale, sufficiently accommodating nearly 200 players concurrently engaged in excavation, provided the players refrain from overexerting themselves. This gold vein could sustain itself for at least 6 months without issue. Upon learning of the extensive gold or that players had unearthed, Lena's grin nearly stretched to her earlobes. If this gold were to be converted into coins, the wealth represented by this vein would be nothing short of monumental. Indeed, once the players commence their mining, the economic landscape of Robert's territory is poised to flourish, contingent upon the resolution of the Shedderling family's blockade against it. Round Ming slash. Within the confines of the mine, a mirror-like strike fell upon the gold, or Yu Bing Mei Yao was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? It's merely mining, and you're employing a round Ming slash? Naturally, it was I, washing socks, who executed the technique that I proceeded to stow the mine gold or in my backpack. What do you know? Mastery comes with practice. The more I hone my skills, the more proficiently I shall employ it. Moreover, utilizing the round Ming slash indeed expedited the mining process significantly. The discussions in the group chat last night had ignited a sense of urgency within me. Edel's Combat Skills Advanced course had seen many players graduate, allowing them to preliminarily learn the release of combat techniques. This meant he was no longer the sole possessor of such knowledge. Conversely, it fueled my competitive spirit. I would not be easily surpassed. Song Yuan Mingqing was also mining nearby. Sock, do you possess that much MP? Or have you splurged on abundance of juice? The others perked up, curious about how I would address this predicament. That I, washing socks, remained composed. I didn't purchase juice. I need my territory coins to learn skills from Edel. The bountiful harvest from yesterday had indeed netted me a considerable amount of territory coins. However, I intended to reserve them for skill and riding training. So, how do you plan to tackle the MP issue? 3 days without fighting, inquired. I proposed a rather novel solution. It's quite simple, really. I just need to die once. Wait, what? The resurrection upon death resets one's status. Thus, after dying, my MP would be fully restored, allowing me to return and mine anew. I declared with a modicum of cleverness. While the back and forth may seem a waste of time, the efficiency of the round Ming slash compensated for some of it. Song Yuan Ming Qing countered, in all honesty. Considering the time spent resurrecting and running back, your efficiency is significantly lower than that of normal mining. That I executed another round Ming slash, cleaving a chunk of gold, in no matter. At this juncture, practicing combat techniques takes precedence over mining. I declared, all right, my MP is depleted. I shall go meet my demise. See you shortly. After placing the gold or into my backpack, I informed Song Yuan Mingqing and the others. They watched me with curiosity, pondering how I would orchestrate my demise within the mine. Surveying my surroundings, I spotted a sharp rock and promptly threw myself upon it. Headshots. Song Yuan Mingqing remarked. Sometimes Sock can be quite clever. Not only were Song Yuan Mingqing and the others rendered speechless, but Charlotte, observing from afar, felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, this group of players could conceive the most absurd ideas. Shouldn't there be a death penalty of sorts? Charlotte pondered this, but ultimately dismissed the notion that if a death penalty were instituted, players would undoubtedly temper their recklessness. Yet conversely, the Suicide Squad would lose some of its audacity. Charlotte hoped that the Territory Suicide Squad would forever remain the most formidable presence on the Solar continent. Pira was currently seething with frustration. Why must the gold or be uncovered at such an inconvenient time, especially when she so desperately yearned for a moment's respite? And to make matters worse, it was this unruly group of players clamoring for her attention.
It was afternoon, and after 2 grueling days and nights, she had just managed to forge the Claw of Qinglan, only to be met with a throng of players queuing for her to craft their gear. When do even beasts get a break? Must she toil endlessly without a moment's rest? With a scowl, Pila curtly refused the players. Not happening. I'm closing for 2 hours. Return after that. She needed a proper respite. For forging was an incredibly demanding endeavor. With a swift motion, she shut the door to the forge. The players in line exchanged glances, some taken aback, but ultimately resigned. What was wrong with an NPC in a virtual reality game taking a break? In Lena's study, she toyed with the Claw of Qinglan that Pila had just delivered. The weapon, crafted using a dagger mold and infused with materials from the left paw of the Wolf King, gleamed with a striking bluish-green hue. Pila had invested considerable effort into this Claw of Qinglan, employing her utmost skill and the finest materials available. From its appearance to its functionality and sharpness, one could hardly find fault with this weapon. Lena placed a strand of her hair against the blade. Upon contact, it was severed cleanly in two. What a razor-sharp weapon! However, I am not adept at wielding arms. Charlotte, shouldn't this Claw of Qinglan be given to Edel or one of the players? Charlotte replied, You might as well keep the Claw of Qinglan for now. Bestowing it upon any player without a fitting rationale could incite discontent among others. As for Edel, his sword, as Pila indicated, is likely no less formidable than the Claw of Qinglan. Lena nodded. That seems reasonable. Very well. I shall hold on to it for now and distribute it at a more opportune moment. Due to Pila's strike, a portion of the players migrated to the Second Wind Whispering Forest, intending to gather materials from the Blue Wolves to prepare for crafting armor. In the Third Wind Whispering Forest, the area was devoid of life, save for the race of the Face Spiders. The Face Spiders had consumed all available prey in the vicinity to sustain their queen. And now they were advancing toward the second area, the territory of the Blue Wolves. The players farming monsters in the Second Wind Whispering Forest were indeed fortunate. Before long, they too would experience the same ordeal as the 10-man team from yesterday. Outside Robert's mansion, the fountain shimmered with flashes of white light. The resurrected players erupted into a tirade. Damn it, why the blazes are Face Spiders appearing in the second area? Aren't they supposed to inhabit the third? Cross-regional monster spawns could be understood as a quirky game feature, but why must they spawn in such overwhelming numbers? Goodness, it's swarming with Face Spiders. Woe is me, my equipment, that was painstakingly gathered over a long mining session. Fortunately, the player consoled himself. At least my gear is about to be upgraded. His mood shifted rapidly, as did the emotions of the players around him, although it had been noted on the official website that Face Spiders were social creatures. This was an extreme case of sociability, wasn't it? Who could possibly contend with such a multitude? Coincidentally, the 3 days without fighting team happened to pass by the fountain and overheard the complaints. Yu Bing Meiyao approached and inquired, Have you also ventured into the third area? And judging by your predicament, it seems you returned from a fatal encounter. Was it a Face Spider onslaught? The spicy rabbit head shook his head. Not at all. We were simply farming blue wolves in the second area, when suddenly, a horde of Face Spiders appeared. There must have been at least 100 of them. We were overwhelmed and perished. The spicy rabbit head spoke with an air of resignation. 3 days without fighting, and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The scenario described by the spicy rabbit head mirrored their own experience from the previous day. Albeit in a different area did I, washing socks, scratch my head. Why are Face Spiders appearing in the second area? A system bug? Little Bear Hard Candy added. Moreover, the numbers seem excessive. It does feel like a system error. Should we report this? Song Yuan Ming Qing shrugged. Do you even know how to report it? Little Bear Hard Candy replied. Seems like I don't. This game lacks even a channel for official feedback. If it weren't for the immersive experience of virtual reality gaming, Little Bear Hard Candy would mistakenly believe that the company developing this game is a third-rate establishment. 3 days without any updates. I'll check the official forum later. Wondering if they've noticed the issue. Perhaps I'll post a thread to clarify. All right. After 3 days of inactivity, several players gathered at the forge as Pilara finished a brief rest. Upon opening the door to the forge, Pilara was taken aback by the sight of players who were unarmed. The players waiting outside the forge wore expressions of unfulfilled desire. I merely took a 2-hour nap. Where are your gear? Pilara inquired. Noticing the bare equipment of the players, the spicy rabbit head mournfully repeated, It was all dropped. Curiously, Pira asked, "What monster took you down?" "The blue wolf." "Surely not. Players are well versed in dealing with blue wolves." The human-faced spider, however, might be a possibility, considering they are pack creatures that a large swarm of human-faced spiders could easily number around 100 or 80. Pira exclaimed in astonishment. 100 or 80? Did you provoke the nest of human-faced spiders? How did you anger so many? The spicy rabbit head responded, "What are you talking about? We were simply grinding monsters in Area 2 when a swarm of human-faced spiders suddenly appeared, catching us off guard. And we had no chance to retaliate before we perished." The rabbit head's words puzzled Pira even further. Rubbing his head, Pira remarked, "That shouldn't happen. Typically, one species of monster doesn't invade the territory of another so easily." Unable to comprehend the situation, Pira decided to move on. "Never mind, bring out your materials and ores. I shall assist you in forging new equipment." "Great! We've been waiting for so long." The players' spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom of their lost gear. Naturally, Charlotte, who could see from the player's perspective, noticed the unusual occurrence with the human-faced spiders. Initially, Charlotte thought that only the 10-person team had suffered the wrath of the human-faced spiders. But today's events suggested otherwise. Charlotte shared this development with Lena and Kavy. Unfortunately, neither Lena nor Kavy were experts in this field and couldn't discern the reasons behind it. Consequently, the trio summoned the expert. "Edel, Lord Charlotte, are you saying that the human-faced spiders, which should reside in their territory, have ventured into the domain of the blue wolves?" Edel sought confirmation from Charlotte. "Indeed," Charlotte affirmed. Edel fell silent, contemplating the likelihood of such an occurrence. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, "I suspect that the queen of the human-faced spiders is on the brink of evolution." "The queen of the human-faced spiders? Evolving?" Lena exclaimed in a hushed tone. Edel nodded. "Yes, as the ruler of the human-faced spider colony, the queen requires vast amounts of energy for her evolution that I believe that the human-faced spiders have exhausted their hunting grounds. Thus, they ventured into the territory of the blue wolves to seek prey. Unfortunately, what the human-faced spiders do not realize is that the players they slay vanish into white light upon death. Who could blame them for lacking intelligence?" Edel continued, "Now that the Blue Wolf King has fallen to your hands, Lady Lena, the Blue Wolf Pack will likely be unable to withstand the invasion of the human-faced spiders. In other words, the territory of the Blue Wolves may soon become that of the human-faced spiders." Lena, the slayer of the Blue Wolf King, Robert, could only remain silent. Did it mean that her act of slaying the Blue Wolf King inadvertently aided the human-faced spiders? Charlotte began browsing through the tomes preserved in Robert's residence with her magical powers, stating, "The human-faced spider species level is 4, meaning that the queen must break through the species limit to become a level 5 monster. Species level refers to the highest attainable level within a species. The Blue Wolf species level is also 4, and the Blue Wolf King that Lena and Charlotte defeated was a level 4 monster. Within these two species, ordinary individuals are level 1 or 2. Elite individuals can reach level 3, while royal individuals represent the pinnacle of their species level. However, due to the gregarious nature of the human-faced spiders, Charlotte classified them with a danger level of 3 in the official monster encyclopedia, which is distinct from their species level. Edel, with a serious expression, responded to Charlotte, "Yes, if we do not take any action, it is only a matter of time before the human-faced spider queen evolves into a level 5 monster outside the forge." The spicy rabbit head, eagerly awaiting the forging of equipment, was asked by a companion, "Hey, Rabbit Head, have you seen Little Sword?" "Huh. I sent Teehee right here. Where is he?" The spicy rabbit head glanced around but could not spot the figure of the King's sword. Could he have logged off to use the restroom? The rabbit head speculated. Perhaps, Protect Little Monster replied, "He should have respawned with us." The spicy rabbit head muttered, "He could at least have informed us." Honestly, meanwhile, the King's sword, bound like a rice dumpling, was being dragged back to the spider lair by the swarm of human-faced spiders. His mouth was sealed with spider silk, allowing him to emit only muffled sounds. "Wait, where are these monsters taking me?" "Rabbit Head, monster, come save my life." The King's sword lamented internally. Bang! The back of the King's sword's head collided with a rock, dislodging the spider silk that had muffled his speech. "Ouch! Can't you all watch where you're going?" Now able to speak, the King's sword complained, his face bruised from the impact. The path was littered with stones and trees, threatening the durability of his equipment. Repairing gear is quite costly. Unfortunately, these human-faced spiders, despite their human-like visage, were utterly incapable of understanding human speech. After several attempts to free himself, the king's sword realized he could not escape the bindings of spider silk and decided to cease his struggles. Whatever, let these monsters take me wherever they wish. Perhaps this is a hidden storyline, unique to me. Accepting his fate, the king's sword thought optimistically. Ouch! His HP decreased once more. The evolved human-faced Spider Queen, a level 5 monster, seemed quite formidable. Lena glanced down at Charlotte, asking Charlotte, "Can we handle a level 5 human-faced Spider Queen?" Charlotte, with resignation, replied, "If we unleash a few fireballs magnified 100-fold, even the Blue Wolf King couldn't withstand it. So perhaps she won't either. If we find ourselves unable to win, consider learning other advanced spells." That was the extent of his capabilities. If Lena learned mid-level magic, she could simply overpower the foe. Lena supported her chin with one hand, but the spellbooks in the manor only contained beginner-level spells. Hearing this, KV bowed. "Yes, I will find a way to obtain more spellbooks for the young lady." Lena waved her hand. "That won't be feasible at the moment. Let's think of other alternatives. Learning mid-level magic is significantly more challenging than mastering beginner-level spells. The path of magic is easy to begin, but becomes increasingly difficult to progress." Edel volunteered. "Lady Lena, Lord Charlotte, allow me to lead the players to locate the lair of the human-faced spiders. Once we find the nest, I will ensure we eliminate that human-faced Spider Queen, even if it costs us dearly." A level 5 monster capable of commanding an entire colony poses a threat to any territory. However, with Lena and Robert's territory, it might not be so dire. Charlotte interjected, "Do not rush. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Even you would struggle against a level 5 monster if the human-faced Spider Queen has indeed evolved that I understand, but we must take some action," Edel asserted, acutely aware of the threat posed by level 5 monsters. Charlotte gestured for Edel to remain calm. "The human-faced spider swarm is numerous. Surely the players are not scarce? I will soon ascertain the location of the spider lair. Once I ascertain the precise location, I shall designate it as a one-time copy and augment it with additional rewards, enticing players to first eliminate a number of the human-faced spiders. Players will be most willing, as their lives seem to hold little value. Perhaps, through their erratic maneuvers, they might surprise us. If the human-faced Spider Queen emerges from her lair, we shall then activate Lena." Charlotte remarked thus. Lena, fundamentally still an apprentice mage, is ill-suited for combat within the spider's den. Not to mention her position as Robert's lord. It is hardly appropriate for a lord to always lead the charge at the forefront. Lena nodded and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by reactivating Lena? Also, how did you come to know the location of the spider's lair?" Charlotte, with a gentle smile, Charlotte replied, "I owe my gratitude to a player known as the Sword of Kings. After a lengthy journey, the Sword of Kings was led by a horde of human-faced spiders to their lair. Upon awakening from his slumber, he groggily surveyed his surroundings. What is happening? Have we arrived? Wait, where am I?" The Sword of Kings instantly regained his composure and instinctively glanced at the game map. The location name displayed prominently Reed Whispering Forest District 3, Spider Lair. The Sword of Kings exclaimed in astonishment, "Spider Lair? I've been brought to their stronghold by monsters." Following his initial shock, excitement surged within him. This was an unexplored territory. Neither the official forums nor the player community had ever disseminated information regarding the spider's lair. The experience of being escorted to a region by monsters is not something everyone gets to encounter. I must gather as much intel as possible here and then boast about it on the forums. Haha! Won't Rabbithead and the little monsters be envious of me? The Sword of Kings suddenly felt fortunate, entirely oblivious to his current predicament, and began furiously taking screenshots aimed at the spider's lair. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal human-faced Spider Queen was silently approaching from behind. To the front of the spider's body beneath the queen, there was a mouth part used for consuming prey. The spider's mouth part gradually inched closer to the Sword of Kings, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of its quarry. The human-faced Spider Queen soon began to secrete a copious amount of saliva from her mouth part. Drip, drip, a few droplets splashed onto the Sword of King's face. Still bound, he was unable to wipe away the drops. As he twisted his body to turn,
He remarked, "How strange. Is there a leak inside the lair? Oh no. Help." In an instant, the human-faced Spider Queen swallowed the Sword of Kings along with his equipment whole. No chewing necessary. The Sword of Kings barely had time to utter his final words. The Sword of Kings met his demise. However, as the human-faced Spider Queen prepared to digest her prey, she discovered that within her belly, there was no flesh at all, only a few iron trinkets. The look of human-like confusion flickered across the Spider Queen's face. How peculiar. Where's the meat? Due to an accelerated heart rate, the Sword of Kings triggered the game pod's protective mechanism, which forcibly logged him out at the very moment of his death, leaving no chance for resurrection. The pod's door opened, and the Sword of Kings abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Wow, this virtual reality game is something else. Goodness, that was terrifying. It nearly gave me a heart attack." He patted his chest, attempting to calm himself. In the next moment, he recalled the grotesque mouth part of the human-faced Spider Queen and the foul stench that could incapacitate a person, causing him to shudder. I must post about this on the forum. This was far too exhilarating. Immediately after declaring this, the Sword of Kings rushed to his computer desk. Meanwhile, Charlotte was also composing an article about the Spider Lair instance on the official forum. Great Territories official forum. Sword of Kings original poster. Ladies and gentlemen, you absolutely cannot fathom what I experienced before logging out. Please view the VCR. No, I mean please check the JPEG. The Sword of Kings uploaded all his screenshot from the Spider's lair in this post. Sword of Kings original poster. Spider Lair. New map. Sword of Kings original poster. Let me first explain how I arrived at this map. I was escorted there by a horde of human-faced spiders.